Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. End. Chapter 66. Rogue Town, Port, and Post-War Ruins. As the sun sets, its fiery red rays shine on the devastated streets and broken harbor, making half of the sea appear as crimson as blood. 3 figures stood facing each other in the center of the ruins. A man wearing a torn military robe, with short hair slightly raised, is as imposing as a mountain pressing down on a city. One person stood still like an ancient tree, his fist still carrying the power of the remaining force. There was another person surrounded by golden light, standing in mid-air, seemingly relaxed but unable to hide his fear. Rogue, Garp, and Kizaru. The air seemed stagnant, even the sea breeze dared not raise its voice. Kizaru glanced at the collapsed streets around him and sighed softly. "Oh my, Rogue Vice Admiral, your fight with Old Man Garp was even more brutal than the last time I encountered Kaido in New World. If you throw 2 more punches, this place will be wiped off the world map." His tone was as cynical as usual, but lacked a hint of smile. Rogue remained silent, just looking at the ruined street in front of him. His eyes slowly swept over the broken Roger execution platform, the overturned remains of vendors on the ground, a glance at the messy streets, and then at the shocked civilians and the grassroots Marines who were still in shock under the high pressure. Rogue's eyes changed slightly. At that moment, he no longer stared at Garp, nor did he respond to Kizaru. He just quietly put away the murderous aura that could break the wind and split the sky. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were as sharp as blades, but lacked the brutality of the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Rogue turned around and walked towards the end of the harbor. His voice sounded calmly but firmly. "Smoker. Here." Smoker responded immediately. "The cost of repairing Rogue Town will be fully borne by G5. Rogue said calmly, "You are responsible for contacting the construction fleet, coordinating resource supplies, and ensuring the safety of the people." "Yes." Smoker stood at attention and saluted, his eyes full of admiration. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, squinted his eyes at the scene, and couldn't help smacking his lips. "He doesn't look like a purifier from Impel Down. He looks more like a port mayor sent by the world government." Just as Rogue turned to leave, he paused, slowly turned sideways, looked at Garp, who still hadn't spoken, and said in a stern tone, "I'm stopping today for the safety of the people. But you'd better remember." His eyes were as cold as stars. "If another Marine were to harm his comrades to protect the pirates, even if he is a marshal, Rogue, and make the decision personally." As soon as the words fell, the air shook, as if the pressure of 1,000-meter deep sea was crushing the whole area. Garp remained silent and didn't answer a word, but the Marines on the dog-headed warship behind him all looked terrified and no one dared to step forward. Ian had recovered, but he never spoke. He just glanced coldly at Garp before leaving. That glance was not a conversation, nor a question. It was the cold gaze of a soldier looking at a traitor. The next second, Rogue helped Ian up and turned into a sonic boom wind trail, flying straight into the sky. Kizaru looked at the 2 people's backs as they left, narrowed his eyes, and remained silent for a long time. He couldn't help but glance sideways at Garp, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He sighed softly. "Tisk. This is a bit of a big deal." After saying that, Kizaru's figure flashed, light particles scattered, and disappeared in the golden clouds in the sky. At the port, the wind picks up again. In the afterglow, only Garp was left standing alone in the ruins where the flames of war had not yet dissipated. The setting sun shines on his old back, like a broken bronze statue standing silently. Marineford Naval Headquarters Command Hall. "What did you say?" Sengoku suddenly stood up, his snow-white cape seemed to roll up angry waves, and the marshal's chair let out a low groan. The den mushi in his hand trembled and twisted due to the excessive force, as if it also sensed the coming emotional collapse. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Kizaru, unusually quiet, dropped his usual lazy tone and spoke sternly. Yes, Marshal. The incident occurred in the town of Rog. Vice Admiral Garp attacked and injured G5 Commodore Ion. The reason is to cover the evacuation of the Straw Hat Pirates. In an instant, the command hall fell into silence. What lay before Sengoku was a blatant institutional tearing apart. Vice Admiral Crane stood up, gently closing the intelligence in his hand, his eyes deep. Rog is right. The G5 now represents the direction of the new generation of Marines. Garb. She said slowly, he crossed the line. Sengoku didn't respond immediately. He walked to the front of the platform and watched the setting sun sink into the horizon. The golden light was stained with blood, like the whimpering of the sea. He exhaled slowly, as if for himself, but also for the entire Marine. Kizaru, returned to headquarters immediately. Garp, must come back and explain. The sadness that had not been seen in his eyes for a long time now reappeared. This incident cannot be treated as if it never happened. He lowered his head and replied, this day, has finally come. Sengoku's voice was as deep as a bell, the bell of the watershed has rung. Things are going to change. New World G5 flagship return route. The night was dark, and the warships swept across the waves like cloaks, cutting through the silence like a blade. At the bow of the flagship, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his windbreaker fluttering and his long hair billowing in the wind. His eyes were calm, yet so deep that they seemed to see through the stars, gazing at a future that no one knew. Ian stood half a step to his side, his expression complicated. Lord Rog, are you really all right with your injuries? She looked at the barely detectable bloodstain on his sleeve, her voice soft but concerned. Rog paused for a moment, then waved his hand calmly, just flesh and blood, it can't affect me. Then, Vice Admiral Garp. If he still remembers that he is a Marine, I will still call him a hero. If you don't remember, I will end him myself. The words fell like a knife, and Ian took a deep breath, but said no more. Rog looked at the distant sky. Under the stars was the sea in his heart that was about to stir up a storm. Free. He smiled coldly. In this ocean, no one has known the price of freedom for a long time. The Suhan fleet broke through the waves, its murderous intent lingering. The sea at this moment is no longer what it was a year ago. 2 days later, G5 branch, Tactical Council Room. The night is like a tide, and the Suhan army emblem shines brightly under the lights. Rog stood on the conference platform, his eyes stern and his tone unquestionable. Vice Admiral Garp personally injured one of my subordinates just to protect a group of low-level pirates who had just left East Blue. This isn't a matter of personal grudge, it's a matter of military discipline. Below, high-ranking officers such as Leiter, Enel, Luo, Shiryu, and Bin stood in silence with solemn expressions. Ian sat on the left, his arm bandaged. Although his face was pale, his eyes were as firm as ever. Rog looked around and said slowly. G5, the army is not built on personal relationships. If anyone touches one of us, we will overturn the entire sea behind him. Leiter, Enel, restart Impel Down training, Smoker, lead the team to complete the restoration of Rog Town and then rejoin G5, Ein, mobilize the intelligence network to monitor the Straw Hat Pirates' movements, I want to know who led them to become pirates step by step. Yes. The order was as firm as iron, and everyone withdrew and received their orders. Rog was left alone, sitting in front of the screen projecting a sea chart and the world government logo, muttering coldly. Since there are still people in this world who believe that justice can give way to bloodline and fantasy. He clenched his fist, and the air hummed and echoed. Then I will settle accounts with this world all over again. 2 days later, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, early morning. The sea breeze blew in the early morning, and Garp walked into the headquarters conference building in military uniform. In the hall, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were already waiting at the head, with Kizaru reclining on the side. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy as iron. Garb. Sengoku spoke calmly, holding Ein's injury report and the Straw Hat Pirates' wanted document in his hands. You injured Rog's men, and your reason was to protect your grandson. Garp was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. I have no regrets. But I admit that punch did cross the line. I didn't expect that boy would be so cruel. Crane sighed. Did you know that the entire G5 has designated you as a level 1 rebellion risk target? If something like this happens again, even if you're a marine hero, they'll personally enforce the rectification order. Sengoku said gravely, you should be thankful that Rog put up with you. But I won't clean up your mess a second time. You must choose between marine and family. Before your grandson gets too deeply involved, there's still a chance to pull him back. Garp was silent for a long time, looking at the rising sun outside the window. I know. Chapter 67. Marineford Naval Headquarters Supreme Strategy Conference Hall. The heavy metal door slowly closed, blocking out all sounds from the outside world. All the main forces of the top level of Marine are gathered together at this moment. Sengoku sat at the head seat, his expression calm but unable to hide the fatigue and stress between his brows. Below the long table, there are rows on both sides. On the left are the upright faction with the stern aura. Sakazuki, Rog, Enel, Red, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, are all staunch warhawks with sharp eyes. On the right are the conservatives, who are more restrained. Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji, Hwashaishin, Shitun, and others were silent, with different expressions. Sengoku spoke in a low voice. The primary topic of this meeting is the confrontation between Vice Admiral Rog and Vice Admiral Garp in Rog Town. Kizaru has brought back detailed information about the incident. Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki slapped the armrest, his face livid, and interrupted directly. Marshal, this still requires an investigation. A Marine Vice Admiral, in order to protect a group of low-level pirates, openly attacked and injured a Marine Commodore. He spoke word by word, his voice like the roar of a volcano. If this kind of behavior is not dealt with, what faith will there be within the Marine Corps from now on? The doves on the right showed a slight change in expression. Kizaru still had his eyes closed and pretended to sleep. Aokiji had a frown on his face, and Garp remained silent, only clenching his fists. Sengoku glanced at Garp, then at Rog, his eyes darkening slightly. Rog looked calm and said nothing, as if he was outside the storm. Enel crossed his arms, and beside him, Red sneered, if the boss hadn't stopped, that old man Garp would have collapsed long ago. Garp slowly raised his head and said in a low voice. I don't regret it. I did what I thought was right. Sakazuki sneered, his words sharp as a knife. The right thing is to let that straw-hatted monkey D. Luffy escape. You are not protecting freedom, you are protecting sin. The tension between the two sides suddenly rose. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze, and haki spread silently. Sengoku frowned and snapped. This matter must be determined. But it must be clear that the Rog incident was not an ordinary conflict. It affects the future of the entire ocean. Rog said calmly, qualification? What do you want to qualify? I just want to know, Garp, is he still a Marine? What's the meaning? Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy, Garp, do I need to clarify? Everyone present looked heavy-hearted. My soldiers are fighting bravely on the front lines every day, and you are shielding criminals out of personal feelings. Sengoku stared at Rog and said solemnly, the birth of the Revolutionary Army is part of the national civil unrest. Putting aside their identity as a revolutionary army, they are just ordinary people, they are not pirates. So they can stop me from capturing the pirates one by one or two. Father and son together. The conference room was silent as hell for a moment. Boom. Rog slowly stood up, his shoulder robe shaking, and a devastating conqueror's haki exploded like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire arena. The walls were cracked, the tables and chairs were shaking, and the air seemed to be crushed. Doberman, Flying Squirrel, and others on the left unconsciously put their hands on their weapons. Lightning flashed behind Enel, and Red grinned with a fighting spirit. It seemed that as long as Rog made a move, they would explode. On the right side, Hua Shaishan and the others' expressions suddenly changed, and Aokiji clenched his fist to block Garp. Marineford Naval Headquarters Training Academy. Under the scorching sun, commands rang out on the training ground as young Marines conducted combat drills in an orderly manner. But at this moment, in a high-rise building far away from the playground, an old man suddenly raised his head, his eyes like lightning. He was originally explaining the battle trajectory map to the instructor, one hand still holding the chalk, but the other hand instantly crushed the pointer in his hand. Conquerors. A familiar and frightening conqueror's haki instantly swept across the sky above the entire headquarters, tearing through the atmosphere like a tornado. This is Rog. Zephyr stood up suddenly, his face unusually serious, and with a flick of his sleeve, his cloak rolled up. Those bastards are actually going to fight. In the conference room. Teacher Zephyr. A trainee officer tried to step forward and ask, but was interrupted by his roar. You are not allowed to approach within 500 meters of the headquarters building. After saying that, he took a loud thumping step forward, and haki spread out from behind him like a mountain. The whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the main building. Marines along the way gave way and exclaimed. What happened? Teacher Zephyr's aura is terrifying. Zephyr ran away while muttering angrily, Sengoku, you old fox, you really dare to let them sit at the same table? Are you crazy? If those two keep fighting, today won't be a split, it will be a war. Enough. Sengoku suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his voice like thunder, shaking the entire conference hall. Are you really going to start a fight here? Fighting each other in the highest hall of power in the marine. Rog slowly withdrew his attack, but his voice remained cold. If this hall is harboring rebels, then I should indeed take action. I don't care who it is. His tone was as sharp as a knife, even if he was a hero. Garp's eyes finally moved for a moment, but he still said nothing. Sengoku took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the mountain. Rog, this is not the battlefield you're going to purge the pirates of. Sakazuki, however, was no longer hiding his anger. His voice was like a hammer. Garp, if you insist on personal feelings, then I will no longer respect you as a colleague. He turned to Sengoku and said, Marshal, if this kind of behavior continues to be unreliable, then from now on, will all Marines be able to release or kill people based on their personal feelings? If Garp is not guilty, then the entire system itself should be abolished. Sengoku's frown deepened. Rectification, is your justice. Garp finally spoke, his tone as heavy as the sea, and I've had enough of your justice. What I want to protect is not the criminals, but the future that I believe I deserve to live. He slowly looked at Rog. You kill hope piece by piece, and then talk about order. It's a shame you don't even know what freedom is. Bang! Rog's right hand suddenly fell and hit the table hard, and the air instantly shook like waves. What are you talking about? Isn't it because he is your grandson? I don't understand. He slowly stood up, his eyes sharp as a blade, his tone low but oppressive. I've seen countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the deepest parts of the ocean. How those pirates who shouted dreams pushed civilians, soldiers, and children into the abyss. Did I give those BD pirates a chance? I certainly didn't. I will not tolerate any kind of freedom that comes at the cost of other people's lives. He looked at Garp and said, every word was like thunder. If you indulge once, there will be a second time. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you. Garp's face darkened upon hearing this, as if he was about to attack. The air suddenly became tense. At this tense moment, the air was heavy and the thunderous roar of enough was still echoing on the walls. Sengoku stood in the center of the long conference table, his body towering, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his eyes as cold as a knife. He delivered his judgment word by word, as if personally carving out the new era's rules for the massive marine organization. No marine may harbor, assist, or shield wanted criminals for personal reasons. Violators will be referred to the Department of Justice for adjudication. Regardless of rank, regardless of status. Even if it's a marine hero. You could hear a pin drop in the conference room. The upright faction on the left was silently shaken. Red pursed his lips. Although Enel had no expression on his face, lightning flashed between his fingers. Doberman nodded slightly, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The dove on the right remained silent. Kizaru raised his eyelids slightly, but ultimately did not break the silence. Aokiji looked at the table with a complicated expression, lowered his head, gritted his teeth and said nothing. Garp remained seated, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, veins bulging on his forehead. Sakazuki snorted coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes still undiminished. Rog stood there, his eyes as cold as an icy cliff. "I don't care who you are," he whispered, his voice sinking to the bottom of the sea, yet it weighed on everyone's heart. "Anyone who dares to stand in the way of justice will pay the price." He glanced at Sengoku and said something ambiguous. "Since you have set the rules, don't forget how certain people should enforce them." Sengoku did not respond. He simply sat back down in his seat, closed his eyes, and spoke the final words of today's meeting in a deep voice. "This meeting ends here. Everyone returns to their duties. Hopefully, you all still remember why you wear this uniform." The moment he opened his eyes, everyone stood up and filed out in silence. The door slowly opened, and sunlight poured in from the sky. But everyone knows that this is the coldest ray of light. Outdoor corridor of conference room. The rectification faction left first. Rog walked in front, his steps firm and his momentum undiminished. Sakazuki followed slowly and whispered, "You're not hurt, Rog." Rog responded calmly, "Don't worry, uncle, he is not qualified to hurt me." But he managed to hold it in. "I guess Sengoku brainwashed him a lot." Enel snorted, glanced towards the conference room, and sneered, "Damn old stubborn man, still talking about the future." And on the other side, Garp stood alone in the sun, his back as heavy as a mountain. He didn't talk to anyone, but just looked at the endless blue sea in the distance with a sad and determined expression. Kizaru leaned against the side of the corridor, his hands in his pockets, the smile on his lips completely disappeared, and he murmured, "This marine is becoming less and less like a home." Aokiji stood beside him, speechless for a long time. Chapter 68. Marineford Main Building Strategic Passage. The Sengoku meeting had just ended, and the Suhan faction slowly left the room, but the atmosphere remained, oppressive like a cold wave. Sakazuki, Rog, Lighter, and Enel walked side by side, preparing to go to Sakazuki's office to continue discussing the subsequent deployment. "Boss, that look just now, it almost brought the roof down." Lei Te rubbed his shoulders. Even though the meeting was over, his back was still drenched in sweat. "If you had been a second later, I would have thought you were going to use the conference table as a sandbag. Are you afraid?" Enel carried the golden stick on his back, the corner of his mouth curled up. "I think you were almost going to jump out and give old man Garp a domineering iron head attack." FKU, Red kicked his boots. "I call this my life-saving instinct, understand?" Just as the two were arguing, a gust of wind swept through the corridor. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the other side of the corridor. You guys finally came out." An old but majestic voice was heard, and everyone turned around to see Zephyr striding towards them with a serious expression on his face. He was wearing a military training windbreaker, and the gold pattern on the cuffs was still shining. He took a closer look at the few people and saw that no one was injured and their clothes were intact. He then breathed a sigh of relief. I just sensed the Haki outbreak from afar in the teaching building and thought you were really fighting in the conference room. Zephyr panted, slapped Rog on the shoulder, and cursed with a smile. You little brat, do you want to scare me, your teacher, to death? Rog tilted his head and smiled faintly. Just as he was about to respond, Lei Te added a stab in a mean manner. The boss said that the old man was too patient. He thought he could provoke him, but he actually just sat there. Zephyr's arm that was patting his shoulder froze, and the smile on his face froze. Half a second later, it turned into a roaring palm strike. Bang! You little BD! Do you really want to overturn this headquarters? Zephyr cursed and laughed as he slapped Rog hard on the back of the head. Rog coughed, but didn't hide. He let him finish the shot before turning around helplessly. It wasn't me, he provoked me first. I don't care who comes first or last. Zephyr scolded him again, but there was a hint of unconcealable relief in his eyes. He looked at the boy in front of him who he had slapped into the training pillar in the past. Now he was angrily confronting Garp in the conference hall and forcing everyone to bow down. Although he scolded him, he already felt a complex sense of relief and sigh in his heart. Zephyr returned to Sakazuki's office with the four of them. Sakazuki office. Sakazuki sat leaning against his desk, his cloak still on, the lava flowing slowly beside him. Seeing several people come in and sit down, he raised his eyes and gestured, whispering, "What are you going to do next?" Rog brushed off the dust and sat down with a cold look. Sengoku has made his statement, the law is established. It would be best if, Rog said slowly, just follow Sengoku's order. Any marine who harbors, aids, or condones the pirates will be eliminated, regardless of their status. From headquarters, branches, and front lines, peel off the skin step by step. He paused and added in a cold voice. Next time anyone dares to stand before me and stop the pirates, I will not hold back. Zephyr's brow trembled slightly when he heard this, and his fingers slowly tightened, and he fell into a brief silence. A breeze blew in from the window, and in it, he seemed to see the passionate days when he, Garp, and Sengoku had just joined the headquarters. But, that justice seemed to have been torn to pieces by the word era without anyone noticing. After a while, he whispered, I remember he wasn't like this before. Back when Sengoku, him, and I were still fighting for justice with celestial dragons with our fists. Zephyr murmured, he always said he believed in human freedom. But now, what he believes in is no longer freedom, but obsession. He looked up at Rog, if one day, he really stands against Marine. He didn't finish his words, but just sighed softly, I won't stop you. Rai. Don't be like me, and don't be like Garp. You need to be someone who can calm the ocean without relying on anyone else. Sakazuki looked up and nodded. That's exactly why I kept him in Marine. The sound of wind passed over the windowsill and blew beside the five people. The wind on the sea is quietly changing direction. There was silence in the air for 2 breaths. Sakazuki muttered, we've come this far. There's no turning back. Have CP0 send us a list of those who have recently collaborated with the enemy within the Marine Corps. Rectify it, from top to bottom, and start comprehensively. 3 days later, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto Sengoku's broad shoulders, adding a golden edge to his slightly heavy figure. He stood in front of the window, holding a thick stack of the latest intelligence in his hands, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, as if he was suffocating under the pressure of the densely packed words on the pages. He flipped through the pages one by one. The densely packed names on the intelligence were marked with red circles. Some were marked under investigation and some were stamped with transferred to the Department of Justice. These names, once the backbone of Marine, have now become targets of liquidation. Rear Admiral, the treasurer of G2 branch, was arrested for secretly assisting underground arms smuggling. The G8 tactical advisor was found to have tipped off the Whitebeard pirates. A certain commander of the headquarters has long-term financial dealings with the Shishibukai envoy. The clean, ruthless purges came like hammers, shattering the long-standing false peace and tranquility within Marine. The darkness that was once covered up is now ruthlessly exposed in broad daylight. Sengoku sighed softly, a hint of fatigue in his tone. I knew this would shake up the entire system, but I didn't expect them to move so quickly. The Vice Admiral standing nearby nodded slightly, his voice calm but firm. It's a little fast, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. She paused briefly, a cold look in her eyes. The longer it drags on, the more people will become accustomed to compromise. The only ones who remain are those who can truly shoulder the responsibility of justice. Sengoku was silent for a moment, his eyes cast towards the distant southwest where the sky was gradually fading into night, as if he was searching for something in that endless darkness. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, "Where's Garp?" Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. He retrieved the Straw Hat Pirates' information from the intelligence department and set off on his own. Sengoku was startled, his brows furrowed slightly. He went to find them. He nodded slightly and said nothing more. She knew that Garp's decisions were never made lightly. He went alone, perhaps to find answers, or perhaps out of some kind of responsibility. Sengoku lowered his head, staring at the document cover on the table, which was dyed red by the scorching sun. After a long moment, he murmured, "I hope everything goes well." His voice was low, with a barely perceptible hint of worry. The night wind gradually picked up outside the window, bringing a hint of coolness, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. The whole marine fort seemed to have entered the deepest silence before the storm, with only the sound of waves hitting the rocks in the distance being particularly clear. However, the marine sky has been torn apart by the solemn thunder, and a storm is about to sweep across the entire world. In this storm, the boundary between justice and evil will become clearer, and those souls that have been eroded by darkness will have nowhere to hide. Chapter 69. New World G5 Branch Main Building Operations Command Room. Even as night fell, the tactical hall was still brightly lit. A giant light screen displayed the latest nautical charts and cross-analysis of the enemy situation. Reports from various rectification teams at sea, feedback from Impel Down training, and internal military surveillance intelligence were continuously sent to the main console. Rog sat alone in the main seat, flipping through the latest purge report list with his fingertips. Shiryu personally led the Impel Down Level 6 training, and 3 teams have already completed the Baptism of Death camp and successfully defeated the death row prisoners and survived, reaching the level of hunting supernovas. The rectification plan is being carried out at a steady pace. Bang! The door was pushed open and a capable figure walked in quickly. It was Anne, with a frown on his face, a stack of information in his hand, and a serious expression on his face. "Lord Rog." She stopped and saluted, her tone calm but with a hint of complexity. "Just received an intelligence report from Marine Ford. Vice Admiral Garp sailed alone this afternoon, heading towards the East Blue Ground Line junction. Their purpose is most likely to track the movements of the Straw Hat Pirates." After hearing this, Rog frowned, his expression remained cold, and he said calmly, "Don't worry about it." Ain was slightly startled, "Aren't you going to follow up on the surveillance?" Rog lowered his head and continued to review the intelligence, his tone calm but with a hint of sarcasm. If the Garp family could be persuaded to walk the right path, then Marine's wanted list would have been cleared long ago. His son is the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson keeps shouting about becoming the Pirate King. His entire family is the seed of the struggle against world justice. Do you think he is truly awake this time? He slowly closed the folder, his eyes as cold as ever. Notify the intelligence department and arrange some information, let him experience it for himself. Tell him clearly, the reason his grandson chose the path of pirates is because red-haired Shanks handed the straw hat to him personally, and even today he is still secretly pushing him to that point. Since he likes his family, let him see how his family is being used as pawns. Ain was silent for 2 seconds, then replied softly, "Understood." She turned and left with a quick and decisive step. At this moment, the entire combat command room fell silent again, with only Rog left, sitting with his back to the light screen, his expression hidden in the semi-light and semi-darkness. He looked out the window at the starless night sky, his eyes deep, and whispered slowly. "Even though so many preparations have been made. Even if I cleared countless variables in advance and destroyed the East Blue Pirates ecosystem, you should still embark on this path. Monkey D. Luffy." He reached out and took out a specially made black gold communicator from inside his uniform, and whispered an order. "Connect to the World Government CP0 secret channel." Click. The insect pattern made a slight sound, and a cold, mechanical voice came from the other end. "Channel open. CP0 special level authorization verification in progress. Identity confirmed. Target channel available. Transfer all CP9 personnel to G5 immediately." Rog's voice was low and firm, "There's something to arrange for them." During the conversation, CP0's response was like a cold iron knock. "Order received. All CP9 members will arrive at G5 within 3 days. The night is as dark as ink, and a cold wind is about to rise." 3 days later, New World G5 branch. The cold wind brought up the sound of the sea tide. The iron and stone in the training ground were embedded in the ground, and the solemn and murderous intention penetrated into the bones and blood. Even with the sun shining brightly in the sky, it still couldn't dispel the cold and stern pressure condensed in this fortress forged by the military spirit. Today is different. A small team brought by the special airship Dark Raven quietly landed at the G5 airport. There was no marking on the exterior, but the moment the cabin was raised, the discipline squadron immediately set up an outer cordon. Leading the charge was none other than CP9's operations officer Rob Lucci, known as the Killing Weapon. He was wearing a black suit with gold patterns, and perched on his shoulder was the red-eyed Snowcrow Headley. Behind him are Keiku, Bluno, Jabra, Yudari, Khalifa, Fakura, all the original members of CP9. But this strongest assassination team, which has long been used as a black weapon by the world government, showed a rare stagnation and fear in their eyes when they stood at the gate of the G5 base for the first time. Nothing else. The sounds of drills, orders to kill, and commands for iron-blooded tactics coming from across the steel walls of the base were like sharp blades pressing against the neck. Keiku chuckled dryly. "They suddenly sent us to this place of rectification. Could it be some plan to use us as experimental subjects? I heard that this Suinlin is not a big shot who likes to show favoritism." Khalifa frowned, his eyes alert. "Don't be such a pessimist, Keiku. You deserve a beating for saying such nonsense." Rob Lucci did not respond, but just looked at the G5 soldiers standing guard in the distance. Those corps members wearing heavy armor and holding sea stone equipment, each of them carried a murderous aura like a dog butcher at sea. "This place is more like a battlefield than a base." Hadley hummed softly, and Lucci narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Since you're here, don't be afraid." 3 minutes later, G5 branch special warfare training field. The cold wave has not subsided, and the murderous intent is as fierce as frost. This training ground was rebuilt by Impel Down Rain Shiryu himself, its structure reshaped based on the combat data of Level 6 death row prisoners. The dark red stone slabs still retain traces of slash marks and ablation. After all CP9 members arrived, they stepped into the G5 headquarters for the first time. As soon as they entered the training ground, they instinctively restrained their breath. The atmosphere here doesn't seem like a marine base at all. Khalifa frowned and whispered. "It's like a battlefield, and also like an execution ground." Bluno added in a deep voice. It's even more depressing than the CP training tower. Keiku glanced at the warning sign hanging in the corner and couldn't help swallowing. And at this moment, 3 figures walked out from the other side of the training ground, their steps in unison and their momentum like a raging tide. The leader was none other than G5 branch chief, Suinlin Rog, whose aura was as powerful as wind pressure. On his left is Ret, who is full of fighting spirit and like a wild beast. On his right is Enel, who is surrounded by lightning and is as cold as a god. Before the 3 of them spoke, everyone in CP9 felt their spines tighten. Even Rob Lucci, a seasoned assassin, was on edge. He knew that the 3 people in front of him were not simply powerful, but were truly dominant individuals on the battlefield. Rog paused, his eyes swept over everyone calmly, and he said lightly. Some of you think coming to G5 is a punishment, while others think it's a test. They're all wrong. I called you here to prevent you from causing irreversible consequences in the future. Everyone in CP9 was stunned. Khalifa couldn't help but whisper, consequences. Lei Te chuckled, for example, you were dragged away by a group of noob pirates to use the plot and beaten into a background board. Enel was even more blunt, don't let the situation escalate when you're facing a newly launched low-end pirates and have to rely on them to actively let you go. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Lucci said in a deep voice, are you doubting CP9's combat effectiveness? Rog looked at him and laughed instead of getting angry. I don't doubt your fighting ability. I doubt your execution ability. His tone was as calm as water, but every word was like a hammer hitting my heart. According to intelligence, you were clearly trained as assassins, yet you frequently engaged in conversations and observations during combat, enjoying verifying deductions. Suppose one day you are not facing ordinary pirates, but a new pirate group with unclear goals, confusing routes, and unknown crew abilities. You guys, are you going to get rid of them? Or should we just let them fight their way through an ice lobby? The air suddenly became silent. Liu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, what do you want to say? I'm preparing for the future, Rog replied calmly. I'm not going to wait for a mistake to happen, I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen. So from now on, you will undergo a week-long G5 style practical training. Key training item, stop using iron body to block other people's finishing moves. This sentence made everyone in CP9 look dark. Lei Te laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, the boss is so cruel, I am embarrassed to laugh. Enel peeled some dried fruit while finishing off the enemy, if something goes wrong, I wonder if you guys will still be able to stand firm. Khalifa said angrily, we are not here to be humiliated. Rog turned around and said lightly. If you think this is a humiliation, then you should really stay. This ocean will no longer be left to actors, but only to executors. His back was stern, while Ret and Enel stayed behind to face the CP9 members. Lighter grinned, welcome to hell. Enel added, I hope you don't use iron body to block my thunder. Only CP9 members were left in silence. There was a gleam in Lucci's eyes, and Hadley on his shoulder suddenly hummed softly. He finally spoke, let's start. Keiku, Khalifa, Bluno, and the others nodded slowly, and no one backed down. They know. This week will determine whether they are agents or hounds. What Rog gave them was not punishment, but opportunity. It's just an opportunity that requires life in exchange. Chapter 70. G5 Branch Training Field Noon. The sun was high in the sky, the air felt like iron, and dust and smoke were swirling in the center of the training ground. All 7 members of CP9 Rob Lucci, Keiku, Khalifa, Jabra, Bluno, Fakura, and Kudari spread out and formed a battle formation, the atmosphere heavy with emotion. Nero is a noob and a newcomer who joined after the N-Ice lobby incident, so I'm too lazy to write about him. I'll find a chance to kill that idiot Spondum later. CP9 will only have 7 members in the future. Across from them were Lighter and Enel, standing side by side, utterly fearless. Advantage in numbers. But the murderous aura can't suppress them at all. Fukuro whispered through gritted teeth. Keiku clenched his swords tightly, veins popping out on his forehead. This doesn't feel like training, it feels like execution. And the next second, Red grinned and tiptoed. Get started, weaklings. He turned into a black shadow and charged forward, causing the stone slabs on the ground to explode inch by inch. Thunder explosion. Enel turned into lightning and soared into the air. His magic wand drew a lightning arc of dozens of meters in the air, sweeping down like an overwhelming force. Dispersion. At Lucci's command, the 7 members of CP9 immediately dispersed and evaded. Fukura and Kyujitsu took off to detect, Bluno opened the door space to jump to support, Khalifa and Keiku counterattacked to suppress Red's flank, and Jabra attacked instantly. Finger pistol broken wind rift. Tempest kick alba blade. Shave, 6 style continuous thrust. The 3 of them attacked Red from 3 directions at the same time. Boom. Red crushed the ground with 1 foot, his armed color surged, and his fists hit the 3-line killing moves. The air vibrated like thunder. Ha ha ha. Red roared, turned his body suddenly, and swept his elbows across. Shattered sky, double collapse. Khalifa and Keiku were directly thrown more than 10 meters away, rolled on the ground, and blood oozed from their mouths. Jabra gritted his teeth, iron body. The next moment. Bang! Red hit Jabra's chest with both fists. You really dare to use iron body to block my moves? Click! The sound of bones breaking shook the whole audience. Jabra flew backwards and broke the wall of the training ground, his breastplate shattered and blood vomited. If you block it again, you will die. Red shouted loudly. In the air. Enel turned into lightning and attacked suddenly, catching up with Bluno in an instant. Do you think space jump is effective against thunder speed? Thunderstorms, spiral fall. Iron body. Bluno subconsciously sealed himself. Boom. Thunder and lightning filled Bluno's body like a dragon, and his whole body shook violently. He flew backwards and fell to the ground. After rolling several times, he collapsed on the ground, spewing black smoke from his mouth. Fukura and Kyujitori suddenly attacked from the air, and Enel's lightning explosion suddenly blew them away. Enel landed slowly and glanced at the others coldly. Who's next going to iron body block my divine judgment? The air was silent for 3 seconds. These 2 lunatics. 2 people, pressing down 7 people, pressing them hard. Keiku's face was covered in cold sweat. It's impossible to predict, they completely control our attack rhythm. Khalifa whispered between breaths. Calm down. Lucci took a deep breath and Hadley growled. He finally moved. 6 King's Spear, Lion Bite. Lucci suddenly transformed into a leopard and rushed forward, his punches as powerful as a mountain. Just as Lighter was about to attack, he was blocked by Enel's staff covered with lightning patterns. The 2 stood side by side in tacit understanding, their steps in unison, their auras overlapping and intertwined. God-slaying thunder, break. Sky-breaking style, collapse. Both fists were thrown out, lightning and fist wind burst out at the same time. Lucci's attack was forcibly blocked, thunder rumbled in the air, and he was knocked down by the double attack, raising a cloud of dust. Enel sneered. I know you're the top of CP9, but don't talk about you. Lei Te sneered and continued. 7 of you wouldn't be enough for us to practice boxing with. The outcome of the battle is no longer in doubt. All members of CP9 were injured instantly, but although Red and Enel had traces of sweat, their breath was not disordered and their fighting spirit was undiminished. Enel's eyes were stern. I'll give you 1 day to recover. From tomorrow on, anyone who uses iron body to block my thunder again. Lei Te grinned and said, I'll show you what Purgatory Day Enhanced Edition means. The sideline recorder was so scared that he didn't dare to blink. This is not training. This is the declaration of the Suhan army, don't use the old tactics to face the new world anymore. All killers who do not evolve will eventually die under the blade of the times. G5 Branch Head's office. Rog had just returned to his seat and was about to look through the desert route information when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. The next second, the air trembled slightly. In the direction of the training ground in the distance, the fighting aura released by both Red and Enel was like thunder and lightning, directly penetrating the martial arts barrier and entering the perception of observation haki. It's over so soon. Rog whispered to himself. He leaned lazily against the back of his chair, tapped the armrest twice with his fingertips, but there was helplessness on his face. Those idiots, really used Iron Body to block it again. He shook his head and smiled, as if he could have expected that several members of CP9 would be beaten until their mouths were bleeding but still refused to accept it. It's a good thing I pulled you guys over here, otherwise you'd really get beaten up by a bunch of brats in NICE lobby one day. That would be really unpleasant. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the sea line in the direction of New World. The image of the Straw Hat Pirates' fearless smiling faces under their tattered hats appeared in his mind. Calculating the time, we should be almost at Alabasta. After pondering for a few seconds, he reached out and pressed a red copper button on the corner of the table. An exclusive Den Mushi with a white cape pattern crawled online with a click. Rog said lightly. CP0, have your informant in the desert connect the Den Mushi to Crocodile. The other party was stunned. Yes, Rog Vice Admiral, complete the tangent in 3 minutes. Alabasta Rainland Mirage Casino President's Office. Amidst the thick cigar smoke, Crocodile sat alone on a heavy leather sofa, a cigar with a golden snake pattern between his fingers, and with his other hand he was flipping through the dispatch information from Baroque Works. The unrest in Alabasta should move on to the second phase, but something doesn't feel right. Beep beep beep. The Den Mushi rang. He frowned and pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Sand Crocodile. A very familiar voice that made his hair stand on end slowly rang out from the insect shell. I'm Rog. Bang. Crocodile dropped the cigar in his hand and sat up straight in an instant. His whole body was tense, and even the scars on his body were aching slightly. Rog Vice Admiral. What are the instructions for this call? He tried to sound calm, but his voice was trembling slightly. On the other end of the phone, Rog spoke slowly and calmly, with an unquestionable calmness and oppression. Nothing. Just a reminder. Next, be serious. If you, the great Shishibukai, were defeated by a bunch of unknown little pirates, I'll come over here myself and screw your head off. By then, you won't even be able to blow out smoke from that mouth of yours. As soon as the words fell, the Den Mushi was hung up with a click. The air seemed to stagnate for 2 seconds. Crocodile's face turned pale, veins on his forehead throbbing. He slowly lowered his head and stared at the hung-up Den Mushi, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. A group of unknown little pirates. He slammed the tabletop with his palm, smashing it, and yelled, "How disrespectful of me!" Right at this moment. Beep, the Den Mushi rang again. He picked up the Den Mushi on the ground and answered it with gritted teeth. What's up? A trembling voice of an intelligence member came from the Den Mushi. Boss. I just received news that Mr. 3 failed his mission at Little Garden. He was defeated by a group of pirates. Bang. The entire Den Mushi was almost crushed on the spot by Crocodile. His face was as black as charcoal, and he gritted his teeth and roared. Here it comes, the damn prophetic taunt is coming. Hurry up and find out where those bugs came from. I'm going to strangle them all myself. There was a slight sound of wind. Rog gently closed the window, his eyes calm, as if he had seen through the bloody storm that was about to break out in the sea of sand. Alabasta, I can only say that we should prepare for both situations. He slowly sat back at the table and flipped open a file page. The title on the top was clear. Straw Hat Pirates, initial ability profiles of all members. Glance passed by. Luffy Zoro Nami Usopp Sanji. His tone was calm, but with a hint of sarcasm. The freest beginning is also the easiest point to end. Look at how far this F-ed up world can help you. Chapter 71. Grand Line Winter Island, former Drum Kingdom, now border forest of Sakura Flower Kingdom. The howling wind and snow cut through the air like a knife, the sky was grey, and the cold wave was like a ferocious beast. The Straw Hat Pirates' ship, the Mary, forced its way ashore. Nami huddled on the deck, her face flushed, her body temperature rising, and even her voice becoming weak. So cold. Nami. Usopp rushed forward to support her, shouting anxiously. Sanji. Luffy turned around and yelled, hurry and get her down and find a doctor. Sanji gritted his teeth and nodded, then he picked up Nami and the three of them stumbled into the snow forest. Soon, the sound of footsteps on the snow came from afar. More than 10 soldiers armed with spears and wearing snow-covered uniforms emerged from the fog. The leader was Dalton, the former captain of the palace guards and now the new administrator of the Sakura Flower Kingdom. He glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates and frowned. Pirates! He muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on Nami's pale face behind him. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he still gave the order decisively. No entry. No matter who you are, the kingdom has issued a clear order, no assistance will be provided to the pirates. Please return to the coast immediately. She can't hold on any longer. Luffy roared, his fists clenched and cracked. Let us through. Sanji growled, exerting a little force with his feet, obviously trying to force his way through. Clang! Zoro stepped in front of the two and stopped them. Calm down, he muttered through gritted teeth, if we force our way in, it will only cause more harm to Nami. And have you forgotten where we are now? This is a country within the G5's borders. It's normal for them to be disgusted with pirates. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately raised their guns and nervously opened up their defense line. Just when the atmosphere was tense and on the verge of exploding. Wait, wait! A sound of breaking wind came from the side path of the forest, and a strange creature with a blue nose, antlers, and a fur cloak rushed out in a hurry, carrying a large cloth bag for collecting herbs behind it. Is she a patient? Everyone was startled and turned to look at this strange creature. Can I save her? It stammered, its voice timid, but it didn't move. Chopper. Dalton recognized him immediately and was extremely surprised. What are you doing here? Have you forgotten what Dr. Kulha said? Times have changed. We can't just save those kinds of people. But, she's really dying. Chopper lowered his head, his voice soft but firm, I can't watch her die. Usopp's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he immediately stepped forward to incite him. Yet, we're not bad guys after all. I'm a brave warrior with 80 million men under my command, and this is just my little brother's sister. No, she's my important partner. We are peace missionaries going to save the kingdom. Don't talk nonsense. Sanji kicked Usopp away. Chopper looked at Nami's increasingly rapid breathing and finally gritted his teeth. I want to take her back for treatment. Soon Alpine Snow House Healer's Castle. Dr. Kulha was leaning against an old rattan chair, drinking and flipping through an ancient pharmacopoeia. Suddenly, he heard a report from his servant and raised his eyebrow slightly. Oh? That stupid little dear couldn't help himself after all. I warned him. She put down her wine glass, looked at the blue shadow breaking through the snow in the distance, and sighed. Are you that persistent, Chopper? Do we have to go that way? The sea is different now. The north wind howled and the cold snow fell, as if the whole mountain was sleeping in ice. Luffy and Sanji almost dragged their broken bodies to carry Nami, who had a high fever, all the way up the steep mountain path. The two men were already on the verge of collapse, but their pace never stopped. Nami, hold on a little longer, the castle of that witch is just ahead. Luffy said, gritting his teeth, his sweat and snow water already blending into one. If this woman dares to say she's incurable again. Sanji's face was cold as he smashed the ice in front of the city gate with one punch. I'll let her taste the power of the head kick. At this moment, the door creaked open, and a tall, thin figure stood inside. He was wearing a white cotton robe, a thick scarf, a wine jug in his hand, and a monocle on his back. Which Dr. Kulha appears? She glanced at the three of them, then glanced at Nami in her arms, and snorted softly. Well, it takes some perseverance to be able to climb up here. You are not hopelessly stupid. As she spoke, she took Nami from Sanji's arms and walked into the inner hall, but, don't trespass into my bedroom. Sanji was stunned. So, you agree? Luffy sat down in the snow, finally breathing a sigh of relief, and grinned like a fool. Late night Doctor's Tower Hearthfire Greenhouse. Chopper watched from behind the stair railing. He should have obediently stayed in the underground pharmacy to sort out the herbs, but ever since he saw that group of humans who were clearly pirates but were working hard for the patients, something in his heart that had long been broken was quietly pieced together. Chopper, a voice interrupted him. Chopper turned around suddenly and saw Luffy, holding the freshly cooked meat and bone soup. You like medicine, don't you? Yeah. Chopper lowered his head and nodded slightly. Then come out to sea with us. There are many places on the sea where sick people can't find doctors. You are so capable, you will definitely be able to save many people. Chopper froze, his eyes reddening slightly and his long nose trembling uncontrollably. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm a reindeer, a monster, and I was banished by the Icelanders. Luffy smiled, his sunny smile dazzlingly warm in the glow of the fireplace. Isn't that even better? There are monsters on the ship, a cook, a liar, a swordsman, and a navigator. Now if we have a doctor monster, it will be perfect. Chopper finally burst into tears after holding back for so long. I'm not a monster, I'm a doctor. The next day, the healer's tower, and the departure. The morning light was shining, and the Straw Hat Pirates were ready to go. Chopper was holding a small bag and standing next to Luffy with an excited look on his face. Let's go out to sea. Hey! You dear! You're just leaving like that? From above the tower, Kulha's furious roar could be heard. Chopper was stunned and turned around to shout, Dr. Doriel, thank you. You idiot! Don't you dare call me by my name! You idiot, idiot, idiot! Dr. Kulha flung open the skylight and carried out a pile of bazookas, javelins, hammers, darts, and parachutes. Get away from me! Swish, 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 swish. A flaming shadow fell from the sky, almost brushing past the faces of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Each attack could have easily hit the target, but they only grazed the ends of hair and the edges of clothes, with such precision that it was chilling. Hey, hey, hey! You did it on purpose! You did it on purpose! Usopp covered his head and ran away. Is she really angry? Or is she saying goodbye? Chopper was so scared that his legs were shaking. Luffy turned around and laughed, she was trying to cheer you on. What a nice person! Inside the tower, Dr. Kulha took back the last dagger in his hand and looked at the figure leaving the mountain quietly for a long time. Finally, she slowly turned around and walked into the study. Chopper, your fate has already changed. I hope the favor I showed you before can save your life in this storm. Take out the Den Mushi and shoot it at Marine G5. Sakura flowers have fallen to the ground, and the snow has become a mountain. Chapter 72. Alabasta Southern Border Desert Entrance. The setting sun dyed the golden sand sea blood red. The group walked to the edge of the oasis to rest and rehydrate. Vivi took off her headscarf, her face showing an anxious expression. Finally, she whispered. I can't hide it anymore. Everyone turned to look at her. She took a deep breath and finally said. I am not an ordinary traveler. I am Nefertiti Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. And the purpose of my return is to prevent a civil war that could destroy the entire country. The atmosphere froze in an instant. The initiator is none other than Crocodile, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. Her voice trembled slightly. He entered Alabasta as a hero, but secretly controlled the Baroque works. By spreading desert spice, inciting riots, and manipulating intelligence, he stirred up distrust among the people towards the royal family, leading the entire country to collapse. Nami gasped. Usopp's mouth opened wide enough to fit a watermelon, and even Zoro raised a brow. Crocodile is a government-certified Shishibukai. Sanji said gravely, the government won't care about him. They only look at the results. Vivi's eyes dimmed. And on the surface, he has brought stability to the country. I see. Luffy stood up, brushed the sand off his butt, and smiled freely, then let's just beat that guy down. Everyone. Alabasta, the Rain City, at the city gate. As night fell, the Straw Hat Pirates sneaked into the city from the sandy path. The group dispersed and before they could settle down, they were surrounded by the rebels at the entrance of an alley. Stop! Identify yourself! Vivi took off her hood and shouted. I'm Vivi. The Princess of Alabasta. I want to see Kosha. There was a commotion, and Kosha arrived in armor, his eyes cold. After a while, he said in a deep voice. You dare to come back? Vivi gritted her teeth. Kosa, you have to listen to me. The war is not what you think, it is Crocodile who is manipulating. You think I don't know he's suspicious? Kosha interrupted her, his eyes filled with hidden anger and sadness. But you want me to tell the people of this country that their hero is a conspirator. During the years he's been here, he's wiped out bandits, pacified the border residents, and restored trade in the desert. The people trust him more than your father. Vivi was speechless for a moment. What she didn't know was that everything had changed since Crocodile met Rog in the New World and was warned. That person's murderous aura and oppression made him understand. Unless he is ready to die completely in the sand, otherwise, he can only pretend to be a good guy in Alabasta. He did not dare to act rashly to manipulate the country, but quietly sought another goal. Pluton's clue. Rain City UN Building Basement Hall. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji sneak into the Rain Banquet. In the gorgeous yet strange hall, a passage with a strong-armed atmosphere is hidden under the water curtain. Baroque Works headquarters. Zoro whispered. Just then. Click. Suddenly, a faint, distorted sound came from under their feet. You are too noisy. A female voice sounded elegantly. Just as the 3 of them reacted, bundles of pale arms were wrapped around their backs. Robin sat at the top of the stairs, expressionless. My name is Nico Robin, you can call me Miss All Sunday. Her flower fruit ability locked down all 3 of them, but she suddenly slowed down her strength at the critical moment. You guys, it's too early. However, the next second, a heavy and violent aura suddenly emerged from deep underground. Click! The water curtain shattered, and the underground sand-sealed hall suddenly shook. An aura as thick as a howling sandstorm rolled in from the depths. Crocodile! His black cloak fluttered, his golden claws gleamed with a cold light as he slowly walked into the hall. His hawk-like eyes swept over the 3 invaders in the field, his brows full of contempt and murderous intent. Straw Hat, kid! His voice was as low and hoarse as wind-dried gravel, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. So it's you. Tisk, this really shows me the spirit of the unknown pirates. The biting and cold voice from a few days ago emerged in his mind. If you are defeated by a group of unknown pirates, I will personally deal with you. Rog's warning is still ringing in my ears, and the enemy in front of me now is actually this group of yellow-haired devils? A feeling of shame washed over me. Robin, let them go. Crocodile whispered. Robin's eyes changed slightly, as if he wanted to say something. I want to show them the price of challenging a hero. Crocodile took a step forward, and Haki was like a gust of wind and sand pressing down on his head, as if the entire hall had become dry and heavy. Robin raised his arm, and the power of the fruit was released. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rolled to the ground, barely stabilizing themselves. Ahem, you really don't give me face. Sanji frowned and stood up. Zoro drew his knife, his eyes stern. This aura is not easy to deal with. Luffy clenched his fists. You're Crocodile? Great. I'm here to knock you away. Before he could finish his words, Crocodile's figure had already twisted and disappeared into the air, turning into yellow sand. Next moment, Desert Diamond Blade pierced through. The ground suddenly exploded, and a huge sand blade slashed out from the ground. Luffy barely dodged it, but was swept 10 meters away by the aftermath of the tail, hitting the stone pillar and coughing up blood. Quicksand Scythe. He raised his hand and waved it, and the sand flow condensed into multiple spinning sickle blades, sweeping towards Sanji and Zoro rapidly. Sanji leaps up and spins and kicks. Head meat kick. But after kicking it, he found that Crocodile had no substance. Sand fruit, physical attacks are ineffective. Sanji's eyes darkened. Idiot! Crocodile snorted coldly, dust rising behind him. A mere scrap that can't even use Haki dares to challenge Shishibukai. The next second, the hook flashed with black light, clearly wrapping around armament Haki. Sand prison, deep devouring slash. Bang! Sanji's right arm was hit and paralyzed instantly, and was swept into the stone wall by the sand waves. Zoro immediately drew his sword to counterattack, but was pushed back step by Haki's strong pressure. A sand shock struck him and sent him flying half a pillar high. Luffy rushed forward again, swinging his rubber fist violently. Rubber machine gun. Stop it! But Crocodile turned into sand and flashed over, and a sandstorm hook penetrated Luffy's abdomen. Under the impact of Haki, blood splattered. Straw Hat Kid, you haven't even learned the basics yet, and you dare to touch me. Crocodile growled, I will crush you and teach you that this sea is not a place where you can roam freely on your dreams. The three were pinned to a corner, bleeding and unconscious. At this moment, Robin stood on a high place, watching Crocodile suppress the Straw Hat trio, but he did not feel any joy, but instead a hint of pity. You're too early, she whispered. But maybe that's just how fate works. Between the broken bricks, the water vapor was cold and grains of sand were floating quietly in the air. Crocodile lowered its claws, the sandstorm surrounding it slowly receded, and its footsteps pounded like heavy hammers on the stone ground beside the three men. Luffy collapsed to the ground, his body charred and blood hanging from his mouth and nose. Zoro knelt on one knee, his two swords broken by the pressure of the sand, and he coughed up a fishy sweet mouthful. Sanji's face was half covered in blood, his left arm was broken and he couldn't lift it up, but he staggered and managed to hold on without falling down. But there was still a glimmer of fighting spirit in the eyes of the three men. Crocodile looked down at them, a hint of sneer on his lips. Ha, you don't know what's good for you. Robin. Without even turning his head, he said, put them in the West Prison. Send more people to capture all their accomplices. But don't kill. Robin frowned slightly and her eyes fell on Luffy. The young man was obviously covered in bruises, but there was still a hint of mischievous smile on the corner of his mouth, just like a disappeared legend in her memory. She was silent for a moment, and finally responded softly. Understood. Leave it to the marine alive. I will do it. But, are you sure? Crocodile sneered, his eyes like sand, of course. Since that person reminded me not to be defeated by the little pirates. I will personally cripple these little pirates and hand them over to them. Let everyone see. I, Crocodile, remain unshakable even in the face of the new era. He turned around suddenly, the wind and sand swirled, and his cloak fluttered. Behind him, the three defeated figures were dragged by several Baroque works assassins and slowly disappeared into the dungeon. In the darkness, only Luffy's voice still faintly echoed. I want to be the king of pirates. At this time, Nami, Chopper, Vivi, and Usopp were gathering from the outside and rushing over. But they didn't know that a hunt had already begun quietly. Baroque Works Hunting Network has begun to set up its net and wait. Chapter 73 Alabasta, Rain City Outskirts, Night Sand Road. The wind blew up the sand and the night was as dark as ink. The dim street light barely illuminated the end of the alleyway, where a group of figures staggered, the three at the center unable to struggle anymore. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. The three were roughly dragged forward by several members of the Baroque Works, like three defeated beasts with their skin and bones peeled off, their clothes torn, their bloodline Madara, and their scars as sharp as knife cuts. Their heads were lowered and their faces were buried in their chests, only the breath of unwillingness was still burning in the desolate sand. Luffy! Sanji! Nami and Usopp cried out in surprise, rushing out from around the corner of the sand path, tears already welling up in their eyes. Let them go! He, this is really interesting. An enchanting figure swept over, and Mr. Tu Ben Sam landed with a spinning body, a sinister smile on his face, and his eyes behind the sunglasses locked onto them like a lion majesty. A touching farewell, but unfortunately, the show has to end early. A sharp edge suddenly broke through the air. Mr. Wanda's bonus stepped out of the gravel with an expressionless face, his arm transformed into a blade, and he slashed straight at Chopper. Iron Slash, welcome! Boom! Chopper suddenly grew into a beast form, roaring and charging forward, but was still knocked back several meters in the exchange of blows, crashing into a low wall, blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. Chopper! Usopp takes aim at Benzemu and fires a burst of special projectiles. Firebird Star Continuous Bombs. Benzem leaped gracefully, tapped the flagpole on the roadside with his toes, and dodged with an exaggerated somersault. It's so dangerous. He took a feint, approached, and kicked across. Usopp flew into a pile of rags like a kite with a broken string, his nose was crooked and his eyes rolled back. You little brats are so naive. Lightning exploded. Nami raised the weather stick and summoned lightning, striking Benzem accurately, but it landed on his stand. Illusion Dance, Shadow Substitute. The real Benzem popped his head out from behind Nami and grabbed her wrist with one hand. I won't show mercy to girls, don't blame me. Snap! The wrist was twisted back and dislocated. Ah! Nami screamed and fell to her knees, sweat on her forehead and tears streaming down her face. Enough! Vivi gritted her teeth and rushed over, passing between Chopper and Usopp, raising her hand to block Dawes's next horizontal slash. They are my friends. If you want to touch them, you have to get past me first. You can't stop me. Dawes's eyes were calm. The metal fist swept across, and Vivi had no time to dodge. She was knocked several meters away and fell to the sand. She curled up and coughed up blood violently. Your Highness, we can't let you get too hurt. Benzem clasped his fists and bowed. It would be safer for you to return to the palace. The low-level agents around carefully lifted Vivi up and handed her over to another team to escort her towards the palace. The other three. Nami clutched her wrist, Chopper collapsed from his transformation, Usopp's bones were broken, and he was taken away on the spot, like a useless soldier and a defeated dog, dragged to Alabasta, Rain City, Western Prison, Deep Detention Zone. The night wind seeped into the dungeon through the cracks in the stones, moving like a snake's tongue. Cold water droplets dripped along the mossy walls, the dripping sound particularly harsh in the silence. The figures of the 6 paths were bound one by shackles and hung on the damp and cold stone wall. Under the dim candlelight, they were covered with bloodstains and dirt. Luffy lowered his head, the bloodline on his face had long dried up, but there was still a stubborn smile at the corner of his lips. Zoro was covered in wounds, his 3 knives were taken away, and his right arm was drooping, obviously broken, but he still gritted his teeth and held on, his eyes refusing to fade. Sanji's eyes were swollen like buns, and his suit was torn, but he still tried to maintain a bit of decency. And beside them, Usopp's long nose was twisted at an angle, and his face was covered in bruises. Nami's face was pale, cold sweat was on her forehead, and her arms were still shaking slightly. Chopper gritted his teeth, turned into his human form and sat on the ground, desperately trying to stop the bleeding, his eyes full of guilt and self-blame. "We lost just like that." Usopp's voice was hoarse, his eyes confused. "It's not just like that, it's completely." Sanji replied in a low voice, the hatred in his tone barely concealed. "The enemy was Shishibukai. I couldn't even touch him physically. And I didn't even kick my feet a few times." She now understood completely, what they thought was a smooth journey was just the goddess of luck that had not yet stopped. "We are still too green," Nami added in a low voice. A faint sound of sand and falling rocks could be heard from the dungeon. In the distance, Nico Robin stood quietly, his eyes gazing over the heavy iron bars at this group of losers who had already been cast into hell. There was no will of victory on their faces. But she saw that even though he was beaten beyond recognition, Luffy's eyes were still open. "Actually, you still want to resist," she murmured. A long-lost emotion was stirring in her chest. It was as if a part of myself who once yearned for sunshine was awakened again for a moment. Nico Robin stood quietly, holding a Straw Hat Pirate's file stained red with bloodline. She did not flip through the pages as she did in the past, but just quietly looked at the group of young people in the prison whose dignity had been shattered. This was not the first time she had seen the flame of hope extinguished by reality. But this group of people is indeed different. The boy named Luffy, knowing that his opponent was a Shishibukai, still grinned and said, "I'm here to fight you." His voice was like the sea breeze blowing through a pile of dry bones. It should be laughed at, but it made people tremble in their hearts. But now, he was nailed to the wall, motionless, like a joke hanged by fate. "Is this the extent of your abilities?" she whispered to herself. She wasn't sure if it was disappointment or some kind of heartache. "You shouldn't feel sad. She is a killer, a vice president, and Crocodile's most trusted executor." From Crocodile's display of Haki's dominance over Luffy to the current defeat of all the Straw Hat Pirates, she seemed to have witnessed it all with her own eyes. The process of fate being forcibly suppressed. But there was no joy in her eyes. Are they too weak, or this sea, is it really not worth hoping for? She gently stretched out her hand and stroked the patterns on the iron bars of the cell, as if she was making a decision. Rain Banquet Crocodile Office. Crocodile sat on the sofa, lazily smoking a cigar, the sand wall behind him kept flowing, as if whispering to him. "Has the West Prison been sealed off?" he asked lazily. Den Mushi responded, "Yes, President, all the Straw Hats are in custody. Princess Vivi has been escorted back to the palace, and the security of the West Prison has been doubled." "Very good." He exhaled lightly. He looked at the bounty posters on the wall, especially the one of Monkey D. Luffy with a non-threatening smile. He laughed sarcastically. "Defeated by unknown little pirates. I, Crocodile, don't intend to become that joke." He pressed the button and ordered external contact. "Notify the nearby marine base. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates have been captured alive, and we are ready to receive the war criminals." On the sofa, Crocodile rested his chin on one hand and slowly tapped the ashtray with the other metal hook. Snap! He put down the Den Mushi, a long-lost look of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked up at the ceiling. How strange! He muttered to himself, they are clearly just a few new little thieves. But why do I have such a particularly good feeling? Could it be because the future was strangled in advance? He lay back on the sofa, the smile in his eyes growing deeper. The next moment, the metal hook moved, and the Marine Wanted poster on the table slowly slid down and landed at his feet. On the paper, the boy smiled innocently. Monkey D. Luffy bounty 30 million. Evaluation, unknown little pirates. Crocodile's eye twitched slightly. His face was subtly distorted. He closed his eyes, as if he had finally escaped from a nightmare that was not worth mentioning. Prophecy. Future. You don't even have the qualifications to resist. The jokes of the future are more suitable for you than the reputation of Shishibukai. When his cigar burned out, he slowly stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the brightly lit streets of the Rain City. Good night, Straw Hat. Chapter 74. Rain City Rain Banquet Headquarters. The next morning. It was a cloudless morning. The sunlight filtered through the window lattices, casting an amber halo that shone on the velvet carpet and golden armchairs in the classical interior. The president of Baroque Works, 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile, was humming a melodious tune as he walked out of his bedroom. He held the hem of his gold-threaded nightgown in one hand and elegantly grabbed the kettle with the other, slowly pouring warm water into the wash basin, his face full of the satisfaction of Lao Zi's peak life. Tisk tisk. I can make the Marine owe me a favor by taking care of a few ignorant little pirates. He smiled at his hair in the mirror, which had just been styled with slicked back wax, and was extremely satisfied. The only thing left is the last key to the ancient ruins. Hey! He turned and walked towards his desk, sat down, crossed his legs, and his posture was as elegant as an aristocrat. He casually picked up a letter from the intelligence letter, took a sip of coffee, and had a leisurely smile of victory on his face. Today is a good day. Bang! There was a loud bang, like thunder. The golden carved door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and sand and wind rushed in instantly, blowing up the carpet and causing documents to fly. President, something big has happened. Mr. One was pale, panting like a cow, and his clothes were all dusty. Crocodile paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the coffee cup in his hand, and said calmly, "Why, you're crying out for help so early in the morning." The Straw Hat crew, all ran away. Puff! Coffee sprayed all over the desk and dripped onto the corner of the newspaper. Crocodile's smile froze instantly, and his facial muscles were as tight as if petrified. The air suddenly condensed. What did you say? I said, Straw Hats, they ran away, all of them. All 6 are gone. Mr. One's legs were shaking. Where's the West Prison? Where's the guard? Where's the patrol? Crocodile spoke each word through gritted teeth, and with each word, a wisp of sand floated in the air. The person was dispatched by Miss Robin, saying it was a temporary safety replacement. Mr. One's forehead was covered with sweat. And then, she herself disappeared. Boom! The crocodile's big golden hook smashed the desk directly. The entire office was caught in the center of a sandstorm, with papers flying, wooden boards exploding, and metal furniture making sharp noises. Nicole Robin! He roared to the sky, and the murderous intent and sand gathered into a roaring salon, swirling around the roof. How dare you betray me? I treated you as a partner. You actually... Mr. One was trembling beside him, not daring to say anything. Crocodile lowered his head, his whole body trembling, and roared coldly word by word. Catch them back! All of them! Straw Hat Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Usopp, no one can be left behind. I'm going to make them turn into mummies on the sand dunes and regret ever setting foot in Alabasta. Use all available manpower. Dispatch bounty hunters, covered forces, Insiders. Even if I have to dig through the sea of sand, I will find them and tear them to pieces. Outside the office, yellow sand is like a curtain, and the earth is about to usher in a storm called wrath. Alabasta, sand dune rift leading to the port. The morning sun shines down and the dust flies. Nico Robin's robe fluttered, his hair danced in the morning breeze, his eyes were cold but no longer confused. She took the lead, leading a team of wounded losers all the way to the port. Behind him, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, Nami, all looked tired and their steps were staggering. We'll be able to see the lighthouse soon. Nami wiped the sweat off his forehead, his tone a little excited. Zoro wrapped the wound on his abdomen with a piece of cloth while looking at the graceful and resolute figure in front of him and whispered, "Hey, why did you save us?" Robin didn't stop walking, his tone calm but with an undeniable indifference. "Have no idea. But I felt like I had to do it." Her eyes moved slightly, but a bitter smile appeared in her heart. "Crocodile never trusted me. Even though I was his vice president, I was just a translation tool. If Pluton's plan succeeds, the first person he wants to get rid of is me. I just took the initiative." She turned around and glanced at Straw Hat Luffy, who was running along with an innocent look on his face. "Your ship is at the port ahead. I have only one condition. Take me with you." Luffy stopped, tilted his head, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. He answered without hesitation. "Okay. We really welcome partners." Robin was stunned, his eyes trembling slightly, but he didn't say anything. Chopper and Usopp were already moved to tears, but Nami simply scolded him, "You're being too casual, kid." Sanji even smiled while holding his ribs, "Of course I agree unconditionally to any request made by a beautiful woman." However, just at that moment when they crossed the sand dunes and saw the light of the lighthouse in the distance. Dash boom! The whole earth shook suddenly, and the sand was lifted up like a tide. The sky behind changed color, and the yellow sand rolled like a dragon. In the sandstorm, a figure like a god or demon stepped on the void and suddenly descended from the top of the sandstorm. Nico Robin. Crocodile's cape fluttered wildly, his eyes were fierce, the golden hook in his hand flashed with sand, and he roared loudly. "How dare you betray me? You sinister little fox!" The sandstorm turned into a hook and swept down, and the air exploded. Ah! Usopp's eyes bulged out, and he ran away with his head in his hands. Chopper transformed back into his reindeer form and burst into tears. Oh my god, we are dead. This guy is really haunting me." Zoro drew his sword and wanted to fight to the death, even though his hands were still shaking. "Tisk, just when you've recovered you want to fight again." Sanji frowned, holding a broken cigarette in his mouth. Just when Crocodile swung out the sandstorm hook. Fire fist! Along with a wild roar, a red flaming fist gust of wind came from the side. Boom! The sandstorm was instantly torn apart by the blazing flames, the sandstorm shattered. The sky was filled with flaming clouds. The red figure tumbled through the yellow sand and fell to the ground, with arms crossed and flames rising. A man in an orange hat walked out of the flames, a lazy yet murderous smile on his face. "Before you touch my brother. Have you ever asked me?" Fire Fist Ace. Luffy's eyes lit up and he smiled like a child. "Hey! Ace! You're here!" Ace grinned and said, "Ha, I just happened to stop by to catch someone, and I found out you're really good at causing trouble." Crocodile stared at the man who suddenly burst into flames, his expression darkening. "Captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace." "Tisk, I drank my coffee too early today." Ace's eyes turned cold, and flames danced at his fingertips. The wind was howling and the dust covered the sky. Ace's fists were wrapped in blazing flames, he was wearing a black robe, his upper body was bare, his tattoos were eye-catching, and he was standing on fire. Crocodile's face was gloomy, and the sand behind him rolled like the mouth of hell. Fire Fist Ace. He narrowed his eyes. What are you doing here messing things up? Ace grinned, his flames boiling. My brother was bullied by you like that. As your brother, I can't swallow this anger if I don't beat you up. Brother. Crocodile frowned. Whose brother are you? Ace clenched his fist and burned it, the flames roaring, Monkey D. Luffy. Crocodile's face completely darkened. Humph, that damn D again. Boom. Before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly collapsed. Crocodile suddenly rushed out, its claws turned into sand, and it swept up gravel all over the sky and swung it towards Ace. Desert Sword, 1,000 slashes. Countless sharp sand blades fell like a storm. Fire Fist. Ace stepped into the air and punched loudly. Boom. The raging flames turned into a roaring wave and clashed head-on with the sand blade. The collision between the heat and the dryness roared through the heavens and the earth. Crocodile spun with his back to the body, left arm raised high. Sandstorm Tomb. An entire stretch of sand collapsed in an instant, mud and sand tumbling down like a corpse pit, attempting to swallow Ace up. Ace leaped up, arms outstretched. Flame Ring, Cross Blazing Strike. A cross of flames streaked across the sky, blasting the sand pit apart and burning the entire wilderness. UBD. Crocodile, seething with rage, began to infuse Haki. Sandstorm Corrosion Field. His entire body turned to sand, covered in Haki, and even the air was drained away in an instant. Ace's eyes focused, and he also released the armament Haki, his arms burning and exploding. Fire and sand. Flames and cracks. Two Logias engage in a life and death battle in the wilderness. On the other side, people are evacuating towards Nahana port. Luffy and the others were struggling to move forward, with the dust and smoke still rising behind them. Robin turned his head to look at the explosions in the distance, suppressed his shock, and said, "You just said, that man is your brother. He's the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a big shot that most people in the New World have to avoid." Luffy grinned with a relaxed expression, "Yet. Ace is my brother. You've been protecting me since I was a kid." Everyone. Usopp opened his mouth and almost swallowed his tongue. "Why didn't you tell me your brother is Ace?" Nami's face twitched. "You monkey family, are you here to make people laugh or to dominate?" Chopper held his head in his hands. "No wonder you can still laugh when you can't even beat the Shishibukai." Robin looked at the group of exhausted but still playful losers with a complicated look, and his eyes gradually softened. This storm at sea, maybe it really has just begun. Chapter 75. Grand Line 2 days later. Deck of the Mary. The sea breeze blows and the sun is scorching. Straw Hat crew finally had a brief moment of relaxation after the Battle of Alabasta. At the bow, a fiery red figure was laughing and chatting with everyone on the boat. "The sun shone on the deck, and the breeze blew on my face with the salty smell of the sea." Sanji leaned against the side of the ship, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, but he hadn't lit it yet. He rummaged through his pockets. "Tisk, I didn't bring my lighter." He frowned. What a dereliction of duty. At this moment, Ace lazily leaned over from the side, raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Need help?" Sanji squinted at him. "Where does the fire come from?" Ace grinned, raised his right hand, and flicked his fingertips lightly. Snap! There was a crisp snap of his fingers, and the next second, a cluster of orange-red flames ignited between his thumb and middle finger, hovering steadily like a flickering candle. Maramara fruit tips. Ace reached out his hand, and the flame touched the tip of Sanji's cigarette. A light smoke rose. Sanji was slightly taken aback, then laughed out loud. "That's the way a man should light a fire." He took a deep breath, exhaled a circle of smoke, tilted his head and asked, "How long did it take you to practice so elegantly?" Ace shrugged. "It's much easier than practicing fireballs." The wind blew across the deck, and the two men stood shoulder to shoulder, with flames and smoke intertwining in the air. Luffy, who was eating meat excitedly, shouted, "Ace! Please stay for a while. I have a lot to tell you." Yet. Chopper chimed in, "You can breathe fire. That's so cool. What brothers?" Usopp sighed, "One can start fire, the other can eat fire." Ace couldn't help laughing, shook his head, stood up and looked at the distant horizon, his tone suddenly softened. "I came out this time to hunt down a traitor on the ship. Seeing that you have found such a good partner." He turned around to look at the Straw Hat people, his eyes swept across Luffy's innocent and stubborn smile, and there was a bit more relief and tenderness in his eyes. "I feel relieved." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped onto the jet boat that had already been hung on the side of the ship. Flames burst out from the solace of the feet, hot air waves rolled up from the stern, and the speedboat cut through the sea like a meteor. "Hey, Ace!" Luffy wanted to shout something, but his voice was quickly blown away by the wind. He scratched his head, and suddenly his heart tightened, and he felt an inexplicable surge of palpitations that he had never experienced before. "Ace!" He looked at the receding fire with a complicated expression, but only for a moment. Come on, Chopper! Let's see who can eat the most. Don't ignore the reluctance in your heart in this way." Nami roared and hit him on the head. Laughter returned to the ship and the Mary headed in the next direction. 3 days later, New World, G5 Branch, Main Building Operations Room. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the sea breeze, with its salty and humid smell, blew the Rectification Army flag hanging outside the window. Not far away, warships in the harbor passed by with low hums, as if playing a solemn and low-key prelude to this early morning. Rog sat quietly behind the main desk, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, a cold glint in his eyes. Ain gently placed a sealed intelligence file on the table, his voice steady but with a few strange ups and downs. The above is the post-war summary submitted personally by Shishibukai Crocodile. It has been confirmed that he and Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, fought fiercely for an entire day, and the result was a draw. And the Straw Hat crew completely disappeared the day after the battle, and their whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Rog raised his eyes slightly, and the light golden morning light reflected in his dark pupils, like the calm lake before a storm. He spoke slowly. "When I called him that day, did you forget to say, it doesn't matter even if I die?" Ain paused slightly, his tone as calm as ever. "Yes, Master Rog. Your exact words were, if you are defeated by some unknown little pirates, I will personally deal with you." Crocodile probably interpreted it as can't kill. There was a moment of silence. Rog slowly held his forehead with his right hand and said in a low voice. "But this guy was afraid he wouldn't be able to take credit if he killed him, so he kept him and prepared to hand him over to the Marine. Then I woke up from sleep, the person was gone." As soon as he finished speaking, the air was silent for 3 seconds. Rog was speechless for 3 seconds, then closed his eyes and sighed, "A rare occurrence, this sand crocodile really has sand in his brain." Ian stood silently at one side, watching Rog's rare defeat moment, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, and the smile that flashed in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. "I'm sorry." She immediately lowered her head to hide her emotions. Rog slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and his tone returned to its stern tone. "Make arrangements." The Straw Hat crew disappeared from Alabasta. Headquarters doesn't need to pursue them. Anyone wasting resources on tracking them should be transferred to count the casualties. Crocodile's sighed. "Keep watching." He changed the subject, his eyes as cold as frost. "If he does something else." He spoke slowly, tapping his palm on the table, creating a low humming sound. "I'll go there myself. Take his sand and turn it into glass." The morning light shines through the thick glass windows onto the table, casting a chilling and solemn look. Rog sat behind the spacious main desk, silent and thoughtful as usual. On the table was a newly drawn war zone chart, with lines outlining the new world of Sea Circle Calendar 1520. His fingertips landed on the coordinates of Alabasta and slowly slid towards a remote island marked in the southwest. Bonaro Island. The morning light shone in through the thick window lattices, falling on the connecting line between the points, like a sharp blade just revealed. His eyes flickered slightly, and his tone was low. Fire Fist Ace appeared in Alabasta. That means that destined encounter is not far away. Although the tone was light, every word was like the impact of metal, and the air seemed to become heavier. As he tapped the map with his right fingertips, a cold light flashed in his eyes. We can't let that mad dog Blackbeard get the first blow to start the war. Ion. Yes. Ian stood still, his eyes as firm as ever. Pass the order down. Rog stood up slowly, walked to the French window with his hands behind his back, and overlooked the entire fortress of rectification. 3 days later, the first Suhan fleet will set sail, destination the coast near Bonaro Island. Enel and Leiter will lead the team. Upon arrival, remain in hiding and do not move. Await further instructions. Anne paused, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He frowned slightly but didn't ask any more questions. Yes. She took the order and turned to leave. He quietly left. The sound of the wind brought by his footsteps also took away the last bit of gentle morning light, and the room fell silent again. Rog stood at the window for a long time, his whisper rolling like thunder. Blackbeard, you want to sacrifice your guilty bloodline in exchange for fame and position, and gain a foothold in the system. You think you have mastered the timing. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but his eyes were as cold as the deep sea at midnight. But in this game, you were already a discarded pawn before you even stepped foot into it. He sat down slowly, his cape fluttering slightly behind him, as if the entire G5 branch was fluctuating between his thoughts. If the new era of order must be laid out on a mountain of corpses, then I'll be the first to attack the pirates. Chapter 76. The Suhan First Fleet quietly anchored between the reefs, and the sea was so still that it seemed frozen. The radar was turned off and the hull was coated with a wave-breaking layer, waiting for the moment when the storm came. On the bridge, Lei Te leaned against the railing and yawned. The boss asked us to come here, who are we waiting for? It feels like such a big deal, it feels very serious. Stop talking nonsense. Enel floated cross-legged in the air, lightning flickering at his fingertips. His golden pupils slightly closed, his tone stern. The boss said to wait for notification, so don't ask so many questions. Lei Te rolled his eyes. Tisk, what a bureaucracy. Believe it or not, I'll be struck by lightning. Forget it, I'll shut up. Bonaro Island Broken Tavern. In the dim tavern, 5 people sat around a table. The atmosphere was sinister. Marshal D. Teach tilted his head back, took a big gulp of rum, and grinned with his signature hideous grin. Gulala. I've already released my clues. When that guy arrives, I'll capture him and hand him over to the Marine. The Shishibukai position will be mine. Then we can truly begin our plan. Badgers clenched his fists, his muscles flexing. Finally, we're going to get serious. Van Oka wiped his spear, his eyes cold. The prey is nearby. Poison Q leaned back in his chair and yawned. Sigh. I hope he won't be too difficult. Lafitte licked his lips and said, if it weren't difficult, it wouldn't be fun. The dusk on Bonaro Island seemed to be stained with blood. Ace stood on the rotten wooden planks of the harbor, and the sea breeze, carrying the salty smell and the smell of alcohol, blew in his face. The brim of his cowboy hat was pulled low, its shadow covering his eyes that were burning with anger. Right there! Ace muttered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his left arm. A burly figure could be vaguely seen in the window of the tavern called Kuroshio at the end of the harbor. The door of the tavern opened silently in front of Ace, as if it had been waiting for a long time. In the dim room, Marshal D. Teach was devouring Sakura peach pie, with cream all over his beard. Ha ha ha! Isn't this Captain Ace? Blackbeard's laughter shook the glasses on the bar. Want a piece of Sakura peach pie? The filling here is incredibly sweet. Ace's knuckles cracked and flames shot out of his palms uncontrollably, charring the door frame. Save the crap, Teach. His voice was colder than polar ice. You know why I came to you. Several dark figures in the corner of the bar moved Blackbeard's crew. Van Oka's sniper rifle shone coldly in the shadows, and Du Q's sick horse neighed weakly. But Ace's eyes remained fixed on the man sitting at the bar. Blackbeard licked the cream from his fingers and turned around. The smile with several missing teeth looked particularly hideous in the dim light. For Thatch? Or for your ridiculous dad? Both. Ace's flames instantly exploded, illuminating the entire bar. You have violated the only iron rule of the Whitebeard pirates, killing your fellow pirates. Blackbeard's smile suddenly faded, and his eyes became dangerous and deep. Companion. His voice was deep and full of sarcasm. Ace, don't you understand? On this sea, only power and ambition are real. Ace stopped talking nonsense, and his right fist turned into a blazing white fireball, hitting Blackbeard's face with a whistling sound. Fire fist! The flames engulfed the entire bar, and the wooden furniture was instantly carbonized by the high temperature. At the same time, off the coast of Bonaro Island, Calm Belt. The Suhan First Fleet is still lurking quietly. Lei Te looked towards the island, frowning slightly. The fighting has started. Enel slowly opened his eyes, his golden pupils flashing with lightning. He's taking action. Lei Te took out the Den Den Mushi and dialed, Boss, there's a fight over there. Should we intervene now? Rog's voice came from the Den Den Mushi, the fight is almost over, get started. Capture Ace and Teach, and deal with the others. The two men stared at the island battlefield without saying anything more. But from the center of the flames came Blackbeard's laughter, a chilling excitement in the sound. Dark Wada. The flaming fist suddenly twisted and disappeared as if absorbed by a black hole, revealing Blackbeard's right hand covered with a strange black mist. Ace felt a sharp pain, his ability was ineffective. Surprised? Blackbeard grinned, revealing his broken teeth. This is the power I gained by killing Thatch, the dark fruit that can devour everything. Ace quickly retreated, the flames reigniting his body. But this time, he was obviously more cautious. So this is your ambition? Is a devil fruit enough to make you betray everyone? Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard slapped his knee and laughed, Ace, you're so naive. This is just the beginning. His smile suddenly faded, his eyes gleaming with madness. I will be the master of this sea. And Whitebeard, his outdated family theories should have been consigned to the dustbin of history. Ace suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling. Insulting Whitebeard is more unforgivable than killing Thatch. Shut up! His whole body was ablaze with bluish-white flames. Flames swept across the bar like a wave, and Blackbeard's crew was forced to retreat from the battle. But Blackbeard himself stood there, allowing the flames to consume him. Pain, such pain. Blackbeard's voice came from the flames, with twisted ecstasy, the price of the dark fruit is double the pain, but... The black mist suddenly erupted, engulfing the flames once again. This will only make me stronger. Ace's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never encountered an opponent who could restrain his abilities like this. But what frightened him even more was the madness in Blackbeard's eyes. It wasn't a desire for power, but a deeper, almost pathological obsession. Why? Ace asked as he leaped into the air, his legs transforming into flame thrusters. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Blackbeard's reply was drowned out by the sound of their fists bumping. Black fog and flames intertwined, and the roof of the bar was completely blown away by the shock wave. Because people's dreams. Blackbeard suddenly grabbed Ace's shoulders and slammed him to the ground. This will never end. Ace felt his spine nearly snap, but he immediately braced himself on his hands and the burst of fire propelled him back into the air. Divine Fire, Shiranui. His arms transformed into flaming spears and pierced Blackbeard's chest. Blackbeard didn't dodge or evade, allowing the flames to penetrate his body, while his right hand like black mist grabbed Ace's wrist. Got you, kid. Severe pain instantly swept through Ace's body, the dark fruit's ability prevented him from transforming into an element, and Blackbeard's left hand hit his abdomen at the same time. Ace spat out a mouthful of blood and felt like his internal organs were displaced. You know what, Ace? Blackbeard leaned close to his ear and whispered, his breath smelling of decay. I was going to ask you to join me. Roger's son, Whitebeard's favorite. What a perfect chess piece. Ace slammed his forehead into Blackbeard's nose, breaking free at the moment the other felt pain. I'd rather die than betray Dad. He flipped his body in the air, Firefly Firefly Daruma. Countless firefly-like fireballs surrounded Blackbeard and then exploded simultaneously. The entire island of Banaro was shaken, and the shock wave overturned all buildings within half a mile. When the smoke and dust cleared, Blackbeard knelt on one knee, covered in blood, but his smile became even more ferocious. A nice shot, but it wasn't enough. Ace landed on the ground panting, most of his strength already depleted. Blackbeard's tenacity far exceeded his expectations, and the dark fruit's ability completely restrained his flames. Final blow. Ace took a deep breath and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Unprecedented flames gushed out of his body, forming a huge fireball above his head, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Flame Emperor Great Flame Ring. Blackbeard looked up at the fireball that looked like the sun, and for the first time, seriousness appeared in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, now that's more like it. He opened his arms, and darkness spread out from him. Liberation. When the flames collided with darkness, the entire waters of Banaro Island shook. The sea boiled, the clouds were torn apart, and the shock wave even reached neighboring islands. When everything calmed down, Ace fell in the middle of the ruins, his cowboy hat lying not far away, half burned. Blackbeard stood before him, also covered in wounds, but with an even greater madness in his eyes. It's over, Ace. Blackbeard gasped, I'll hand you over to the Marine, and then, thief ha ha ha, the whole world will know that the death knell of the old era has sounded. Ace struggled to get up, but the darkness had already swallowed his consciousness. In the last moment before he fell into coma, he thought of Luffy, and the tall figure on the Moby Dick who always smiled and called him son. I'm sorry, Dad. Ha 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 ha, this is the first horn of a new era. Blackbeard laughed wildly towards the sky, his arms spread out, and the fruit power as black as night surged wildly around him. The island shook, the rubble crumbled, and Ace, unconscious, fell at his feet. But the next moment, the sky exploded. Boom! A pillar of lightning fell from the sky, like a divine punishment, and instantly shattered the dark clouds above his head. Blackbeard's expression changed, and he looked up suddenly. Who is it? Buzz! The air was torn apart and the wind was howling. A wreckage slammed down to the ground, golden light burst out, and lightning exploded like a sea snake. Enel, Thunder God comes to the world. He stood in front of Ace, his golden eyes cold and indifferent, and pointed his golden staff at Blackbeard. Sorry, this guy, we have to take him away. You! Marine! Blackbeard gritted his teeth, his pupils shrinking. However, the next moment, black shadows intertwined. Bang! A hacky figure rushed out from between the reefs, swept across with a heavy punch, and broke a piece of the collapsed bridge. Lei Te landed, wearing a formal military uniform, his eyes like a wolf. My boss said, want to take credit? Ask G5 first if they agree. Tisk. Blackbeard's face was grim, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone, come at me!" In an instant, Badgers rushed forward with his fist raised, Poison Q rode on a sick donkey, Van Oka picked up a sniper rifle, and Lafitte came like a shadow. The four of them moved in unison and surrounded Red and Enel. Lei Te licked the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit bursting out. "Finally, I can let go and fight." Enel raised an eyebrow, thunder and lightning in his voice, "Don't fall down too soon, I haven't even warmed up yet." The battlefield collapsed instantly. Chapter 77. Bonaro Island Ruins Battlefield. Gravel flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Giza's Beijis crushed the earth like a violent beast, his huge body sweeping across the battlefield like a torrent of steel. The muscles on his naked upper body were twisted like a giant python, and every inch of his muscles was filled with explosive power. Champion crushing Comet Fist. Badgers roared like thunder, crossed his fists, and directly shattered the air to form two vacuum sonic booms. One punch brought an astonishing air wave and hit Red's heart directly, as if he wanted to punch through the entire ruins. Lei Te's eyes stern, and a cold, bellicose smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Champion? With your limited strength, you are not qualified to say such words to me." He clenched his fists, and the top-grade armament haki, which was black and flowing like magma, covered his arms. The sea stone knuckles were cold and reflective, and extremely sharp. Suhan style, breaking the mountain. Bang! The moment the fists collided, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The loud noise shook the sky, and the explosive air wave directly raised the ruins within a radius of 100 meters to the ground. Debris flew everywhere, and the ground cracked like a spider web, with cracks several feet deep. Badgers's face suddenly changed, his arms trembled violently, his finger bones made a cracking sound, and a tearing pain instantly spread throughout his body. What the hell is this haki strength? This guy's armament haki is simply not something a human can achieve. Without taking a breath, Red kicked his feet hard, and there was a violent sound of breaking through the air. He teleported in front of Badgers like a cheetah, his right fist ready to strike, his muscles knotted like steel, and haki surging wildly. Die! Boom! A haki-fueled uppercut hit Badger's chin directly. Badgers's giant body weighing over 300 kilograms was unexpectedly blasted off the ground, his teeth flew out, blood gushed out like a fountain, and his body that was several meters tall smashed directly into the ruins of the tavern. Ua! Before he landed, a ghostly figure suddenly attacked. Hypnosis silent dance of the night crows. Lafitte was like an elegant black hunting crow. He spun around and waved the scepter in his hand, releasing a hypnosis sound wave with a strange rhythm. The virtual and the real were intertwined, directly affecting Lighter's spiritual world. A mental attack. Lei Te sneered, his eyes turned into cold sharp blades, and the top-level armament haki burned like a blazing flame, instantly shattering all the fog that invaded his mind. Suhan style, soul-splitting town. Red suddenly pulled the sea stone chain on his body, and the chain suddenly wrapped around Lafitte's neck like a living snake, pulling him over. Cough. Lafitte's larynx was almost broken, and fear was still in his eyes. He was suddenly thrown by Red and smashed to the ground. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the ground. Lafitte vomited blood, his sternum collapsed, his eyes went black, and he fell into a coma and lost his ability to fight. Red slowly twisted his wrist, and his bones made a crackling sound. Badgers roared wildly as he struggled to his feet from the rubble, his eyes red as he roared, "Die, ah!" Red snorted coldly, flashed in front of Badgers, and swept out with a whip kick accompanied by a sonic boom. Suhan style, shattering the mountain. Snap! With a crisp sound of bone breaking, Badger's left arm was kicked off and exploded by Red. The whole person was kicked dozens of meters away like a rag bag and was directly embedded in the ruins of the wall. His arms hung down, and he completely lost the ability to resist. The commander of the First Fleet, Lighter, used his absolute strength to defeat two major leaders of the Blackbeard pirates head-on. Bonaro Island, under the sea of dark clouds and thunder. The sky was pitch black, thunderclouds were boiling and rolling, and electric snakes were dancing wildly. Enel hangs above the nine heavens, with golden lightning patterns covering his body and his scepter pointing to the sky, just like the god of thunder descending to the earth. The heart net was fully expanded, and he could clearly sense the flow of every breath on the island. That sniper, is there? Van Oka hid among the ruins, his mind highly concentrated, and the golden figure in the sniper scope was firmly locked. Yellow springs pierced through. Boom! A dark gold sniper bullet with deadly impact burst out, directly tearing through the air, instantly breaking through the sound barrier, and hitting Enel's eyebrows with a shocking sonic boom. However, just as the sniper bullet was about to hit, Enel's eyes shone brightly with golden light, and his figure turned into lightning and disappeared in a flash. The bullet penetrated the afterimage of lightning. What? Van Oka was horrified, and before he could react, a destructive lightning had already descended on his side. You are aiming at the wrong target. Enel spoke indifferently, and swept out with the scepter. Boom! A Thor's heavy blow filled with 200 million volts of lightning exploded, and Van Oka flew backwards more than 10 meters while screaming, spewing black smoke from his mouth, and instantly lost his combat effectiveness. Before the lightning faded away, a sinister sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out. Ahem, better, get some sick. Du Q bent over and rode on a skinny black horse with silver wings. It was his beloved horse, Zhuang Zhuang. This horse is a user who has eaten the Zoan Mama fruit mythical beast Pegasus form. It can fly for a short time and use the poison Q of the sickness fruit to release a highly toxic mist. Go ahead, Zhuang Zhuang, let him experience what it's like to be terminally ill. Zhuang Zhuang spread his silver wings and leaped into the sky carrying Du Q on his back. A circle of sick mist spewed out of Du Q's mouth, which vaguely carried a mixed morbid smell of hallucination, corrosion, and death. Enel snorted coldly, and his top-level heart network instantly locked onto the life core in Zhuang Zhuang's body. How dare you, a fool, touch Kamui! 200 million volts judgment! He pointed his scepter directly at the sky, and a shocking pillar of lightning poured down from the sky. Boom! Tianma Zhuang Zhuang and his horse were pierced by the thunder with a horrified neigh. His wings exploded and his body was burnt black as charcoal. He and Du Q were blown away dozens of meters and smashed into the ground. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Enel's golden pupils were slightly closed, suspended among the thunder, like the god of thunder dominating the heavens, looking down on the world. Bonaro Island, bloody sunset on the battlefield. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach looked at the fallen badgers, Lafitte, Van Oka, and Poison Q with horror. In less than 10 minutes, his carefully prepared Blackbeard Pirates group was completely wiped out. G5. How could there be such a monstrous marine? Blackbeard was still seriously injured from the fierce battle with Ace and could barely stand. But he knew in his heart that if he didn't run now, he would have no chance at all. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ace who was lying in the rubble, picked up his heavy body, with only one thought in his mind, escape. The hidden ship is behind a reef not far away. Once he gets there, with the power of the dark fruit, even the strongest pursuers may not be able to stop him from escaping. However, boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the entire coastline was engulfed in flames. Blackbeard's heart sank, and he turned his head to look, only to see that his hidden ship had been reduced to ruins in flames and thick smoke. Behind the burning smoke, the iron-blooded warships of the Suhan First Fleet quietly appeared, with the battle flags flying high, and the sea surface was like a torrent of gold and iron. On the bow of the ship, the word Suhan is prominently displayed. Blackbeard was sweating profusely, his steps stumbling. Just as he was about to retreat, he heard a thunderous echo behind him. Marshal D. Teach, where is he going? Lightning tore through the air, and Enel hung suspended between the thunderclouds, its golden eyes gazing coldly at him, like a god looking down upon a defeated dog in the mortal world. Blackbeard's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around, seeing that all his cotters had been wiped out, only he was still alive. No, it's impossible, how could my ambition be defeated by you marine lackeys? Oh! Red's figure fell to the ground like a meteorite, and he rushed forward suddenly. His sea-stone brass knuckles were as black as the iron fist of purgatory, and his armament haki burned like a raging flame. A punch pierced through the sky and hit Blackbeard's chest directly. Get down on your knees! Boom! Blackbeard vomited blood, his sternum was shattered, and he and the unconscious ace were knocked dozens of meters away by this shocking punch. They fell heavily into the ruins and fell unconscious. The sound of bones breaking could be heard all over his body. Lei Te slowly approached, looked at the dying Blackbeard, and said coldly. The boss said you still have some value, otherwise. He raised his hand to wipe the blood on the back of his hand, his voice icy cold. You're long gone. Enel turned into a flash of lightning and fell down, glancing coldly at the mess on the ground. Lei Te lowered his head and said briefly to the Den Den Mushi. The rectification operation is complete. All Blackbeard Pirates officers have been eliminated. G5 Branch Headquarters. Rog sat in the command seat and heard the report. He just said lightly. Take them both back to G5. After he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and looked deeply at the gradually changing skyline. It's time for the world and Marine to wake up. Chapter 78. 3 days later, New World G5 Branch Strategic Command Room. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the encrypted communications of telegraph bugs on the sea came one after another. The focus of all intelligence pointed to this iron-blooded base that suppressed one side in the name of justice. A solemn atmosphere permeates this huge steel fortress. In the main conference room, Sakazuki was standing in front of a huge tactical sand table, his face grim and haki rising from his body as if it were tangible. Rog walked over slowly, holding a newly delivered intelligence briefing in his hand. He glanced at the tactical sand table and said lightly. Ace and Blackbeard have been repatriated and are currently being held in deep confinement. All sea stone defenses are in place, so there's no need to worry about any changes for now. Sakazuki, holding a cigar in his mouth, slammed his fist on the edge of the sand table and snorted coldly. That old guy Garp, his secretly raised eldest grandson, also became a pirate, hey. Although the Straw Hat crew escaped, you managed to capture this huge bomb. Well done. Having said that, he took a deep drag on his cigar and exhaled thick smoke, but soon, a cold light flashed in his eyes and his tone became gloomy. But, you said he's the son of Roger, the Pirate King? Is that confirmed? Rog nodded, his eyes as calm as the abyss. Yes, the information has been confirmed. His true identity is Gold Ace, and his bloodline is that of the Pirate King Gold Roger. Sakazuki's eyes suddenly darkened, and his aura, which had been as violent as a volcano, instantly cooled down, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Roger's offspring are also here to cause trouble. Marine, or more precisely, the Dove faction, holds many secrets. Aokiji secretly protected Nico Robin for 20 years, Garp secretly protected the Pirates King's son Ace for about 20 years, and Sengoku was even scarier, having adopted the original celestial dragons Rosinante. So, for the top leaders, laws and rules are bullshit. They all have a bunch of secrets. If they were ordinary people, 10 executions on the gallows would not be enough to kill them, but they would still pretend nothing happened. He stared at the sand table, pointed his finger hard at the junction of Marineford and New World Whitebeard Sea, and uttered 4 words coldly. Then, catch them all in one fell swoop. Rog walked over to him, his expression calm. Whitebeard won't sit idly by. Instead of letting Blackbeard send Ace to Marineford to claim credit and ignite a war, why don't we take the initiative? Use Ace's execution to lure Whitebeard's group to Marineford and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Sakazuki lit his cigar, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice. Let the flames of justice burn away this decadent era. Rog nodded slightly, his tone cold. This war is no longer a farce manipulated by the world government, but is truly led by the Marines, who will purge all of this filthy residue. Sakazuki grinned, revealing his sharp white fangs. That's just in time. My lava fist is getting rusty lately. Marineford Naval Headquarters. What? As Sengoku suddenly stood up, the intelligence documents on the desk flew everywhere and the entire conference room suddenly became silent. Vice Admiral Crane's expression was solemn, his fingers tapping the table. Ace fell into the hands of the G5 branch, and Blackbeard is also in Rog's hands. Sengoku's expression darkened completely, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. That BD, does he really dare to do this? Does he want to directly trigger this war? Vice Admiral, he nodded slowly, his voice low. Given Rog and Sakazuki's personalities, they won't let this opportunity go. Coupled with the recently enacted anti-affair law, we no longer have the power to interfere with the G5's actions. Sengoku slammed his fist down on the battle table, causing the massive metal panel to vibrate. Where's Garp? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Sengoku with a rare look of worry on his face. Garp has lost contact. The last intelligence report showed him appearing in the Grand Line area, but he disappeared after that. It's suspected he went out to sea without permission. Sengoku's expression grew increasingly gloomy, and he exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. That stubborn old man Garp, if he knew his grandson had fallen into Rog's hands and was facing execution, what would he do? An ominous feeling permeated the scene. G5 Branch Rog Office. At this moment, Rog stood in front of a huge nautical chart, his eyes fixed on the mark called Marineford. Every stroke of the feather pen in his hand seemed to be drawing a new picture of order for the world. AIN stood behind him and quietly handed him the latest intelligence document. All the major forces have sensed this. The Moby DK is clearly gathering in the Whitebeard Sea. The Straw Hat crew. Latest intelligence, CP9 has captured Nico Robin and is taking him to Nice lobby for trial. The Straw Hat crew may be on their way to rescue him. What should we do next? Rog slowly curled up a cold smile. If those CP9 guys can still be defeated by such a petty thief, they should not live anymore. He turned around and walked towards the window with steady steps. Marine's justice will be redefined by us. It's time to truly cleanse this ocean. 2 days ago, in the 7 water cities, late at night in the rain. The rain was pouring down, and the entire water was shrouded in violent storms. In the shadows, a giant warship with the world government logo slowly approached the shore. The gangway descended, and a group of mysterious agents wearing black windbreakers and white masks stepped onto the dock. All members of CP9 arrived. Robin stood alone at the end of the pier, his face pale, his eyes a mixture of rain and tears. She has been pushed into a corner. Lucci walked forward slowly, expressionless. Nico Robin, in order to prevent the Straw Hat pirates from being completely wiped out by Buster Call, you'd better come with us obediently. You know that the world government won't leave any threats behind. Keiku stood aside, his hand on the hilt of the knife, his expression cold. If you don't want us to, we can activate Buster Call right here and now and bury the entire city with it. Robin gritted his teeth, his heart aching. She knew it wasn't a threat, it was a fact. She has become the most dangerous existence in the world. If I leave, they can live, right? Lucci smiled faintly, maybe. But you know. World government never shows mercy. Robin closed his eyes, suppressed the pain in his heart, and said through gritted teeth, I'm leaving. But from now on, I have nothing to do with them anymore. Meanwhile, Straw Hat Pirates' temporary base. In the heavy rain, Nami was so angry that she smashed the teacup, Sanji lit a cigarette fiercely, and Zoro sharpened the blade in silence. Luffy stood outside the door, his straw hat soaked by the rain, but his gaze was unwavering. Robin, she's lying. She doesn't want to live, she's just forced. Just as he finished speaking, Frankie rushed in. She's already boarded the CP9 battleship and is heading straight to Enice lobby. Nami suddenly exclaimed, they're going to attack Robin. Luffy turned suddenly and yelled, Chopper! Call everyone to assemble. Ship the boat to Enice lobby. 2 days later, Enice lobby sea train rocketman. The wind was howling at sea, and the rocket man's locomotive split the huge waves and rushed straight towards the island of Never Sleeps, Enice Hall, which symbolizes the authority of the world government. Robin was tied up and taken to the execution platform. With tearful eyes, he looked at the flames rising into the sky in the distance. It was the Straw Hat Pirates train breaking through the main gate. Why did you come? On the front of Rocket Man's car, Luffy stood in the wind, clenched his fists, and roared. Robin! Tell me! Do you want to live? Robin couldn't hold it back any longer, tears burst out, and he broke down crying, I want to live. Take me to the sea with you. This heart-wrenching cry resounded throughout the entire Enice lobby. Luffy grinned, showing his usual bright smile. Okay. He turned around suddenly and waved his hand. Sniper King, shoot through that world government flag. Usopp, wearing the Sniper King cape, stood high on the roof of the car, with the huge slingshot in his hand already set up. The Sniper King appears. He closed one eye and aimed at the symbol of world government flying high in the storm, the huge black banner with the sigil of celestial dragons. Extra large barrage must kill. Bang! A deafening explosion pierced through the sky, and the flag that symbolized world authority shattered and burned fiercely in the wind and rain. Surveillance cameras around the world recorded this shocking scene at the same time. Straw Hat Crew officially declares war on the world government. Amidst the howling gale, the Straw Hat Pirates were in high spirits. Usopp, donning the Sniper King cloak, stood atop the rubble, striking what he considered his most handsome pose. The Sniper King's name has spread throughout the world, right? Ha 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 ha. However, the next second. Call out! A sharp blue slash from Ultimate accompanied by a sharp sonic boom suddenly cut through the wind and rain. Tempest Kick, instant break. A sharp vacuum slash, as sharp as a substance, instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters and accurately cut off Usopp's left arm before anyone could react. Blood gushed out. Usopp, Sniper King, fell to his knees with a scream, his face instantly turned pale as paper. Everyone turned around in shock, only to see that the CP9 members were already fully equipped and lined up. Keiku folded his arms across his chest, standing coldly on the broken wall, his eyes gleaming coldly. I'm giving you face? You, a mere scumbag, dare to insult the majesty of our world government. Lucci walked slowly forward, the suppressed aura on his body like a beast awakening, and he walked towards the Straw Hat Pirates step by step. Chapter 79. Enice Lobby, Great Judgment Tower. Amidst the billowing smoke, the flames illuminated the tattered world government emblem, and beneath the rustling rags, the Straw Hat Pirates faced their most ferocious attack, yet all members of CP9 were on their way. There were no unnecessary words, and no so-called opportunity to surrender. After CP9 went through the hellish G5 devilish special training, each of them was filled with murderous intent, and their steps were like iron cavalry crushing the void. Luffy, we can't stop him. Nami turned around and shouted in horror. Usopp was rescued to the back while screaming, and he was about to faint after losing his left arm. Robin closed his eyes in despair. Go! Go quickly! Luffy looked down, his shoulders shaking violently. Suddenly he raised his head and roared through the sky. I won't leave anyone behind. I want to save Robin. Blood debt, blood must be paid. Boom! The setting sun is blood red and the flames of war illuminate the sky. The huge world government emblem was tattered in the flames, and under the fluttering flag, the ultimate battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and CP9 has begun. Luffy vs Rob Lucci. Shave, after image Ranbu. Rob Lucci's figure disappeared, and the next second, like a phantom overlapping, the pair of red gold beast eyes in the Black Panther form suddenly locked onto Luffy's vitals. Finger pistol, violent strike. His hands turned into black after images, and he attacked continuously like a storm. The finger pistol created a sonic boom that pierced through the air directly. Luffy roared, his rubber body stretched wildly, and he forcibly resisted with rubber giant machine gun. The two huge forces collided head-on, and the void shattered. However, after just 10 moves, Luffy's body was already shaky and blood was flowing from his chest. My energy is depleting too quickly. Damn it! Rob Lucci had a blank expression on his face as he disappeared from sight again. The next second, a streak of black light swooped down from the sky. Tempest kick Phaliania. Hundreds of wind blades fell, covering the sky like a dense rain curtain. Rubber giant wall. Luffy crossed his arms to protect himself, but the wind blade tore through the rubber defense, and he fell into the rubble, blood gushing out of his mouth. Zoro vs Keiku. Tempest kick, cutting horns. Keiku's leg power exploded in the giraffe form, and the terrifying wind blade with a sense of tearing space went straight towards Zoro. Zoro's blood boiled, and he swept his two swords across forcefully, two swords style, double slash. Amidst the clanging of metal, the wind blade shattered, but Zoro's right arm shook, and blood splattered. Zoro. Usopp, who had just tried to stop the bleeding in the distance, exclaimed, but he could only watch Zoro being blasted into the rubble of the broken wall. Keiku's eyes were cold and fierce. You haven't even touched Haki, what can you use to fight me? Zoro struggled to his feet amidst the wreckage, gripping the hilt tightly. A faint black wave emanated from his body. Let's start with this blow, and break the fate. Sanji vs Jabra. Finger pistol wolf fang skull splitting. In Jabra wolf form, Shunpo was as fast as lightning, and his sharp claws, accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through space, went straight for Sanji's vital points. Sanji's right leg churned with flames, devil's wind kick, spinning kick. There was a loud bang, and at the moment the wolf claws collided with the flames, a scorching storm swept up. But Jabra endured the burning pain and took the blow, then slashed with his claws. Bang! 3 bloody marks were torn on Sanji's chest. He flew backwards dozens of meters and smashed into a stone wall. His face was as pale as paper. How could there be such a monster? Frankie vs Fakura and Kyujitori. Beast strict, double prison break. Fakura and Kyujitori merged, one on the left and one on the right, following Frankie like a shadow, interrupting every time Frankie charged up his machine. Super Assembly Cannon activate. Just as it was about to launch, the robotic arm was smashed in half by a beast severity spinning skull drop. My robotic arm! Frankie hugged the broken mechanical arm and screamed in despair. Nami vs Caliph. The ability of the bubble fruit is fully exerted to the ultimate level, and the entire space is filled with a strange fragrant bubble luster, which makes people slip and feel weak once touched. Nami was about to fight back when her hands and feet were already blocked by bubble chains. Caliph stroked his gold-rimmed glasses and sneered, a woman of this level dares to call herself a navigator. Nami gritted her teeth and yelled, I'm not a vase. The weather stick released lightning and struggled hard to break the chains. Unfortunately, this is a battlefield, not a place for you to perform. Chopper vs Bluno. Menman void folding lock. The space was shrinking like an invisible cage, squeezing Chopper into mid-air. Liberation, monster form. Chopper forcibly broke through the restrictions, but Bluno took advantage of the opportunity and used a 6-style physical technique combo to hit the flaw in Chopper's incomplete transformation, and knocked him away with a heavy punch. Usopp is seriously injured, Nami and Chopper are trapped, Sanji is barely breathing, Zoro is kneeling on the broken wall, and Frankie's mechanical arm is completely destroyed. Only Luffy stood in the ruins, his eyes bloodshot and his breathing like a wild beast's growl. Robin burst into tears and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Don't sacrifice yourself for me anymore. Go! Go quickly!" Luffy slowly stood up, blood dripping down his fist. He suddenly raised his head and roared. "Robin! I promised you! We are here to save you!" The other side of the battlefield. Spondam laughed wildly, "See? This is CP9 who has been specially trained by Suinlin." He waved the golden den mushi around, "Even if we can't defeat you, you won't be able to cause any major trouble with this thing around, ha 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 ha." Usopp, who had a broken arm in the back, was forcibly bandaging his wound and panicking as he watched everyone continue to be crushed in the battle. Suddenly, he saw Spondam standing at the top, holding the golden den mushi and laughing. His intuition told him that this thing could save them. Using his remaining body to fix the slingshot on the broken wall, he painfully aimed at the reckless Spondam standing on top and shouted, "Must kill Firebird Star." A large bird-shaped flame bomb was fired from the slingshot and flew straight towards Spondam. By the time Spondam reacted, it was too late. The flame bomb hit his head, causing a violent explosion. His head was charred and he fell straight down. The golden den mushi in his hand was also blown away. Usopp quickly ran towards the direction where the den mushi fell. 6 Styles 6 King's Spear Extreme. Lucci's fist, wrapped in the pitch-black armament haki, instantly pierced through Luffy's abdomen. Cough! Blood gushed out of Luffy's mouth, and his body was blown away like a rag, crashing through the 3-story wall of the Justice Tower and finally falling into the ruins. The steam dissipates and second gear is forcibly released. Luffy struggled to get up, but all the bones in his body seemed to be broken and he couldn't even move a finger. Lucci walked over slowly, his leopard tail swinging, looking down at him condescendingly. Luffy gritted his teeth and tried to clench his fist again, but his muscles had completely collapsed. Rubber rubber, jet! Bang! Lucci stepped on his head and crushed him into the ground. Remembering the lesson of G5, he kicked Luffy with haki and broke both his hands, just in case. Ah! Luffy screamed. 4-sword style tempest kick heavenly feather slash. Keiku's giraffe form explodes, and 4 slashes simultaneously block all of Zoro's escape routes. Zoro gritted his teeth and thrust out 3 swords simultaneously, trying to block. Ding! 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 Crack! Wado Ikimonji was knocked away. Zoro's pupils suddenly shrank, and the next second, Keiku's last knife had already cut into his shoulder. Puff! Blood splattered, and Zoro fell to one knee, unable to stand up again. Keiku put away his knife and said indifferently, "Your knife is too slow." Iron Body Wolf Fang Bone Crushing. Jabra's wolf claws were wrapped in armed color, and one claw tore Sanji's right leg. Crack! The sound of broken leg bones could be clearly heard. Sanji screamed and fell to his knees, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Jabra sneered, "Blackfoot! Now, you can't even stand up." Beast strict, Aikido collapse. The two's combined skills instantly shattered Frankie's mechanical armor. Boom! Frankie was blown dozens of meters away, with all his body parts scattered all over the ground, and he completely lost his combat ability. Fukura scoffed, "Cyborgs? They're nothing but toys in the face of true taijutsu." Foam Suffocation Prison. Califa's bubble fruit ability completely enveloped Nami, and the oxygen was quickly extracted. Nami struggled, but her body gradually became weaker and she eventually collapsed. Califa glanced at him disdainfully, "Weakling, you don't even have the right to breathe." Menman Space Strangulation. Blueno's spatial ability completely blocked Chopper, who had eaten the blue ball and went into a rampage state, and then a finger pistol pierced its chest. Puff! Chopper transformed back into his original form, lying in a pool of blood, unconscious. Bluno turned away indifferently. Monster? Nothing more than that. On the battlefield of Enice Lobby, all the Straw Hat crew members fell, and their blood dyed the ruins red. Chapter 80. Enice Lobby, the ruins of the Great Judgment Tower. The red setting sun was obscured by thick smoke, and the raging fire illuminated the ruins. All the members of the Straw Hat crew fell to the ground, and blood quietly bloomed like scarlet flowers on the broken walls. Robin knelt among the rubble, looking at his fallen companions with tearful eyes. Is this the end? The CP9 members approached step by step with murderous intent. Rob Lucci said indifferently, "End them." Keiko sneered, "The dream of the scumbag pirates ends here." Jabra licked his bloody wolf claws and walked over with a sinister grin, "Goodbye, bastards." Just when the final deadlock was about to come, a heart-wrenching cry came from afar. "Don't touch my friend!" Everyone was startled and turned to look. On the broken wall, the one-armed Usopp held up a golden den mushi, tears mixed with blood covered his cheeks, and his clothes were tattered, but at that moment, he looked like a hero of the Straw Hat Pirates. 10 minutes ago. Spondum you, now. In the den mushi, the desperate and frantic whisper of the severely injured Spondum was heard. I don't want to die, Buster Call, activate. Buzz. The signal of the golden den mushi was fully activated, and a shrill alarm sounded over the entire Enice lobby. In the distance, 5 Buster Call battleships broke through the waves, their flags fluttering, and their giant gun barrels turned together. The black muzzles seemed like Shinigami eyes that swallowed up the light. Everyone in CP9's expressions changed drastically. Buster Call. Are you kidding me? Spondum, you piece of shit, are you crazy? Rob Lucci roared in a deep voice, everyone retreat. Just before the order to retreat was given, Lucci turned around coldly and pierced Frankie's heart with a finger pistol. Frankie. Before anyone could react, Jabra took advantage of the chaos and used a finger pistol skull-splitting to directly pierce the severely injured Sanji's head. Blood splattered like a sky full of crimson. Sanji. Frankie. Nami and Chopper fell to the ground, crying and screaming, but were powerless to stop this final brutal blow. I want you to always remember, this is what happens when you become an enemy of the world government. Lucci gave a final cold glance, then led the CP9 team to moonwalk and evacuate quickly. Boom! The first Buster Call cannonball burst through the air. Usopp watched helplessly as the black Shinigami-like giant bullet whizzed down, and couldn't help crying to the sky. Luffy! Zoro! We can't die here! Just when life and death were at stake, a clear call seemed to come from the distant sea. Get aboard, everyone! That's the sound of the Mary. Usopp looked back, his eyes blurred with tears, and suddenly saw that the Mary had already broken through the waves, like a miracle from heaven defying. Luffy! Zoro! Jump! Usopp forcibly pulled up the dying Zoro and Luffy, and jumped off the cliff without looking back. The remains of Nami, Chopper, Robin, Sanji. No. The beast-like Chopper held on to his last breath, tears streaming down his face as he pulled Nami and Robin, and jumped down with them. Boom! The first wave of Buster Call shells came like doomsday, but at the last moment, those shells that were about to hit suddenly formed a thin layer of frost. Ka. The shells mysteriously froze and shattered in mid-air, turning into harmless ice fragments that fell onto the sea. Just when everyone was still in a state of uncertainty, the Straw Hat crew who jumped out were caught steadily by the gentle hull of the Mary. Usopp hugged the sheep's head on the bow and cried bitterly. Mary, you're back! The sea breeze was howling, and the Mary turned into a stream of light on the sea, carrying everyone to flee madly into the distance. Robin wiped away her tears and turned back to take one last look at the burning ice lobby. On top of the broken walls, a familiar and tall figure stood quietly, his cloak fluttering. Those deep eyes seemed to be bidding farewell silently. Kyuzan. Robin's heart trembled, tears welled up in his eyes. Goodbye, Robin. The sea breeze gradually faded away, and the figure finally disappeared in the flames and thick smoke. On this day, the humiliated flag of the world government was burned, Buster Call's first wave failed for the first time, and the Straw Hat crew, in Mary's arms, survived. New World G5 Branch Strategic Command Room. The early morning sunlight penetrated the tempered alloy windows and shone onto the long table piled with war reports. There was a suffocating feeling of oppression in the air. Rog flipped through the latest intelligence with an expressionless face. When his eyes fell on the last page, his fingers paused slightly. Buster Call's first wave of artillery fire failed to fully hit its target, with some shells misfiring. The Straw Hat pirates took the opportunity to escape. The long silence made Ian, who was standing aside, almost hold his breath. Finally, Rog slowly put down the information in his hand, his tone strangely calm. Have you found out? Who authorized the Buster Call? Anne's heart trembled, and he immediately said seriously, the intelligence department has confirmed it. It was Aokiji Admiral Kyuzan who personally agreed to it, and he also participated in this operation. Rog's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and each tap felt like a heavy hammer hitting the air, making people feel suffocated. After a moment, he picked up the Den Mushi on the table and dialed the familiar number. The moment the Den Mushi was connected, a roar like a volcano about to erupt came from the other end. I've seen the intelligence. Rog smiled coldly. Uncle, it seems, before the real war begins, we have to clean up a wave of internal pests. From the other end of the Den Mushi came the distinct sound of a fist smashing the tabletop. Tonight, you go straight to the headquarters. Sakazuki's voice burned like a blaze of anger. Bring Enel and Light with you. Tomorrow, I'll personally force a meeting with Sengoku and identify all those wavering bastards. Enel stood nearby, his golden eyes narrowed slightly. He snorted softly when he heard this. Can we finally take action? Lei Te sneered and looked up, his tone chilling. Let Teacher Zephyr help clear the area. Rog nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the vast ocean outside the G5 branch. His eyes were as cold as a deep-sea volcano about to erupt under the ice. This so-called justice feast. I will overturn it myself. Red had his arms behind his back, wearing a pair of black sea-stone brass knuckles, the edges of which looked chilling in the morning light. He glanced at the sky and sneered. Boss, now that we've completely cleaned it up, should we go take a walk in the Celestial Dragon's garden? Rog's eyes were as calm as the still water at the bottom of the sea. Don't worry, clean out the rotten meat first. Anne stood aside, his expression more solemn than ever. Marineford Naval Headquarters. Dark clouds gathered, and strong winds swept across the harbor with the roar of the tide. The entire marine fort seemed to be covered by a thick shadow, making it hard for the soldiers to breathe. Sakazuki's crimson cape fluttered wildly in the wind as he stood in Sengoku's office. The hard stone slabs beneath his feet had been burned into charred cracks by the breath of magma. His eyes were like a volcano about to erupt, red and hot, filled with murderous intent. Sengoku, if you keep trying to hide it, don't blame me for taking action. Sakazuki roared in anger, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked and drew blood. At the end of the distant corridor, Vice Admiral he walked slowly towards them, his silver hair slightly disheveled, fluttering in the strong wind. She looked at Sakazuki with a complicated and heavy look in her eyes. Is this the path you want to take? Sakazuki didn't look back, his voice rumbling like thunder. It's time to change the blood of this sea. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire naval headquarters seemed to tremble at this moment. The next morning, Marineford, the naval assembly port. In the morning mist, a large number of warships are lined up on the sea. G5's black battle flag fluttered high, and the Suinlin emblem on it looked like the iron cavalry of hell ready to go under the bloody sunset. Enel stood on the top of the flagship, his golden eyes scanning the entire battlefield, the Thor's scepter in his hand charging and ready to go. Lighter sat cross-legged at the bow, his face grim, his fists crossed, his knuckles trembling slightly, like sharp blades thirsting for blood. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his eyes piercing through the thick dark clouds, staring at the sea that was about to capsize. This day has finally come. He whispered softly and slowly raised his right hand. Attention, form your formation and stand by. Target Aokiji Admiral. Chapter 81. Marineford Supreme Strategy Conference Hall. The thick air was filled with a sense of oppression before a storm, as if the entire naval headquarters was firmly suppressed by an invisible atmosphere of solemnity. Sengoku's fingers pressed firmly against the edge of the conference table, his knuckles turning white and a vein throbbing in his forehead. Zephyr stood not far away, his eyes calm, as if he had seen through everything that was about to happen. The clearing of the meeting room within a radius of 5 kilometers has been completed. At this moment in the conference room, the hawks and the doves were like two volcanoes ready to erupt at any time, with anger and coldness clashing with each other. Rog walked forward slowly, each step like a drum beating the heart, his eyes locked on Kuzan, who was sitting lazily. Kuzan. His voice was low, but it rumbled like thunder in the sky. Your so-called lazy justice, are you so lazy that you can't even uphold justice itself? Kuzan put his hands in his pockets, still maintaining a nonchalant attitude. Don't say that, Rog Vice Admiral. The world isn't black and white. Rog narrowed his eyes slightly, but his tone became more stern. Really? Then let me ask you. The Straw Hat crew acted recklessly in Nice lobby. You supervised them all the way, but in the end, not only did you let them go, you also personally destroyed the symbol of justice of the world government, Nice lobby. Kuzan, are you upholding justice? Or are you protecting your personal feelings? The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, and all eyes fell on Kuzan. Kuzan. What did you do in O'Hara back then? Do you want to explain it in front of all the Marine executives today? Kuzan's eyes narrowed slightly, a rare flash of panic in his eyes. This has nothing to do with what's happening now. No. Rog interrupted coldly, his voice growing deeper and colder. You dare to say that all this has nothing to do with Nico Robin? The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Rog continued to press forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent like a knife. O'Hara Buster Call, you witnessed her mother's murder with your own eyes, and you personally threw her into that ocean of despair. 8. Kuzan, she's only 8. Since then, she has been wanted by the world government, living in exile, carrying the highest bounty in history for the Devil's Son crime. And what about you? Rog slammed the table, pointing angrily at Kuzan. Not only did you not end this hunt, but you followed her all the way, openly and covertly keeping an eye on her for over a decade. Haha. With this so-called justice, are you really practicing Lilicon justice? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Sakazuki's face darkened and he growled, "UBD, you actually have such a fetish." Zephyr's face was livid, and his fists were clenched. Kuzan, you really disappoint me. Even the usually lazy Kizaru half opened his eyes, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ah, Kuzan Admiral, this is a bit hard to explain. Aokiji looked embarrassed and had no idea how to refute it for a moment. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Rog sneered and approached. Can you dare to say that it wasn't you who used that ridiculous lazy justice as an excuse to force Robin to flee the world and leave her with nowhere to go? How dare you say that you didn't use the pretext of preventing her from being hunted as a pretext, but instead pushed her into the abyss time and time again? What do you mean by justice? Is it redemption, or is it just enjoying this long, dirty, Selfish hunting game. Kyuzan lowered his head in silence, veins throbbing faintly on his forehead, and his fists trembled. Sengoku's expression was extremely gloomy, and Tsuru Vice Admiral's face turned pale. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Sakazuki laughed in anger, "What a lazy justice! Aokiji, you are qualified to talk about justice." Faced with the questioning, Kyuzan remained silent. He wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't come up with any reason to justify himself. A nice lobby shouldn't have existed in the first place. Aokiji finally whispered something, but it exploded in the conference room like a bombshell. Sakazuki shot up and slammed his fist down on the conference table. Bang! The hard sea stone tabletop was directly burned through by the lava, and the hot magma dripped and corroded a deep pit. Kyuzan! Are you denying Marine's authority or are you denying justice? You are blatantly shielding the pirates. Sakazuki roared angrily, haki gushed out, the temperature of the entire conference hall soared instantly, and a strong smell of burning began to fill the air. A nice lobby is destroyed. The dignity of the law has been trampled upon. Can you completely shirk all responsibility by saying it shouldn't have existed? Kyuzan's eyes turned cold, but he still stood up. Sakazuki. Is this what you call absolute justice? Indiscriminate killing will only make the world more chaotic. A hole. Sakazuki couldn't bear it any longer, his whole body turned into magma, and he punched Kyuzan fiercely. Boom! The floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference hall were shattered by the loud noise. The two men turned into two meteorites of fire and ice, smashed through the outer wall, soared into the air, and fought on the open space in the square. The sky was half a burning sea of fire, half a frozen frost. Magma was surging, and ice and snow were falling. Sakazuki roared, "Kyuzan! Today I will clean up the mess for Marine." Kyuzan's eyes were cold. "Sakazuki, your justice will only destroy everything." The two of them activated their haki to the fullest, and their momentum exploded directly in the sky. Thunder and flames intertwined, and the sky and the earth seemed to darken. In the conference hall, the huge justice flag fell silently, and the air in the huge conference hall seemed to be completely frozen. Sengoku just stood up and wanted to scold, but the moment Rog took a step, he was directly suppressed by the surging conqueror's haki. His steps paused and his heart sank. A black storm raged in the conference hall. Haki was like a materialized raging wave, tearing through the air and directly impacting the steel beams of the ceiling, making a deafening noise. Rog stood at the center of the storm, his expression as cold as a glacier, murderous intent boiling in his eyes. "Marshal Sengoku." Rog spoke each word, his voice like the mighty bell of the judgment sky. "Your so-called anti-affair bill now seems to be nothing more than a piece of scrap paper, isn't it? Is it that when faced with the person who should be executed, they simply don't dare or are unwilling to carry out the execution?" He fixed his gaze on Sengoku like a hawk and sneered. "Is this law specifically enacted to constrain us, the soldiers who truly carry out justice? Or is it just a joke for those low-level soldiers with no background or backing?" Boom! Rog's haki completely erupted, the ground cracked instantly, the wall shook, and the metal badge with the word justice slowly shook under the strong air pressure, making a dull metallic whine. Lighter and Enel took a step at the same time. Red clenched his fists, his sea-stone brass knuckles reflecting a cold murderous intent, his whole body boiling with armed color like an iron-blooded battlefield. A murderous aura from the front line of the battlefield swept the entire place. Enel's golden pupils slightly closed, lightning flashed at his fingertips, and his mind network had already locked onto the emotional fluctuations of all the doves in the conference room. Every trace of murderous intent and every ray of fear could not escape his perception. All the hawkish factions held weapons in their hands, their auras locked on the dovish generals, their murderous intent like a raging wave. Kizaru was still leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, as if he was not involved in the matter, but his fingertips had inadvertently touched each other, and the corners of his eyes opened slightly, revealing a serious light. Shitun, Hua Shaishan and others were sweating profusely, looking at each other with dry throats, but no one dared to stand up. They knew clearly that if there was any further verbal provocation, today's high-level meeting would probably turn directly into a reckoning trial. Rog slowly scanned the room, his voice resounding throughout the hall like a judgment from heaven. If you dare not cleanse this sea of corruption, then let us clean up this filthy ocean. Righteous justice will reshape a new order with iron and blood. The solemn atmosphere in the hall reached its ultimate level. At this moment, the ultimate battle between Sakazuki and Kyuzan has already torn the world apart outside Marineford Square. The extreme scene of volcanoes and ice fields is reflected in the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room. And this building of justice that once symbolized the highest authority of the marine also began to crumble completely at this moment. Chapter 82. Marineford Plaza Zenith Extreme Battlefield of Fire and Ice. The boiling magma rolled, and the extremely cold ice field spread rapidly. The two extreme natural forces collided violently in Marineford Square, erupting with a deafening roar. Half of the sky was burning with crimson clouds, while the other half was shrouded in icy blue mist, as if the heaven and earth were split apart by this ultimate battle. Boom! Sakazuki attacked first, his right fist suddenly turned into molten lava, and the hot magma poured down like the flames of hell. Meteor volcano. Giant fists of molten lava, accompanied by fiery sonic booms, crashed down like the collapse of heaven and earth, as if a group of volcanoes erupted at the same time. Ha! Sakazuki, you're just as impatient as ever. Kyuzan pressed the ground with one palm, and cold air rushed out. Ice Age. In an instant, the sea surface at the foot of the entire square froze into ice tens of meters thick, spreading upward at an incredible speed, freezing the falling giant fists of magma one by one. Bang! 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 The huge magma fist was frozen in midair into a burning flame sculpture, but the next moment, the lava boiled, and the exploding fire stream broke through the ice and turned into a magma storm sweeping down. Kyuzan frowned slightly, turned his body, and transformed into a wisp of extremely cold ice mist that moved hundreds of meters horizontally, leaving behind an ice substitute that was instantly evaporated. Sakazuki snorted coldly and stepped on the ground. The boiling magma burned the earth along the path he walked, and the black lava poured out like a stream of hellfire. Kyuzan, how long can your lazy justice last? Justice must be enforced with blood and iron, not with words. Sakazuki threw out both fists, and the magma rose into a giant red dog-headed shadow, roaring and rushing towards Kyuzan in mid-air. Great eruption, double hellhound. Two giant lava beasts, as fiery as hellhounds, roared and rushed towards Kyuzan with a rage that could burn the sky and destroy the earth. Kyuzan's expression turned cold, and he brought his palms together, and the ice-blue aura transformed into a giant ice dragon that surrounded his body. Ice Dragon Breaking Tide. With the roar of the Ice Dragon, Kyuzan leaped high with the help of Moonwalk. The entire sky was filled with frost and snow. The Ice Dragon, wrapped in tremendous coldness, confronted the two Hades dogs. Boom! Ice and fire collided, the sky shook, one side of the sea was directly caused by the hot and steaming magma to explode violently, and the other side was frozen into an iceberg hundreds of meters high. However, just as the two ultimate powers were about to cancel each other out, Sakazuki's figure transformed into crimson lightning, forcefully passed through the center of the explosion, and appeared in front of Kyuzan. Your justice is too weak. Great eruption. The fiery lava fist instantly expanded to the point where it almost blocked the view, containing astonishing high temperature and destructive power, and slammed head-on into Kyuzan's chest. Kyuzan crossed his arms to the limit, covered with ice armor. Boom! The ice armor exploded instantly, and Kyuzan was blown hundreds of meters away like a cannonball, and slammed heavily into the solid city wall at the end of the square. Cough! Kyuzan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and his frosty aura was obviously forcibly suppressed by Sakazuki. Damn it! This guy's haki and magma are even more powerful than 2 years ago. Sakazuki stood amidst the flames, his fist dripping with molten lava, looking coldly down at the fallen Kyuzan. Kyuzan, you are no longer qualified to talk about justice. Today, you only have 2 choices, death or abdication. The air was boiling again, and the murderous intent was pressing down like a substance. The battle was not over yet, but Sakazuki had already completely gained the upper hand. Ice Cube Pheasant Mouth. Kyuzan took the lead. The moment the ice bird spread its wings, the temperature of the entire square plummeted. The giant bird made of ice crystals tore through the air and flew straight to Sakazuki's face. Sakazuki's right fist erupted into lava, and without dodging or avoiding, he punched out. Great eruption. Boom. The moment the lava fist collided with the ice bird, a steam explosion swept across the entire venue. The shock wave of ice and fire completely overturned the ground within a radius of 100 meters, and gravel fell like rain. Kyuzan's pupils shrank and he suddenly turned sideways, but Sakazuki had already rushed in front of him like a ghost. Dark Hound. The lava-like right fist was like a red fang, heading straight for Kyuzan's chest. Puff. Amidst the sharp sound of burning flesh and blood, Kyuzan's ice armor was instantly pierced through. The high heat of the lava burned through his left shoulder, and the blood evaporated before it even dripped. Cough. Kyuzan stumbled back, ice quickly covering his wounds, but Sakazuki's attack didn't stop. Before the steam dissipated, Sakazuki had already broken through the fog barrier, and his molten right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Dog bites Red Lotus. The lava dog bit Kyuzan's right arm, the ice armor shattered, and the flesh and blood burned. Ugh! Kyuzan was forced to kneel on one knee, and the ice melted rapidly in the high temperature. Sakazuki looked down, lava dripping onto his military cap, burning black holes in it. Bang! A lava uppercut hit Kyuzan's chin, sending him flying and crashing through 3 layers of rubble. Kyuzan climbed up from the rubble, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and his right eye half closed due to high temperature burns. Sakazuki walked slowly, leaving scorch marks on the lava beneath his feet. Kyuzan, there is only one reason for your defeat. You're not absolute enough. With the last punch, the lava condensed into a huge red and black fist, blasting out like a volcanic eruption. The end, Crimson Hell. Kyuzan used up his last bit of strength, and the ice sword condensed. Ice Blade Aurora Slash. But the lava instantly swallowed the ice blade and pierced his chest. Boom! The flames of the explosion shot up into the sky, the square of Marineford was engulfed by lava, and the ice layer was completely vaporized. The magma was flowing, and the ice and snow had been evaporated by the heat. Sakazuki approached the wounded Kyuzan lying on the ground step by step. His right arm transformed into a giant magma fist, and the blazing light dyed the sky red. With this punch, Kyuzan will definitely die. At this moment, Sakazuki. Sengoku suddenly stood up, and his whole body burst out with a pressure like thunder. Golden light exploded all over his body, and he instantly turned into an extremely huge golden Buddha. He jumped directly out of the conference hall and stood between Sakazuki and Kyuzan. The golden light of the Buddha suppressed the heaven and earth, and with one palm, he blocked Sakazuki's magma punch. Boom! The hot magma flow exploded along the Buddha's palm, burning the ground into huge charred cracks. Sengoku's face turned pale, and his roar shook the sky. Do you really want to completely split Marine? Sakazuki. Sakazuki's face was indifferent, his fist filled with magma stopped in front of Sengoku, and he looked back at Rog who was standing at the end of the square. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless as he responded to Sengoku's roar. If the carrion is not scraped away, the Marine will never be able to truly administer justice. If we don't settle the accounts today, we will be destroyed tomorrow. Veins throbbed on Sengoku's forehead, but a hint of complexity and powerlessness flashed in his eyes. He could sense that Kyuzen's vitality was rapidly declining. If Sakazuki's punch really landed, Aokiji would definitely die. Sengoku took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a low voice, "Kyuzen, abdicate and be judged thoroughly." His voice seemed to be squeezed out from his chest, and every word seemed to be cutting through the remnants of the old era. Hearing Sengoku finally give in, Sakazuki snorted coldly, slowly retracted the hot magma, and looked coldly. "For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'll spare his life. But Sengoku, you better clean this up quick." After he finished speaking, he walked straight towards the conference hall. Walking to Rog's side, Sakazuki paused slightly and said in a deep voice, "We should have a meeting to discuss the Whitebeard matter." Rog nodded calmly. The future of the Marine must be completely in the hands of justice, not those corrupt guys. The two left side by side, followed by all the members of the Purification faction, leaving Kyuzen lying unconscious on the ground. Sengoku's face was complicated. He quickly summoned the medical team to the scene and shouted anxiously, "Get help immediately! We can't let him die in Marineford." In a fuzzy state of mind, Kyuzen watched the fiery red figure walking away. There was a complicated look in his eyes, and the scene of him fighting side by side with Sakazuki when he was young emerged in his mind. "Sakazuki, Rog, just how far have you come?" Beneath the golden Buddha, the ice and snow melted quietly. A generation of Admiral was defeated in this battle of destiny. Chapter 83. Marineford Supreme Strategy Conference Hall. The sun shone brightly, and the air in the conference hall seemed to have solidified into steel. Sengoku stood in the center, silent for a long time, his eyes slowly scanning the entire audience. At this moment, everyone understood that a new era for Marine had arrived. From today on. Sengoku's voice was low, but it struck everyone's heart like a war bell and a heavy hammer. The highest command of the Marine Corps is led by the Puritans. As soon as he finished speaking, the murderous aura that had been suppressed for a long time erupted like a frozen volcano. Sakazuki and Rog stood side by side, and all the hawkish generals stood up and saluted. Ret, Enel, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, and others all looked solemn. Sakazuki walked forward slowly, with hot lava steaming under his feet. His eyes were like the magma before a volcano erupted, staring at Sengoku and all the senior executives present. Justice no longer waits for the fate of decay to decide. From now on we will take control of it. Rog walked to the center of the meeting, spread out a plan written in black ink, and said in a deep voice, "We no longer wait for the enemy to attack. I will live stream the execution of Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, to the world. Detonate the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates and force them to attack Marineford. Then, this just war will be broadcast live around the world. Under the witness of countless people, Ace's true identity will be revealed, and the Whitebeard pirates will be completely annihilated. Use this as a clarion call. Start cleaning up this filthy sea." As soon as the words came out, the Dove camp in the conference hall was struck by lightning and their faces turned pale. "Are you crazy?" Dove Hwashaishan was horrified and shouted, "Do you know that once the execution is broadcast live worldwide, the Whitebeard pirates will come out in full force? It will be an all-out war. I just want him to come out in full force. If the pirates don't die today, they will destroy the world tomorrow. When the time comes, bury Whitebeard and his so-called old times in Marineford." As soon as the words fell, all the upright people responded in unison like thunder. "I agree." Some doves wanted to speak, but were silenced by Sakazuki's cold gaze. Rog's eyes were as cold as a blade, and he pointed his finger at the island on the battle map that symbolized the pinnacle of marine justice. Marineford will be the battlefield of the decisive battle of the century, and the fiery furnace that will cleanse the scum of the sea. Kizaru rarely looked serious, and when he raised his eyes, a rare solemnity appeared in his eyes. "Oh my! It seems that this time there is really no way out." A group of neutral officials also nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Sengoku slowly closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. In that case. He opened his eyes, and his old and sharp eyes were full of complexity and reluctance, but more of it was the awareness of adapting to the times. Marine, prepare for battle. Mobilize all elite forces. If Whitebeard comes, he will be buried in Marineford. The Marines have officially entered the highest state of combat readiness, the G5 base and the headquarters are working together, and the shadow of war has completely enveloped the sea. Holy Land, Marie Joy's, 5 Elders Council Chamber. The last rays of sunset cast their last rays on the golden sky. Beside the long table, 5 imposing old men were reading the battle plan written by Rog himself. Sakazuki has completed the transition of power. That Suinlin has finally reached out to the core of the world. 5 elders, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, spoke grimly, publicly executing the Whitebeard second squad captain while simultaneously triggering the Whitebeard rebellion, a sinister, yet ruthless, move. The other curly-haired old man nodded slowly. Whitebeard, it's time to send him to see Roger. After this battle, the embers of the old era will be completely extinguished. Beside the round table, the bald old man was quietly reading the Whitebeard Pirates Regiment Annihilation Operation Plan written by Rog himself. Tisk. Sakazuki actually completely suppressed Kuzan. The suited 5 elders put down the documents, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and stared coldly. This is a meticulous plan, targeting Whitebeard's weaknesses. Given Whitebeard's pride, he'll definitely respond in full force. The 5 elders sitting in the main seat whispered, this is an opportunity. If we can use Marine to eliminate an emperor, and even eliminate the strongest man in this era, there will no longer be any old king standing in the way of the new world's order. The 5 people looked at each other for a moment and finally reached a consensus. Second. New World G5 branch flagship. Inside the massive battleship's main control room, the highest authority communicator in the global intelligence network slowly activated. Rog stood in front of the huge metal eagle emblem, his golden cloak fluttering, his voice low and cold. Connect News King Morgans. Morgans excited, shrill laughter echoed through the communicator. Oh, hee hee. Isn't this the world-renowned Marine Vice Admiral, His Excellency Suinlin Rog? What's up? Finally, do you have some big news for me to share? Rog's eyes were as cold as stars. From now on, mobilize all the resources of your world news agency to publish this notice worldwide. 1 week from now, Marineford will broadcast live to the world the execution of Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Porgas d'Ace. Morgans was stunned for 3 full seconds. The next moment, a burst of excited, manic laughter echoed across the communication channel. Wahahahaha! Great! Big news! This is a bombshell that could upend the new world. Even the celestial dragons wouldn't dare to pull this off, and you, the purificationists, are actually planning to do it openly. Rog replied calmly, this world needs a major cleanup. New World, Moby DK, Whitebeard Pirates. The waves on the sea suddenly became restless, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was sitting quietly on the deck, the huge knife wound on his chest aching slightly, and he frowned. That brat Ace, why haven't you heard from me for so long? Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard on the deck. Marco's expression was solemn as he reported loudly. Dad, it's bad. Ace was captured by Naval Headquarters, and... Marco gritted his teeth and held up the World News Agency notice he had just received. They're going to execute Ace live worldwide at Marineford. Snap! The huge wine jar in Whitebeard's hand was crushed to pieces, his body trembled violently, and the entire Moby DK seemed to be shaken by his anger. Marine, how dare you touch my son? His roar echoed like thunder across the sea. Issue a call to all members. Everyone, prepare to march to Marineford. No matter what the cost, bring Ace back. East Blue Revolutionary Army Secret Base. Monkey D. Dragon stood outside the windmill hut, his cloak fluttering in the strong wind. He looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds, his eyes as deep as the abyss. Behind him, a Revolutionary Army cadre stepped forward quickly to report. Captain, Marine has publicly announced the execution of Porgas d'Ace. Long slowly exhaled a puff of white mist, his eyes were calm but contained a powerful force. The bell of the times has finally rung. He turned and ordered his men. Inform Sabo. While the world's attention is focused on Marine Ford, accelerate the overthrow of the tyranny of the member states' operation. New World Tato Land. Big Mom is sitting on a giant cake throne, holding a giant fork decorated with icing. Charlotte Sparrow walked over quickly and handed over the latest information. Mom, Marine is going to execute Whitebeard's son. Big Mom paused for a moment while chewing the cake, then licked her lips and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Humph, Whitebeard, I'm afraid he's in great danger. However, we probably won't be able to attend this banquet. We're in the process of preparing for our tea party, and the stability of the world is more important. Ace's life or death is none of my business. New World Inagashima. Kaido of the Beasts laughed wildly towards the sky, his giant dragon-like avatar hovering beneath the gloomy sky. Wahahaha! Is the war finally going to start? Whitebeard's son is going to be executed. That old guy must be mad as hell, right? He rushed down and transformed into a human form, picked up the 8 precepts, and grinned fiercely. War. It's Lao Zi's favorite smell of fireworks. Guys. While the main force of the Whitebeard pirates is heading to Marine Ford, the islands in their territory, New World, are empty. Ha 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 ha. New World Red Hair Pirates. In the vast sea, the wind is as strong as a blade. On the deck of the Red Fourth, the one-armed red-haired Shanks leaned alone on the side of the ship, his expression unusually solemn. Beckman quickly stepped forward, handed over a copy of the latest intelligence, and said in a deep voice. Shanks, Kaido has already started mobilizing his troops. While the Whitebeard pirates are preparing to break out to Marine Ford, the beasts have dispatched Drought Jack, Plague Queen, and a large force, intending to seize the opportunity and seize the Whitebeard Sea. This war will not only change Marine Ford, but also plunge New World into chaos. Shanks took the information with his remaining right hand, took a deep breath, and a complex glint flashed in his eyes. Kaido, this guy, really hasn't changed at all. However, Whitebeard's era is not truly over yet, and his presence won't be easily erased. Shanks looked at the dark clouds gradually gathering on the horizon, his eyes as sharp as torches. Beckman, assemble everyone. Set sail immediately, let's go stop Kaido. Beckman raised the corner of his mouth and lit his cigar skillfully. It seems that New World is about to face a real storm. Shanks gathered his cape, his fighting spirit high. If we don't stand up, the world will really be in chaos. Whitebeard, at least, we will protect his last bit of dignity. The next moment, the Red Hair Pirates' battle flag was hoisted high, the bow of the ship broke through the waves, and the Red Hair Pirates were dispatched. Chapter 84. Next day, Grand Line Nameless Island. In the dilapidated stone house, the sea breeze blew in with a fishy and salty smell. The broken ship Mary was quietly anchored on the shore, and the setting sun reflected on her torn canvas. In the dead silence, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates sat silently by the campfire. Luffy said nothing, his hat brim covering his eyes, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and blood seeped into his palms. Zoro sat aside, covered in bandages, his hands shaking constantly. He had never hated his own powerlessness so much. Nami sat hugging her knees, tears already blurring her eyes. Chopper lowered his head and sobbed, not daring to look at anyone. Usopp sat in the corner, his body thin, the empty cuff of his left hand swaying gently in the sea breeze. The sense of emptiness seemed to have sucked away his soul. If I could be stronger. Luffy's hoarse voice finally broke the silence, his eyes red. Sanji. Frankie. It's because of me. Shut up. Zoro growled, his voice cracking, unable to control his emotions. Can useless regret bring them back? But after saying this, even he himself could not utter any more harsh words, only bitterness remained. Just then, a familiar sound of fluttering wings came from above my head. GAGGG World News. Global breaking news. Newsbirds flew across the sky. Robin's eyes fixed, he stood up gently, walked out of the house, and took the latest copy of the news of the world. When she saw the shocking headline on the front page, her eyes, which had been as calm as dead water, suddenly fluctuated violently. Global announcement: Whitebeard 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Porgas D. Ace, has been sentenced. Marine Ford, in the name of justice, live broadcast to the world. Robin suddenly turned around, walked quickly into the house, and held the newspaper in front of everyone. Luffy. Ace is going to be executed. At this moment, everyone's expressions were shocked. Luffy looked up, an almost insane light in his eyes. What? Ace is going to be executed. Usopp stared at the burning bonfire and spoke in a low voice. The world government, the Marines, have finally shown their fangs. Nami and Chopper's cries echoed again, but Luffy suddenly stood up and punched the stone wall. Bloodline Madara's palms trembled and clenched his straw hat. This time, no matter what the cost, I will save Ace. Future Island Vegapunk Research Institute. Outside the layers of high-tech defense systems, a compressed air ball like a black meteor landed with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Vegapunk was standing in front of a huge analyzer, adjusting a complex device, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Why, at this critical moment, you still have the mind to come to me? As the air vibrated, Rog's figure walked out in the light and shadow, and threw down a bloody figure in his hand. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Rog used air to compress him into a nearly unconscious black mass of flesh, barely breathing. This guy. Vegapunk narrowed his eyes and saw Blackbeard's unusual physique at a glance. Rog looked down at the dying Blackbeard from above, his tone as indifferent as a Shinigami's judgment. A monster with the ability to extract devil fruit from others, and even capable of eating multiple devil fruits, is perfect material for living experiments. You should be interested. Blackbeard forced himself to open one bloodied eye. Upon hearing these words, his expression suddenly changed, his lips trembling. No, no, please. I'm still useful, I can still make a contribution. Vegapunk's eyes gleamed brightly, and the high-speed thinking of the brain fruit deduced countless experimental plans in an instant. Do you want him alive, or dead? Rog stood with his hands behind his back, watching coldly. It doesn't matter. Life or death is up to you, but the technology to extract this ability must be in our own hands. Vegapunk took a deep breath, his eyes more serious than usual. This means that you must completely open the gate of God. Rog smiled faintly. It's better to open it and cleanse this sea thoroughly, in our own way. Vegapunk nodded slightly, turned and walked towards the experimental cabin, leaving a final word. Leave it to me, Suinlin Vice Admiral. Vegapunk walked slowly to Blackbeard, his huge genius brain glowing faintly, and his eyes were cold and penetrating, as if he was examining a piece of delicate instrument to be dissected. Marshal D. Teach. He tapped Blackbeard's chest lightly with his finger. You possess the legendary dark fruit that can devour everything, and you attempt to steal more fruit powers. From a scientific point of view, your existence itself is a blasphemy against the rules. Blackbeard trembled all over, blood mixed with cold sweat running down his cheeks. No, no. I am from the D clan. I still have my own destiny, I can help you. Rog sneered at this, his voice as cold as an ice blade. Destiny? Are you qualified to talk about destiny? You are nothing but a greedy, filthy parasite trying to rise to the pinnacle of this era through unorthodox means. Rog leaned over and pressed his palm directly on Blackbeard's heart. The air was compressed into a sharp invisible blade, almost tearing his internal organs apart. Remember, I spared your life only because you were still useful. Your life no longer belongs to you. Blackbeard was in extreme pain, his eyes nearly rolling back into his head, but he dared not raise an ounce of resistance. He could only tremble and plead, "Don't kill me. I can still be useful. I still have a way." Vegapunk turned around and smiled slightly. "Your Excellency Vice Admiral, his current physical condition is extremely unstable. I will need some time to dissect his unique genetic structure. By the way, there has been tremendous progress regarding the Munch Munch fruit you sent last time. Vegapunk Research Institute Core Melting Laboratory." The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and a stream of scorching high-energy particles rushed towards us. The air was filled with the charred aroma of metal being reshaped by the high temperature. The huge energy furnace hanging in the air was slowly turning, and the interior was filled with an eerie black uzumaki. Vegapunk walked up to Rog with a smug smile and pointed at the furnace that was protected by layers of defense. He lightly pressed the control panel, and saw a thick piece of alloy wreckage suddenly rolled into the dark uzumaki. With a low chewing sound, the piece of metal was completely swallowed up in an instant, silently. The next second, a transparent crystal emitting a bright light slowly fell out of the collection chamber at the bottom of the furnace. The devouring transformation is complete. This is black energy crystal, a new, high-end material with strength and energy responsiveness far exceeding that of sea stone. It's powerful enough to create the strongest warship armor, and can even temporarily withstand attacks from awakened Logia users. Vegapunk smiled slightly, his eyes twinkling. This thing will become one of the standards of combat power for dominating the sea in the future. Rog glanced at the obsidian crystal with a penetrating gaze. Very good. Once I've completely cleaned up this mess of pirates, your work will be of real use. Vegapunk smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, this is not all. Actually, I prefer to invent things that the people can use, but I also know that if I want to achieve thorough reform, war is necessary. He turned around and pointed to the huge mechanical transformation platform in the distance. It was a silver-white warship with a sci-fi and solemn appearance, which was slowly being raised and lowered for debugging. The outline of the Arc Maxim can still be vaguely seen on its hull, but now it has been completely renewed. The Arc Proverbs sent by your Thunder God subordinate Enel is about to be completed. I replaced the main energy core with black energy crystal, added an anti-gravity control device and the latest particle interference force field. In another week, this true God's battleship will be able to launch from the harbor. When that happens, it may become the final weight that determines the outcome of this battle of justice. Vegapunk gently patted the mirror-smooth hull of the giant ship, with a rare hint of enthusiasm in his tone. When the time comes, both the sky and the sea will make way for it. A week? Very good. This storm that has swept across the entire ocean is about to begin its real curtain call. To cleanse a filthy era, it requires more than swords, blood, and fire. We also need the power to truly change the world. Rog walked away slowly, leaving behind a cold remark. Get ready, Vegapunk. The future world no longer needs demons, only the justice that belongs to us. Chapter 85. World Report Day 3 Marineford Naval Headquarters Medical Area. The dim ward was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. A ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the thick curtains, making the figure on the bed look long and lonely. Kuzan lay quietly on the hospital bed, half of his face covered by thick bandages, and the empty cuff of his right sleeve hung over the edge of the bed. The once idle body now exudes an indescribable sense of dilapidation. His right hand had been completely melted, and he could only use the fruit's ability to generate an ice hand to replace it. Of those once lazy and indifferent eyes, only the left eye is now open, and the bandage under the right eye has been infiltrated by bloodline. There were heavy footsteps at the door. Click! The door slowly opened, and Garp's old but still tall figure appeared at the door of the ward. He stood by the door, not saying anything for a long time, just staring at Kuzan on the bed. The hideous scars and bandages on his body were like a heavy hammer, hitting the old man's heart. Kuzan. Garp's voice was dry and low, his eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, veins bulged, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Kuzan struggled to open his remaining left eye. After seeing who was coming, he gave a wry smile and said in a hoarse voice with a hint of relief, "Mr. Garp, you're back." He raised his broken icy hand, trying to make a relaxed gesture, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. "Never mind." Kuzan turned his head to look out the window. The sunlight shone on his broken face, reflecting an extremely bitter smile. "I have to blame myself for this. I always thought I could use so-called lazy justice to preserve some warmth and kindness, but now it seems." He paused, smiled bitterly and continued, "Maybe I'm really wrong." Garp's throat choked slightly, his eyes painful. He certainly knew what Kuzan had done. He let the Straw Hat Pirates go, let his grandson go, and ruined his own future with his own hands. "Kuzan, I'm sorry." Garp whispered an apology. Even though he was a marine hero, he looked like a guilty old man at that moment. However, Kuzan waved his hand, his tone calm and relieved, "Mr. Garp, I also have selfish motives. Just like you couldn't bear to see Luffy go to his end, I don't want to see the world become absolutely black and white." "But..." Kuzan's left eye stared at the ceiling, and for the first time, deep fatigue and weakness appeared in his eyes. Marine has changed. Sakazuki and Rogswool has penetrated into Marine's bones and blood. He paused, a rare clarity flashing across his eyes. "Old man, I advise you, not to do anything that goes against justice anymore. I have a feeling. They are uncle and nephew, next time, there will be no mercy." The ward fell into deathly silence again. Garp stood there, trembling slightly, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He was silent for a long time, looking at the sky outside the window with complicated eyes at the turbulent sky. Marineford Shishibukai exclusive meeting room. The heavy alloy door of the naval headquarters slowly closed, and an invisible oppression filled the entire hall. Here, the world's top sea kings gather. The Shishibukai Council officially convenes. Around the huge metal round table, 6 legendary sea overlords have already taken their seats, and the atmosphere is strange and depressing. Dracul Mihawk sat on one side, holding his chin with one hand, his eyes as calm as dead water, and the Black Knife Knight lay quietly beside him. Bartholomew Big Bear closed his eyes and rested, as silent as ever. Boa Hancock proudly crossed her long legs, tapping her fingers on the table, a hint of caution hidden beneath her beautiful face. She does not interact with Luffy in this game. Sir Crocodile sat beside him, tapping the wine glass lightly with his golden claws, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Gecko Moria lay back in the chair, laughing sinisterly, "He he he. This war is really interesting." The most conspicuous one is Donquixote da Flamingo, who is slouched in a chair with his fingers crossed in front of his face. A Marine Rear Admiral entered and announced, "Vice Admiral Rog, the Suan Lin, is about to arrive." In an instant, the originally slightly restless atmosphere suddenly condensed. "Haha, it's finally here." Crocodile sneered, with smoke surrounding him. Hancock's pretty face changed slightly, and she was secretly alert in her heart, "That person is coming." "He he he." Moria laughed strangely, but she couldn't hide the fear deep in her eyes. Bang! The heavy metal door was kicked open, and a murderous wind blew in. Rog, wearing the cloak of Vice Admiral and with an expression as indifferent as a judge from the gods, strode into the conference room. Lei Te accompanied him, holding a sea-stone brass knuckle, sneering and silent. Enel's golden pupils were slightly closed. In an instant, no matter how arrogant the Shishibukai were, they were silenced by this overwhelming momentum. Even Mihawk slowly sat up straighter. Doflamingo's originally cynical smile froze, his glass-colored glasses slid down slightly, and he stared at the person who came. Rog walked to the main seat of the meeting, looked around, and said in a cold and direct voice. I just have one word. In this war, who among you dares to slack off? After the war, I will annihilate your forces along with them, and have you accompany Whitebeard on his journey. As soon as the words fell, it was like a thunderbolt. The air pressure in the entire conference room suddenly dropped, as if one were in an ice cellar in an instant. Hancock's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She had been thinking of saying a few words relying on her beauty, but Rog glanced at her coldly and she dared not act rashly. If I really said that, I would die. Moria originally wanted to say something sarcastic, but was suddenly silent when Rhett's cold gaze swept over him. Crocodile's face was gloomy. The smoke cleared, and he tapped the tabletop with his claws lightly, his eyes dark. My hawk, who has always been the most difficult to understand, no longer seems relaxed at this moment. He presses the black knife knight at his side with one hand, with a rare solemnity in his eyes. Rog glanced around the room and continued calmly. As for the fathead fish that didn't come, when I have time, I'll take care of it myself. Now put away those silly little thoughts of yours. Just prepare for battle. After saying that, Rog turned and strode away, followed closely by Rhett and Enel. With every step he took, the murderous intent never ceased. When the three figures completely disappeared, the air in the conference hall seemed to resume circulation. Doflamingo took off his sunglasses, sweat breaking out on his forehead, and his throat moved slightly. Hiya, hiya, hiya. What a terrifying guy. Is this the Marine of the new era? Hancock was uneasy, and unprecedented complex emotions surged in his beautiful eyes. My hawk picked up the glass and took a sip of wine slowly, but he didn't relax for a long time. The prelude to war has slowly begun before their eyes, this time, no one can stay out of it. Day 4, Marine Ford, Supreme Operations Conference Room. Inside the steel-forged defense hall, the battle layout that has attracted global attention has already begun. Rog stood in front of the huge holographic sea chart, his eyes sharp as he looked down at the simulated battlefield projection. Behind him stood the core forces of the Serenity Hawks, Rat, Enel, Doberman, Flying Squirrel. A murderous aura filled the entire space, like a deep-sea storm that was about to swallow everything. Rog's fingers gently ran across the tactical defense plan, his tone cold and decisive. The Whitebeard pirates are expected to arrive off the coast of Marine Ford in 3 days. With our headquarters as the core, we will deploy a triple defense circle. Rog's eyes were slightly cold, and his voice was as cold as ice. Any pirates who break through the defense line will be killed on the spot. Sakazuki nodded. No prisoners will be taken in this battle. Not a single one. Lighter sneered, and Enel said calmly, we have all the information in hand. Those idiots can't cause any trouble. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru sat on the other side. Although they had tacitly agreed that Rog would lead the war, their expressions were still solemn. Sakazuki slammed his fist down on the battlefield simulation platform and issued a cold order, all troops must be in place within 3 hours. Any officer who retreats from the battlefield will be court-martialed on the spot. New World Whitebeard Pirates Moby DK. The blue sea rolls and the war drums rumble. Whitebeard Edward Newgate's cloak fluttered, and the huge, hideous scar on his chest seemed to be dripping with blood. Gulala, Ace, they actually caught him. Calling all 43 affiliated pirates, prepare to march. This time, we want to show the world. Even at my age, I can still stir up the entire ocean. Marco nodded, don't worry, Dad. We will bring Ace home. At that moment, 43 warships of the New World's prestigious pirates group gathered and rushed forward through the waves, like a prehistoric monster about to tear the world apart. New World Onigashima. Kaido stood on the edge of a huge cliff, looking up at the sky and laughing, the mace in his hand burning with a violent aura in the lightning. Hey, this is really interesting. Whitebeard is going to die. Once this old man dies, the sea will be ours. The three disasters stood quietly behind him. Yin glanced sideways slightly. Red Hair has already mobilized the fleet. Kaido laughed, just in time. Laozi was just looking for him to hit his head again. Set off. New World Com Belt Edge Red Hair Pirates. The sun sets and the sea waves roll. Has Kaido's warship been dispatched? Red-haired Shanks stood on the deck, his cloak dancing in the wind, his expression more solemn than ever. First Officer Beckman blew out a puff of smoke. They're approaching our designated security zone. If we don't stop them, Kaido might show up on the battlefield and take advantage before the summit war is over. Shanks held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, took a deep breath, and his eyes showed a rare sharpness. Order! Everyone assemble! Prepare for a meeting. Stop Kaido if necessary. Shanks's eyes were like knives. For that future, even if it costs everything, we must prevent this ocean from sinking completely. Chapter 86. Marineford Strategic Command Room. Sengoku frowned, flipping through the pages of the troop deployment plan in his hand, and finally slammed the table. Once all Whitebeards are deployed, we'll need at least 100,000 elite marines to defend Marineford. Otherwise, our defenses won't hold. Rog stood in front of the huge sea chart, fiddling with the battle power symbol in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he said lightly. 100,000? We don't need that many soldiers buried with you for your political reasons. Sengoku took a deep breath, as if to release all the depression in his chest. He stood up and said in a deep voice. Rog, do you think? I don't know how many soldiers may not come back from this battle. Do you think I want to see them die? He turned around abruptly and pointed at the huge sea chart on the wall, his eyes bloodshot. But this is war. An all-out war with the world's destiny at stake. Without sacrifice, how can there be victory? How can there be future peace? Rog looked up, his eyes like swords staring straight at Sengoku. Marshal, our goal is to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, but we will never use the blood and flesh of our soldiers to build an altar of victory. In a true high-level battle of strength, elite soldiers are nothing more than ants that can be easily crushed by a powerful opponent. The aftermath of a battle between powerful men will kill them in droves. Rog looked at him calmly, slowly walked to the nautical chart, and pointed at Marineford. Marshal, there has never been true peace in this world. As long as the pirates are not completely exterminated, the so-called peace is nothing more than a brief respite bought with one victory after another, a false illusion built on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What I want? He suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the distant sky. This is a new era led by true justice, where soldiers can return with glory, not as cold and forgotten sacrifices. Sengoku's face froze and he opened his mouth, but no words of rebuttal came out. Sakazuki nodded solemnly, his face blazing with rage like lava. I agree. Real war relies on fists and will, not cannon fodder sent to die. Rog continued, from these 100,000 marines, we will screen out half based on the three criteria of strength, willpower, and psychological endurance, leaving only the strongest 50,000 elite. These people are the ones who are qualified to stand on the battlefield of this war and have the best chance of survival. Victory will be won with their blood, not with their corpses. Rog glanced coldly at the crowd present. A truly powerful person should stand firm at the forefront of the battlefield like a rock, crushing the enemy with absolute strength and forging victory with an iron will. They shouldn't hide in the rear, leaving those soldiers with faith to fight monsters with their flesh and blood. The meaning of strength has never been to pave the road to victory with the corpses of soldiers. It is to use one's mountain-like body to build an insurmountable barrier for every soldier behind you. The air froze for a moment, and Sengoku closed his eyes for a long time, feeling bitter in his heart. Shocked by these words, he was speechless for a long time, his expression complicated. Looking at Rog's resolute and stern back, he realized for the first time. Since when did I stop caring about the lives of the lower-ranking Marines? This genuine regard for the lives of soldiers actually makes people tremble. Inside the Marine Corps, soldier barracks. These words quickly spread privately in the army. Have you heard? Vice Admiral Rog directly rejected the order to transfer 100,000 troops, saying that our lives are not to be sacrificed. Vice Admiral Suinlin is actually trying to defend us ordinary soldiers. After hearing this, Lao Zi decided to accept death in this battle. Rog Vice Admiral said, "We must come back alive from this battle. He didn't treat us as cannon fodder. This is what a true general looks like." For a moment, countless soldiers were moved to tears, veins bulged in their hands as they gripped their weapons, and they vowed to fight to the death. Especially at the G5 base, no one flinched. Even though they knew the screening was extremely strict, they still shouted, "We are under the G5 blade of rectification. For justice, I will die without regrets." This heart-stirring and passionate oath spread like a raging fire throughout Marineford. For a time, the soldiers' morale was greatly boosted. Regardless of whether they could pass the screening in the end, they all volunteered to participate in this war known as the ultimate showdown between justice and evil. After many rounds of screening, more than 60,000 elite soldiers volunteered to stay, especially at the G5 base. All the members were selected and vowed to fight to the death. In the sunlight, the cloak of justice billowed like a blazing flame. Tens of thousands of warriors raised their sabers and roared in unison. "Clear the pirates! Never retreat!" At this moment, the soldiers are no longer weak victims, but true warriors fighting for justice. Rog stood on a high place, looking down at the elite troops lined up in the square. His eyes were as calm as the sea, but they concealed a hint of unprecedented solemnity. Sakazuki walked up to him and they looked at each other in silence, neither of them spoke. Lei Te crossed his arms and chuckled, "Boss, they will remember you after this battle." Enel's golden eyes flickered slightly. If God had intervened, there wouldn't have been any casualties in this war. Rog said slowly, "I don't need them to remember this. This is their choice, and it is also the ultimate test of this era. I promised them that they would return with glory." Sakazuki stood beside Rog, his hands behind his back, and spoke each word with great force. "In this battle, victory belongs to justice." Finally, Rog whispered, "This time, their blood will not be shed in vain." Marineford Marine Soldier Barracks. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a red glow over the entire training square. The soldiers who were about to go to the battlefield sat quietly beside their luggage bags. Some lowered their heads to polish their weapons, while others unfolded yellowed papers and picked up pens to write down the softest concerns in their hearts. A young Marine bit the pen, his wrist trembling slightly, and wrote in childish but neat handwriting. "Dear Mother, my son is about to go to the front line to fight the enemy. I am afraid he will not be able to come back after this battle. But please don't be sad, fighting for justice is the highest honor. It would be worth it if I could see the sea clear and the children playing freely in the harbor. Your unfilial son, Bailey." Not far away, an old soldier's rough fingers struggled to smooth the paper. He dipped his pen into ink several times but couldn't put pen to paper. In the end, he only wrote a short sentence. "My dear, if I don't come back, I will still marry you in my next life." By the campfire, a soldier quietly put the addressed envelope into his chest pocket, looking firmly at the towering mast of a warship in the distance. Command room. Rog stood in front of the holographic tactical sandbox and summoned Kizaru and Enel in a deep voice. "Borsellino Admiral, Enel." Rog's voice was unusually volatile. "In this war, the soldiers have pledged their lives. I don't ask for them all to return alive, but I do ask that if a high-level battle breaks out you evacuate the front-line soldiers to a safe area as quickly as possible." A rare moment of deep thought lingered in Enel's golden eyes. The maximum range of our mind network can completely cover the battlefield. I will continue to monitor the battlefield situation. Kizaru lazily took off his sunglasses and smiled helplessly. Oh my, Rog Vice Admiral, you're making an old man like me run around. Rog smiled faintly. If Admiral Borsellino was really lazy, he wouldn't have single-handedly wiped out the pirates' hideout in North Blue. A complex emotion flashed across Kizaru's eyes before he finally nodded. All right, I'll just move a little this time. Rog saluted the two men solemnly and said, guard them back safely on my behalf. Kizaru looked at Rog, who was so serious, and a trace of fluctuation flashed in his eyes. Marineford Marshal's office. Sengoku stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the heavily fortified Marineford. A cup of tea turned cold, he slowly closed his eyes, but his thoughts seemed to go back to that youthful age. At that time, he, Garp, and Zephyr were full of vigor and ambition, and they were determined to change the world with their own hands while chatting and laughing. At that time, the belief in justice was simple and pure, requiring no complicated schemes or heavy compromises. Since when did I stop feeling sorry for the most ordinary soldiers? Sengoku slowly exhaled, his gaze crossing the distant Justice Square where the battle was about to break out. Yes, he is old now. He can no longer walk back to that simple path of justice. And that young figure wearing a cloak and standing under the scorching sun was exactly the ideal he had always dreamed of, but now, he could only entrust it to Rog. Rog, I'll leave it to you. The wind rises and the flags flutter. The ultimate battle between justice and evil, survival and destruction is about to begin. Chapter 87. Marineford, Justice Square, Day 7. There is a thick murderous intent between heaven and earth. Over Justice Square, dense dark clouds hung low like an iron curtain, thunder rumbled continuously, and strong winds swept in from the ocean, stirring up countless sand and war flags that fluttered in the wind. The roaring waves on the sea were not as strong as the rage suppressed in silence on the battlefield. 60,000 elite marine soldiers, clad in white cloaks of justice, stood solemnly, their formations towering like mountains, their steel helmets gleaming coldly, their spears and halberds forming a forest. The orderly breathing sounds echoed like war drums, and the impending life and death battle was reflected in every soldier's eyes. On the high platform, the cold execution platform looked like an altar of death under the dark clouds. Sea stone chains tightly wrapped around Ace's limbs, and blood dripped along the chains onto the dark wooden floor, staining it into a scarlet pattern. He knelt in the middle of the chains, looking extremely miserable, but he still looked up and stared at the distant horizon. That was the sea of freedom he had longed for. Marshal Sengoku stood beside him, his cape fluttering wildly. He looked like a towering and motionless statue, his old yet majestic gaze sweeping across the entire audience. 3 Admiral Array seats. This moment of silence was captured vividly by the global live broadcast. When that scene was magnified and projected on intelligence channels around the world, hundreds of millions of viewers held their breath. On the throne in the center, Suinlin Vice Admiral Rog, wearing a cloak of justice, sat. On the right, the volcanic Akainu Admiral Sakazuki has a cold expression and his fist is always emitting molten lava. On the left, Kizaru Admiral Borsellino rarely looks serious, sitting quietly with his hands crossed and his eyes hidden. These represent the 3 seats of supreme marine combat power with Rog sitting in the middle. At this moment, no one objected, no one opposed. At this moment, the eyes of the world are focused on Marineford. Live broadcasts are being synchronized around the world. East Blue Village. The old village chief stood in front of the broadcast, cane in hand, tears in his eyes. It's Rog. This is the style of a true marine commander. A group of children gathered around the radio bug and cheered, Uncle Rog. Long live Rog Vice Admiral. West Blue Wandering Civilian Area. An old woman in tattered clothes burst into tears. As long as righteous people are still here, suffering will eventually end. North Blue Kingdom Parliament Hall. A king of a kingdom gazed at the giant projection screen and said solemnly, "This is the marine of the new era." Even the celestial dragons would probably start to tremble, wouldn't they? Grand Line Sabayati Archipelago. The nobles who once ran rampant here turned pale when they saw this scene. Suan Linrog is actually sitting in the admiral's seat. Where is Admiral Aokiji? In the corner of the crowd, the slowly rising flag of rectification was held high by some young people, and an uneasy public mood was brewing. Tato Land. Big Mom licked her fingers and smiled crazily. Suan Linrog, that little brat is even scarier than I thought. Holy Land Marie Joyce. The five elders stared silently at the global scene, their expressions as gloomy as dead water. One of the five elders snorted coldly, "It all depends on whether the Marines can truly bear the cost of this just war." Marineford Outer Defense Front. With the rolling clouds of war looming, the defense line outside Justice Square has become impregnable. The giant sea defense wall made of steel is hundreds of meters high and reaches into the sky. Dense heavy artillery and crossbows are neatly arranged on the gun platform, and the black muzzles are locked on the direction of the distant sea. There was an indescribable murderous aura in the air, as if the entire island was ready to transform into a behemoth of war and devour all enemies. Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Combat Team. Garp stood at the foot of the execution platform. Rog had not allowed him to see Ace since he came back. He looked at Ace on the execution platform with a gloomy face. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral stood in the front row, holding a long sword, wearing a cloak of justice, with a sullen face and a sharp gaze. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider used 8 sword styles horizontally. His body was as still as a sculpture, and the blades behind him shone coldly in the sea breeze. Although Vice Admiral, he did not go to the front line. He stood on the command platform in the back, his silver hair slightly disheveled and his eyes sharp. Vice Admiral Shatun was wearing armor and carrying a sword, with a rare seriousness in his eyes. He held a heavy battle axe in his hand, and his muscles bulged like iron towers. Smoker Vice Admiral walked slowly through the smoke, holding the sea stones tightly in his hands, ready to join the front line at any time. High in the sky, a thunder roared across the sky, and a golden light of lightning circled around like a god descending to the earth. Enel stood on the thundercloud, his golden eyes cold, and pointed the thunder god's scepter at the junction of sea and sky. The heart net has been opened, and the enemy's every move is under control. Surrounded by lightning, he had already entered a state of combat readiness, and the entire sky seemed to have become his territory. On the side of Justice Square, Rhett was wearing a black combat suit, sea stone brass knuckles, and a strong top-level armament haki. He stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the approaching giant ship in front of him, and his whole body was like an invincible sword about to be unsheathed. When they set foot on the square, leave no one behind. Shiryu of Rain, carrying Thunderstorm on his back, stood on the southeastern high ground. His gaze was as cold as a snake. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with a frenzy of battle-seeking. "I haven't tasted the bloody smell for a long time. Interesting. This time, I can enjoy it to my heart's content." Trafalgar Law's marine uniform cloak fluttered in the wind. The 24-year-old boy had a cold look in his eyes, and his youthfulness was gone. He wore the ghost cry on his waist and quietly scanned the entire army. "Today, let this sea see what the will of righteousness is." Ian and Binz each led the G5 elite troops to guard the two wings. Ain was wearing a standard black short cape, with a stern expression, holding autumn water in his hand, his eyes like the cold moon. Binz led the special plant team. The vines in the sky were wrapped into a giant shield, and the multiple lines of defense had already been set up. Marineford Justice Square. Rog glanced at the 60,000 elite soldiers below, each of whose eyes burned with a fearless light. Elite Marines lined up in the crescent-shaped harbor, 3 admirals sat on the execution platform, and Marshal Sengoku, holding a den mushi, declared to the world. "Today, we will determine the bloodline of Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Pirate King Gold Roger. Countdown to execution. The trial of justice is about to begin here. The 60,000 righteous soldiers seemed to be connected with the sky, and the world held its breath. The sky suddenly darkened and the sea seemed to have stopped breathing. Sengoku stood atop the execution platform, his gaze fixed on the seething sea in the distance, his eyes stern. Where will Whitebeard attack from? Under the sea? From the air? Gurgle, gurgle. The sea water in the harbor suddenly surged strangely, creating unnatural foam. Report. The water in the harbor is abnormal, shouted the marine scout. Sakazuki suddenly opened his eyes. No. This is... The magma was already swirling around his fists. Sengoku. They're going to break right in from the bottom of the harbor. Whitebeard used the shock fruit ability. Staff Officer He's face turned pale. He continues to cause microseismic activity on the seabed, disrupting our detection system. At this moment, boom! The harsh metal gate was directly torn and shattered by the terrifying vibration. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the huge whale head of the Moby Dick tore through the sea surface and jumped out from the deep sea. The entire battleship reappeared like a real white whale breaking through the water, and huge waves swept hundreds of meters into the sky, directly turning the inner harbor of Marineford into a raging flood of Uzumaki. Immediately afterwards, 43 coated pirates' ships followed closely behind, breaking out of the sea one after another. The black mass of pirates filled the decks, their momentum soaring into the sky, sweeping towards Justice Square like a tsunami. Gulalala! That familiar and terrifying laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, holding the Kusukumagari Naginata, stands as tall as a mountain at the highest point of the Moby Dick. Sengoku, I haven't seen you for decades. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Ace, who was handcuffed with chains, his eyes showing complex gentleness, as if he was his own flesh and blood. You take good care of my son. After saying that, he suddenly stopped the Naginata in his hand, and with a deafening roar, the earth seemed to crack. Whitebeard suddenly punched out, and the power of the shock fruit directly tore the space apart. The sea surface instantly collapsed, and black cracks spread across the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Justice Square, in the army. Enel stood on the thundercloud, his golden eyes narrowed slightly. Here it comes. Lei Te put on the sea stone brass knuckles, his eyes like two sharp blades about to be unsheathed. Interesting, this war has finally begun. Shiryu licked the blade and sneered softly, this momentum did not disappoint me. Live broadcast of intelligence from around the world. Countless people in Sabayati archipelago screamed, the Whitebeard pirates are charging straight in. East Blue, the old village chief lit his pipe tremblingly, oh my god, this war, is it really going to tear the world apart? At the North Blue Kingdom nobles meeting, countless nobles were horrified, is this, the power of the legendary strongest man? Marineford execution platform. Whitebeard's shock fist tore through space, and a terrifying shock wave swept across the battlefield, even the sky seemed to be torn into a dark crack. If this blow lands, half of Marineford will sink to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Rog's figure soared into the sky like lightning, and the power of the air fruit was fully activated. Vacuum wall. Buzz. In an instant, the airflow on the entire battlefield solidified. Whitebeard's shockwave, powerful enough to shatter the island, abruptly stopped before Rog. An invisible wall of air stretches between heaven and earth. Whitebeard's punch was completely blocked, and the aftermath of the shock couldn't even shake Rog at all. Goo! Whitebeard's pupils suddenly contracted. He slowly retracted his fist, his eyes fixed on Rog Suinlin Rog. His face was solemn. I'll give you a trick back. Rog raised his hand in the air, fingers spread out. The air in his palm was compressed crazily, forming an almost transparent sphere, even the light was distorted and swallowed. Vacuum annihilation bomb. Whitebeard suddenly gripped his naginata tightly, his muscles tensing. New Age brat, Don't be so arrogant. Kong Yunqi embraced the power of shock and faced Rog's killing move. The moment the two forces collided. Boom! The sky exploded. The shock wave swept across the battlefield, and even the Marine Admiral in the distance had to raise his hands to block it. Whitebeard took a half-step back, his naginata stabbing deep into the deck, and Rog not moving at all. Exactly, even Dad was forced to retreat. Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. Rog looked down at Whitebeard coldly, his voice like a judgment. Your old era is over. Next, is the era of absolute justice. Whitebeard's face was grim, but he couldn't lose his edge at this moment, and roared, guys save Ace. The pirates on 43 pirate ships charged at the same time. Sengoku's cape fluttered, his expression more serious than ever before, all forces attack. Rog gave the order from high above, realign the fleet and meet the enemy. From today on, the sea will change into the sky. Chapter 88. Marine Ford, Justice Square, in front of the execution platform. As the Whitebeard pirates broke out of the sea, the atmosphere in Marine Ford suddenly became extremely tense. However, in this solemn and tense atmosphere, one heart-pounding figure after another slowly appeared at the forefront of the battle. 7 warlords of the sea, directly under the world government, make a stunning debut. Dracul Mihawk. Wearing a black cloak and carrying a night black blade, he stood alone at the front of the square with an aloof and proud demeanor like a mountain. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, sweeping across the Whitebeard fleet in the distance. The strongest man in this sea. It's time for me to see him. Bartholomew the Tyrant. Holding a giant Bible and standing with his arms crossed on the far right, his towering figure looks like an insurmountable fortress. Even without saying a word, the pressure from his body still made it impossible for anyone to get close to him. Boa Hancock, the pirate's queen. She stood in the center of the army formation with grace and elegance, her beauty revealing a murderous intent. With a glance from her cold and beautiful eyes, a soldier fell to the ground in a trance. This war, is it worthy of me to take action? Sir Crocodile. Wearing a golden cloak and holding a cigar in one hand, he stood in the windward side of Justice Square, the golden claw on his left arm reflecting a cold light. What a nostalgic scene! The bloody battles on the battlefield are much more interesting than those conspiracies and intrigues. Gecko Moria. The shadow twisted wildly behind him, standing on a high ground and looking down at the distant sea. He, a bunch of fresh corpses, how awesome! Heavenly Yaksha Dongquixote da Flamingo. A pink feather cape was draped behind her with a playful yet dangerous smile. The tip of her tongue licked the corner of her mouth as she laughed defiantly, Bibibibibi. What a spectacular slaughterhouse! This show was worth it. On the square, the Shishibukai stood hand in hand, each occupying a front line, forming the strongest line of defense together with the Marines' 60,000 elite soldiers and the Suhan Hawks' combat power. Live broadcast, global synchronization. People around the world were shocked. Is this the legendary Shishibukai? Whoever stands out is a monster capable of suppressing an entire nation. Sabayati Archipelago, oh my god, is this an execution, or a decisive battle between gods and demons? At East Blue, the children excitedly pointed at the big screen. Mom, is that the world's greatest swordsman? At this moment, all eyes in the world are focused on Marine Ford. Marineford Justice Square. 43 huge warships rushed in like a black tide from the sea, and all members of the Whitebeard pirates roared and charged. Thousands of pirates swarmed in, the sound of killing shook the sky, sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. Sengoku swung his arm, his cape fluttering. Full force, meet the enemy. We can't let them break through. Frontline array. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral all appeared, including Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stolo Berry, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Giant Vice Admiral John Axe gathered on the front battlefield, each leading his own elite troops to fight against the 4 directions. The G5 First Fleet was also fully deployed. Lei Te wears sea stone brass knuckles and looks as cold as a god of war. Shiryu drew his sword, his eyes cold, and went straight for the enemy general's head. Trafalgar Law and Binz each led their troops to the battle, showing their sharp edge. Sky battlefield, thunderclouds rolling. Enel stood on top of the thundercloud, his golden eyes looking down upon the entire place. He looked at the pirates charging madly below, a sneer on his face. In God's realm you are nothing but ants. He suddenly put his hands together, thunder exploded, and thousands of lightning snakes danced wildly in the thunderclouds. Dash thunder and divine punishment. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the thunderclouds in the sky tore apart, and hundreds of thunders descended like divine punishment, piercing through the pirates' charge array. Oh no! Get out of the way! Before they could react, overwhelming thunder had already struck, and the 3 pirate ships were directly blown into charcoal. Countless charging pirates turned into charred corpses, and the battlefield instantly fell into a sea of fire and thunder. Marco roared, transformed into a blazing phoenix, and his golden wings streaked across the sky. Enel. The flame phoenix crashed into the thundercloud, and a fierce battle broke out between Marco and Enel in mid-air. Lightning and flames intertwined, golden wings of light and lightning spears constantly collided in mid-air, and the explosions shook the sky, as if a real battle of the gods was unfolding in the sky. Marco roared, "The will of the pirates will not be defeated by your so-called justice." Enel sneered, and the lightning transformed into a giant snake that wrapped around his staff. "Then let's see how long you, a broken bird, can fly." The other side of the battlefield. Red has already charged into the pirates' center like a tiger among a flock of sheep, his fists wrapped in the pitch-black armament haki, punching one person at a time, each punch breaking bones. His sea stone brass knuckles continuously penetrate the defenses of the fruit ability users, blood and bones explode together, and no one can stop him wherever he passes. A single punch smashed the chest of a supernova-level pirates, causing blood to spurt out and even the corpse to be shattered into pieces. "Anyone who stands in my way will die." The murderous intent was overwhelming, and rivers of blood flowed wherever he went. Lida. A loud roar sounded like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, a flash of metallic light appeared, and the power of Yozu's diamond fruit broke out in full force, transforming into an indestructible diamond giant, blocking Red in front of him. Jaw's fists were covered with diamond bodies, and Haki suddenly swung his fist at Red, and the air was directly torn apart by the fist. Red's eyes were cold, Haki gathered, and he punched forward. Boom! The 2 melee beasts clashed head-on, their fists stirring the heavens and earth, a gust of wind sweeping across 10 miles. The ground cracked and collapsed. Lei Te sneered, "Do you think hardness can withstand strength? Try Lao Zi's Ba Chan Beng." Red's pitch-black haki instantly attached itself to the fist and knuckles, and an extremely powerful impact force exploded, causing a fine crack to appear on Jaw's diamond armor. Xiao Zi's face darkened. "How is it possible?" Lighter grinned, "Lao Zi, but he is a man ready to fight Whitebeard. You're not worthy enough to challenge Dad." The 2 men fought fiercely with fists hitting each other, and the sound of flesh and metal hitting each other was endless. The other side of the battlefield. Shiryu vs Vista. Rain Shiryu's demon sword thunderstorm cut through the air, and before the blade even reached the target, the murderous intent had already penetrated into the bone marrow. Whitebeard's foil. Just a juggler. Shiryu grinned fiercely, a blood mist appeared on the blade, and he thrust forward like a lion majesty spitting out its tongue. Vista crossed his 2 swords, and rose sword energy burst out. Dual blade style, Crimson Waltz. Clang! 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 Sparks from the collision of swords rained down like a rainstorm, and the 2 figures left dozens of afterimages on the battlefield. Shiryu's slashes are fierce and tricky, targeting the throat and heart. Vista's sword moves are like dancing petals, seemingly gorgeous but actually full of murderous intent. "Your sword, is too slow. Shiryu suddenly changed his moves, and the thunderstorm blade wrapped around armament Haki, breaking Vista's rose barrier with one blow. Vista took 3 steps back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he laughed loudly, "Marine lackey, you dare to comment on my swordsmanship." The 2 swords suddenly merged into one, slashing out 100-meter-long torrent of sword energy. The ground exploded, and Shiryu was forced back, his boots plowing 2 deep grooves in the ice. He licked the bloodline on the knife, his eyes becoming even more excited. "This is what it's like. ROVS Brahmank. Room slaughterhouse." The light blue spherical space unfolded, and Luo's figure flickered like a ghost. Brahmank roared and chopped down with his giant axe, but it only shattered the afterimage. Swish! The scalpel slashed across, and the tendon of Brahmank's right arm was accurately cut off, and blood splattered. "BD brat!" Brahmank's muscles bulged, he tried to stop the bleeding, and smashed Haki into Luo with his left fist. Luo retreated coldly and hooked his finger, switch. Boom! Brahmank's fist hit his own crew member, but Luo had already flashed behind him, and the ghost cry blade pierced his back. Captain of the 6th Division? Nothing more than a pile of meat to be dissected. Al-An vs Lakyo. Lakyo's meteor hammer smashed the ground and he laughed wildly, "Marine girl, how many blows can your thin arms withstand?" Ain said nothing, and raised his autumn water lightly. Rewind, 10 years of slashing. With a flash of the knife, the iron chain of the meteor hammer rusted and broke in an instant. Lakyo opened his eyes wide and found that his weapon had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Time-type fruit. He retreated 10 meters, cold sweat soaking his back. Ain stepped in pursuit, his blade weathering and cracking the ground. "How many times can your body withstand being pushed back?" Bins vs Namor, Crazy Vine vs Ocean Current. Namor's tail slapped the ground, creating a huge wave. Mr. Fish Karate, Ocean Current shoulder throw. Bins pressed his hands to the ground, Wild Vine, Strangler Forest. Boom! Countless thorny vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around Namor like a giant python. The ocean currents were broken up by the plant network. Ah! Namor's scales shattered, but he roared and tore the vines apart, his fangs biting Bins's throat. Bins leaned back to avoid it, and poisonous pollen popped out of his sleeve. "Go to sleep, fishman." Namor's vision was blurred, but his sharp claws still tore off half of Bins's sleeve, and blood was dripping. 3 Admiral positions. Rog returned to the high seat, looking down at the whole audience with hawk-like eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly. At this moment, Shishibukai moved as ordered. Hawkeye my hawk slowly drew his sword, and the black knife cut through the sky at night, with the sword energy pointing directly at the Whitebeard pirates who were about to charge. Sir Crocodile's cloak fluttered, a sandstorm rolled, and he rushed into the flank battlefield. Don Quixote da Flamingo lowered his head and smirked, "Hey, hey, hey, the real slaughter has just begun." Bartholomew Kuma silently walked towards the front line step by step. Each air compression attack from his palm could directly clear out a large number of pirates. Boa Hancock stood on the platform and smiled coldly, "Men are such despicable creatures." Whole groups of pirates were petrified by the charm of her sweet fruit. Gecko Moria laughed and released shard bats to harvest pirates, and continued to absorb shadows. At this moment, the entire Marineford battlefield is filled with murderous intent. The iron-blooded justice and the raging tsunami will eventually decide the outcome here. The war has just begun. Chapter 89. Justice Square Marineford Battlefield. The surging iron-blooded fighting spirit surges into the sky, and the artillery fire and sword sounds interweave into a doomsday war song. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, a heavy roar tore through the noise of the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, the air was suddenly torn apart by a brutal force. Boom! 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 With the sound of earthquake-like footsteps, Ounce Jr.'s 60-meter-tall body broke through the smoke. His skin was red with anger, his muscles bulged like granite, and the dragging anchor plowed a gully several meters deep in the ice. Ace! This roar caused some marine soldiers on the front line to have their eardrums ruptured and bleed from all 7 orifices. He ignored Whitebeard's orders, his single eye only showing the flaming fist on the execution platform. Who dares to stop me? The iron anchor swept across, and 2 marine warships were broken in half, and the fragments of the artillery fell like a rainstorm. Ounce Jr.'s mountain-like body forcibly broke through the Whitebeard pirate's flank defense line, his eyes fixed on Ace on the execution platform. Get out of my way! He ran furiously, dragging the huge anchor, raising huge waves of dust, and rushed directly towards the marine defense line. Whitebeard's face changed and he roared, "Ounce! Stop!" But Ounce Jr.'s ears were filled with blood and he could no longer hear anything. He had only one thought in his mind. Save Ace! Humph, idiot! On the high platform, Doflamingo lowered his head, a flash of blood in his eyes. Shishibukai joined forces to attack. Moria smiled sinisterly and manipulated the shadows, shadow technique, piercing cone. Countless sharp shadow spikes shot out from the ground, like spears piercing through the mountain, instantly piercing through the left chest of Ounce Jr., and blood spurted like rain. The big bear beside him stood still as a mountain, the compressed air ball in his palm flickering slightly. Compression shock cannon. A compressed air bomb visible to the naked eye suddenly blasted out. Bang! Ounce Jr.'s huge head was directly shattered by a blast cannon, half of the helmet was broken, blood was flowing on his face, and his huge body was shaking. Not stopping yet. Doflamingo on the right twitched his fingertips slightly, parasite string severed limb. The sharp transparent thread cut through the void, and before Ounce Jr. could react, his right leg was suddenly cut off. Ua! Ounce fell to his knees, blood gushing from his severed limbs like waterfalls, staining the ground into a crimson lake. His one eye was blurry, but he still used his remaining left hand to reach for the execution platform. Ace, I! The light in the giant's eyes went out. His mountain-like body slowly fell, crashing into the Whitebeard camp. Get out of the way! Boom boom boom! The shock wave blew away thousands of pirates, and a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters was smashed into the battlefield. Ounce! Ace's eyes on the execution platform were bloodshot, and he roared so hard that his throat almost tore apart. Ounce! Ounce! The captain's eyes were bloodshot. The soldiers trembled and climbed out of the pool of blood. The monster is finally dead. Ace was standing on the execution platform, tears mixed with blood dripping down his face. Why for me? Ounce! Whitebeard's eyes were red, his muscular arms were raised high, his kuskamekari was deeply inserted into the deck, his fists were clenched, and the terrifying vibration force gathered in the fists. Gulala! Marine! His roar was like thunder exploding, shaking the air. Are you ready for the end? Boom! Both fists suddenly smashed into the air on both sides. Snap! 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 The space shattered like a mirror, and the terrifying shock wave spread wildly with Whitebeard as the center. The sea surface in the distance suddenly sank, and then... Boom boom boom! A world-destroying tsunami hundreds of meters high rose from the horizon. Huge waves blocked out the sky and cast a shadow over the entire marine fort. It's over, it's over. A tsunami of this magnitude can't be stopped at all. Some marine soldiers looked as pale as death, and even some rear admirals retreated subconsciously. Just as the tsunami was about to engulf marine fort, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared right above the battlefield. Suinlin Vice Admiral Rog. He spread his arms and his eyes were as cold as a blade. Buzz! A layer of transparent air barrier suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand, and then the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly closed. Air stop boundary seal. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. The tsunami that was originally surging violently was on the sea surface hundreds of meters away from Marineford. It came to a sudden halt. The waves hung in the air like frozen sculptures, and not even a drop of water could move forward. What? The waves stopped. No, it didn't stop. The vibration was blocked. Whitebeard's vibration force was completely blocked by Rog's air barrier. The waves lost their driving force and began to slowly collapse and dissipate, eventually turning into countless water droplets and falling powerlessly back into the sea. Whitebeard's seaquake dissipated before reaching Marineford. Whitebeard's pupils suddenly contracted. His shock fruit, since he became famous, no one has ever been able to resolve it so easily. Little devil, you! Rog looked down at Whitebeard coldly from above. The strongest man, the old era is coming to an end. Marine soldier, Rog Vice Admiral, could actually block Whitebeard's seaquake. Marco, he can even suppress Dad's vibrations. What kind of monster is this guy? Sakazuki, humph. Good job. Sengoku, the air fruit, can actually block the spread of vibrations. The wind died down and the sea trembled. Everyone realized that from this moment on, the balance of this war was tilting. Marineford, Justice Square, frontline battlefield. Swords flashed and gunfire filled the air. 60,000 elite Marines were like a steel torrent, dividing the inside and outside of Marineford Harbor into a battlefield of death. On the front line, the Marine drums are beating and the flag of justice is flying high. Hold the formation. Don't let the pirates take a step forward. Marine Vice Admirals personally guard the front lines. The G5 Discipline Force, with the help of the Seastone special weapon, directly shattered the arrogance of those with special abilities. Rectify the camp. Leave no one behind. Whitebeard's 43 pirate ships rushed forward like a tide, but in the center of the battlefield. The huge corpse of Ounce Jr. was like an insurmountable mountain of flesh and blood, stretching across the battlefield and blocking the pirates' way. Blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like mountains. Countless powerful pirates tried to climb over the wall of flesh and blood, but all were forced back by the hail of bullets and blades of the elite Marines. Damn Marine! We can't even get through the first line of defense. Vista's face was heavy as he was fighting fiercely with Shiryu, sparks flying everywhere. Namor roared and charged forward, but was tightly entangled by the huge vines controlled by bins with the plant-type fruit. Whitebeard's side's morale plummeted. The pirates in the distance witnessed that Whitebeard's tsunami was forcibly blocked by Rog alone. Ounce Jr. fell to the ground and even his body became a barrier to morale. For a moment, the shouts of charge became hesitant. How so? Our father, even the tsunami was blocked. This war, can we really win? Marine morale is high. On the other hand, the Marine soldiers, high in the sky, Rog's stern figure and the fluttering cloak of justice, like the god of war descending to the earth, completely ignited the Marines' fighting spirit. See. This is our Vice Admiral. Suinlin Vice Admiral single-handedly stopped Whitebeard. Marine will win. Countless Marine soldiers shouted and raised their arms, their fighting spirit soaring to the sky. The flags of justice in the Square of Justice danced wildly in the wind, as if announcing the coming of a new era for the sea. Execution platform. Marshal Sengoku stood beside Ace, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, always watching every change in the battle situation. Ace's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates unable to break through the Marine defenses and suffering heavy casualties, blood and anger surged in his throat, but he could only growl weakly. Dad! Go away! Don't die for me in vain! All of this was clearly witnessed by hundreds of millions of viewers around the world through live Den Mushi broadcasts. The world at this moment is shocked. Chapter 90. Marineford, Justice Square, sudden change of battle. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby DK, his eyes as dark as dead water, the old wound on his chest beating violently, feeling the turmoil of the battle coming in waves. The marine line before them was indestructible, even the corpse of Ounce Jr. became the biggest obstacle to the pirates' advance. Gulala, it's already this late, why do you still want me, an old man like me, to clear the way for you? Whitebeard suddenly pulled out the Kurokyu that was stuck in the deck, the veins in his arms bulged, and the huge sword was raised high. The white halo of the shock fruit was violently wriggling on the blade. Sons, watch out! He suddenly jumped off the warship, crashed into the battlefield like a moving mountain, and swept across with his sword. Shock blade! The vibrating force swept across the front line with destructive sword energy. Puff! Hundreds of elite marine soldiers in the front row were directly blown away, and an entire row of defense was cut down by Whitebeard's sword. Dust flew and the square of justice was stained with blood. Whitebeard Kanjai Unkai slammed into the ground, and stood in the center of the battlefield, his whole body as violent as an ancient god or demon, roaring from his throat. Follow me! Today, I won't stop until I take Ace away. That roar was like thunder piercing through heaven and earth. In an instant, the pirates, who were originally in low spirits, had red eyes, roared, drew their swords and followed their father to charge. Kill! For Whitebeard! At the moment Whitebeard attacked, a roar echoed through the sky from a distant platform. Meteor volcano! Sakazuki stood in the third admiral position, his arms transformed into raging lava, and he suddenly swung out countless lava fists, which turned into a rain of fire all over the sky, falling straight down. It was as if a real punishment from heaven had come, and the earth was boiling. Giant fists of molten lava, carrying hot magma, fell into the pirates' charging team. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions were deafening, the flames billowed, and the sea of fire engulfed a large number of pirates. Whitebeard's eyes widened in anger, and he suddenly swung his sword with a vibrating force. Shock, heaven break! A huge white shock wave directly blocked part of the meteor lava fist in front, but the aftermath continued to fall like a meteor rain. When the flames dissipated, Whitebeard was the only one left on the battlefield, standing alone amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Kong Yunki held his hand tightly, and he looked like a lone peak in the raging sea. Sakazuki walked slowly, each step carrying the flames of magma, and the ground beneath his feet was scorched and cracked. Whitebeard! Sakazuki looked indifferent, like a judge making a ruling, and stomped his foot suddenly. You deserve to die! Sakazuki! Whitebeard roared, holding Kusugawa Kaire tightly in both hands, the blade wrapped in a shocking force that was enough to tear the atmosphere apart, and suddenly slashed towards Akainu. Shock slash! Wherever the blade passed, the space twisted and broke, and the ground was torn into cracks dozens of meters long by the aftermath. Facing this devastating blow, Akainu simply raised his eyes coldly. He put his hands in his pockets, without even trying to dodge, but just slightly raised his right foot. Boom! Murakumokiri's blade fiercely slashed at Akainu's magma body, but not moving at all. Akainu's combat boots slammed down on the blade, and the hot magma spread along the blade, suppressing Whitebeard's shockwave force. What? Whitebeard's pupils suddenly contracted. Akainu was looking down from above, and the magma dripped onto Whitebeard's knife, making a sizzling sound. Magma erupted from under his feet, instantly burning Mikumochiri red. Whitebeard forced the shock fruit to its limit, shock wave. He slammed his right foot into the ground, and a halo of shattered atmosphere spread across the entire square. Boom! The sky and the earth were torn apart, and the entire Marineford square shook violently, but Sakazuki stepped forward in the aftermath of the vibration and punched Whitebeard in the abdomen, causing molten lava to explode. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. Sakazuki's eyes were like burning magma, and his voice was like the judgment of a fiery god. You are old and at the end of your ways, Edward Newgate. Sakazuki threw out both fists, the left fist Great Eruption, the right fist Dark Hound, the two magma fists crossed and struck horizontally. Whitebeard vibrates around and strikes back with his fist. The deadly battle between the two strongest men broke out in Justice Square. Far away Kobe and Bellamyber. The two hid behind some ruins, trembling all over. Bellamyber, should we go up and help? Kobe held the sword in his hand, his face pale. Bellamyber gritted his teeth and growled, "Are you crazy? Even Whitebeard and Admiral Akainu have taken action. Those monsters can beat us into pulp with just one slap. Wait until they're done, then we'll talk." The two men watched countless colleagues fighting bloody battles on the battlefield, but they never dared to take a step forward. The battle in Marineford and Justice Square intensifies. Whitebeard and Sakazuki fought head-on, and the aftermath of the devastating destruction tore the entire battlefield apart. The earth cracked, and flames and shock waves intertwined to create a doomsday scene. Rog stood on the high platform, his eagle eyes scanning the battle situation, and waved his hand coldly. "Evacuate all elite soldiers to the second line of defense, away from the high-end battlefield." Order. The commander immediately took orders and roared through the communicator, "Everyone listen. Retreat. Don't die in vain." The marine drums beat rapidly, the horns blew long, and 60,000 elite soldiers retreated in an orderly manner behind the defense line like a steel torrent, leaving the huge central battlefield for the high-end strong men to fight head-on. Rog stood high up, his eyes slightly tilted, and he gave Kizaru a sharp look. Kizaru lazily took off his sunglasses and grinned meaningfully, "Oh my, what a cold-blooded yet considerate vice-admiral." Before he finished speaking, his figure had transformed into billions of light particles, shuttling at high speed along the edge of the battlefield, providing rescue to the soldiers as they retreated. Center of the battlefield, Vice Admiral Battle Line breaks out. Doberman, wielding a giant blade, confronts Captain Collier of the 10th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ghost Spider dances with his 8-armed sword, engaging in a strange and swift fight with the captain of the 11th Division, King Udo. Hua Shaoshan's entire body was covered in smoke as he slashed down with his sword repeatedly, suppressing Harta. The Flying Squirrel brandished two swords and cooperated with Stolo Berry in a fierce battle with the two captains Atmos and Fossa. The battlefield was full of sword energy and flames. Smoker uses 10 sea stones in one hand and releases smoke with the other to obscure the enemy's perception, and then confronts Zhang from the Whitebeard Pirates. Above the battlefield, thunderclouds tear apart. Enel is fighting fiercely with Phoenix Marco in the thunderclouds. 60 million volt thunder beast. The rolling lightning condensed into a thunder dragon, biting Marco's immortal flame, but Marco flapped his wings and turned into a flaming phoenix, flying between the lightning. With his claws intertwined, he collided head-on with Enel dozens of times. Just when Enel was slightly suppressed by Marco, a pressure as if a god was looking down suddenly fell. Rog stepped slowly into the air vibrating with each step, as if walking on invisible steps, towering over the top of the battlefield. "Enel, go rescue the soldiers." Before he finished speaking, Rog clenched his hand and compressed the air into an invisible giant fist. Vacuum collapse. A terrifying air shock wave, accompanied by a sonic boom and high pressure, hit Marco directly. Marco was about to dodge, but found that the air was completely blocked and there was nowhere to escape. Gula. Marco gritted his teeth, spread his wings and resisted with all his strength, and his wings turned into a phoenix flaming shield. Boom! In an instant, the thunderclouds shattered, the flames dissipated, and Marco was blown hundreds of meters away, crashing through several layers of defense fortifications, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Enel took the opportunity to escape from the high-altitude battle circle, transformed into lightning, and quickly shuttled to the edge of the battlefield, cooperating with Kizaru to launch a large-scale rescue operation. At the top of the sky, Rog stood in the center of the battlefield, looking down at everything, with murderous intent all over his body. Chapter 91. Marineford, Justice Square, Front center. The battle situation changes rapidly, murderous intent and flames fly together. Under the scorching sun, the ultimate duel between Akainu Sakazuki and Whitebeard Edward Newgate ignited the entire battlefield. Whitebeard Edward Newgate stood in the center of the battlefield, blood gushing from his chest, staining his iconic white captain's uniform red. His breathing was heavy, but his eyes were still as fierce as a tiger's. The Kusakumo naginata in his hand was deeply inserted into the ground, and the blade was wrapped with a vibration force that was enough to tear the atmosphere apart. Gulala! He laughed wildly, and punched the air on both sides with both fists. Shock the sky! Snap! The space shattered like a mirror, and the terrifying shock wave exploded in a fan shape, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. The ground surged like waves, and dozens of meters of rocks were lifted up and smashed towards the marine camp like meteorites. The air was squeezed into a shock wave visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the marine soldiers' armor instantly cracked and their internal organs were shattered. The execution platform was shaking so violently that even Sengoku had to hold onto the railings to steady himself. This strike condensed Whitebeard's lifelong anger and strength. Sakazuki stood at the center of the shockwave, magma dripping from his fists and burning black holes in the ground. His eyes were cold, and he didn't even make a move to evade. Both fists suddenly transformed into giant lava cannons, smashing out continuously with a bang. Meteor Great Eruption. Boom! 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 Countless lava bombs hit Whitebeard like meteorites, and each one accurately intercepted the shock wave. The first lava vaporization shock wave. The second shot of lava shattered the flying rocks. The third blast of lava went straight to Whitebeard's face. Whitebeard blocked with his naginata, but Sakazuki had already appeared behind him like a ghost, transforming into a lava shape. Dark Hound. Puff! The lava-like right fist pierced Whitebeard's chest from behind like a red fang. Ah! Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, but turned around and slashed at Sakazuki's neck with a knife. Sakazuki sneered, his left hand suddenly surging with magma and armed haki, and he forcibly grasped the blade of the naginata. Sizzle! The magma and haki intertwined, the blade was burned red, and Whitebeard's slash was intercepted. The whole of Marineford fell into a brief silence. The Marines watching this scene stared in disbelief. Admiral Akainu actually took Whitebeard's blow with his bare hands. Marco's face turned pale. Dad's full-strength attack was suppressed. Sengoku's eyes were serious. Sakazuki's armament haki, has it reached this level? Sakazuki's lava spread from his palm to Whitebeard's entire body, and the high temperature burned every inch of the legendary pirate's skin. His voice was icy cold. Whitebeard, your time. That's all. Boom! A giant lava fist slammed into Whitebeard's abdomen, completely burning his internal organs. Whitebeard's body slowly fell to his knees, but he still held the Murasaki naginata tightly in his hand, with the tip of the blade inserted into the ground, supporting his last bit of dignity. Gulala! Lava Kid, you're still so inexperienced! Whitebeard roared, and the power of the shock surged out from his fist, like a blow to heaven and earth. Shatter! The earth twisted and cracked, and the air waves turned into a roaring dragon and pounced towards them. Sakazuki had a blank expression on his face, his arms hanging upside down like a giant waterfall of magma. Lava fist gun combo! Boom 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 boom! The volcanic lava that burned the heaven and earth came in a continuous stream, colliding head-on with the shocking force, causing the sky to explode and violent winds to tear apart the space. Whitebeard swung his sword, naginata, shockwave slash. Sakazuki snorted coldly, and the lava eruption approached instantly, and he kicked the molten lava. Boom! Whitebeard was knocked back, his naginata slashing the ground and stirring up a huge amount of rubble. He staggered for a moment, and half of his chest was covered in blood. Sakazuki! Completely suppress Whitebeard. Dad! When the smoke and dust cleared, the shot-down Marco stood up and roared, turning into a phoenix and trying to break through the thunderclouds and rush towards the battlefield. His wings, burning with blue flames, danced like a phoenix as he swooped down to support Whitebeard. However, Sky Rift, 1000-point finger pistol. Rog's figure appeared in the air after the thunder, with his 10 fingers spread out, and the air twisted and collapsed. In an instant, dozens of finger pistols formed by invisible compressed air pierced through the air and hit Marco's torso. Ugh! Marco coughed up blood and flew backwards, feathers scattered everywhere. You can't save him, Rog said lightly, looking down at him coldly. The other side. Steel drill punch. Jaw's diamond-like body crushed the ground like a chariot, and every step shook up gravel. His right fist, with an impact force enough to sink a warship, hit Red in the face. Lei did not retreat but advanced, his sea-stone brass knuckles wrapped around his black and red haki, his muscles tensed to the limit. Tyrant Iron Tiger explosive attack. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the shock wave exploded into a 10-meter-long air wave, and the ground collapsed into a huge pit. A crack appeared on Yozu's diamond fist, but it was immediately repaired by armament haki. A corner of Red's brass knuckles broke, blood spurted out of his knuckles, but he grinned and swung his fist again. No matter how hard it is, Laozi will smash it to pieces for you to see. Bang bang bang! The two men fought with the most primitive hand-to-hand combat, and every blow shook the battlefield. Red's punches are fierce and tricky, focusing on Jaw's joints. Jaws relied on the hardness of diamond to take the damage, and with a backhand shoulder strike, he sent Red flying dozens of meters. Lei rolled to his feet, spitting out the blood foam in his mouth, his eyes more full of fighting spirit. Come on! Let's see who gets down first. At the edge of the battlefield, cough, cough cough. A marine with his breastplate shattered lay under the rubble, his uniform soaked with blood. He looked at the shockwaves sweeping in from afar, trembling and closing his eyes. Are we going to die here? Whoosh! A golden light suddenly streaked across the sky. Oh my, I can't lie down in a place like this. Kizaru Borsellino appeared, and lightly touched the soldier's forehead with his fingertips. Yada mirror transfer. Swish! The wounded were wrapped in golden light and instantly teleported to the medical camp in the rear. The ruins on the other side. Enel knelt on one knee, his right hand wrapped in lightning pressing on the chest of an unconscious marine. CPR. Sizzle. The electric current accurately stimulated the heart, and the soldier suddenly opened his eyes and started coughing violently. Enel stood up indifferently, and the lightning flashed again. Don't die on the battlefield, I saved you, boy. Before he finished speaking, he had already transformed into a lightning snake and pounced on the next wounded person. Medical camp. The marine rescued by Kizaru struggled to stand up. Through the cracks in the tent, he saw golden light and lightning snakes shuttled through the smoke. With every flash of light, a wounded person is taken away from hell. He clutched the blood-stained bandage, tears falling to the ground. This is the justice we pursue. Above the battlefield, Rog's observation haki covered the entire island. The fight between Red and Jaws. Kizaru and Enel's rescue trajectory. Every soldier's life signal. All of it turned into a torrent of data rushing through my brain. He ordered coldly. Enel, there are 3 more seriously injured in the Northeast District. Red, hold on a little longer, wait for me to clear the area. The wings of Suinlin spread out behind him, and a storm began to brew. Chapter 92. Marineford Justice Square High-Altitude Battle Circle. The sky was like a hellish storm, and the air was filled with scorching lightning and lava aftermath. Rog stood in the void, his golden cloak swirling in the wind, looking down at the chaotic battle below. The soldiers in the high-end battle zone have basically withdrawn. It's time. His eyes locked onto Marco, who was about to take off again. The broken figure of the phoenix, with the last shred of determination, still wanted to rush towards Whitebeard. "Dad, I can still." Presumptuous. Rog suddenly opened his 5 fingers, and the air locked the space like a huge lock. Atmospheric collapse prison. Boom. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed, and the invisible heavy pressure directly suppressed Marco in mid-air, his wings shattered into pieces, and the green flame dissipated. Ah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling like a kite with a broken string. Impossible! Marco roared, and forced the green flame to burn in an attempt to restore his body, but the next moment Rog teleported in front of him and pressed a palm against his heart. Vacuum body collapse. Boom! The terrifying compressed energy instantly penetrated Marco's chest, the green flame broke, and blood exploded. Ah! Marco vomited blood, was forced to the ground, and lost his fighting ability. Battlefield ground, Eastern Front. Doberman, holding a giant blade, stood like an iron tower in the chaotic army. The oncoming captain of the 10th Squad, Collier, swept across with a giant anchor. Anchor break, wild wave strike. Doberman advances instead of retreating, slashing with his giant blade, infusing haki. Break the flow, slash the sea. With a loud bang, the giant anchor was split directly by Doberman. The two men collided head-on. Doberman roared and slashed with a knife, knocking Collier back dozens of steps, with blood flowing from his chest. Western Front. The 8 arms of the demon spider danced like a lion majesty, and the 8 long swords flashed with cold light as he engaged in a strange and fast life-and-death battle with the captain of the 11th Division, King Udo. Shadow Chaos Swift Slash. Jing Udo's figure was as strange as a ghost, and the sword light was like mercury pouring down on the ground. Ghost Spider sneered, and danced with 8 swords, spider web deathlock formation. 8 long swords crossed like a death net, blocking all of Jing Udo's escape routes. One sword directly cut across his shoulder blade, splashing a large amount of blood. Southern Front. The Admiral Army was burning with black smoke billowing out of the mountain, their eyes were like torches, and they swept the flames across the sky with a sword. Flame Slash, Fierce Storm Wave. Captain Harta of the 12th Division rushed forward to meet the attack, but was directly injured by the flaming sword energy. The flames burned his armor, and he screamed in pain for a while. "A mere fancy little brat wants to stop me." Hua Shaishan sneered, chopped again and again, almost wanting to take his head. "Don't be a pirate in your next life." Northern Front. The flying squirrel thrust forward with his long sword, cooperating with Stolo Berry's left-wing attack, and engaged in a fierce fight with Atmos and Fossa. Double Dragon Break. The flying squirrel swung his sword like 2 roaring dragons, forcefully repelling Atmos. Stolo Berry. Double Attack. Berry swung his long sword in one hand like lightning, dodging and thrusting, piercing Fossa's throat, through the heart. Fosaga was unable to block it, and even though he tried his best to dodge, his chest was still pierced with a bloody hole. Marine. How could he be so strong? In the sea mist. Smoker held the sea stone in his left hand, and his right hand turned into billowing smoke, obscuring his perception and locking onto Izzo's figure. Izzo. Don't even think about getting close to the execution platform. Izzo fired 2 flintlock bullets, and in the smoke, Smoker suddenly swung the 10 chains. Smoke binding lock. The chain wrapped around Izang's wrist, and a knee strike hit his abdomen, sending Izang flying. Cough. Izang vomited blood and flew backwards, and the flintlock fell out of his hand. In the distance, Sakazuki's magma frenzy had suppressed Whitebeard and forced him to retreat again and again. Whitebeard swung his naginata many times, but was melted inch by the lava torrent. Gulala, cough. Blood gushed out of Whitebeard's mouth and his physical strength was not as good as before. There were thunderous roars from the battlefield. Admiral Sakazuki suppressed Whitebeard. Suinlin Vice Admiral severely injured Marco. The soldiers' morale was boosted, and Whitebeard's pirates were defeated. Suan Lin. Suan Lin. Justice will prevail. The marine battle flag is flying high, and under the scorching sun, the light of justice shines on Marine Ford. The outcome of the battle has been decided. Just as the Marines were advancing unstoppably, the battle line was fully advanced, and the morale of the Whitebeard pirates was collapsing. Boom! The sea in front of Justice Square suddenly rolled violently, and a coated ship wrapped in bubbles suddenly broke out of the water. The huge bubbles burst into water mist in the sunlight. The straw hat flag flying high on the bow fluttered in the wind, and familiar figures appeared on the deck of the coated ship. Luffy stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on Ace, who was covered in chains on the execution platform, his fists clenched, and his whole body was boiling with fighting spirit. Ace! The roar tore through the sky, like a loud thunder. Ace was shocked and looked up at the familiar figure, his eyes filled with pain and shock. No! Luffy! Who told you to come? Go away! Leave me alone! Ace roared at the top of his lungs. At that moment, his heart was in 100 times more pain than ever before. At the bottom of the square, Garp, who was guarding the execution platform, stood up suddenly, his fists trembling, his eyes full of disbelief. A whole Luffy! How dare you come here? Sengoku turned around suddenly, his face heavier than ever before, and an extremely uneasy premonition gripped his heart. Trouble! Sengoku's eyes trembled slightly. This brat is going to cause big trouble. The magma under Sakazuki's feet was boiling. He glanced coldly at the Straw Hat pirates who suddenly broke in, clenched his fists slightly, and the lava gurgled up. Suan Lin Rog glanced coldly at the Straw Hat boy who was shouting, "Save my brother!" Beside him, Enel, who was struck by lightning, whispered, "Boss, do you want to order a kill?" Rog did not answer immediately, but looked at the young man with a deep gaze as he jumped up and ran towards the execution platform without hesitation. At this moment, live broadcasts from around the world were fixed on the young man in the tattered straw hat. Straw Hat Luffy, with the awareness of death, once again breaks into the center of the storm of history. Around the world before the live broadcast. In the holy land of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders sat in a luxurious conference hall, frowning as they watched the enlarged figure of the young man on the screen. That brat, it's him again. The fire of this era is burning too brightly. New World Sabayati Archipelago. The pirates were stunned. Is this guy crazy? He's heading straight into Marine Ford. In East Blue Windmill Village, the old village chief's pipe trembled as the village children excitedly shouted, "It's Luffy-san!" Ace roared in pain, "Luffy, you can't save me! Go away!" Garp's forehead veins bulged, and he clenched his fists. "UBD! Don't come over here!" Sengoku's cape fluttered as he roared in a deep voice, "Prepare to attack! Stop the Straw Hat boy! Destiny is surging, and the gears of fate are turning again. The ultimate showdown between justice and freedom has finally begun." Marineford's final climax, a full-scale explosion. Chapter 93. Justice Square, Life and Death Charge. The boiling battlefield seemed to fall into a brief stillness because of the figure of the Straw Hat. The earth was shaking and the air was filled with the smell of blood and fire. The remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates, with the determination to die, charge forward. Luffy, covered in dust and blood, leads the way. Zoro followed closely behind, his 2 swords broken, leaving only a broken sword held at an angle, his single eye as red as blood. Usopp, with his arm broken, gritted his teeth, holding the slingshot high in his right hand, the sleeve of his left shoulder fluttering in the wind. Nami and Chopper covered the rear, Robin guarded both sides with great skill, Jinbei was covered in blood, but he was still the last line of defense. Ace! Luffy roared and took a step forward, a step that risked his life. Ace on the execution platform burst into tears, shook his head desperately and shouted, "Don't come over! Luffy! Go away. When the remaining pirates of the Whitebeard pirates saw this scene, it seemed as if the fire of hope was rekindled. Reinforcements are coming. It's Straw Hat. Whitebeard's eyes flickered as he looked at the familiar straw hat, as if he saw Roger in his youth. Gulala, this little brat. But Akainu Sakazuki's lava fist had arrived, interrupting his thoughts with an angry shout, Whitebeard! You don't have time for nostalgia. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and fought again, and the life and death battle between the two top powers continued. At the same time, in the center of Justice Square, Garp finally moved. He clenched his fists, his haki bursting out, and with tearful eyes he stepped in front of Luffy. Luffy! Do you want me, your grandfather, to break your legs with my own hands? Luffy punched out. Grandpa! I'm sorry. Bang! Garp's towering figure was knocked away by this punch, breaking the square's guardrail and splattering blood. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone in Marine was shocked. In the dead silence, even the sounds of fighting seemed to disappear. Sengoku, Crane, Kizaru, and the others who knew the truth were all silent. That punch not only knocked Garp away, but also shattered the last psychological defense line of the so-called order and justice. As the punch landed, the live broadcasts of Den Den Mushi around the world froze on Garp's backwards figure. The air seemed to freeze and time seemed to stand still. On the battlefield, everyone held their breath, from the marine generals engaged in fierce combat to the powerful warriors of the Whitebeard pirates and even the civilians and royals watching from far away around the world. The arrogant marine hero Vice Admiral Garp was knocked away by a punch from an unknown pirates. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and his expression was extremely complicated. Garp, are you really going to go this far? Vice Admiral Crane, standing at the edge of the command seat, closed his eyes slightly and sighed. Garp, are you really willing to do that? On the high platform in the distance, Kizaru took off his sunglasses for a rare time. His eyes were no longer lazy, but showed a rare solemnity. Oh my, this scene is much more lively than I imagined. Sakazuki, who was fighting Whitebeard head-on, suddenly shouted, UBD. The lava fist directly broke the ground, creating a huge crater in the entire Justice Square. You still have the nerve to cry out for justice? This is what you call family warmth. Only losers would talk about love on the battlefield. There was no tolerance in his eyes, and murderous intent was completely boiling. Rog, who had severely injured Marco and had returned to the three admiral seats, slowly stood up and looked down at the trembling junior marines and frightened senior generals in the field. Step by step, like a Shinigami descending upon the battlefield. The momentum was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, and the murderous intent was overwhelming. Rog's voice, like a Shinigami's verdict, echoed faintly through the square. I should have said. Anyone who betrays justice, no matter who they are, must be executed immediately. He clenched his left hand lightly, and circles of air ripples spread out of thin air. The air pressure in the entire square dropped to the extreme in an instant, as if even the sky was pressed down. Even from a distance, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. Gulala, this brat, is even more ruthless than Roger back then. Sengoku's expression changed drastically, and he thought to himself, oh no, he's really going to do it. Garp struggled to stand up and watched Rog slowly walk towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Rog! He roared angrily, do you really want to kill us all? Rog's eyes showed no sadness or joy, and he slowly uttered a sentence. Justice will not protect pirates. In an instant, heaven and earth were boiling with murderous intent. Kizaru sighed softly from his perch on the dais. Oh my, this time, he's really angry. Doberman, Spider Ghost, Smoker, and others who were fighting fiercely in the distance also felt a sinking feeling in their hearts at this moment. They slowed down their attacks and looked towards the Justice Square together. Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in his heart, not good. At that moment, all the fighting seemed to freeze in the sound of Rog's calm yet murderous footsteps. Garp suddenly stood up, his face covered in blood and his whole body shaking uncontrollably. "Ahole, what are you going to do?" But Rog's eyes were already on Straw Hat Luffy. At that moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The liquidation has begun. The thunder has not stopped and the war has not ended. Right in front of the execution platform, the Straw Hat crew rushed forward in a bloody manner, cutting through the smoke and heading straight for Ace. But just as they were about to cross the last line of defense, a figure slowly stood in front of them. Suinlin Rog, Vice Admiral, had his battle robe fluttering and a solemn cape draped over his shoulders. His steps seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts, and the oppressive air made the battlefield silent. "Get out of the way, Marine! Don't block me from saving Ace!" Luffy's eyes turned red, and he roared, then a huge rubber bazooka blasted out. The fist wind exploded and the air waves rolled. But just as the violent punch was about to arrive, Rog simply raised his hand slightly and clenched his 5 fingers. Buzz! The space suddenly collapsed, the air pressure was like a huge mountain, and Luffy's rubber fist stopped 3 meters away from Rog. Muscles exploded, bones twisted, and the rubber skin was compressed to its limit, making heart-pounding tearing sounds. "Can't move." Luffy's eyes widened in horror, a vein bulging on his forehead. Behind him, Robin's face suddenly changed color, his voice trembling, "That's Rog. It's Suinlin. Luffy, don't go any further." Jinbei's face was horrified, "This aura. This is not a man you can face." Nami and Chopper burst into tears and shouted, "Stop it!" But Luffy couldn't retract his fist. He had no idea that he was standing in the abyss of despair. Rog took a slow step forward. These days, pirates save pirates. His eyes were as cold as the frost of the Dead Sea, even the Marine wants to save the pirates. Boom! Rog pressed his right palm lightly, and the air suddenly collapsed. There was only a shocking sound of bones breaking that echoed throughout the square. Crack! Luffy's right arm was crushed into twisted flesh and bones under the shocked gaze of everyone. "Ah!" Luffy howled heart-wrenchingly, his eyes filled with pain and unwillingness, tears mixed with blood flowing down. "Luffy!" Ace struggled desperately on the execution platform, roaring and shouting, "Ahole! Let my brother go!" Rog's figure flashed and appeared in front of Luffy like a ghost. He grabbed Luffy's neck with one hand and raised his hand high. His eyes were extremely cold, like the judgment of heaven. "Who on earth is it? Give you the courage!" Bang! Rog smashed Luffy into the ground and threw him away like trash. The earth cracked and blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked everyone. On the Square of Justice, whether it was the Marines or the pirates, there was complete silence, with only the throbbing and trembling of their hearts remaining. Chapter 94. Before the smoke and dust had settled, in a deep crack in the earth, Straw Hat, whose life or death was uncertain, lay quietly, with blood flowing along the cracks. The battlefield suddenly became extremely silent, as if even the sky and earth had lost their color, leaving only the blood-red setting sun. Whitebeard and Sakazuki were clashing fiercely at the other end of the battlefield, but after a earth-shaking fist fight, they both separated and looked sideways in the direction of Rog in the center of the square. At this glance, even the murderous intent of the two peak powerhouses seemed to be suppressed by the supreme pressure of that thin figure. At the edge of the square, Garp's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the broken earth, his whole body trembling and his fists clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. "Luffy! Ahole!" The low murmur was like a wail that tore through the heart and lungs. Suddenly, Garp took a step forward, and his whole body exploded with haki, Rog. He walked towards Rog step by step, with murderous intent that seemed to tear the world apart. However, boom! Sengoku shone with golden light and descended from the sky. His palm turned into a golden Buddha palm seal, pressing Garp to the ground. "Garp! Sengoku yelled, "Calm down. What do you want to do? Have you forgotten who you are? Do you even know where this place is?" Garp gnashed his teeth, his veins bulging, his eyes filled with insane pain and rage, and he growled, "Rog! How dare you do this to my grandson?" Sengoku shouted angrily, "If you don't wake up now, this war will not only be the final battle between Marine and Whitebeard, but it will also be your demise." At the same time, Rog calmly withdrew his right hand, his robe fluttering as he stood under the blood-red setting sun. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes, as if the attack just now was just to get rid of an annoying ant. At this moment, crying and shouting were heard. Luffy, Nami and Chopper, tears streaming down their faces, rushed towards the pit, desperately trying to pull out the unconscious Luffy. Zoro held the knife in one hand, forcibly suppressing the serious injuries in his body, his eyes bloodshot, and approached Rog step by step. Robin bit his lip and formed seals with his hands, and the giant arm of flower fruit appeared behind Rog. Jinbei growled in a deep voice, haki surging around him like a tide. "Rog Vice Admiral! You've gone too far!" The three of them joined forces and attacked Rog directly. However, a golden lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! Enel descends in the form of the golden god of thunder, transforming into the god of thunder and lightning. He swoops down from the sky, sweeping across the army with the golden scepter in his hand. Is it wrong for Marines to fight pirates these days? Hey, don't forget, our boss is very angry now. He snorted coldly and swept the scepter across. 100 million volts, Thunder God's wrath. Countless lightning snakes instantly turned into a thunder net and fell from the sky. Zoro roared, tightly grasped the broken Wado Ikimonji in one hand, and leaped up like a tiger, confronting the thunder and lightning. Lion song broken. The knife light cut through the thunder curtain, forcibly splitting a way out, but the golden sea of thunder was endless, and the second and third waves of thunder followed one after another. Hiss! The powerful electric current instantly tore Zoro's nerves apart. His body was charred, blood was oozing from his mouth and nose, and he was blown to the ground. However, his eyes were still as scarlet as a mad lion, staring at the front. Robin formed seals with his hands and used the flower fruit's ability to forcibly prop up a giant arm to try to surround Enel. Million flower arms strangle. Countless giant flower arms rose from the ground, trying to bind Enel in the sea of thunder. Enel snorted coldly, "How dare you use such an illusion in front of me, the thunder god!" Boom! Lightning flashed through the void in an instant, and a huge lightning column came crashing down, shattering Robin's tattooed arm in one blow. Ah! Robin groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards dozens of meters, and crashed heavily into the ruins, his life or death unknown. At this time, only Jinbei stood in front of the thunderbolt, stepped on the square of justice, and walked towards Enel step by step. "As a marine, yet you're so cruel. Do you deserve to be called justice?" His body was as tall as a mountain, his fists were as hard as iron, and his body was wrapped in heavy armament haki. Every step he took crushed the ground. Enel stood among the thunderclouds, a hint of contempt appearing in his golden eyes. "With your flesh and blood body, you dare to face the might of the thunder god? Then let's try the true divine punishment, 200 million volts divine judgment." Thunder surged like a raging sea, dark clouds pressed down overhead, and a golden lightning pillar that pierced through the sky and earth fell from the sky, like the judgment of a god. Jinbei roared, his haki bursting to the limit, and he used both palms to meet the heavenly punishment lightning column. Fishman karate, sea flow cannon. The air was blown up by a punch, and the shock wave like a huge wave went upstream and collided head-on with the lightning pillar. Boom! Lightning flashed, waves rolled, and it was as if the end of the world had come to the square. Even so, Enel still hung high in the thunderclouds, looking down from above, it's vulnerable. He raised the scepter high in his right hand, once again mobilizing the terrifying ultimate power deep within the thunderclouds. Discharge 10,000 thunders. The sky completely cracked, and countless lightning bolts poured down like the Milky Way, turning into a golden sea of thunder, overturning the square of justice. Die! Enel uttered these 4 words calmly, and lightning engulfed his vision. Countless viewers watching this scene live around the world were stunned. Is that God? Is this the power of Thor, one of the 3 great G5 leaders? No one can stop them. On the battlefield, all the pirates saw Robin and Zoro being defeated, and Jinbei being covered by the lightning of heavenly punishment, and the last glimmer of hope in their hearts completely collapsed. Rog stood in the center of the battlefield, his back to the scorching sun, his robe fluttering in the wind. At that moment, countless people understood. This is the judgment of absolute justice. Covered in blood, Chopper and Nami desperately dug through the rubble and finally dragged Luffy out of the rubble. His right arm was broken, and his entire body was almost shattered. His consciousness was blurred, but he still stretched out his hand tremblingly, his lips moving. Ace! Rog scanned the battlefield with cold eyes, then turned to Sengoku, who was suppressing Garp, and said, "Time is up." Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was pinned to the ground and in tears, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Begin the execution." Whitebeard's pupils suddenly shrank, and he roared to the sky. "Sengoku! How dare you!" In the distance, on the execution platform, 2 executioners held up their long swords, flashing cold light. In Luffy's blurred vision, the blade above Ace's head was about to fall. Ace! The dying despair and anger turned into a final roar, and a stream of red conqueror's haki erupted like a volcano, rising into the sky. Boom! The 2 executioners on the execution platform rolled their eyes and fainted instantly, and their blades fell to the ground with a clang. The Whitebeard pirates were shocked. Ace's brother also has conquerors. However, the next second... Snort! Rog snorted coldly, and the even more terrifying conquerors pressed down like the sky falling. Snap! Luffy's conquerors was crushed, and his already severely injured body spurted out large mouthfuls of blood again. Nami and Chopper were shocked by the aftermath and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Rog looked down from above, his gaze as cold as ice. "Who do you think you are? How dare you obstruct the execution?" Rog stretched out his hand and grabbed Ace from the execution platform with an invisible force, and slammed him in front of Luffy. Bang! Ace fell hard on Luffy's face, and the 2 brothers' blood mixed together. Luffy opened his eyes tremblingly and saw Ace's pale face. Luffy! Ace was barely breathing and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Rog's fingers clenched slightly, and the air in his palms compressed into invisible claws. Bang! Ace's head exploded right in front of Luffy. Red and white splattered all over the Straw Hat's face, and warm blood dripped down his eyelashes. Luffy's pupils contracted violently, and the world fell silent in that instant. Ace! Broken syllables came out of his throat, and his fingers trembled as they touched the sticky liquid on his face. The next second... A shrill roar tore through the sky of Marineford. Luffy's body began to swell unnaturally, and Conqueror's haki mixed with insane killing intent erupted like a tsunami. Black and red lightning-shaped energy gushed out from his whole body, and the ground beneath his feet cracked layer by layer. Rai! Whitebeard's roar shattered the clouds, and Kusuko's naginata was wrapped in an unprecedented vibrating force. Every step forward made the island tilt. Sengoku's face suddenly changed. He's going to trigger an undersea earthquake. But Sakazuki is faster. Want to touch Rog? You're not worthy. The molten right arm bit out like a hellhound. Dark Hound. Phew. The scorching magma claws swept across, and half of Whitebeard's head flew high into the sky with the halo of shock fruit, and his mutilated face was still frozen with monstrous anger. Chapter 95. Marineford Justice Square. The situation on the battlefield has completely tilted. As Whitebeard fell to the ground after suffering heavy injuries, the fighting spirit of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be swept away by the tide. The remaining pirates in the fleet looked panicked, and many of them had quietly retreated, trying to escape from this hopeless battlefield. Right now. Raise the wall. Rog stood in the center of the battlefield and gave orders coldly. Rumble. Accompanied by violent vibrations, the giant walls surrounding Marineford Square slowly rose up. The thick alloy walls rose from the ground, sealing off the entire battlefield tightly. All escape routes were completely cut off at this moment. All forces, completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Rog's tone was calm, but his gaze was as cold as a blade that pierced the bones. The word annihilation is destiny. White mist rose from the scorched earth, and the smoke of war filled the air, dyeing the sky red. The iron wall blocked all the retreat routes, 60,000 elite marines were lined up like a mountain, and a murderous atmosphere rose to the sky. Rog stood in the center, his cloak fluttering, like the absolute judge between heaven and earth. Whitebeard was seriously injured and half-knelt, his eyes cloudy but still staring at Rog's figure. His proud character swayed in the wind, but he could no longer support the majesty of the past. He collapsed on the broken floor, and stabbed the Kusugawa kris in his hand heavily into the ground. His eyes were dazed as he watched his once proud sons retreat in despair, but he was no longer able to stand up and stop them. Ace! The magnificent voice sounded in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was bidding his final farewell to this old era. In a corner of the battlefield, Rog slowly walked towards the seriously injured and unconscious Luffy, and every step made people's hearts stop. Still want to struggle? His tone was calm, but it sounded like the bell of doom. And amidst this heavy feeling of oppression, Rai! That roar was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupting. Garp's whole body was burning with haki, and he staggered but did not retreat. He suddenly broke free from the suppression of Sengoku Golden Buddha, tore the air barrier apart in the golden palm, stepped on the broken stones, and rushed towards Rog with a roar. Even you can't trample on my beliefs like this. At this moment, even though his temples were already grey, Garp's aura seemed to have returned to the era when he swept the sea. Sengoku frowned, and the entire Marineford felt the air tremble at this moment. The golden Buddha's palm descended from the sky, suppressing him with a bang. Garp! Calm down! But Garp ignored it, his eyes were only on Rog. Faced with the overwhelming rage, Rog simply glanced sideways, his gaze as cold as the abyss of winter. The justice of this world should not be interpreted by the warm old man. Rog slowly raised his right hand, and the air collapsed instantly. The invisible aura pressed down like a steel cage. Boom! Before Garp's fist landed, he was pinned down in mid-air by the weight of the air. His muscles cracked, his bones creaked, and the gravel beneath his feet collapsed several feet. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. The Marines held their weapons tightly, but no one dared to step forward. Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent. Sakazuki watched coldly, his body churning with magma as if a volcano was about to erupt. Sengoku looked at Garp struggling in pain, his heart aching, but he was powerless to do anything. And Rog, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, slowly walked towards the unconscious and seriously injured Luffy. His steps were firm and cold, and every step seemed to be walking on the hearts of all the Marines. Is this, the so-called inheritance of will? He stood in front of Luffy, looking down at the future that the world had once placed high hopes on. Struggling so far, nothing more than this. He walked towards the dying Straw Hat pirate step by step, slowly raised his right hand, and the air began to distort violently. At this moment, on the smoke-filled battlefield, Kobe huddled behind a broken turret, his body covered in his companion's bloodline. His legs were shaking uncontrollably and his face was covered in snot and tears. No! Don't go on! His lips trembled and his voice was as thin as a mosquito. In the distance, Admiral Sakazuki was leading the Marines in pursuit of the victory. Wherever the red lava passed, the stubbornly resisting pirates let out shrill screams. Kobe covered his ears tightly, but he couldn't stop the wailing sounds from entering his mind. "Stop! Stop it now!" He suddenly screamed hysterically and rushed to the center of the battlefield, crawling and rolling. The coward nearly fell flat on his face as his army boots slipped in the sticky pool of blood. "Sakazuki Admiral!" Kobe fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he hugged Akainu's boots. "Please, stop hitting me. I'm so scared." Akainu looked down at the shivering waste, his magma fist dripping with hot lava. He sobbed, We've already won, haven't we?" "Win?" Akainu kicked the weakling away. "Justice must completely eradicate evil." He turned around and continued to pursue. "No." Kobe suddenly hugged Akainu's thighs like crazy. This ugly behavior made the surrounding Marines show disgusted expressions. Rog paused slightly, his eyes slightly cold, and turned to look. I don't understand. Why do we have to keep fighting?" Kobe shouted, there's no need to continue this senseless killing. Those people have lost their ability to fight. If they continue, more innocent people will be sacrificed in vain. This war is over." The entire place was silent. Even the remaining Marine soldiers and Whitebeard's remnants who were still fighting desperately were stunned. "This guy, when Marine has an absolute advantage," he said something like that. Even Garp, who was briefly suppressed by Rog, was completely stunned. He was dumbfounded when he saw Kobe standing in front of Sakazuki with an expression of heroic death. Isn't this what I brought out?" The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates were also bewildered, watching this small Marine soldier standing in front of Sakazuki and saying meaningless words like ceasefire and stop the unnecessary killing. Besides being shocked, they felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Rog, however, just quietly looked down at Kobe kneeling in front of Sakazuki, and slowly approached with a cold and piercing look in his eyes. "Soldier! Why are you? There's not a speck of dirt on you." For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Rog moved forward slowly, and a powerful aura swept over him, causing Kobe to sweat profusely and his body to tremble. "You haven't even shed a drop of blood, yet you dare to stand here and question the meaning of war. You stand on this battlefield paved with blood, yet you lack even a trace of the composure of a warrior. Who are you to talk about justice here?" Rog's words were like thunder. Kobe's eyes were filled with fear, and he trembled and shouted loudly. "That's why. I don't want to see any more senseless sacrifices. I don't want anyone else to die." Rog's eyes turned completely cold, and the cold murderous intent that looked down on everything swept across the battlefield like a tide at this moment. The air seemed to be filled with lead, making it hard to breathe. He clenched his 5 fingers slightly, and the space emitted a clear vibrating sound, as if even time was forcibly squeezed and distorted at this moment. Kobe still knelt in front of Sakazuki, covered in cold sweat, like an ant caught in the center of a storm. "Your so-called justice, is this endless killing?" His voice was tearful, his tone high and broken, as if he would be torn apart by fear at any moment. And what responded to him was the cold judgment in Rog's eyes, as cold as death. "Justice." Rog approached step by step. With every step, the ground in front of Kobe was torn apart by invisible air waves and cracked inch by inch. "You stand here, never holding a knife, never shedding blood, not even a drop of the enemy's blood has been stained on you. You're just shouting truce behind the scenes, and persuading your own people to lay down their weapons when victory is imminent. Tell me, soldier, are you here to persuade us to fight, or to claim the glory?" Kobe couldn't control his tears, which mixed with his snot. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, but he still gritted his teeth and struggled to shout. "I'm not trying to take credit for it. I just I don't want to see my comrades sacrifice in vain anymore. A hint of sarcasm finally appeared between Rog's brows. Companions? Sacrificed. He suddenly raised his hand, clenched his 5 fingers, and the air suddenly collapsed, forming an invisible cage that pinned Kobe to the spot, making him kneel motionless. Then why have you never been to the front lines? Why don't you have even a single scar on your body? Why haven't you even carried the body of a companion? Rog's voice grew colder and colder, like a death sentence. You haven't given anything, yet you stand here and shout peace. This is cowardice, not kindness. It's the last-ditch effort of a coward. After these words were spoken, no one on the entire battlefield dared to speak anymore. Even the remaining captains of the Whitebeard pirates were unable to refute and could only watch this ignorant young man kneeling in a pool of blood. Even Garp could only close his eyes and sigh at this moment. Rog clenched his fingers, and the deserter King Kobe burst like an inflated balloon, turning around to look back at the entire battlefield. Today, no pirates will leave Marineford alive. Chapter 96. Wanguo Tato Land Castle. The sweet aroma of cream and frosting filled the cake castle. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was devouring a mountain of desserts, licking her cream-covered fingertips with her scarlet tongue. When Whitebeard was headshot by Sakazuki and fell to one knee, and the deserter Kobe was crushed, she finally stopped chewing, licked the cream-stained corner of her mouth, and giggled. Executing deserters? That's more like it. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with sick excitement. This kid Rog is much more interesting than Sakazuki. If it weren't for the Marineford drama, I would have wanted to have another child to see if I could have such an interesting little monster he. Pero Sparrow, who was standing by, was sweating profusely and muttered quietly. Mom, our family's bloodline is already terrifying enough. Big Mom glanced at him and suddenly grinned. Pero Sparrow, tell me, if I have a child with Rog, will it be stronger? Pero Sparrow. Katakuri silently held his forehead and decided to pretend he didn't hear it. Wanakuni Ghost Island. The Beast's pirates who were stopped by Red Hair from returning to Onigashima also gathered together to watch the live broadcast. Gudong gudong gudong. Kaido tilted his head back and drank a whole bucket of liquor, then smashed the jar with a bang and laughed wildly. Wahahaha! So satisfying! This is what a strong person is. He pointed at Rog's figure on the live broadcast screen and shouted to the Flying Six and the 3 disasters. Did you see that? The weak deserve to die. What kind of overlord is he if he can't even kill a coward who's retreating? Jin stood with his arms folded and said coldly. Finally, a decent guy has emerged from the Marines. Quinn held a cigar in his mouth and grinned. But, it's still far behind us Beast's pirates. Jack groaned, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Next time I see him I'll definitely pull the boat over. Kaido laughed wildly, I guess I can't catch up now. After they finish fighting, Lao Zi will meet him in person, ha 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 ha. Holy Land Marie Joyce. The 5 elders stood quietly beneath the void throne, staring at the live broadcast. The blonde 5 elders slowly spoke. Rog's purge plan is more radical than we expected. The knife-wielding 5 elders sneered. But it works pretty well, doesn't it? Deserters, cowards, traitors. He spared none. Curly-haired 5 elders squinted their eyes. He's cleaning up the garbage in this ocean for us. The bald 5 elders said calmly. Let him go for now, and wait until both the Marines and the pirates are defeated. The Order of the Celestial Dragons will eventually return. New World and Unnamed Island. Ha ha ha. Well done. That's how a Marine should be. Inside the tavern, countless pirate hunters and civilians slammed their hands on the table and laughed wildly. That loser named Kobe should have died long ago. Long live Lord Rog. In the corner, a hooded man sneered. Hat, internal strife within the Marines is actually a good thing for our revolutionary army. He pressed the brim of his hat and left quietly. Marine Branch. The Marines who were not selected to participate in the war stared at the live broadcast in complete silence. After a long while, a young soldier trembled and said, "Rog Vice Admiral, isn't that too cruel?" The veteran next to him sneered. "Cruel? Deserters deserve to die. On the battlefield, cowardice is the original sin." Another officer said in a deep voice. "Master Rog is telling us Marine, we don't need deserters." The soldiers were silent, but their eyes gradually became firm. On the blood-stained battlefield, Whitebeard, with only half of his head left, managed to stand up, his sword deeply embedded in the ground, supporting his broken body. Blood gushed out from the penetrating wound in his chest, and blood foam splattered with every breath. "Gulala!" He suddenly laughed, his laughter was hoarse but still heroic. "Rog, Goblin!" Whitebeard slowly raised his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on the figure in the sky. "Do you think this will end the era of Whitebeard?" Before he could finish his words, he suddenly jumped up. The muscles in his arms were knotted, the power of the shock fruit was madly gathering, and the atmosphere was cracking like glass. The end, heaven collapses and earth shatters. Boom! The entire marine forge shook violently, and the shock wave swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, even shattering the clouds in the sky. Facing this devastating blow, Rog just smiled coldly. Sucker punch! Veins suddenly popped out of Rog's right arm, and the airflow on the entire battlefield froze instantly. The marine general's cloaks hung strangely still, even the drifting smoke seemed frozen in mid-air. Sky Dragon Tianming! As his 5 fingers closed, the air within a radius of 1 kilometer was violently sucked out and collapsed into a walnut-sized ball of incandescent white light in Rog's palm. The space cracks caused by the Whitebeard shock fruit were actually pulled back to their original state by this suction force. Roar! The ball of light compressed to the ultimate level suddenly expanded, taking on the shape of a transparent dragon over 300 meters in length. Each dragon scale is a thin film of air twisted to the ultimate level, and the dragon's whiskers are composed of spiral vacuum belts, which even refract and distort light wherever they pass. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, heaven and earth lost their color. The shock wave exploded in a circular shape, and the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer collapsed instantly. The building of naval headquarters was torn into pieces like paper. Whitebeard's shock force was forcibly pushed back. He groaned, bleeding from all 5 orifices, and his legs sank deeply into the ground. Cough! Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the strongest man in the world finally ran out of strength and fell to his knees. When the air dragon completely dissipated, Marineford experienced a brief windless period and all sounds disappeared for 3 seconds as if they were swallowed up. The silence was gradually broken only when Rog finished his attack, and Marine's cloak of justice began to flutter again. Dead! Marco struggled to get up, but was chopped down by Luo who was passing by and pinned to the ground. As Ian Bins came to support Red in the battle after executing his opponent, Jaw's diamond body was covered with cracks and he fell to his knees, only able to look in the direction of Whitebeard and roar like a beast. Izzo's 2 guns had already been broken, and he could only watch Whitebeard's figure gradually become hunched. The entire Whitebeard pirates group fell into unprecedented despair. Whitebeard's body was shaky, but his eyes were still as bright as ever. One Piece! His voice exploded like thunder, echoing across the entire ocean. Yes! At the moment when this declaration that would shake the world was about to be completed. Whoosh! A transparent air blade passed by silently. Whitebeard's voice died abruptly. A hair-thin line of blood appeared on his neck, and then... puff! Blood spurted out like a fountain. Rog slowly withdrew his hand and looked down at the fallen giant with indifference. I wanted to give you a decent farewell. It seems that you are unworthy. On the blood-stained battlefield, Whitebeard's giant body collapsed like a mountain collapsing, taking away the last rays of light of an era. The Kuroganakiri sword that once terrified countless strong men was lonely and slanted in the pool of blood, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun, as if mourning for the old era. The whole of Marineford was dead silent. The sea breeze blew, carrying the smell of blood from the battlefield, and even the sound of the waves seemed particularly heavy. The elite marines stood in silence, even their cries of victory were suppressed by the solemnity of the moment. Sengoku slowly closed his eyes, his face full of complexity and fatigue. Even though he had anticipated the ending, he still found it difficult to calm the shock and excitement in his heart. Kizaru stood on the platform, took off his sunglasses with a rare serious expression, and sighed softly, "What a terrifying young man." Marco held on to the ground with both hands, blood dripping from his wings, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. "Dad, how could this be? The entire Whitebeard Pirates group has collapsed." Only Rog still stood high in the sky, his cloak fluttering in the strong wind. "The old era is over." Sakazuki's body was swirling with magma, but his fighting spirit remained high. "Rog, this battle, you did a great job." Rog nodded lightly, his eyes as cold as frost. "The end of Whitebeard is only the beginning." He turned around and looked down at the messy remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, then slowly raised his right hand. "Rectify the troops and prepare for liquidation." The marine elite drew their swords and responded in unison. The flash of a sword illuminates the sea of blood. At this moment, the iron hoof of justice is about to completely crush the last remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Rog ordered coldly. "Total annihilation, no mercy." Chapter 97. A moment ago, Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Baldigo. The sky was swallowed by thick dark clouds, and the strong wind tore through the dense forests of Peach Color Island like an angry beast. Inside the giant conference hall of the Revolutionary Army Headquarters, the air was so thick that water could almost be squeezed out of it. On the huge live screen, the tragic battlefield of Marineford was clearly visible. The moment when Ace was crushed by Rog. Whitebeard's figure collapsed like a landslide. Luffy's heart-wrenching cries. Every frame of the picture was like a sharp knife piercing the hearts of everyone present. Long stood in front of the screen, his black robe fluttering in the wind. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. His nails dug deep into his palms and blood dripped silently through his fingers. "Luffy, old man." His voice was as low as thunder, and every syllable was filled with anger and sorrow suppressed to the ultimate level. Those eyes, which were always calm, were now filled with a terrifying storm. Powerlessness towards his son. Guilt towards his father. Murderous intentions towards the world government. The cotter behind him opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. He had never seen Long lose his composure like this before. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned around and saw Sabo kneeling on the ground, clutching his hair tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force. "Ace, Luffy, no! Don't die!" His pupils contracted violently, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and 2 lines of scarlet tears rolled down his cheeks, blooming into glaring flowers on the white floor tiles. The flood of memories was tearing his brain apart. The port of the Kingdom of Goa. Celestial Dragon's artillery fire. My brother's cries. Sabo. Koala was the first to rush forward, but was blown back by an invisible air wave. Bellobity's cigarette fell to the ground. Dragon instantly flashed to Sabo's side and grasped his shaking shoulders. "Calm down. What did you see?" Sabo's throat uttered broken words. "I remember now. Ace, is my brother Before he could finish his words, a violent haki erupted. The glass in the conference room shattered, and several soldiers fainted. Long looked at Sabo's crazy state with a dark look in his eyes. But in the end he just took a deep breath, put one hand on Sabo's head, and said in a deep voice. "Remember this pain and turn it into fire. Burn this twisted world." Outside the window, a flash of lightning split the dark clouds, illuminating Sabo's bloody face. His fist slammed into the ground, and cracks spread like spider webs. Marineford Offshore Red Force. The storm raged, dark clouds gathered, and it seemed as if the whole world was mourning the tragedy at Marineford. The Red Force was like a sharp blade, splitting the surging waves and rushing towards the sea stained red with blood. On the deck, the crew were silent, only the strong wind tore at the canvas, making a shrill scream. Shanks stood alone at the bow, the setting sun as blood-red as the sun, reflecting his tattered cloak and also the rare gloom and struggle in his eyes. Shanks! The deep voice of First Officer Ben Beckman came from behind him, the flame of his pipe flickering in the wind and rain. Whitebeard is dead, Ace is dead, Marine has won, the war is almost over. He took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes sharp as a knife. If you go there now, Rog won't let you go. Shanks didn't look back, but slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the effort. I know. Beckman narrowed his eyes. Then why go? After a long silence, Shanks finally spoke, his voice so low that it was almost swallowed by the wind and rain. Because, Luffy. His gaze penetrated the rain, as if he saw the boy collapsing and screaming on the battlefield, the child wearing a straw hat who had lost everything. He's the possibility I'm betting everything on, to stay in this world. Beckman frowned. Because he looks like Roger, the pirate's king. Shanks's mouth twitched slightly, and a dark glint of near paranoia flashed in his eyes. No, because he's more like the man than Captain Roger. Flashback, that night in Windmill Village. Shanks stood outside the tavern, looking at young Luffy from afar. His eyes were not filled with pure relief, but rather a certain, greedy expectation. Captain Roger, the person you're waiting for, is he really that person? Shanks' fingers gently stroked the old cracks on the straw hat and whispered. I spent 12 years, watching him grow up, watching him shout out those words, watching him walk towards the sea step by step. His voice gradually turned cold. I can't let this, just end like this. Beckman's pupils shrank slightly, he had never seen Shanks look like this before. Are you using him? Shanks closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were full of determination. No. I was just guiding him. The Red Force finally broke through the rain, and the ruins of Marineford were within sight. Shanks slowly drew out the griffin, the blade reflecting his stern face. This time, I'm not coming as a pirates. He stepped forward, his cloak fluttering, and Conqueror's haki swept out like a tide. But as a guide to a new era. Beckman looked at his back, remained silent for a long time, and finally took a deep drag on his cigarette, waved his hand and shouted. All ships! Prepare to engage! Marineford top of the ruins. The air was filled with blood mist and the sky was burning with flames. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates turned to ashes in the setting sun and dissipated in the wind. The few remaining captains, covered in blood, stood back to back in the center of the battlefield. Jaws was half kneeling on the ground, his diamond body covered with cracks and blood slowly flowing along the cracks. He looked at the gradually extinguished blue flame and said with difficulty, Marco, is this the end? The wings of the phoenix drooped. Marco gritted his teeth, looked at the incoming marine elites and the blade of rectification hanging high in the sky, and finally lowered his head. Dad. I'm sorry. Following Sengoku's cold judgment. Whitebeard pirates, wiped out. On the battlefield, desperate wails resounded through the sky. Rog crushed the pirates' tattered flag and walked towards the Straw Hat crew step by step. Luffy collapsed on the shattered ground, tears and blood mixed together, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and he only whispered, Ace! Ace! Zoro gritted his teeth, dropped to one knee, and gripped the broken hilt. Robin formed seals with his hands, but was unable to summon even a single petal. Nami curled up in Chopper's arms, tears streaming down her face. Usopp fell weakly to the side with one arm, his body charred and his breath barely alive. Rog stopped and looked down at the remnants of the Straw Hat army with cold sarcasm in his eyes. Those guys from East Blue. Tell me why. Why do you still want to be pirates? These cold words, like thunder, shattered the last fantasy. Nami's thoughts returned to the village of Kokosi, the orange grove that had regained its peace thanks to Rog's rectification. Usopp thought of the peaceful starry sky of Zilobia village. Zoro closed his eyes, the vows he made as a child in the Shimotsuki dojo coming to mind. Rog raised his right palm, and the air was compressed wildly, forming a ball of destructive light. This ocean has been cleaned up so cleanly. East Blue's peace and stability doesn't need to be disturbed by pirates. But you, insist on betraying this hard-earned peace. The air twisted like flames, and a final blow that could crush everything was about to fall. At this moment, a thunderous roar split the sky. Rai! The iron fist broke through the air, and the air exploded. Wrapped in the conqueror's fist, it hit Rog's face hard. Boom! Rog fell like a meteorite, and was blown hundreds of meters away by this punch, crashing through the huge plaque of justice, with stone chips flying everywhere and broken stone pillars collapsing like a mountain. The whole audience was shocked. Vice Admiral Garp took action. Sengoku's eyes widened. Garp! Are you crazy? Rog slowly stood up from the ruins, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and his eyes as cold as stars. Finally, have you shed your hypocritical mask? Marine hero! Garp tore his tattered cloak, his body covered with scars, and haki surged like a raging wave. Rog! I won't let you touch Luffy again. In the distance Sakazuki was furious. Old man! How dare you attack me? Lightning exploded in the sky, and Enel was like the god of thunder descending to the earth. Foolish old traitor, how dare you hinder the will of God? Lava and thunder came towards Garp almost at the same time. Garp took a step forward, haki turned into a huge wave, and his fists blasted out like giant pillars. Chapter 98. Above the ruins of Marine Ford, the smoke of gunpowder has not yet dissipated, and the smell of blood and fire is still burning every inch of the air. Among the broken walls and ruins, the blood-red setting sun cast three godlike figures. On one side, Akainu Sakazuki's fists burned like lava, his body covered in blood. The power of the lava fruit had diminished due to the fierce battle with Whitebeard, but his eyes were still as ferocious as a demon's. On one side, Enel was surrounded by lightning. Although he was not seriously injured, most of his lightning power had been used up in saving the Marines. Although the arc was weak, he still looked like a god descending to earth. But facing them head-on is a man dressed in rags, but still as tall as a towering iron tower, Monkey D. Garp. The tattered marine cloak had long since turned into rags, and his exposed upper body was covered with scorch marks and hideous wounds from the flames of war, but his aged muscles seemed to still roar with an unyielding will. Buzz! The air twisted, Garp's right fist was as black as ink, and the armament haki was so violent that it almost materialized, and there was even a hint of the long-dormant power of the overlord in the haki. Sakazuki roared, and his fists turned into giant fists of blazing lava, rushing forward with a heat wave that could destroy the world. Dark Hound, double roar! Boom! Garp roared and punched out, his old but iron-like fist colliding with the giant lava fist. The hot magma exploded and lava splashed everywhere, but Sakazuki was shocked and retreated repeatedly, and the scorched earth under his feet cracked into deep cracks. Old thing, you're really ridiculously hard. Sakazuki gritted his teeth and spat out blood, his face looking extremely ugly. In the sky, a golden lightning streaked across the sky. Enel's golden pupils condensed slightly, and he swooped down with Thor's scepter in his hand. 200 million volts judgment. The lightning turned into 1,000-foot-long lightning pillar and smashed towards Garp. However, Garp stood still, and the moment he looked up, haki in his eyes surged like a tsunami. How dare a mere thunder light talk about gods in front of me? Conqueror's haki soars into the sky. Garp roared and punched the sky, directly confronting thunder. Iron bones breaking the sea. Boom! The thunderclouds exploded, and the power of the thunder god in the sky was shattered. Enel's golden body was shaken and sent flying backwards 100 meters, his eyes filled with horror. This old fellow, his body is like a monster forged from sea stone. The earth was silent and the smoke and dust had dissipated. Garp was seen standing alone on top of the ruins, supporting himself on the ground with one fist, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still burning with rage. He grinned slowly, his voice hoarse and firm. "Come on, you two, it's not enough." Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suppressed the pain surging in his chest, and his face was as gloomy as the flames of hell. "You old immortal! How long can you hold on?" Enel's golden eyes were cold, and he pointed his staff to the sky. "Sinners who blaspheme the gods. I will personally judge them." Garp grinned, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Then let's see if you can kill me." As the fierce battle was in full swing, Rog slowly stood up from the ruins, wiped the bloodline from his face, and suddenly he smiled. The cloak fluttered in the wind, and the bloodline on his body had not dried yet, but it could not hide his kingly demeanor. He chuckled, his eyes filled with sarcasm and coldness, and his voice echoed through the global live broadcast of the Den Den Mushi to every inch of the world. "Monkey D. Garp, marine hero." Rog's sneer cut through the silence like a knife. "Today, let me uncover the abscess behind this so-called hero." He waved his hand, and the images from the World Government Intelligence Agency were projected onto a huge screen in the air. Screen 1, video footage of the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Monkey D. Dragon's familiar and majestic figure slowly comes into view. "Your biological son Monkey D. Dragon. The world government is offering a bounty on the highest paid criminal, the biggest rebel who openly subverts the world order, and you, never reported it." The young Marines gasped and looked at Garp in disbelief. The older generation of generals kept their heads down and remained silent, no one dared to speak. Screen 2, images of Porgas D. Ace's childhood, and the cruelest reappearance of history. The flames lit up the sky, and the tragic scene of South Blue's baby purge was revealed to everyone. Mothers desperately protect their babies, while world government agents draw their guns indifferently. The cries of newborns were drowned out by the gunfire, and blood stained the waters of South Blue. Countless villages were burned down, and the square filled with corpses became a warning monument. Rog's voice suddenly rose. "Just because you knew the truth but concealed it, the world government carried out a brutal purge of pregnant women in South Blue for a year and 3 months in order to completely wipe out Roger's bloodline. Tens of thousands of innocent babies died tragically. Thousands of villages were reduced to ashes. Under such circumstances, you actually dared to take in Roger's orphan, raise him to adulthood, and then let him go out to sea as a pirate. Unprecedented outrage among countless survivors around the world." South Blue. The woman who survived the incident had tears and blood in her eyes as she cried heartbreakingly, "Garp! Give me back my child's life!" Grand line. Angry citizens raised their fists. Is this what the so-called marine heroes do? Sabayati Archipelago. The noble frowned slightly and muttered, "This old guy is such a loser." Rog pressed on, his eyes sharp as a knife, "And your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy." The live broadcast screen switched to a replay of the Nice lobby's sudden collapse. For the sake of Nico Robin, the son of the devil, he led the crowd to break through the Tower of Justice, challenged the laws of the world, and became the enemy of justice. And you, Marine's hero, allowed your own grandson to openly rebel without stopping him. The young soldiers clenched their fists and looked at Sengoku and Kizaru with complicated eyes, but saw that the two had heavy expressions and did not say a word. "So, you already knew." Some soldiers' eyes were shaken, while others were trembling all over and their faces were pale. Wangguo Charlotte Linlin, "Mamama. Ha 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 ha, is this the righteous marine hero? This is ridiculous. Onigashima Kaido of the beasts, ha 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 ha, this old BD deserves to lose his reputation in his later years." Marineford Justice Square. Garp stood on the ruins, his shoulders trembling slightly. He let Rog's questioning pierce his heart like a sharp knife, and did not argue for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. The laughter was hoarse and desolate, with a heart-wrenching sadness. "That's right, I am indeed guilty." He walked forward step by step, his old body as majestic as a mountain. He punched the ground, and the battlefield shook violently again. "Monkey D. Garp, today I will no longer bear the name of hypocrisy." His figure stood in the smoke and ruins, even though he was bleeding profusely, he held his head high with no regrets. Rog sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "So, hero, are you ready to atone for your sins today?" Just as Rog opened his hands slightly and was about to attack Garp, an extremely sharp aura suddenly tore through the dead silence of the battlefield. Clang! An invisible sword energy came from the distant sky, extremely sharp, carrying the top-level killing intent, and accurately slashed towards the air area in front of Rog, directly splitting the air compression that was ready to be released. A sudden strong wind blew up, and amidst the raging flames, a red-haired figure walked slowly towards them. The Red Force's battle flag fluttered in the distance in the ruins, and the powerful red-hair pirates gathered at the edge of the battlefield. Shank's cloak fluttered among the ruins, and his footsteps were steady, each step seeming to touch everyone's heart. He was about to shout, "Give me a..." However, before he finished speaking, Rog's eyes flashed with coldness, and he interrupted with a roar. "I've been waiting for you for so long." A violent atmosphere swept across the entire venue, and the fighting spirit was completely boiling. On the platform, Kizaru stood up lazily and sighed slightly. "Oh my, young people, why do you like to torment the elderly so much?" The figure that turned into thousands of golden light particles disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the light gathered together, and a golden beam of light rushed towards Shanks like a meteor. Recall, pre-war Supreme Strategic Meeting. When Rog asked Kizaru and Enel to prioritize rescuing the Marines, no one noticed. Rog left Kizaru alone and whispered, "Admiral Kizaru, the red-haired man may come before the war is over. I hope you, when the time comes, will not hold back." Kizaru rarely took off his sunglasses, half-closed his eyes, and raised the corner of his mouth. "Oh, this is such a troublesome job. I don't really like it." But at that moment, Rog saw a gleam in Kizaru's eyes that he had never seen before. Battlefield returns. The air exploded, and the peak showdown between Kizaru and red-haired Shanks instantly detonated. The golden light and the scarlet sword intent intertwined, and the battlefield of hundreds of meters was reduced to ruins during the confrontation between the two. Shanks placed one hand on the hilt of Griffin's sword, a long-lost seriousness flashing in his eyes. "It seems I have to find a different way to break through this time." Kizaru waved his hands lazily, but his aura was more focused than ever before. "Alas, it's not the pirates' place to dictate marine affairs." Chapter 99. Above the sky, two figures transformed into the embodiment of the law. Kizaru's body completely photonized, billions of golden light particles reflected countless after-images in the air, as if the wrath of the sun was pouring down. Yada mirror light speed kick. He raised his right leg high, and photons condensed into a golden torrent that penetrated the sky and the earth. A light speed kick tore through the clouds, like a judgment from the gods, and cut off Shank's head. Shank's pupils constricted slightly. He didn't dodge. God avoid. The moment Griffin drew his sword, the blade did not move, but the space itself seemed to be torn into a scarlet crack by an invisible hand. That wasn't sword energy, but pure the conqueror's embodiment of rejecting everything. Boom! The collision of light and darkness caused space to collapse, splitting the sky of Marineford in two. Left side, golden light streams seethe and swirl like a liquid sun. Right, abyssal darkness emerges from the crimson cracks. The shockwave crushed all buildings within a kilometer into dust, and even Sengoku had to deploy his marine, who was a substitute of the Great Buddha, to withstand the aftermath. On the battlefield below, Garp's fists were stained with blood. Sakazuki's giant magma fist smashed through his shoulder blade, the high temperature burning his flesh and blood, making a sizzling sound. Enel's Thor's spear pierced his abdomen, sending lightning raging through his internal organs. Cough. Garp knelt on one knee, but grinned, two little brats, quite capable. Sakazuki's lava right arm dripped hot magma. Old man, your time is over. Garp didn't answer, just looked into the distance. Luffy collapsed in the rubble, his straw hat shattered and his eyes as empty as death. At that moment, Garp remembered the silly boy who shouted, "I want to be the king of pirates" under the sunset of Windmill Village. What a failed education! He murmured to himself, and suddenly jumped up. Fistbone meteor. His fists were wrapped in black and red lightning, and he actually struck Sakazuki and Enel at the same time. Garp glanced at the dying Luffy in the distance, his eyes trembling slightly, his heart a mixture of fighting spirit and confusion. Just then. Boom! Rog swept across with an ultimate killing move in the air. Sky Realm slashing the sky. A huge air blade traversed the battlefield, an invisible terrifying edge seemed to split the sky and earth directly, sweeping towards the Red Hair Pirates' defense circle. Just as the Red Hair group was about to accept the challenge, they couldn't help but recall the tragic past. A few years ago, Rog challenged the entire Red Hair Pirates alone, broke through the defense line in a battle, and killed Usopp, who was once known as the King of Snipers. Revenge! Logia roared, blood and flesh flying all over his body, and the huge axe in his hand rushed towards Rog with a roar. At this moment, the seriously injured Usopp was lying on the broken stone pile, struggling to open the only eye he had left and looking in the direction of the red-haired group with difficulty. "Dad!" he murmured, as if he wanted to see the familiar figure he had been thinking about day and night, but in the end he did not find that familiar figure. In this moment of confusion, Lachilu's heart-wrenching roar reached his ears. Revenge for Usopp! Usopp stiffened, the remaining light in his eyes completely shattered. "Dad, is gone." He lowered his head in despair, tears mixed with blood flowing, as bitter as a torn soul. A boring farce. Rog was suspended in the air, his right hand clenched, and the air within a radius of 1 kilometer was compressed into a huge transparent blade. Empty void slash. There is no gorgeous trajectory, only a disappearing slash. The Red Hair Pirate's masts snapped silently. Beckman's bullet annihilated in mid-air. Lachilu's giant axe shattered into iron chips. Logia charged forward covered in blood, but was chopped away by an invisible air blade, with a huge wound on his chest gushing out blood. The smoke of gunpowder has not yet dissipated between heaven and earth, but the situation of the war has already tilted. On the Square of Justice, the Red Hair Pirates were defeated by Rog. Even the usually arrogant Lachilu was severely injured by Rog and fell in the ruins. High in the sky, the battle between Kizaru and Shanks was filled with light, sword energy and light-speed punches intertwined, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower at doomsday. Simultaneous live broadcast around the world. Oh my god, that's red-haired Shanks, being suppressed by Marine. After the Whitebeard pirates were defeated, are the 4 Emperors' red hairs going to be defeated now? Marine is so strong. This is true justice. The old village chief of East Blue raised his pipe tremblingly, tears welling in his eyes. Suan Lin Rog, this is the iron-blooded justice in the hearts of us ordinary people. For a moment, countless cheers and shouts broke out from all over the world. Shanks, who was fighting with Kizaru, noticed that his team members were injured, and the Marines behind Rog had already arrived and launched an attack. Just when Shanks was ready to continue fighting to the death at all costs, Garp's whole body was filled with haki, and he finally burst into an extremely suppressed roar. Shanks! Garp's roar was like a morning bell, carrying a sense of desolation and sorrow, shaking the ruins of Marine Ford. Since you led that kid down the path of pirates. His bloody teeth chattered. Use your life now, to take him away. With a roar, Garp's whole body exploded with energy, and he suddenly broke free from the siege of Sakazuki and Enel, and his bloody fist flew straight into the sky. Iron Fist, collapse. Sakazuki's giant lava fist grazed his back, and Enel's lightning spear pierced his shoulder blade, but neither could stop this fatal blow. Kizaru was caught off guard and was shattered into thousands of light particles by Garp's punch, and the light dissipated in the air. Shank's eyes flickered, and he finally seized this only opportunity. His cloak fluttered like a flame tearing through the haze of the battlefield. He rushed into the center of the battlefield, holding the seriously injured and unconscious Luffy in one hand, then took the limp Nami and Chopper into his arms, and strode back. The other members, including Hongo, Snake, and Punch, quickly picked up Zoro, Robin, and Usopp and fled. Beckman, Lachi Lu. Cover my retreat. No. Beckman gritted his teeth, raised his flintlock rifle and blocked the pursuit of Rog. Lachi Lu endured the serious injury and dragged his heavy body to block the end of the road of justice. Want to leave? Rog sneered, clenched his 5 fingers, and the atmosphere shook violently. Air pressure whirled annihilation cannon. The terrifying compressed air cannon bombarded the Red Hair Pirates' retreat. The air within 1,000-meter radius wailed as if it could not bear the heavy burden, and even the live broadcast of the Den Den Mushi became blurred due to the distortion of space. There was no gorgeous trajectory, only a transparent shock wave with a diameter of 100 meters. Wherever it passed, the marine warship disintegrated silently. The Red Hair Group's retreat route was completely blocked. At this critical moment, dash bang! Garp used his flesh and blood to block the bombardment, and the explosive blast of air blasted a horrific bloody mark on his abdomen. This old man's grandson, it's not your turn to judge. He used his chest to withstand the devastating blow, leaving a hole the size of a bowl in his abdomen and exposing his spine to the air. But the veteran's iron fist also smashed into the ground at the same time, and the resulting crack in the ground forced Rog back 3 steps. Even so, his body still stands like a mountain. I've already said. Don't even think about touching Luffy today. The Red Hair Pirates took advantage of this gap and quickly reunited. Beckman and Lachi Lu dragged their brothers in one hand and held weapons in the other to intercept the elite marines who were charging towards them. The flagship Red Force set sail. At this moment, Kizaru in the air had once again condensed his form, and a rare solemnity finally appeared on his cold face. Oh my, still want to escape? Yasakani no Megatama. Countless blazing white light bullets poured down like a meteor shower, chasing the fleeing red-haired fleet. However, Ice Age. Boom! A frost swept across the sky and earth, and a huge ice wall rose from the ground, like a 1,000-foot cold river stretching between the sky and the sea. All the light bullets were blocked by the ice wall, causing a large amount of light rain to dissipate in the sky. Kizaru was slightly stunned and looked back, only to see a bandaged figure standing alone in the ruins in the distance, with its tattered cloak fluttering in the wind. That is Aokiji Kyuzan. One of the frozen prosthetic hands was slightly raised, and the remaining eye looked at him indifferently through the afterglow of the battlefield. Kizaru sighed and took off his sunglasses. Really, 1 or 2 of them, they're all restless. Sengoku looked at the familiar marks of the moves on the ice wall and suddenly understood everything. This war. Marine has long been divided. The live broadcast freezes on the ice wall, and the Red Hair Pirates struggle to evacuate. The surviving mothers of South Blue fell to their knees and wept. All members of the Revolutionary Army headquarters stood in silence. Garp knelt on one knee, using his spine to support his body. At the end of the ice wall, the sails of Red Force disappeared on the horizon. Rog wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and crushed the live-streaming Den Den Mushi. The era of marine heroes has ended. Chapter 100. Marineford Justice Square post-war. The cold wind was howling, the setting sun on Justice Square was blood red, the smoke had not yet dissipated, and the air was filled with a heavy depression that was difficult to dissipate. Rog stood before the execution platform, his cloak fluttering. Behind him, Garp and Kuzan, bound by sea stone chains, both knelt down. The heroes who once stood firm were now silent. Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral tried to stop it, but faced with the irrefutable evidence, they were speechless. Sengoku clenched his fists, unable to argue. They did cross the line. Vice Admiral, he closed his eyes and sighed, the Marine will not tolerate any more betrayal. The live Den Mushi camera was focused on this historic moment. Rog's voice was as cold as a frost, spreading across the world. Today, in the name of absolute justice, we will eradicate dereliction of duty and corruption within the Marine Corps. Sakazuki stood beside Rog, his fists clenched like magma, his eyes as hot and firm as flames. Reading of the charges. Rog looked at Garp with a gleam of lightning in his eyes. Monkey D. Garp, the so-called Marine hero, do you agree with the following facts? First, they protected the Pirate King's bloodline. They knew the true identity of Porgas D. Ace, but they deliberately concealed it, indirectly leading to the tragedy of the worldwide purge. Some people in South Blue shed silent tears before the live broadcast, and memories of those years torn apart by suffering emerged one by one. Second, you allowed your family to stray from the right path. Your son, Monkey D. Dragon, became the leader of the world's most dangerous revolutionary army, and your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, committed numerous serious crimes, and you chose to turn a blind eye. Third, as a Marine Vice Admiral, he openly disobeyed orders on the battlefield, obstructed the judgment of justice, and attacked the Marine Admiral to cover Pirates Luffy's escape. Garp remained silent, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, and he finally spoke with difficulty. This old man's choice is to preserve hope. He turned to Kuzan. Kuzan, former Admiral. You froze the Enice lobby's artillery fire, released the pirates, and personally stopped the pursuit of the Red Hair pirates. Is this your idea of lazy justice? Kuzan lowered his head, his voice weak. Perhaps my justice cannot coexist with your justice. Reactions from around the world. East Blue Windmill Village. Dodden burst into tears as he looked at Garp being escorted and could only sigh softly, old man, you ultimately chose the most difficult path. South Blue, the remaining survivors. Countless mothers who lost their loved ones in those years burst into tears, but some also had complicated expressions. Is all this finally explained? Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Baldigo. Monkey D. Dragon stared at the live broadcast screen with a heavy look in his eyes. Old man. Marineford Execution Square. Vice Admiral Garp. How could it be? A young Marine soldier's lip trembled, and the rifle in his hand almost slipped. He recalled that 3 months ago, when he was on duty in South Blue, it was Vice Admiral Garp who personally led the team to wipe out the Red-Beard pirates that were wreaking havoc on the port. Shut up! The veteran beside him slapped his gun away, his eyes burning with anger. During the South Blue purge, because of his cover-up, all the pregnant women on 3 islands were. But Vice Admiral saved us. Saved, an officer with a scar on his face interrupted with a sneer. My sister was killed by the pirates. Garp could have stopped them, but he let them go to catch Redhead. On the other side of the square, several female Marine medical soldiers hugged each other and sobbed. One of them summoned up the courage to shout, Kuzan Admiral saved hundreds of civilian children in Enice lobby. And then let the demon child go. Kuzan Admiral, he really doesn't want to see more bloodshed. Rescue people? He saved the lives of the pirates and destroyed the lives of the civilians. Peace must be won through blood and iron, not through compromise. If you're willing to be hacked to death by the pirates, then don't stand in our way of settling the evil. A soldier who had lost his left arm roared and ripped open his collar, revealing a hideous burn scar. Do you know who left this? The Straw Hat pirates who escaped with Robin. The sound came like a tide. Sympathy? Did they ever sympathize with those dead children in South Blue? When the pirates set fire to the village, did you ever see them stop? Garp? Who is he protecting? He's protecting those criminals who destroyed the world. How many innocent lives have been lost in exchange for your so-called favors? A hero who shields pirates is also qualified to talk about justice. I saw pirates hanging a pregnant woman from a mast. The Garp family must go to hell. The young soldier who had earlier defended Garp stumbled back and collided with the bars of the scaffold. He looked up and saw Rog's cold eyes, then looked down at the bloodline-stained South Blue investigation report in his hand, and finally collapsed to his knees. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He dug his nails into his palms. Those babies, those. The old soldier pulled him up and put the rifle back into his hands. Justice needs no more tears and compromise. The voices in the square finally converged into a unified roar. Absolute justice. Purge the traitors. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Amid the deafening shouts, the last few faint excuses were like candlelight in a storm, fleeting. Air pressure, divine judgment. Rog slowly raised his right hand, and the air in Marineford suddenly froze. Countless pairs of eyes discovered in horror that the white air they exhaled was frozen in mid-air, as if time had stopped at that moment. Garp, it's over. The moment the 5 fingers suddenly closed together, the air within a radius of 1 kilometer exploded with an unbearable sound. The space on the execution platform began to twist and deform. Garp and Kuzan's bodies seemed to be grasped by invisible giant hands, and their muscle fibers broke under the terrifying pressure. Bang! Amidst a deafening explosion, the 2 bodies exploded into a bloody mist in full view of everyone. The scarlet mist formed strange uzumaki in the compressed air, crushing even the flying bone fragments into powder. The marine generals in the front row were almost overturned by the air wave, and Marshal Sengoku's cloak was splashed with fine blood beads. This is what happens when you betray someone. Rog's voice was colder than the polar wind. He opened his palm and let the last wisp of blood mist dissipate between his fingers. Sakazuki's molten fist slammed into the blood mist at the perfect moment, completely vaporizing the last remaining flesh tissue. But no one noticed. At the moment the air was compressed to ultimate, the ring on Rog's left ring finger flashed a faint light. The smoke gradually dissipated and the blood-stained battlefield fell silent. On the ruins of Marineford, the marine soldiers slowly stood up, their uniforms torn and their faces stained with blood, but their eyes were more determined than ever before. We won! A shout, like thunder, instantly ignited the entire marine camp. Whitebeard died in battle, and the power of the shock fruit completely dissipated into the sea. Ace's execution was completed, and Roger's bloodline was cut off. The Red Hair pirates were defeated, and Shanks fled in panic with the seriously injured Luffy. Garp and Kuzan were killed, and the traitors within Marine were completely eliminated. Summit War Marine, total victory. Sengoku stood on the high platform, his voice resounding throughout the world. The soldiers raised their blood-stained sabers and roared the new creed. Absolute justice. Eliminate all evil. Marine Supreme. Their shouts swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, even shattering the dark clouds in the sky. The sun finally pierced through the haze and shone on every fluttering marine flag. Rog stood at the top of the execution platform, overlooking the seething marine camp, his voice cold and firm. From today on, Marine, I only believe in absolute justice. Anyone who shields evil, regardless of their identity, will be killed without mercy. Sakazuki stood beside him, magma swirling between his fists, and his crimson cape was as glaring as blood. Including the parasites of the world government. The young soldiers trembled with excitement, they finally witnessed the victory of justice. The veterans gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes burning with unprecedented faith. The generals stood in awe and saluted. They knew that the Marine was about to usher in its most powerful era. Long live Marine! Long live absolute justice! World government is shaken, and the 5 elders are silent in Marie joys. The revolutionary army assembled urgently. Long stared at the live broadcast screen with murderous intent in his eyes. The pirates' power collapsed, the four emperors' situation was completely reshuffled, and the sea fell into a brief silence. At the highest point of Marineford, Rog and Sakazuki stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Justice needs no explanation, only implementation. The war finally subsided. The setting sun was as blood-red, shining on the dilapidated ruins of Marineford, reflecting the high-flying flags of justice. All the Marines shouted at the same time, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. Absolute justice! At that moment, the vast cry pierced the sky and resounded in every corner of the ocean. People's reactions from all over the country. Finally, we don't have to be afraid of pirates anymore. This is the Marine we need. Long live justice! Revolutionary Army Baldigo. Long stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the sea, stained red by the setting sun, for a long time, silent. Behind him, Sabo clenched his fists, tears glistening in his eyes. Toto Land. Big Mom looked at the newspaper in silence for a long time, and finally sneered in a low voice, "Oh, absolute justice? Come on! Ghost Island Wanakuni." Kaido drank from the wine jar, shattering it. Interesting. This is a battlefield where I could die. A new giant stone monument is being erected among the ruins of the naval headquarters. The inscription on the monument is clearly engraved. Justice will live forever, evil will perish. The sun shines down, and the light of justice seems to illuminate the entire new world. Summit War Finale. Chapter 101. The setting sun was blood-red, its afterglow falling on the broken square of justice. In the distance, grassroots soldiers were clearing the ruins and sorting out the broken warships. Everywhere there were busy figures carrying out post-war cleanup. Marine won the victory, but what filled the air was not the celebration as imagined, but a heavy solemnity and silence of an uncertain future. Just as Rog and Sakazuki were about to lead the rectification fleet back to G5 base, a communications officer came hurriedly. Report. Marshal Sengoku requests a meeting. Rog and Sakazuki looked at each other and nodded silently. A moment later, the three of them boarded the warship's conference room, which had not yet been affected. Sengoku stood quietly in front of the porthole, his back to the two of them, his eyes piercing the distant sky where the flames of war had not yet completely dissipated. "I'm already tired." Sengoku's deep voice broke the silence. He slowly turned around, his face full of haggardness and relief. The justice cloak that symbolized the highest power of Marine seemed to become extremely heavy at this moment. Garp's death, Kuzan's ending, and the divisions caused by this war have all shown that this old era has come to an end. He looked at Sakazuki and Rog, his eyes showing a bit of complexity. "Once this is over, I will officially resign as Grand Admiral. The Marines have been reshaped by your absolute justice and no longer need an old, wavering fellow like me." After saying this, he chuckled as if at himself, then turned around and looked at the setting sun again. "Sakazuki, I will formally recommend you to the world government as the successor to the Marshal." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent for a moment. Sakazuki just snorted coldly, without any rebuttal, but also without any excitement. Rog, on the other hand, folded his hands over his chest, his eyes gleaming with lightning. "We will take over, but, those old guys from the Five Elders, are you sure they will agree so easily? Even if Marshal Kong helps, those 5 old men are never reasonable people." Sengoku closed his eyes, as if the last weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "What else can I do? Kizaru will never be able to take over. Kuzan is dead. In the current Marines, the only ones who can carry this banner are you two." He tilted his head slightly, looked at Rog, and smiled meaningfully. "Since you dare to open this bloody road, you must have a way to deal with Marie Joyce." Sengoku turned around and pushed open the porthole, and the salty sea breeze poured into the room. For a moment, the sea breeze swept the setting sun, and the military flags outside the window were fluttering. The sound of waves crashing outside the cabin and the afterglow of the setting sun intertwined, as if whispering a lament for this broken world. Sengoku stood in front of the porthole, his cloak fluttering slowly in the wind. The golden word justice was particularly dazzling under the blood-red sky. "Rog, Sakazuki." He finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if it came from a long time ago. "I have been thinking, what exactly did we win in this battle?" He turned and looked at the two of them, his eyes complex and heavy. "We won the destruction of the pirates, and also won the blood of our colleagues. Garp, Kuzan, and those young marines, just how far have you taken your absolute justice?" Sakazuki's face was as dark as water, his fists clenched tightly, and his whole body was still filled with fighting spirit. Justice should not be weak. Rog's expression was stern, and he tapped his fingers on the table. "Weak justice cannot save the world." Sengoku gave a wry smile. "But have you ever thought about this? Does the world need saving, or should it be changed?" His hand gently pressed against the window frame, as if feeling the cold reality. "I'm old now. Whoever I hand this power to, is a new game. I only hope that you can shoulder this heavy burden and not be consumed by power." Looking at the setting sun in the sky, it was as if the last shackles had been removed. The wheel of time rolls over, even the sky of Marie Joyce cannot stop the storm of change. The hatch creaked in the sea breeze. Sengoku turned his back to the two of them and said one last word. "But remember, if Marine's knife were to cut your own hand, what would come? Wouldn't be a new world, but the end of it." The sea breeze howled, the setting sun completely sank, and the golden red light shone on the Marine's Justice flag for the last time. G1 Branch New Marine Headquarters. On the third day after the war, a high-level Marine meeting was held at the G1 branch. The ruins of Marineford still smolder with smoke, while the steel fortress of the G1 branch has hoisted a new flag of absolute justice. Rog stood in front of the holographic sand table, tapped his fingertips, and the air condensed into a transparent marine emblem. "From today on, G1 is naval headquarters." Sakazuki stood beside him, magma silently surging between his fists, and his crimson cape was as dazzling as blood. "All branches, submit combat capability reports within 3 days." The generals below the stage stood in silence, and no one dared to speak. Red Line, Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. In Marshal Sora's office, Sengoku gently placed his resignation letter on the table. "Recommend Sakazuki as the successor marshal." Sora's eyes swept over the documents, but Garp's face appeared before his eyes, the old friend who always munched on senbei during meetings, now reduced to a bloody mist. "Garp, is it finally over?" Marshal Kong's pen hovered over the resignation letter, and the ink dripped onto Garp's archival photo. It was a photo taken after the Battle of God Valley, with the young Garp laughing and hugging his shoulders. "You and I both know that." Sora suddenly asked, "What does Sakazuki's promotion mean?" Sengoku straightened his cape, the golden tassels on his sleeves brushing against the resignation letter. "This means Marine can finally enforce justice in his own way." He was silent for a long time and finally stamped the report. "The 5 elders won't agree easily." Sora raised his eyes, his voice hoarse. Sengoku turned, his cape rising one last time. "The times are no longer under their control. Holy Land Marie joys between flowers." Among the flowers, the 5 elders sat around a long table, with Sengoku's recommendation report lying quietly in the center. "Sakazuki? The extremist." The knife-wielding old man slammed the table and stood up. "If he takes over, Marine will be completely out of control." But the pirates were suppressed. The blonde man retorted coldly, "After the Summit War, New World Pirates' activity decreased by 70%. What's the price?" the long-bearded old man shouted angrily. "Garp was killed, Kuzan was executed, and the Marines are in a state of panic." The debate intensified and the air became stagnant. Suddenly, CP0 knelt on one knee outside the door. Vice Admiral Rog, requests a meeting. The door slid open silently, and Rog walked in slowly. The sound of his military boots stepping on the white jade floor was particularly clear. He didn't say anything, but just said lightly, "I want to see you move." The 5 elders were furious. "You are not allowed to call His Highness by his name casually." The old man holding the knife pressed his hand on the first-generation Kaititsu, his hand trembling slightly, veins bulging. "Rog, do you know what you are saying?" Rog stood in the hall, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his gaze cold and fearless. "In today's world, whose will maintains balance? You know best. If a new era is to come, you can't stop it." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the blonde 5 elders. The bald 5 elders, who sat silently, twirled his Buddhist beads with a deep gaze. Just when the tense atmosphere was about to get out of control, a cold and majestic voice, like an oracle, slowly came from the void. "Let him come." Those 3 brief words instantly plunged the entire flower room into a dead silence. The 5 elders fell silent, rising in unison and bowing their heads. "Welcome, Your Highness." The air seemed to be instantly sucked out, and an ancient and terrifying pressure swept across the entire place. Rog's eyes darkened slightly. This was the first time he had felt such an unfathomable aura in this world. A blurry figure slowly walked out from behind the curtain of the platform. The figure held a rose scepter in his hand, his face completely hidden by a black hood, and every step he took brought with him an invisible sense of oppression. The tip of the scepter glowed with a strange blue light. The hem of his robe swept the ground, but it did not pick up a speck of dust. The temperature of the entire space dropped suddenly. The only king on the throne of nothingness, finally appeared. Rog looked straight at the mysterious figure without any intention of lowering his head. Yim's voice was ethereal, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Suinlin Rog, what do you hope to gain in exchange for victory in this bloody battle?" Rog's eyes were cold, and his voice was low and firm. "I don't want a deal." He took a step forward, his boots clacking against the ground. "What I want is this world, true order. From this day forward Marine will only obey absolute justice. From this day forward the privileges of celestial dragons must be abolished." The 5 elders' expressions suddenly changed when they heard this, and the old man holding the knife even subconsciously grasped the hilt of the first-generation Kaititsu. The blonde 5 elders' face turned pale. The old man with the long beard had cold sweat on his forehead. The fingers of the old man holding the knife trembled slightly. Just as they were about to explode, Yim slowly raised his hand to stop them. Those eyes in the darkness seemed to peer through the hood and into the depths of Rog's soul. "Interesting. Do you think you can reshape the world through force alone?" Rog took another step forward, the air around him vibrating violently. "If this sea only recognizes fists, I will use my fists to right justice." Silence spread among the flowers. After a long time, Yim suddenly chuckled, and there was a mysterious meaning in his laughter. "Okay, since you want a new era, I'll give you a chance. Suinlin Rog, from today on, you will bear all consequences of this reckoning. May you keep going." As soon as he finished speaking, golden rose petals fell from the void, and Im's breath disappeared without a trace. The 5 elders looked back at Rog with complicated eyes, but no one dared to say anything more. Rog turned and left, his steps firm, his military boots making crisp sounds on the tiles between the flowers. That evening, the World News published a headline. "A new year, the age of absolute justice begins. Sakazuki officially succeeds Marine Marshal, and Rog is promoted to Marine Admiral, codenamed Suinlin, and takes control of the Rectification Agency." The Celestial Dragon's top brass was furious, but no one dared to challenge the new order. Civilians across the country rejoiced, and major member states around the world praised the iron-fisted rule of the Marines in the new era. The pirates' world was filled with fear, countless weak pirate groups disbanded, and the Pirate King's old dream was shattered. G1 Naval Headquarters. Rog stood in front of the new platform of justice and looked down at the entire new world. Sakazuki walked over slowly and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Admiral Suinlin, how do you plan to proceed on this bloody road? Rog smiled indifferently, keep going until the world is clean. Chapter 102 G1 Branch Marshal's Office. 7 days after the Summit War ended, the entire marine system is undergoing an unprecedented reshuffle and reconstruction. In the spacious office, a golden banner of absolute justice hangs high. In the office of the new Marshal of the G1 branch, Sakazuki sat behind a large desk, his crimson cloak hanging down, and lava lines faintly visible on his arms. He stared at the pile of post-war reports on his desk, his brow furrowed. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Rog pushed it open, casually holding a black metal box in his hand. He placed it directly on the desk and gently opened it. A special potion with a light blue light lay quietly inside. Uncle, I brought you something good. Sakazuki raised his eyes, his gaze landing on the potion in Rog's hand, his brows raised slightly. What is it? Uncle, this is Vegapunk's new product, the Human Restriction Remover. Rog smiled faintly and said, it can greatly strengthen the body, allowing the development of haki to be unrestricted, truly breaking the shackles of the so-called human limits. Sakazuki stared at the potion, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Vegapunk's new research. Rog nodded and smiled, 3 in total. Lighter and I have already had them. Otherwise, why do you think Lighter's haki has skyrocketed recently? If we don't seize this opportunity, it will be difficult to break through in the future. Sakazuki no longer hesitated after hearing this, and directly pulled out the cork of the medicine bottle and drank it in one gulp. After a moment, the muscles all over his body rolled like magma, and the haki in his body seemed to have broken some shackles, and a power so strong that it was almost uncontrollable surged wildly. The lava lines suddenly became brighter, his pupils contracted slightly, and then returned to normal. Tisk, good stuff. Hey! Sakazuki exhaled a breath of hot white air and revealed a rare happy smile. You have a lot of good things in your hands, you even hooked Vegapunk. Rog shrugged and smiled, how's your job as a marshal? Are you getting used to it? At this point, Sakazuki frowned again, this position of marshal is really uncomfortable. I review documents all day long, and watching you guys kill pirates all over the world, my hands are itching. Rog's smile deepened. There are gains and losses. With you in charge, I can go to battle with confidence. The marine force also needs to be replenished. I suggest recruiting some high-end combat forces from the public. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. He paused, a sharp gleam in his eyes, but don't worry, you will definitely be there for the next big event. Sakazuki snorted lightly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You are sensible, kid. The two men smiled at each other, and a rare relaxed atmosphere between uncle and nephew spread after the war. Future Island Core Research Area. The silver tower rises high into the clouds, and its mechanical arms are like giant steel beasts, constantly debugging the super weapons that have not yet been activated in the sky. The entire island has completely entered a war situation, with drones patrolling in the air and the alert level at full blast. Vegapunk stood in front of the tarmac, pushing up his glasses with a playful smile on his face. Oh, Admiral Suinlin is here in person, what a rare guest. He spread his hands in an exaggerated manner, what new toy are you here to get this time? Rog walked down the battleship, his black military boots making crisp sounds as they stepped on the metal floor. Don't pretend, Doctor. He smiled faintly, I know you've been waiting for me to come. Vegapunk's smile deepened as he turned and led Rog deeper into the laboratory. Blackbeard's research is progressing well, but... Rog raised an eyebrow, but what? Vegapunk paused and turned to look at Rog, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm wondering if I can transform him into a seraph. Rog narrowed his eyes, seraph. Vegapunk nodded. We can simply replace his brain and turn him into a controllable humanoid fruit extractor, able to protect himself and be used by us. Rog pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's a good idea. It's feasible." Vegapunk took Rog deeper into the research institute, passing through multiple security devices along the way, and finally arrived at the core laboratory with the highest authority. Inside the experimental cabin, several super brains were running at high speed, and countless streams of data were interweaving in the air, like a dream. Vegapunk pointed to a huge transparent culture chamber, in which Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was immersed in a deep coma. His body was full of energy tubes. The shadow energy on his body surface escaped from time to time, causing strange and distorted reactions with the culture fluid. This guy's physique, even I have to admit, it's truly extraordinary. Vegapunk's tone was filled with a rare hint of admiration. He possesses a strange dual soul state, which allows him to withstand the load of multiple devil fruits. Rog glanced at him calmly and said, "He is no longer qualified to enjoy this special physique." Vegapunk nodded and smiled, then walked over to the main console and expertly operated a complex set of equipment. "I have activated the consciousness stripping procedure, completely sealing his individual consciousness, retaining only his natural adaptability to the fruit's abilities." As the words fell, Blackbeard's eyes slowly opened, but only a mechanical, empty gaze remained. He is now a completely controlled experimental subject. Vegapunk pushed up his glasses, his eyes twinkling, "And this is the fruit extraction core of the new era." As he spoke, he controlled the mechanical arm and slowly extracted a dark energy from Blackbeard's body, condensing it into a dark and transparent fruit phantom. The essence of the dark fruit's power. Rog took the shadow fruit and felt its heart-pounding devouring power. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With this, the sword of absolute justice will be even sharper. Good stuff. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "I'll take it." Vegapunk shrugged. "I knew you'd say that." Vegapunk spread his hands and smiled, "However, this type of extraction has only been successful once so far. If we want to achieve stable mass production, we need more materials." Rog waved his hand casually, and threw two heavy figures directly from the ring space, hitting the metal ground. Bang! Bang! Two figures fell heavily to the ground. Vegapunk looked down, his pupils suddenly shrinking. "Garb! Kyuzin! Haven't they already?" Vegapunk's voice trembled slightly. Rog sneered, "It's just recycling waste." Even Vegapunk was stunned, and after a long while, he smiled bitterly, "You, even brought them here." Rog smiled coldly, "You are useless when you are alive, so use another way to contribute to justice." Vegapunk walked forward and looked at the two people who still maintained strong physical activity, with a strong desire to study them in his eyes. Their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans, making them the perfect vehicles for transformation. The development plan for the Seraph Advanced type can now officially begin. Garp and Kyuzin's bodies were dragged away and fixed by robotic arms, and countless nanorobots were repairing tissues at their wounds. It takes time for Seraphim to transform, but their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, so the success rate is very high. Vegapunk said. Rog nodded. "Get it done quickly. I need them to be weapons, not just trash." Vegapunk smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will make them stronger than they were in life." "But..." Vegapunk turned around and looked at Rog. "Since you can provide these people, then next, I will also need you to provide more high-level combat materials." Rog stood with his hands behind his back and responded indifferently, "You don't need to remind me, I will bring an entire era of Terminators." Vegapunk took a deep breath and looked out at the endless storm outside the incubator. It seems, this world reckoning has just begun. Chapter 103. New World G5 Base. After returning from the Summit War, the name of Suhan was feared throughout the world. At this moment, in the G5, the sea breeze was blowing, the military flag was flying high, and a heart-pounding murderous atmosphere permeated every inch of steel. On the training ground in the center of the square, the sun was scorching and the ground was soaked with sweat. Red's upper body was naked, his muscles were as hard as iron. Every time he swung his punch, the air was stirred up. Haki and iron fist blended together, making the heavy alloy target in front of him roar and vibrate. Bang! The pure steel target base was dented and cracks spread like a spider web. The sweat fell to the ground and was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. There was an unquenchable obsession burning in his eyes. Summit War fought Jaws alone, and although he did not lose, he did not win either. When Garp attacked in anger, he failed to stop him immediately. This feeling of powerlessness almost made him feel so guilty that he couldn't bear it. Since returning from the war, he has been training with Enel and Shiryu almost every day, and he never stops even when he is covered in wounds. At this moment, he sensed a familiar breath approaching. He slowly retracted his fist and turned around. The sharpness in Lei Ti's eyes instantly turned into respect. "Boss." Rog stood in the sun, his cloak fluttering, his eyes indifferent but reaching straight to the heart. "Lida." His tone was calm, yet it carried an irresistible authority. "Do you want to eat fruit?" The air suddenly stagnated. Red's pupils shrank slightly, and his knuckles turned white from the exertion. He was silent for a long time, and finally spoke in a deep voice. "Boss, I don't want to rely on external things. What I lack, I should make up for with my fists and haki." Rog took a step closer, smiled slightly, and said in a deep and powerful voice, "Red, you are wrong. This world is never fair. The strong are never shy about using any means to become stronger. Instead, they strive to control all the power they can control." Rog stood in front of Red, slowly raised his hand, and took out a dark red devil fruit from the space ring under his military robe. The fruit seemed to be burning with a dark red light like magma, and the spiral patterns on its surface were flowing with mysterious power. It beat slightly like a heart, and each pulse brought a heart-pounding feeling of oppression. The air seemed to tighten. Rog's eyes were deep as he spoke slowly, "This is Zoan mythical beast titan giant ape fruit. This was exchanged for the accumulated judgment points of the system, and it is the only one in the world. The ultimate behemoth from the age of myth, a legendary ancient ape said to have traversed continents and shattered mountains with a single blow. Its power is close to that of a god." Red's body shook violently and he clenched his fists tightly. Just by standing in front of this fruit, he could feel the blood in his body boiling as if along with the breath of the fruit. Rog continued, "Consume it, and your haki, taijutsu, and flesh and blood strength will completely merge with the power of the great beast carrying the kamui of the great ape in a human body. This is real evolution. It's not about compromise, but about letting your fists truly possess the power to tear apart the world." Red's Adam's apple rolled, his eyes fixed on the fruit, and his muscles tensed unconsciously. A thought flashed through my mind. The scene where Garp's iron fist smashes the execution platform. The back of Rog who single-handedly suppressed the battlefield. The feeling of powerlessness when I throw a punch, always falling short. He slowly raised his head, and the hesitation in his eyes turned into determination. "I understand, boss." He walked forward slowly, stretched out his right hand which had long been sharpened into iron and stone, and took the fruit without hesitation. The moment he took the fruit, haki surged unconsciously and resonated with the fruit. Rog looked at him calmly and said calmly, "Writer, don't forget, your fist never intended to turn back." Red was shocked, and a sharp light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "No need to say more, boss. These fists will be used to completely shatter this broken old world." Rog smiled slightly, turned around and left, leaving only a sentence echoing in the scorching sun. "From today on, you will be the heaviest punch among the three giants of rectification." New World, Unknown Island. The setting sun was like blood, staining the beach of the nameless island. The waves hit the rocks, splashing foam mixed with blood. Luffy slumped down at the foot of the rock wall, his left arm hanging at his side, his straw hat torn, his eyes blank. Nami huddled by the campfire, her short orange hair disheveled and her weather stick broken in two. Chopper's antlers were broken, and he cried silently while holding the medical kit. Zoro's blade sank into the sand, leaving only one of the three blades. Usopp's sniper rifle was twisted and deformed, the empty sleeve of his left arm fluttered in the wind, and his face was as gloomy as iron. Robin, the only one standing, glanced at everyone and finally looked at the red-haired group. Beckman puffed out a cigarette and broke the silence. "What are your plans next?" Robin was silent for a moment, his voice hoarse. "We need time to recover." Lucky Roo bit into the fleshy leg and mumbled, "Recover? How can you recover? You don't even have a boat now." The red hair group's sniper position was empty, that was where Usopp should have been. Many years ago, the always smiling Shin's fighter was blasted into a bloody mist by Rog's air cannon. Robin took a deep breath and looked at Shanks. "Mr. Shanks, Luffy." Shanks raised his hand to interrupt, put his one arm on Griffin, and strode towards Luffy who was slumped on the beach. Shadows descended, and Shanks' voice boomed like thunder. "Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy slowly raised his head, his eyes were so empty as if his soul had been taken away. Shanks grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Look at what you look like now. A puddle of mud. Ace is dead, Garp is dead, so what? Your crew is still alive. Zoro, Nami, Chopper, Usopp, Robin, they're still waiting for you." Luffy's pupils twitched slightly, but he still didn't react. Shanks threw him to the ground, sending gravel flying. "You think you're the only one who lost someone important? Did I ever cry like you did when Captain Roger died? Did I ever give up when East Blue broke his arm?" He drew out the griffin and placed the blade against Luffy's throat. "Either stand up now, or I'll finish you off myself before you dishonor this straw hat." Luffy stared at Shanks, the numbness in his eyes gradually being swallowed by some deep darkness. "Shanks! Why did you give me the straw hat back then?" Shanks narrowed his eyes. "Because I see Captain Roger in you." Luffy suddenly laughed, his laughter hoarse like a devil. "Roger, hey! His time is over, and so is Garp's time. Now, it's my turn." His left fist suddenly clenched, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the beach. Even more strangely, his skin began to ooze out strange black lines, spreading across his body like a living thing. "Rog, world government, celestial dragons. I'm going to crush them all." Conqueror's haki erupted, but it wasn't the transparent airwaves of the past. Instead, it was a pitch-black mist that swallowed up all the light around it like an abyss. What's even more terrifying is that the outlines of distorted smiling faces vaguely emerged from the black fog, as if countless demons were grinning in the fog. Usopp was horrified to find that Luffy's shadow was twisting unnaturally, like torn rubber. Robin's archaeological knowledge instantly reminded her that this was very similar to the awakening of the devil recorded in historical texts. Shanks's observation haki suddenly tingled, and he seemed to see a black figure wearing a straw hat grinning behind Luffy. Beckman dropped his cigarette. "This isn't just any haki. This is..." Shanks held Griffin tightly, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented seriousness. Luffy slowly stood up, black lines covering half of his body. He looked down at his left hand, his fingers opening and closing. Snap! The sound of air being squeezed. He looked up at the red-haired man, his mouth wide open in an exaggerated and weird smile. "Shanks! I want this world too. You're laughing even happier than me." Shanks took a half step back, shock flashing in his eyes. "What is this?" Usopp stared at Luffy's back, his one arm slowly clenched. He remembered that he had clenched his fist in the same way the day he learned that his father was killed by Rog. Zoro finally drew his sword, his eyes ablaze with blood. Nami and Chopper hugged each other, trembling but determined. Robin walked behind Luffy and whispered, "Captain, we should leave. Luffy raised his dark eyes and looked towards the distant horizon. I will master the power to destroy everything. In an instant, an unprecedented terrifying aura burst out from his body. It was no longer pure conqueror's haki, but was mixed with a black fog as dark as the abyss, as if even the light was swallowed up. That is the will of the king in darkness. Shank's expression changed drastically, and he seemed to hear the whispers of ancient gods in his heart. He tightened his grip on Griffin, and for the first time, real wariness showed in his eyes. Nika's light. It no longer exists. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky and the wind howled, as if a new storm was about to sweep across the world. Dark Nika awakened quietly in endless pain and despair. The red hair group was silent. Shanks put away the griffin and turned away. Go find Rayleigh, he'll help you. I'll help you keep the Marines at bay. The new era is about to change. Chapter 104. New World G5 Base Special Combat Training Ground. The sun was high in the sky, and the battle site had already been surrounded by a specially made sea stone reinforced wall to prevent the strong air waves from spreading to other areas of the base. At this moment, in the training ground, the wind was howling, the dust was flying, and two powerful auras were colliding violently. Boom! The two violent auras collided, causing a hurricane-like shock wave. The ground cracked and gravel floated in the air, as if gravity had lost its meaning at this moment. A flash of lightning flashed, and the god of thunder Enel was suspended in the air. The golden scepter was wrapped in dazzling lightning, and the thunder drum behind him was buzzing. Billions of volts of electricity were moving around his body like a giant snake. On the other side, the shadow of a giant ape nearly 10 meters tall slowly solidified, its muscles as hard as steel. On its fists, the inky black high-level armament haki burned with a high temperature that distorted the air. Red mythical beast form, Titan Ape. His eyes were bloodshot, with animality and rationality intertwined. He slammed his right fist hard into the ground, causing it to crack and collapse. Just in time, Thor. Red grinned, showing his fangs, and stomped his feet. The giant ape unleashed a terrifying sonic boom and rushed straight towards Enel in mid-air. Enel's golden eyes were cold, and he suddenly pointed his staff towards the sky. Thunder God, judgment of 10,000 thunders. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened, thunderclouds rolled, and dozens of lightning pillars with a diameter of more than 5 meters fell. Each one of them was powerful enough to vaporize steel in an instant, but at this moment it was like a spear of God, transforming the entire training ground into a thunderous purgatory. Lei Te did not dodge or evade, the giant ape roared to the sky. Bahu steel body! Sizzle! Lightning flashed down his head, but his body swallowed up all the lightning like a black hole. The Titan ape's hair stood on end, and it transformed the lightning into violent energy, and suddenly clashed its fists. Bang! The shock wave exploded, and Red took advantage of the momentum to soar into the sky, charging his right fist to the limit, and compressing armament haki into black and red lightning. Shattered sky collapse. With a punch that blasted the sky, he actually tore through the torrent of lightning with the strength of his physical body and charged into the sky against the trend. Enel's pupils suddenly shrank, and he instantly transformed into an element to dodge, but Red's fist tore through the lightning. What? Bang! The punch grazed Enel's cheek, and the steel wall a kilometer away collapsed. Your thunder and lightning have no effect on me. Lei Te grinned, and the giant ape's body expanded again, Titan form, complete release. Sizzle! Lightning patterns appeared on his body surface, and he actually absorbed Enel's lightning power. Enel laughed in anger, arrogant. 200 million volts thunder shins. The golden scepter turned into a spear of lightning that pierced through the sky and earth, piercing Red's heart. Lei Te clasped his fists together, and haki and beast power merged. Bachan Titan Meteor. Black and red lightning wrapped around the giant fist, colliding head-on with thunder shins. Boom! The world is eclipsed. The shock wave blew away the entire ground of the training ground, revealing the steel foundation underneath. Shiryu, who was watching the battle, was forced to draw his sword to cut off the aftermath, and Luo's room barrier was instantly shattered. Rog's cloak rustled, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. The smoke and dust cleared. Enel's scepter broke, and he half knelt on the ground. Rhett's giant ape form collapsed, his chest charred. Tai Ian's expression was solemn. That pressure from his fists is so great that he can actually fight Enel in Thunder God form without losing. Binza's face was filled with disbelief. Right Vice Admiral's armament Haki seems to be pushing its limits like crazy. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hand unconsciously clenched the ghost cry, "This guy Lei Te, I'm afraid he is more than 3 times stronger than during the Summit War." Shiryu held a cigar between his lips, a rare hint of approval in his eyes. This kid is truly a monster, with the power of a mythical beast mixed in with his physical skills. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as deep as the abyss. The Titan ape not only increased his strength, but also completely released the violent power within him that had not yet fully awakened. As long as he can perfectly control his animal nature, Lita will become the most terrifying taijutsu master in the new world. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning exploded again on the training ground, and once again transformed into a giant ape that leaped high into the sky, and struck Enel's Thor Colossus with a violent punch that tore through the air. Lightning tore through the sky, and the giant ape roared loudly. The fierce battle between Lighter and Enel has been going on for a long time. The training ground is swept by strong winds, the ground is riddled with holes, and the air waves are constantly rolling. Even if they were just watching the fight, the people standing on the sidelines could feel the fighting spirit that soared to the sky. Shiryu leaned against the fence, the ashes of her cigar falling. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating the smoke and dust, fixed his gaze on the 2 intertwined figures in the field. Lighter's Titan ape form tore through the thunderstorm, and every punch sent a sonic boom. Enel transformed into the god of thunder, and the golden scepter brought about divine punishment. A battle of this level. Shiryu's thumb unconsciously stroked the hilt of Thunderstorm's sword, and the blade reflected his dark pupils. There was a ferocious beast imprisoned by iron chains. Rog, who was standing at the front, stood with his hands behind his back, watching the fierce battle in the field with a calm look. Suddenly, his eyes turned slightly and fell on Shiryu, who was watching the battle quietly on the side. Shiryu still looked nonchalant, with the cigar in his mouth and his eyes slightly narrowed, but the loneliness and longing hidden in his eyes could not be hidden from Rog's sharp gaze. Rog curled his lips slightly and said lightly, "Shiryu, it seems that the slaughter in the Summit War hasn't fully satisfied you yet." Shiryu's eyes flashed with a sharpness when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and responded calmly, "Indeed. I know exactly how strong I am. It's easy for me to kill 1 or 2 of the Whitebeard regiment's last captains. But if I really have to charge into a top-level battlefield and fight a monster like Whitebeard..." The tip of the knife suddenly pierced the ground. "I'm afraid the blood won't even splash on the other person's clothes." Although he spoke lightly, his tone was filled with loneliness and unwillingness that could not be concealed. Rog smiled slightly, his eyes as deep as the sea of stars. "I know the unfinished edge in your heart. In fact, as early as after the war, I asked the intelligence department to keep an eye out and find a truly suitable fruit for you." Before he finished speaking, the cigar in Shiryu's hand fell directly, and the whole person suddenly looked directly at Rog, with an unprecedented fiery light bursting out of his eyes. What does it mean to have Rog personally notice and arrange the treatment of the fruit? Shiryu certainly understood this. This wasn't just an improvement in strength, it was also Rog's complete recognition of him, a latecomer. Bang! The dull thud of the knee hitting the ground startled a resting crow. Shiryu knelt on one knee, with Thunderstorm lying before him. This was the highest form of submission from the great swordsman. This head. He licked his dry lips. From now on, I will only bow for you. Rog watched the scene calmly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and nodded gently. Get up. We'll leave tomorrow. Rog's tone suddenly changed. This fruit. I've been eyeing it for a long time. It's called the bat fruit, mythical beast, vampire form. It's perfect for you. Hearing this name, the fighting spirit in Shiryu's eyes almost turned into reality. Legend has it that drinking the blood of a strong person can grant eternal youth. The perfect gift for a hangman. He stood up slowly, and there was no longer a trace of loneliness in his eyes, only unprecedented sharpness and expectation. When Luo, An, Binz, and others who were watching the game on the sidelines heard Rog's words, they all looked solemn. Bat fruit mythical beast vampire form? What a terrifying ability that would be! Hey, hey! Luo helped Madara up and nodded his hat. This is really going to be a big deal. Ian's nails dug into his palms. The vampire fruit combined with Shiryu's killing swordsmanship. Binz's vines twisted unnaturally. This is a combination made for slaughter. Lei Te in the center of the field suddenly shattered the last pillar of lightning, turned around and shouted, Shiryu! Next time we spar, it's your turn to take Lao Zi's punches. In response, he heard the hum of thunderstorm being unsheathed 3 inches away. The blade reflected the tip of Shiryu's scarlet tongue. Okay. He smiled creepily. In the battle map of Suhun G5, a true killing blade will be born. Chapter 105. The next morning, G5 base. The blood-red morning sun shone through the fog of the new world, falling on the steel walls of G5 like a blood-stained battle flag. The cold wind was howling, and the marine flag on the battleship was fluttering in the morning breeze. On the deck of the Suhun flagship, which was about to set sail, 3 figures stood quietly facing the howling sea breeze. Red stood at the front, half of his body in armor, his arms intertwined with the black armament haki. The shadow of the giant ape behind him was looming, and a huge wave of energy surged with his breathing. Enel sat cross-legged on the top of the mast, lightning swirling around him, a golden scepter in his hand suspended in the air, his eyes coldly overlooking the sea. Shiryu was dressed in a black robe, his left hand gently stroking the thunderstorm at his waist, the blade reflecting a ray of cold light under the morning sun. The fruit extraction device in his hand, which was personally delivered by Rog, glowed with a cold light in the morning light. He narrowed his eyes slightly, licked the corners of his cracked mouth, and a long-lost fiery brilliance burst out of his eyes. The Red Earl, a former legendary monster. Shiryu whispered softly, her smile cold, no matter what, this time, I will definitely bring back the power that belongs to me. The 3 of them said nothing, but their aura was like 3 gods and demons standing in the world. The Suhun warship roared and set sail, heading straight for the Blood Mist Island deep in the New World. The cry of jackdaws outside the window pierced the dawn, and their wings swept over the direction of Sabayati Archipelago. In the office, Anne was reporting intelligence. Sabayati Archipelago was gathering the so-called pirate Supernova. Rog was reviewing the first batch of documents, and the absolute justice seal on the table was stained with a faint blood color. Ain, dressed in formal attire, stood aside, holding intelligence documents, his expression slightly worried. Admiral, is it really okay for Red and the other 2 to go personally? His fingertips trembled slightly, and the name Barrick Redfield on the intelligence document was reflected crimson in the morning light, as if the legendary vampire was sneering through the paper. The Red Earl, he's a legend who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. Hearing this, Rog calmly closed the file, his eyes as calm as a mirror. Barrick Redfield. He chuckled, his eyes filled with indifference, just a loser who's afraid of aging. If years of imprisonment hadn't worn away his spirit, how could he have survived to this day? He himself knows that his time has long been over. He pushed the file aside, revealing another report underneath, a yellowed archival photo showing the young Red Earl and Roger facing each other with swords, their eyes burning with a fire that had now long been extinguished. A truly powerful person. Rog rapped his knuckles against Roger's figure in the photo. I'd rather die standing like Whitebeard than live on my knees like him. He stood up, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and the golden badge of absolute justice on his back shone brightly. As for the so-called Revolutionary Army, Rog snorted coldly, a hint of sarcasm flashing across his eyes. How dare you go to impel down and instigate a rescue during the Summit War? How many evil spirits that should have rotted in hell were released just to rescue a few scumbags? Anne's breathing suddenly stopped. She thought of the report from West Blue last week. 3 towns had been massacred by escaped prisoners, while the instigator, Long, declared in the newspaper that this was a necessary sacrifice. He thinks he's a savior, but he doesn't even know what kind of demon he's unleashed. If it weren't for the fact that most of the LV5 death row prisoners died in our training ground, who knows how many civilians would have been killed or injured. Kindness. Ridiculous. When the Pirate King Roger opened the Age of Exploration. When Whitebeard wanted to shout One Piece exists before his death. Have they ever given civilians a chance to choose? Anne looked at the emperor-like cold figure in front of him, and a strong sense of awe rose in his heart. Rog stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his office, his eyes fixed on the latest file on the intelligence desk. Sabayati Archipelago, Supernova Gathering. He slowly closed his eyes, clenched his palms slightly, and the air seemed to collapse. Supernova. After saying this indifferently, he turned to Ian and said, "Prepare a warship. I will personally see the significance of this generation's so-called rising star of the pirates." Anne's expression froze, and he immediately bowed and left. Rog stood by the window, his eyes deep as the abyss, and whispered to himself, in this day and age, there are still people who dare to call themselves supernovas. That old guy Rayleigh should also be in that sea area. The sea breeze is howling, and the desire to fight is already aroused. Sabayati Archipelago Bubble Paradise. The coated bubbles of the Sabayati Archipelago shimmer in dreamy colors in the sunlight, but behind this paradise lies the surging darkness of areas 1 to 29. Inside the slave auction house, a collared merman girl was dragged onto the stage with chains. Celestial Dragon Saint Charlos held a gun, grinning as he waited for the bid. At the black market dock, human traffickers are transporting a boatload of shackled children to the underworld, their cries drowned out by the sea breeze. In the lawless zone, the bodies of pirates after the fight were discarded at random, and their blood seeped into the roots of the mangroves, nourishing the next killing. And today, the atmosphere on this sinful island is more turbulent than usual. Hey, did you hear? Red Flag X Drake just killed 3 pirates with bounties over 100 million. The pirates in the tavern were whispering to each other, the bounty order fluttered in the wind, revealing the scarlet corners of Kid's mouth. A huge bubble slowly rose from the sky, and the archipelago was still filled with the arrogance of pirates, auction houses, and celestial dragons. But the atmosphere at this moment is far more strange and solemn than usual. An uneasy warlike spirit quietly spread among the archipelago. Eustace Kid stood on a high platform in the ruins, with a grim smile on his face. The magnetic fluctuations in his hands had already disabled several remnants of the pirates who tried to provoke him. The so-called New World is really quite interesting. He licked the bloodline on his hand and said, "Either you all die, or you all kneel down." Kira stood nearby, cleaning the twin scythe blades with his oil-stained hands. Not far away, Skulachaman Apu was hiding in a shabby tavern, his fingers deftly playing sound waves with a lewd smile on his face. Hee, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. It's quite lively. Capone Beeg sat in a modified horse-drawn carriage, his face clouded with cigar smoke. It's interesting, but what's with this sense of oppression? It's like some giant beast is about to descend. Jewelry Bonnie sat lazily at the door of the restaurant, chewing on a giant piece of barbecue while sizing up the strong men on the road, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Basil Hawkins lowered his head and pinched his fingers to tell fortunes. The straw cards flew between his fingers, and suddenly his face changed. The omen of death is approaching. Drake stood atop a tall tower, his gaze stern as he gazed upon the strange warships approaching the harbor, his hand on the hilt of his sword. What fleet is that? Sabayati Archipelago Port. The sea breeze blew, and the black armor of the warship gleamed coldly in the sunlight. A golden flag fluttered in the wind, with 2 words written on it. Correct. On the deck, Rog, wearing a black cloak with gold patterns, stood solemnly at the bow, his eyes like a god overlooking the world. He took a step forward, and the void trembled slightly. A circle of visible air ripples spread out from under his feet, spreading across the entire periphery of the Sabayati archipelago. The air suddenly became heavy, and even breathing seemed to have an extra layer of pressure. The pirates at the port dock were still chatting and playing, but suddenly they stopped what they were doing. Their faces turned pale, and they felt as if their whole bodies were falling into an ice cellar. That's Suinlin Admiral Rog. A butcher in the name of Suhan. Why is he here? No, didn't they say they had ended the summit war? Why is it happening again? A pirates leader with a bounty of over 100 million yuan at the port was trying to stay calm and take a step forward to escape, but suddenly found that his body seemed to have hit an invisible wall of air. Ah! What's going on? The air is blocked. More pirates hurriedly followed and tried to break out, but without exception they were all thrown to the ground, like trapped beasts fighting. Rog looked at the scene coldly, his expression extremely indifferent. From now on. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire island, and even transmitted to intelligence channels around the world through Den Den Mushi. Sabayati archipelago has been taken over by the purification forces. All the pirates on the island. He took another step forward, and the air suddenly collapsed, and the entire island seemed to be trapped in an invisible vacuum pressure. All will be considered cleaning targets. Chapter 106. On the streets of Sabayati archipelago, coated bubbles reflect false dreams, while the air is filled with a sickening smell of decay, the stench of celestial dragons, a mixture of perfume and blood. The Rizward family, surrounded by 10 CP0 agents, rode their slaves and swaggered down the middle of the street. Wherever they passed, civilians knelt down and bowed their heads, wishing they could bury themselves in the dirt, for fear of being caught by the gaze of these celestial dragons. Saint Rizward rode on the back of a wounded slave, his fat body almost breaking the man's spine. His face was like a ball of swollen dough, and he wore sunglasses to cover his swollen eyelids. Saint Charlos followed beside him, his slaves on horseback, his snot like sticky maggots wriggling on his thick lips. From time to time, he would wipe it with his jeweled ring-wearing fingers and then casually splash it on the faces of the civilians kneeling on the side of the road. Sharia sat on a gold-inlaid sedan chair carried by 4 slaves, her slender fingers playing with a necklace of human teeth, her smile as sweet as poison. On both sides of the street, civilians had already knelt together, their foreheads pressed against the ground, holding their breath. An old woman's knees were deeply sunk into the gravel, blood seeping out, but she didn't dare to move an inch. The young mother pressed her child's face against her chest, fearing that the childish eyes would bring disaster. The vendors' goods were scattered all over the ground, but no one dared to pick them up, as if the fruits and cloths were a deadly plague. Saint Charlos's nose was running, and his eyes were full of arrogance and morbid excitement. Saint Charlos suddenly pulled the reins on the slave, his fat body trembling with excitement. He raised his bloated arm and pointed at a little girl kneeling on the street. She was no more than 7 or 8 years old, her thin body trembling under her coarse cloth clothes. Hee. I haven't tasted this before. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from a sticky throat, and his tongue licked across his yellowed teeth. She's the one. Take her away. Saint Rizward glanced at them lightly, waved his cane lightly, and signaled CP0 to take action. A CP0 agent wearing a white mask paused slightly. Through the gap in the mask, his remaining conscience allowed him to see the moment when the girl looked up in fear. Her eyes were filled with despair that did not belong to her age. Just 2 seconds of hesitation. Bang! A wisp of green smoke emerged from St. Charlos's golden pistol. A bloody hole exploded in the CP0's chest, and his mask shattered, revealing half of his young and stunned face. You piece of shit! You dare not listen to the celestial dragons! St. Charlos blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his gun and spitted his snot onto the corpse. Another CP0 immediately stepped forward and grabbed the girl's shoulders with his iron-like hands. She was lifted up like a young animal to be slaughtered. The moment her feet left the ground, purple scars appeared under her trouser legs. It was obvious that she had been abused. The streets were dead silent. The civilians knelt even lower, and some even began to retch, but dared not make a sound. Saint Risward yawned and said lazily, "Hurry up, I still need to pick some new slaves." Laughter from the Sharla palace lingered in the bloody air. "Father, wasn't that singing toy you bought last time only broken 3 days ago?" Behind them, the CP0 colleague who was shot was lying quietly in a pool of blood. As for CP0, who was holding the little girl, his eyes were numb under the mask. In this ocean, even evil is divided into different levels. The coated bubbles of the Sabayati archipelago reflected dreamy colors in the sunlight, and the snot of St. Charlos pulled sticky threads on his thick lips. He rode on the slave's back, and his bloated body pressed down on the poor man's spine, causing him to make a crackling sound under the heavy burden. "Raise it higher." St. Charlos tapped CP0's shoulder with his golden cane. The white-masked agent silently carried out the order, lifting the thin girl to celestial dragon's eye level. Leah's bare feet swayed slightly in the air, the solace of her feet still wet with dew from selling flowers that morning. A breeze blew by, bringing with it the bloody smell from the distant auction house. St. Charlos's cloudy eyes surveyed his prey, then he suddenly grinned, revealing his jagged yellow teeth. "Your eyes, saved you." The girl's pupils trembled slightly. They were a pair of amber eyes, so clear that they seemed to be able to reflect all the sins in the world. She knew that this was her only value. "Put it down." Celestial Dragons waved his staff. "Follow." When Leah's bare feet stepped on the hot stone again, she noticed that the CP0s silently adjusted their positions. These once feared agents now kept a perfect distance, not wanting to touch the celestial dragon's property but also wanting to ensure that she would not escape. Leia followed silently behind the slave mount, her feet reddened by the scorching sun-baked stone slabs. She recalled the scene in the flower shop when she last saw her parents. It was a rainy evening. My father was trimming the thorns of the roses, and my mother was humming a song while changing the water for the hyacinths. When the doorbell rang, no one expected that 3 drunken pirates would walk in. "Wow, this flower shop is pretty good." The leading pirates was smoking a cigar, with a gold-studded pistol visible under his black coat. How easily the knife pierced his father's chest as he stood in front of the cash register. How the mother's throat was slit as she rushed forward, blood splattered on the white baby's breath, like a suddenly blooming red flower. She hid among the blood-stained flowers and saw through the gaps between the petals that the murderer had a cigar in his mouth, as if he had just done something insignificant. For the past 6 months, she has been making a living by selling remaining flower seeds and sleeping curled up in an abandoned wine barrel every day. If you are taken away, you will live for 3 days at most. She had heard about the celestial dragon's wives. After being tired of playing with them, some were fed to wild beasts, and some were made into dolls for exhibition. Instead of that, she suddenly raised her head and looked directly at St. Charlos, her childish voice like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. "Sir, now that I'm your wife, can you do me a favor?" The air froze instantly. Among the civilians kneeling on both sides of the street, some secretly looked up at Leia. That look wasn't one of sympathy, but naked resentment. Why did this ignorant little BCH have to provoke the celestial dragons? "Are you crazy?" The bakery owner pressed his forehead against the ground, cursing in his heart, "We can only survive if the celestial dragons are gone. This little BD wants to kill everyone on the street." The fishmonger's wife clutched her apron tightly, digging her nails into her palms. Even the CP0s fell into a brief moment of confusion. The leading agent frowned beneath his mask. In his 20-year career, he had executed revolutionaries and suppressed riots, but he had never encountered a civilian who dared to bargain with celestial dragons, let alone an 8-year-old girl. Saint Riswald suddenly smiled. He stroked the ruby on the top of his cane, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh? What's the matter?" A hint of interest flashed in his cloudy eyes, like a child who discovered a new toy. Leah took a deep breath, and her childish voice was especially clear in the dead silence of the street. "Help me kill a pirates. Kill him, and I will serve this lord well." Leah turned to Saint Risward, her voice clear as a church bell. "Mom and Dad, I can finally avenge you!" Leah cried in her heart. Her ember eyes sparkled with a strange light, a determination that could only be radiated by a dying person. There was a glint in her eyes, but she didn't notice the gradually distorted face of Saint Charlos. Saint Charlos's face suddenly twisted, his thick lips trembling as he suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh, "Ha ha ha! These days, even untouchables are qualified to negotiate terms." Before he could finish his words, Charlos pointed his holy golden pistol at the girl's head. All he wanted was a plaything, and he was not someone who dared to bargain. It seemed that this girl was not suitable to be his 14th wife. The moment the trigger was pulled, Leah closed her eyes. "Dad and Mom, I'm here to find you." Clang! The bullet froze in front of Leia, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Rog's figure emerged from the void, and the absolute justice on his cloak gleamed in the sunlight. Ayin instantly flashed to Leah's side and hugged the tearful girl in his arms. "Little girl, you are very brave." Chapter 107. Saint Charlos's roar echoed in the narrow streets, shaking the dilapidated houses around him. His voice was filled with arrogance and tyranny, as if he was the supreme ruler of this land. "Who dares to stop the celestial dragons from killing people? CP, capture this pariah. I want to kill him." "No, you can't kill him, I want him to beg for death." However, the surrounding CP0 agents froze in place, cold sweat soaking the lining of their masks. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and hesitation. The leading CP0 captain wailed inwardly, "If I take action, I'll die. If I don't, I'll die too." Being a CP is so tiring. He had obviously recognized Rog, the Marine Admiral who even the 5 elders had specifically warned try not to provoke. Rog's reputation has long been known throughout the world government. His strength is unfathomable, and his actions are decisive and ruthless. The captain recalled the cold and solemn warning of the 5 elders, as if the voice was ringing in his ears. Rog has special execution powers, even celestial dragons. Seeing that CP0 was not moving, Saint Charlos's face instantly turned ashen, and his rage erupted like a volcano. He pointed his golden pistol directly at Rog's brow, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Stop!" Saint Risward suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and reached out to stop it, but it was too late. "Go to hell! BCH!" Bang! The moment the gun went off, Rog's eyes instantly turned ice cold, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. The air suddenly collapsed, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire street. Everything around seemed to be frozen by this pressure, and time seemed to solidify at this moment. Crack! Saint Charlos' entire right arm was instantly crushed by the invisible pressure, and his flesh, blood, and bones exploded like mud. Blood splattered everywhere and broken bones flew everywhere. The scene was horrific. Saint Charlos screamed and rolled on the ground wailing like a fat pig being slaughtered, his face covered with snot, tears, and blood. His screams echoed in the streets, piercing people's eardrums. The civilians kneeling on the street finally reacted, got up in fear and fled in all directions. Their faces were filled with fear and despair, as if they had seen the end of the world. The Marine Admiral actually attacked the celestial dragons. Run away! They're about to slaughter the entire island, and none of us will survive. The crowd retreated like a tide, leaving only a few brave ones hiding in the corners and peeking, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Rog's actions broke the invisible boundary in their hearts, and celestial dragons were no longer untouchable. Saint Rizward finally recognized Rog, and his fat body began to tremble uncontrollably. The 5 elders' warning from a few days ago flashed through his mind. Admiral Rog, known as Suan Lin, enjoyed special execution powers, even allowing celestial dragons to. He jumped down and held down his son who was still screaming, his voice incredibly humble. You are Admiral Suan Lin? We will leave now, so we won't be a bother to you. Sharia Palace's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her delicate face. She couldn't accept what she saw. Her brother's hand was broken by a Marine Admiral, and her father was begging for mercy on his knees. Father! What are you talking about? He broke my brother's hand! She screamed, a mere Marine Admiral, we are descendants of the Creator. Saint Rizward slapped her in the face with his backhand, his voice filled with anger and fear. Shut up! Do you want to kill my whole family? Rog walked forward slowly, his military boots stepping on the pool of blood of Saint Charlos, and every step made the fat of Saint Rizward tremble. His eyes were cold and calm, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Rog's voice was eerily calm. The 5 elders should have told you, right? His voice echoed in the air, as if carrying endless pressure, the consequences of this happening right before my eyes. Saint Charlos was still crying, Father! Kill him! I want him! Bang! Saint Rizward hit his son on the back of the head with a heavy punch, knocking him unconscious. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying, rested his forehead on the ground, and his voice was trembling. Your Excellency, Admiral! I promise that no one else will know about what happened today. Can we go now? In those cloudy eyes, there was only fear of death. His body was trembling slightly, as if he would be engulfed by Rog's rage at any moment. Rog's eyes were as cold as the polar wind. You pig man, you want to get away with it easily after making a mistake. He clenched his hand. Crack! Saint Rizward's right hand was instantly crushed by the air, and his flesh, blood, and bones exploded like mud. Blood splattered everywhere and broken bones flew everywhere. The scene was horrific. Saint Rizward let out a shrill scream, the sound echoing in the street, piercing people's eardrums. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the streets, and Charla Palace screamed in terror, her delicate face twisted into an ugly look of fear. Father! Father! She wanted to help Saint Rizwald, but she was splashed with blood, her high heels slipped, and she fell to the ground in a mess. Her face was full of fear and despair, tears and blood mixed together, and she looked miserable. In the chaotic fleeing crowd, 2 figures stood out: Skulachaman Apu and Uraj, who were trying to escape among the civilians. They thought they could escape in the chaos, but they didn't expect that Rog had already locked his eyes on them. Rog's eyes narrowed, and the air suddenly collapsed. Boom! The 2 men were instantly crushed to the ground by the invisible pressure, spitting blood from their mouths. Before Apu's sound wave fruit ability was activated, it was interrupted and his ribs were broken. He rolled on the ground in pain, uttering faint groans. Uraj's muscles expanded to the limit, but he was still pressed to his knees, and his kneecap was broken. He looked up at Rog, his face full of disbelief. Marine Admiral, is this so powerful? Uraj coughed up blood, his voice filled with shock and fear. Saint Rizward's face was covered in blood, and he screamed hysterically, CP! Kill him! Kill him! The remaining 9 CP0 agents looked at each other, their expressions beneath the masks desperate and ferocious. They knew that in today's battle, no matter whether they won or lost, they would have no chance of survival, but a CP0, they could not retreat and could only fight to the death. They instantly unleashed all their fighting power, using the peak of the 6 styles combined with armament haki, and attacked Rog from all directions. Finger Pistol Huanglian. Tempest Kick Chaos. 9 black shadows, like Shinigami sickles, tear through the air. Their movements are as fast as lightning, and every move is deadly. However, facing Rog, these attacks seemed so powerless. Rog stood there, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Boring. He waved his hand. Boom. The air within a radius of 100 meters was instantly compressed to the ultimate density, and the movements of the 9 CP0s suddenly froze. Their finger pistol stopped half a meter away from Rog, and the fingers broke into pieces. The Tempest Kick slash was forcibly pushed back, and the calf bone was broken in the opposite direction. The iron body's defense was a joke, and all the bones in the body made crackling sounds under the heavy burden. Puff! The 9 people spurted blood at the same time, flew backwards like rag bags, and smashed heavily into the wall, their life or death unknown. Deep holes were knocked out in the wall, with rubble flying everywhere and dust filling the air. Saint Risward slumped on the ground, his fat body trembling violently with fear, his eyes full of despair, as if he saw the shadow of death. Sharia finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Her delicate makeup was smudged by tears and she screamed hysterically. "You can't kill us! We are descendants of the Creator! The 5 elders won't let you go!" Rog approached slowly, his combat boots treading in the pool of blood, each step causing the celestial dragon's hearts to stop. His eyes were cold and calm, as if he was looking at a group of ants. "The Creator!" he sneered, "in my eyes, you are just pigs waiting to be slaughtered." Rog raised his hand, and the air condensed into a pitch-black Uzumaki in his palm. "It's time to end it." Just as he was about to wave his hand. "Wait a moment!" A clear shout broke the tense atmosphere. Rog frowned slightly and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The girl in Ian's arms broke free from his embrace, picked up a fruit knife, and stabbed it hard between the legs of Saint Charlos. Even Rog frowned. The unconscious Saint Charlos suddenly screamed and stood up, using his remaining hand to helplessly protect his lower body, letting out a miserable wail. Leia threw away the fruit knife and returned to Anne, her eyes full of determination. Although there is still a hint of childishness on her face, her eyes reveal a maturity that is inconsistent with her age. "Funny little guy." There was a hint of admiration in Rog's voice. "What's your name?" Leia raised her head and met Rog's gaze without a trace of fear. "My name is Leia." Rog nodded and turned to look at Saint Risward and the Charla Palace slumped on the ground. He frowned slightly. He didn't like this chaotic situation, but what happened today could not be undone. He waved his hand casually, and the pressure in the air instantly condensed to form an invisible sharp blade. The 3 celestial dragons Saint Risward, Saint Charla, and Saint Charlos had their bodies instantly crushed by the air, blood and flesh flying everywhere, without even being able to utter a scream. Passing by 2 slave mounts, Rog saw only despair in their eyes. Their bodies were stained with blood, their wounds were still bleeding, and their lives were slipping away bit by bit. He sighed softly, stretched out his fingers, and lightly tapped them. 2 soft rays of light shot out from his fingertips and instantly penetrated the chest of the slave mount. Their bodies trembled slightly, and then they closed their eyes calmly. Rog's face showed a complicated expression. "I hope you can have a better life in the afterlife." Ian followed with Leia behind him, and the 3 of them slowly walked towards the supernova. Chapter 108. The streets of Sabayati Archipelago had long since turned into a bloody ruin, and the air was filled with the sickening smell of blood. Rog slowly walked towards the 2 supernovas lying on the ground gasping for breath, Skulachaman Apu and the strange monk Uraj. His steps were steady and slow, and every step seemed to step on the hearts of Apu and Uraj. Apu coughed up blood, his chest aching unbearably. He couldn't help but look up and glare at Rog, gritting his teeth and saying, "You, You, a marine's lackey, actually dared to attack celestial dragons. Urij half knelt on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he sneered. So what if he's a marine admiral? I've seen many self-righteous people die in the new world. You're just a new admiral. Sooner or later, you'll follow in their footsteps. Facing the provocation of the two, Rog remained calm, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. Supernova? It seems you haven't realized your place yet. In my eyes, you pirates aren't even a threat. Urij and Apu looked at each other and suddenly sneered in unison, their eyes full of disdain and contempt. Urij suddenly leaped up, his muscles suddenly swelled rapidly, veins popped out, a sacred halo appeared behind him, and his momentum instantly increased several times. Sorry, I don't have the habit of kneeling down and begging for mercy from Marine. Karma. Urij roared and swung his huge fist, smashing it down on Rog with terrifying power and momentum. The ground cracked into spiderweb-like cracks under the tremendous pressure. At the same time, Apu, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and endured the pain, his 10 fingers rapidly tapping the sonic scraper on his chest. Go to hell, Marine BD. Scrape the plate, explode. Several sonic bombs shot out like meteors, turning into violent explosion waves in the air, trying to cover their escape. However, this seemingly fierce attack seemed so vulnerable in front of Rog. Rog had no expression on his face, and he didn't even bother to raise his hand. He just stared coldly at the huge fist coming towards him. The air seemed to solidify in an instant. Urij's indestructible fist stopped half a meter away from Rog and could no longer move forward. What? Urij's pupils shrank suddenly, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Impossible. His full-strength attack was easily blocked by an invisible force, as if he had hit an insurmountable wall. The sonic boom of the explosion was easily dissipated by an invisible air wave in front of Rog, without even lifting his clothes. Upon seeing this, Apu turned pale with fear. No, this guy is not a human at all. Rog sneered, his tone piercingly cold. As expected, pirates always only play boring little tricks. After saying that, he slowly stretched out his right hand, palm facing down and gently pressed down. Boom! A huge air pressure suddenly descended, and Urij's huge body suddenly fell to the ground. His bones made a horrifying sound of breaking. He screamed and fell to the ground, unable to move. Apu was instantly knocked to the ground by an invisible force, his chest collapsed, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his throat. He had no strength to fight back. Rog looked down at them from above, like a god judging sinners. Supernova? That's ridiculous. He shook his head slightly, raised his right hand and clenched it gently, and the air instantly condensed and compressed again. They're just a bunch of slightly stronger pirates. Rog waved his hand casually, and the air blade slashed down in an instant. Blood spurted out like flowers, and Urij and Apu died instantly without even a scream. Leah in Ian's arms looked at Rog in shock, her pupils contracted violently, but a hint of excitement and admiration rose in her heart. If all Marines are like this, my parents' revenge will definitely be avenged. She clenched her fists, and a determination that was inconsistent with her age flashed across her young face. Time goes back a moment. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 27, in a shabby tavern. Kid slammed his fist on the wooden table, his face ferocious and arrogant, sneering arrogantly, "What's Sunlin Admiral Rog? He's just a marine, right? Can he really kill us all?" Kira warned in a deep voice, "Captain, he single-handedly killed the entire Whitebeard group." "Shut up!" Kid grabbed Kira by the collar. "Have you been bribed by Marine? Why are you always speaking for the enemy?" Stepping on the wine barrel, the robotic arm smashed the bar counter with a clang, and red wine splashed all over Hawkins' face. "Laozi is the Eustace kid. The reward is 470 million. Hawkins' expression was gloomy, and the straw divination cards in his hand fell to the ground. The chance of survival today is 0. Right, your uncle. Kid snatched the card and tore it to pieces. I'm going to confront that pretentious guy head on. Kid glared at Hawkins, you better keep that kind of bullshit to yourself. In the corner, Drake pretended to cough and muttered in a voice just loud enough to be heard. Alas, some people are so good at talking. I'm afraid I'll have to kneel down and beg for mercy later. Kid's ears perked up, red-haired lizard. Who the hell are you talking about? Drake immediately waved his hands in panic. I didn't say anything. You're going to be the king of pirates, how could you be afraid of a mere admiral? Capone Beak sneered, holding a cigar in his mouth, there's no point in arguing. Either we join forces to kill Rog, or we'll be buried together. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Drake sat in the corner, his expression calm, but he sneered inwardly, Rog Admiral has come in person, and you arrogant guys still want to leave Sabayati alive? Dream on. Although Drake is a supernova on the surface, his actual identity is the captain of the Marine Secret Special Force Blade. With Rog's arrival, the outcome of this battle is already determined. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, a terrifying pressure as deep as an abyss and as fierce as a prison suddenly enveloped the entire tavern. Kid and the others turned around abruptly, their pupils suddenly constricting. At the door, a slender figure with a fluttering cloak slowly stepped in. It was Marine Admiral Suan Lin Rog. Ian followed Rog, holding the little girl Leah in his arms. Rog's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd like an ice knife, don't waste time. Today, none of you can leave. At this moment, Leia accidentally glanced into the room, her pupils suddenly dilated, and her whole body trembled violently. She stared at the short man in a black coat and cigar in his mouth, Capone Beak. It's him. Half a year ago, he led his men to massacre his own family and killed his parents with his own hands. The overwhelming hatred and murderous intent burned like flames in Leia's young body. She suddenly broke free from Anne's embrace, her small body suddenly bursting with astonishing hatred. That's you. Capone Beak. Leah's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the tavern, making everyone look at the little girl in shock. Capone Beak frowned and exhaled a puff of smoke impatiently, Kid, who allowed you to call my name? Leia's eyes were red, tears rolling down her cheeks, but she did not retreat a single step. Her childish voice was filled with murderous intent. Half a year ago, you slaughtered my parents. I'm going to kill you. Kid and the others looked at Beak with interest, with playful smiles in their eyes. Beak snorted coldly and said disdainfully, so what? I've killed so many people. Do you think I remember who your parents are? Ian said coldly, as expected, the pirates are all unrepentant scum. Rog's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the air froze in an instant. Today, no one will survive. Kid and other supernovas' expressions suddenly changed when they heard this. At the same time, they felt a terrifying murderous intent surging like a tide. Chapter 109. Rog, stop being so arrogant. Kid grinned and opened his arms, and the mechanical prosthesis made a harsh metallic friction sound. The steel products on the entire street lights, railings, and even tavern signs, were all torn into the air by the magnetic force, condensing into a ferocious steel giant arm dozens of meters long behind him. Magnetic string. The giant arm smashed down with destructive kinetic energy, squeezing the air into visible ripples. Kid yelled something like Lao Zi is going to be the king of pirates, as if he had already seen the scene of Rog being crushed into a pulp. Rog didn't even raise his eyelids, he casually raised his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers lightly. Air compression collapse. Boom. The air within a radius of 100 meters was instantly compressed to ultimate. Kid's giant steel arm seemed to hit an invisible wall and collapsed 3 meters above Rog's head. Tons of metal fragments rained down, but when they touched Rog's body, they strangely hovered and stopped. What? Kid's pupils shrank suddenly. Rog shook his head in disappointment. The magnetic fruit has such powerful abilities, and you've turned it into a scrap metal building block for street thugs. He flicked his fingertips, and a suspended piece of metal suddenly accelerated and instantly pierced through the joints of Kid's mechanical prosthesis. If you can't even do basic magnetic field polarization, you still deserve to be called magnetism. The atmosphere suddenly collapsed, and the violent air pressure instantly froze Kid in mid-air. The huge mechanical arm shattered into countless iron chips in an instant. How is that possible? Kid was terrified and struggled with all his might but couldn't move at all. Puff! 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 4 invisible air blades flashed by, and Kid's limbs were separated from his body at the same time, and blood splattered on the street like a fountain. The supernova with a bounty of 470 million didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed to the ground like a rag doll. Rog walked over to the pool of blood and kicked Kid's pale face with the tip of his boot. Next time, remember to learn physics first. This scene happened so quickly that the supernovas didn't even have time to react before the situation was already decided. Run! Hawkins's fortune-telling cards spontaneously combusted, and he turned and ran. 100% mortality rate. 100%. Capone Beeg's cigar fell onto his crotch, and he ran through the wall without even opening his castle form. That idiot kid is killing people. Drake, inner joy, his acting skills exploded. He panicked and knocked over tables and chairs. Get out. It's a monster. Captain. Kira's double sickles, wrapped with armament haki, slashed down, but were intercepted by a purple sword light 10 meters away from Rog. Autumn water reverse Kazaya. In's black knife drew a perfect arc, and Kira's helmet and head flew into the sky. The headless corpse maintained its charging posture and ran 2 more steps before falling to its knees with a loud bang. In shook off the blood droplets on his sword. You're just a piece of trash who can't even see the trajectory of my slash. With this kind of strength, you dare to call yourself a supernova. Kira's head flew up and rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. On the other side, Drake stood in place, his eyes already burning with fanatical flames of admiration. As a North Blue Marine, he is a hardcore war advocate and has always admired Rog, a legendary figure in the Marine. He looked at Rog's back as he crushed Kid, his pupils shrinking slightly with excitement, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This is the real Marine Admiral. Rog walked slowly towards Drake, his eyes calm but powerful. Drake, Rear Admiral, keep an eye on Kid, don't let him die, he still has some use. As Rog approached, Drake slammed his heels together, saluting with such force that his armband jingled, and said in a high-pitched voice, "Yes, Admiral." Rog nodded slightly. "The stealth mission is over, Rear Admiral," he whispered, "time to go home." Drake's Adam's apple rolled, and a glimmer of tears flashed in the eyes of this tough guy. Rog nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the fleeing Capone Beeg with a cold look in his eyes. "You killed so many people, and you thought you could get away with it." Capone Beeg's cigar had long been bitten off and his suit was soaked with cold sweat. He frantically activated his fruit ability, compressing his body into the form of a mini castle and launching it through the alleys. What a joke! Laozi is the Godfather Beeg. Capone Beeg felt the terrifying murderous intent coming from behind, his face distorted violently, and he desperately quickened his pace. "Dead leg, move faster." Leah was held in Ian's arms as she sprinted, her little hands clenched tightly as she stared intently at Capone Beeg who was running away frantically in front of her. "Beeg, you must die today." Rog's face was grim. He took a step forward and the atmosphere suddenly became turbulent, like a hurricane caused by a raging wave, sweeping towards the fleeing Capone Beeg. Capone Beeg gasped for breath and finally stopped running away. He took a deep breath, a fierce gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. "Big boss full size." Boom! His body expanded rapidly as if inflated, brick and stone patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 20-meter-tall moving castle. The surface of the castle is covered with black gun muzzles, and rotating machine guns extend from every battlement. The top tower even deploys the third gate, a giant main gun that is powerful enough to sink a warship. Hawkins! Are you going to try to play dead again? Big's hysterical roar came from the castle's loudspeaker. Lao Zi's hellstorm needs the scapegoat of the fortune-teller as a shield. Capone Big roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes filled with despair and madness. If we join forces now, we might still have a chance. In the shadows of the alley, Hawkins's fortune-telling cards suddenly combusted. He stared at the burning Shinigami sign, his Adam's apple rolling. The survival rate is 0.000001%, but it's better than 0%. Rice-handled straw sword, 100 demons. He suddenly tore open his cloak, and countless straw dolls poured out from his sleeves, condensing into a 40-meter-long demon sword in the air. The blade was wrapped in ominous purple-black mist, and even the sunlight was swallowed up wherever it passed. Rog looked at the attack that was overwhelming the sky and the sun and sighed softly. One plays with building blocks, the other makes straw bundles. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and then suddenly clenched his fist. Sky Rift, Skynet. Swish, swish, swish. The air within a radius of 500 meters suddenly materialized into countless transparent threads, each thinner than a hair but harder than a diamond. These silk threads intertwined and woven into a web of death, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Sizzle! As soon as Hawkins's magic sword touched the silk net, it turned into grass debris all over the sky, and hundreds of substitute dolls exploded one after another. He himself was pierced through the shoulders by 3 silk threads and nailed to the mangrove tree like a specimen. Ugh! What is? Hawkins's face changed drastically, his fingers rapidly flicked the divination cards in his hand, frantically drawing scapegoats. Big, give it your all. Otherwise none of us will survive today. Capone Big was also completely crazy at this moment. Hot flames came out of countless gun muzzles at the same time, and shells poured out like a rainstorm. Castle cannon fire hellstorm. In an instant, hundreds of shells bombarded Rog. However, Rog only slightly raised his right hand. The terrifying atmospheric pressure field spread out in an instant, and all the shells stopped in mid-air for a moment, and then suddenly exploded, forming dazzling flowers of fire that illuminated the entire battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Rog walked out of the firelight with an expressionless face, unharmed. No, it's the new world now. Are there still people with special abilities fighting with ordinary guns? How is this possible? Capone Big was in complete despair, and the huge castle itself began to tremble slightly. Hawkins' face was pale, his eyes were full of fear, and he dropped the cards in his hand weakly. I saw our death. Rog just raised his index finger. Air compression collapse. Crack boom. The body of Big's castle was like a kin crushed by an invisible giant hand, with its barrel twisted and bursting, and blood gushing out from every firing hole. No. The 20-meter-high castle was like a kin thrown into a hydraulic press, compressed into a 3-meter-sized iron ball with a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting. Blood spurted radially from every firing hole, drawing a hideous blood-red sun on the street. From inside the iron ball came the faint cries of the gangsters, "Help! Help!" Leah broke free from Anne's hand and rushed forward, her small figure stopping in front of Big's compressed and deformed body. She pulled out a pair of rusty Madara florist scissors from under her skirt, the last relic from her parents' flower shop. "This knife is for Dad." The scissors pierced Big's eyeball. "This knife is for my mother." The scissors stabbed into the throat. Big's scream was choked by blood foam in her throat, and when Leah raised the scissors for the 3rd time, Ian held her trembling hand. "That's enough, kid." Ion whispered, "Don't let hatred become your shackles." Leah's tears fell on Big's face, and finally she threw away the scissors and threw herself into Anne's arms. Rog watched this scene, raised his hand and sealed Big's remaining body into an air cage. Countless air blades gathered from all directions, forming a huge strangling storm that completely swallowed Capone Big's huge castle body. Hawkins watched Big die tragically, his face pale, and he turned and ran away. However, as soon as he took a step, he was pinned to the spot by the invisible weight of the atmosphere. "I told you, none of you can leave today." Rog's voice was unnervingly calm. Hawkins fell to his knees, trembling all over, looking up at the sky in despair. "Is this our fate?" Rog slowly approached and said indifferently, "No, this is not fate, it is just your own choice." Chapter 110. Rog slowly withdrew his hand and glanced coldly at Hawkins lying on the ground. The broken body looked particularly desolate under the setting sun, and the fragments of the scarecrow were blown away by the wind. The air was filled with the mixed smell of blood and gunpowder. This brief but thorough suppression once again demonstrated the true meaning of the word rectification in Marine. At this moment, Leah suddenly took small steps and came to Big's dead body. She stepped barefoot in the sticky blood plasma, but did not feel any fear. She watched quietly for a long time without saying a word, then bent down to pick up the gold-rimmed monocle that Big had dropped, the one the murderer had been wearing when he slaughtered her parents. "Mom and Dad, I've taken revenge," she whispered, throwing her glasses aside and shattering them. As she turned around, the setting sun gilded her silhouette. The little girl looked up at Rog, her amber eyes burning with a determination beyond her age. "Admiral Suinlin, I want to be a Marine." Her voice was childish but firm. Her dirty little hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. I can do any dirty or tiring work, and I can kill people." Ian looked at the little girl in front of him with heartache. She was young but had experienced too much cruelty. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Rog with a hint of pleading. Rog half knelt down, his cloak hanging in the blood. He reached out and brushed away the grass debris stuck in Leia's hair. This subtle movement made Ian's pupils shrink slightly. She had never seen such a humane behavior from an admiral. "Killing is not the honor of a Marine, Leah." Rog's voice was unusually gentle. "Justice requires wisdom, and wisdom requires time." Leah's heart tightened, thinking Rog was going to reject her request, and she quickly shouted even more urgently, "Admiral Suinlin, I really can do anything." He took off his cloak and wrapped it around Leia's frail body. The golden word justice just covered her heart. "Learn to walk in the sunshine before you decide whether to step into the shadows." Leia's tears suddenly fell on the back of Rog's hand, hot as lava. She grabbed the edge of her cloak tightly, like grabbing a life-saving straw. I will be someone worthy of this cape. I didn't say I'd refuse you from joining the Marine Corps. It's just that you're too young." Rog looked at Leah gently, handed her carefully to Anne, and added, "Stay with us first. When you grow up, I will personally handle the enlistment procedures for you." Ian silently took the child and found that she was terribly light, her thin body looked like a wounded chick under the cloak. Hearing Rog's answer, Leah's face flushed with excitement. She quickly raised her right hand and made a military salute that was not very standard but extremely serious. "Leah, follow Admiral Suinlin's orders." When Ian saw Leah's long-lost smile, his heart was filled with warmth. He gently hugged the child in his arms with a gentle look in his eyes. Rog nodded slightly, stood up straight, and instructed Ian, "You take Leah here and wait for the Marines to arrive to deal with the bodies of these scum pirates. I'll go take care of some other things." "Yes, Your Excellency Admiral." Ian nodded solemnly in response, while Leah blinked her bright eyes and looked curiously at Rog's receding figure, her eyes full of admiration. After leaving, Rog turned and walked straight to Area 13 of the Sabayati archipelago. There is an inconspicuous little bar, Shuki's Rip-Off Bar. On the other side, Lei Te, Enel Shiryu, and the other two finally arrived at the Blood Mist Island. Looking at the isolated island shrouded in blood mist, the three of them had solemn expressions. Enel looked at the two of them. Before I came here, Ian showed me the information about the Red Earl. He can absorb the lifespan of others by drinking their blood, and even restore his abilities to his youth. He possesses extremely powerful swordsmanship, is naturally gifted with extremely strong observation haki, and can even hear thoughts like me. We must not underestimate him in this battle. Lei Te and Shiryu nodded. Years of cooperation had made them have a tacit understanding, so there was no need for further explanation. The three of them landed on the island. On the island filled with blood mist, three figures crushed the white bones scattered on the shore and walked slowly towards the ancient castle surrounded by mist. Red stopped and stared at the building in front of him that was swallowed by the shadow with his eyes like sharp blades. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. Barorik Redfield. He's in such a sorry state, barely surviving in this dark place. There was undisguised provocation in his words, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned like flames. Enel beside him tightly grasped the golden scepter and tapped the ground lightly. A flash of lightning moved along the scepter. His golden pupils were sharp and cold, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. The times have long since abandoned you, so let us give you a ride. Shiryu's face was gloomy. He pushed the hilt of the demon sword Thunderstorm in his hand with his thumb, and the blade slowly came out of the sheath an inch, and the sharp aura suddenly came out. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy black iron gate of the castle slowly opened. A tall but old figure walked out of the darkness. He held the blood-red cane in his hand, and his steps were light but full of murderous intent. Although his hair has turned grey and his face is deeply wrinkled by time, his eyes are like swords, so sharp that it makes people's heart frightened. It was none other than the legendary Red Earl Barorik Redfield. The Red Earl glanced at the three of them and then chuckled. His voice was slightly hoarse but full of endless contempt. When did Marines start resorting to gang fights? Three young men beating up an old man, that's really giving justice a bad name. Enel sneered, and the scepter in his hand flashed with lightning. What rules are there for dealing with the remnants of the old pirates? You should have been buried long ago, old man. The moment he finished speaking, his body suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning, and the next second he arrived in front of the Red Earl like lightning, and the golden scepter smashed down with the force of thunder. The Red Earl's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body moved sideways in a strange posture, avoiding the lightning strike accurately. At the same time, the cane was raised swiftly, and the scarlet sword energy attacked Enel's chest like a sharp blade. You, youngster, dare to show off your skills in front of this old man. Shiryu sneered and drew his sword in an instant. The edge of the thunderstorm blade was as cold as frost, and it swung out a sharp sword light. The swords collided, exploding with a loud bang. The Red Earl retreated half a step steadily, his face gloomy. This sword is good, but it's a pity that you are still not mature enough. Then let me play with you. Red roared in a deep voice, and armament haki instantly covered his entire body. The next moment, his body suddenly expanded and turned into a huge titan ape several meters tall. As he swung his arms, the air exploded, and two huge steel pillars smashed towards the Red Earl. Drink it! The Red Earl's expression finally changed. He quickly jumped up to avoid the attack and slashed the air with the sword energy from his cane, instantly cutting through the aftermath of the attack in the air. His eyes were solemn. A Zoan mythical beast. Marines' methods are really getting more and more ruthless. The three of them joined forces and instantly launched an overwhelming offensive. With Red's powerful physical skills combined with the ability of his fruit, the Titan ape's power was like a god descending to the earth, and the wind from his fists caused the castle to be shaken to the point of collapse. As the master of thunder and lightning, Enel was extremely fast, constantly flashing in the air, and the thunder in his hands bombarded the Red Earl like raindrops. Each attack was accompanied by the terrifying power of thunder. Shiryu waited quietly for the opportunity like a Shinigami, and Thunderstorm continuously slashed out deadly sword energy from tricky angles, almost injuring the Red Earl's vital points several times. However, the Red Earl was not a man of undeserved fame. His body appeared and disappeared in the darkness, and he narrowly avoided every attack. As night falls, the blood-red fog on Blood Mist Island becomes thicker. The Red Earl raised a strange smile and said in a low and mysterious voice, "Since you're here, leave some time for your life before you leave." Before he finished speaking, the blood mist around him suddenly became extremely thick, and the sky was pitch black, so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Enel's heart network instantly spread, and with a serious expression, he warned, "Be careful. He's sneaking into the darkness." Shiryu gritted his teeth and cursed, "This old monster really has some tricks up his sleeve." Lighter closed his eyes and concentrated. His powerful armament haki began to fill the air. He said solemnly, "Everyone be alert, he could attack from the darkness at any moment." In the darkness, the Red Earl's sinister laughter echoed in the ears of the three people. "Young man, welcome to my territory." Chapter 111. Under the night shrouded in blood mist, darkness was like a ghost, devouring every inch of land on the island. The Red Earl's figure was like a ghost in the dark night, constantly shuttling and attacking between Ret, Enel, and Shiryu. Whenever darkness surges, the Red Earl's scarlet sword will strike out from unpredictable angles, with a cold and menacing light. "Ha ha ha ha! Young men, you are not qualified enough to challenge me at your level." The Red Earl's sinister laughter echoed in the blood mist. As the blood mist surged, only the cold laughter remained echoing in the ears of the three people. "In my domain, even breathing is a luxury for you." Suddenly, swish! A scarlet claw mark tore through the air from behind Ret. Clang! Ret smashed the claw shadow with a backhand punch, but only dispersed a cloud of blood mist. On the left, Shiryu's blade suddenly turned and slashed into the void. Clang! The Red Earl's umbrella sword collided with the thunderstorm, and sparks flew everywhere. In the instant, his figure disappeared again. Enel narrowed his golden eyes, and the heart net between his eyebrows quickly expanded. Then he suddenly took off into the air, and a dazzling phantom of Thor appeared behind him. The light of thunder and lightning instantly dispelled the thick black fog around him. "Old man, that's all you can do." Thunder Dragon, 10,000 Thunder Strike. Countless lightning snakes fell from the sky, and electric currents swept across the entire battlefield, burning away the thick blood mist in an instant, and the night sky was illuminated like day. Left side, Shiryu. Enel's heart network sensed the Red Earl's location and immediately alerted Shiryu. Shiryu sneered, and the demon sword Thunderstorm was instantly unsheathed. The blade was like black lightning, slashing fiercely into the shadow on the left. Drink! A cold sword light flashed like a streak of silk, and with a crisp crack, the Red Earl tried to resist hastily, but the umbrella sword in his hand was cut off directly by Shiryu, splashing countless sparks. "Damn it! How come you two are so in sync?" The Red Earl was filled with shock and anger. The moment he dodged, a huge shadow loomed behind him. Red had already transformed into a giant titan ape, his fists like two steel mountains, smashing down with a force powerful enough to tear the air apart. "Go to hell, you old fool!" Boom! The violent force of the fist exploded, and the ground within a radius of dozens of meters collapsed instantly. The Red Earl jumped out of the ruins in a miserable state, his chest heaving violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. You three little brats!" The Red Earl stumbled back, his eyes finally becoming filled with fear and solemnity. "The three people in front of me can cooperate so tacitly, as if they are a trinity, and it is difficult to find even a trace of flaw. Lei Ti's combat power is domineering, and his frontal attack is unstoppable. Enel is as fast as lightning, has sharp perception, and each attack is extremely precise. Shiryu's swordsmanship is strange and fierce, focusing on attacking blind spots, forcing the Red Earl to struggle on defense everywhere. Just as the Red Earl was gasping for breath, Enel slowly approached and said coldly. Do you think the boss sent the three of us here because he's afraid of immune to death? You? Wrong, he's worried that with only 2 people coming, they might accidentally beat you to death. Boom! Enel smashed his scepter to the ground, and a thunderstorm of billions of volts exploded with him as the center. The blinding lightning flashed like daylight, and the blood mist was evaporated. The Red Earl's figure appeared in the lightning, and a trace of surprise flashed across his old face. I got you! Red grinned fiercely, and his giant titan fist was wrapped in armed color, smashing down like a meteorite. The Red Earl retreated quickly, but found that Shiryu's blade had already blocked his retreat. Blood prison cross slash. 2 scarlet sword energies crossed each other, and blood suddenly burst out from the Red Earl's chest. The Red Earl stumbled back, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He stared at the 3 men's perfectly coordinated formation, and finally revealed a look of shock and anger. Marine, when did you guys develop monsters like this? The Red Earl's heart trembled, but he saw Shiryu with a strange smile on his face, and took out a device that was shining with a strange luster from his arms. His observation Haki frantically warned. This thing is definitely not a good thing. What are you going to do? The Red Earl shouted in horror, with real fear finally appearing in his eyes. Fruit Extractor, Scientific Edition. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Shiryu raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, and instantly came in front of the Red Earl, grabbed his neck, and suddenly pressed his body hard on the device. Puff! No! Stop it! The Red Earl struggled desperately, but it was too late. The device emitted a dazzling light, and a mysterious force flowed out of the Red Earl's body. No! The Red Earl's tragic howl resounded throughout the Blood Mist Island. The terrifying energy gathered into a dark shadow within the device and gradually condensed. Red took out an apple at the right time, and dark purple bat patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the fruit during the extraction process. After a while, the fruit began to undergo a miraculous change. Its color gradually turned dark purple, and a strange black spiral pattern appeared on it. Zoan mythical beast bat fruit, vampire form, is born. Looking at the strange purple fruit in front of him, Shiryu's eyes instantly became extremely fanatical. That's it. I finally got it. Enel smiled faintly. It seems your swordsmanship will be even more ferocious in the future, Shiryu. Lei Te returned to his human form and took a breath. The fruit that the boss chose is indeed suitable for you. This trip is not in vain. When the Red Earl collapsed to the ground like a rag, Shiryu caught the falling fruit. Bat fruit mythical beast vampire form glowing with a strange luster in the moonlight. The 3 looked back and saw that the Red Earl had collapsed to the ground. After losing the power of the fruit, he instantly aged by dozens of years. His eyes were empty and his skin was like dry bark. Enel looked at the fallen Red Earl expressionlessly and snorted coldly. Time has long since abandoned you. You are nothing more than a poor creature forgotten by history. The Red Earl's eyes gradually dimmed, and he struggled to say something, but finally fell down powerlessly. Lighter crushed the Red Earl's scepter with 1 foot. The remnants of the old era are not worthy of even their ashes. The blood mist completely dissipated, and the first ray of dawn sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the fruit in Shiryu's hand. He stared at this mythical beast that symbolized immortality, his pupils contracting violently with excitement. From today on. His voice trembled with excitement. I am the Lord of the Night. Red and Enel stood behind him, their expressions suddenly becoming extremely strange. The 2 looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching wildly, as if they were desperately enduring something. Shiryu held the fruit high, solemnly swearing an oath like a medieval knight, and then... crack! He took a big bite of the fruit. Vomit! The next second, Shiryu's entire face instantly twisted into a Picasso abstract painting, veins popped out, eyes rolled back, and tongue popped out as if it had been electrocuted. Clang! The fruit fell to the ground, and a strange purple juice flowed out from the bite mark. Lei Te finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've seen someone so brave as to bite a devil fruit directly. He laughed so hard that he pounded the ground, and his titan form muscles created 2 large holes in the ground. Enel laughed so hard that he lost control of his Thor form, and his hair exploded into a Super Saiyan. Is it delicious? Is it sweet? Do you want some sauce? Ha ha ha. Tears turned into small lightning bolts that crackled and splashed everywhere. Shiryu knelt on the ground, retching. Suddenly, she jumped up and grabbed Enel's collar. You, FK, knew, a long time ago, ugh. Shiryu's face turned pale. If you laugh again, I'll stuff the remaining fruit pulp into your vomit anus. Blood Mist Island Battle Final Report Supplementary Clause. All devil fruit must be accompanied by a consumable instructions. Easter egg. In the distant bushes, the remaining soul of the Red Earl watched this scene and disappeared with relief. Fortunately, Lao Zi is dead. Chapter 112. Island number 13, quiet and eerie. The humid sea breeze, mixed with the unique fishy and sweet scent of mangroves, blew in through the open window lattice, gently dispersing the yellowed smell of old wine in the tavern. The iron wind chime hanging at the door swayed slightly, making a tiny tinkling sound, like a faint warning. Rog slowly pushed open the door of the bar, and the door hinge creaked, as if echoing throughout the silent island. The sunlight shone in from behind him, stretching his shadow across the overly clean floor like an unsheathed blade. The shop was empty, with only the whale oil lamp hanging above the bar casting a dim light, casting Shuki's slender shadow on the wall. Behind the bar, Shuki was wearing an elegant cheongsam and had a lazy posture, but she couldn't hide the indifference and danger in her bones. While she was casually wiping the glass in her hand, she glanced at the man who was pressing down on her like a mountain. Oh my, isn't this Suinlin Admiral? She chuckled softly, her tone soft and lazily teasing. Thanks to you, I have no business at all today. Rog ignored her teasing and walked straight to the bar. The sound of military boots hitting the ground was as heavy as a war drum, and every step seemed to strike at one's heart. When he sat down, a few tiny cracks silently appeared on the smooth ebony countertop of the bar. Just sitting down brings such a sense of oppression. Where's Rayleigh? He went straight to the point, his voice low as thunder, and tapped his fingers lightly on the bar. 3 muffled sounds sounded, like a countdown to an explosion on the battlefield. Shuki was slightly stunned, then smiled charmingly and spread her hands. I don't know either. A few days ago, a group of young pirates came to him, saying they wanted to learn something called haki, and the old guy actually got inspired and went out to sea with them. She covered her mouth and smiled gently, but there was a hint of complexity and helplessness in her smile. Now, I'm left here alone, all alone. What if some unreasonable pirates come one day? I'm a poor woman with no one to rely on. Rog's eyes were as cold as frost and snow, and his gaze pierced Shuki's eyes like a sharp blade, making no secret of his distrust. I hope what you said is true. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and the vast expanse of observation haki instantly spread out, as if the entire island number 13 was covered by an invisible net. Shuki watched quietly from the side, without stopping to wipe the cup, but his palms turned slightly white due to nervousness. After a few breaths, Rog opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as a cold pond. He had confirmed that Rayleigh was indeed not on the island, but this woman's words might not be credible. He stood up and walked towards the door, his steps still steady and powerful. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned back and said indifferently. Tell Rayleigh fate is something that is meant to be crushed. If he comes back, don't think of avoiding me easily next time you see me. After saying this, Rog strode away, reflected in the dazzling sunlight outside the tavern, as if the only lonely figure left in the world that could not be desecrated. Shuki looked at the figure gradually moving away, the smile on his face finally completely disappeared, and there was a hint of indescribable emotion in his eyes. She exhaled lightly and said to herself, "What a terrifying little devil! Even an old witch like me would feel suffocated in front of him." She gently shook the wine glass in her hand, and the amber wine swayed like blood. "Really, do you really, still want to continue to obey your so-called fate?" The wind chimes outside the window swayed, making a crisp yet sad sound. The tavern once again fell into the kind of oppressive silence that was so suffocating that it made one feel suffocated. Above the ruins of Island No. 1, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow. The setting sun dyed the ruins of Island No. 1 dark red. Rog's military boots rolled over the corpse of a pirate, and the sound of bones breaking was particularly clear in the silence. At this moment, the Den Mushi rang softly. Rog picked up the phone, and the Den Mushi's unique expression immediately changed to that of Rhett, and his voice was filled with excitement and fatigue. "Boss, mission accomplished. The Red Earl has been annihilated, the fruit has been successfully extracted and eaten by Shiryu, and they are preparing to return." Rog nodded calmly, "Very good, go straight back to G5 base and we'll talk when I get back." After hanging up the Den Mushi, Rog flicked his fingertips lightly, and the air shield that had been covering the Sabayati archipelago for a long time slowly lifted. The air that had been oppressive for so long began to flow again, and the entire archipelago seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, the main marine fleet has arrived at Island No. 1. Under orderly command, a large number of marines began to clean up the battlefield and the remaining bodies of pirates. The twisted wreckage witnessed this absolutely just purge. The soldiers of the rectification unit carried the bodies silently. Every corpse that was carried away had a uniform G5 execution mark branded on the neck. "Report to the Admiral." A colonel trotted over and handed over a list. 147 pirates have been confirmed executed, and 83 slaves have been rescued. In addition, he lowered his voice and said, "I found this in the basement of the auction house." On the back of the list was a yellowed account book, which recorded the protection fees collected by the Marine branch in Sabayati from the auction house over the years. Each amount was stamped with the branch chief's personal seal. "Lead the way. The officers at the branch base are destroying evidence. Quick! Throw the transaction records into the furnace." The branch chief's fat face was covered in sweat. "That madman Rog won't find this place." The door suddenly exploded. Rog's figure appeared in the flying wood chips. The branch chief had just raised his hand halfway to draw his gun when his entire arm was broken at the shoulder. 3 years ago, you allowed pirates to plunder civilian ships and collect ransoms." Rog pressed his foot against the wound on his broken arm. "Last year, you sold 12 children to the celestial dragons as pets." The branch chief screamed for mercy. I am on behalf of the world government." Crack! Rog crushed his throat with his foot and turned to look at the other officers kneeling and trembling. "Now, who still wants the excuse of following orders?" Ion walked quickly forward and joined Rog. "Admiral Suinlin, the follow-up cleanup work has been fully launched." Rog nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly fixed. His eyes swept through the crowd and saw a little girl with her head lowered, blending in with the crowd and quietly leaving the ruins with the evacuation team. Ain followed his gaze and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with that little girl?" Rog's expression was calm, and he withdrew his gaze calmly. "Don't pay attention to it. Our target is not her." After saying this, he raised his hand to signal to continue sorting out the ruins. The inconspicuous little girl blended into the crowd and left quietly. After she was far away from the crowd, she quickly hid in the shadows in a hidden corner of the alley. After confirming that there was no one around, she leaned against the wall and slowly returned to her original form. Her body gradually stretched out and turned into that familiar figure, one of the Supernovas, Jewelry Bonnie. She was panting heavily, cold sweat on her forehead, and she patted her chest lightly. Almost got discovered. She subconsciously turned her head to look in the distance, at the tall figure directing the marine to clean up the ruins. That guy really didn't notice me. Bonnie bit her lip, a hint of confusion and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She clearly felt that Rog's eyes were on her at that moment. She still feels the lingering fear of the illusion that her soul was seen through. But he didn't take any action, nor did he order anyone to chase him. Why? She shook her head, not daring to stay any longer, and turned decisively, disappearing into the shadow of Sabayati archipelago. She saw clearly the situation today. It was no longer a battlefield that the so-called pirate's rising star could set foot on. The setting sun gradually sets and night falls. And in this silence, Rog spoke lightly. "Anne, pass the order down. All security matters in the Sabayati archipelago will be completely taken over. Effective today, the marine branch in Sabayati will be reorganized. Let me smell the stench of corruption again. Next time, it will be people who are burned in the furnace. From now on, there must not be any darkness here anymore." Ian ordered the soldiers to post a new notice, the content of which shocked the onlookers. Abolishment of slave auction licenses. Establish a civilian reporting hotline. Receipts are required for marine purchases. A certain fisherman merchant who was often blackmailed suddenly burst into tears. He trembled and touched the notice as if he had touched a miracle. On the second floor of the bar, Shuki put down his binoculars and chuckled. "Really, you lost the bet." She shook her den mushy. "That guy really burned down the celestial dragon's cash cow." On the other end of the den mushy, Rayleigh chugs his drink amidst laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Truly a new age lunatic." Chapter 113. After the Summit War, the Whitebeard pirates were completely wiped out, and the Fishmen Island lost the protection of the Whitebeard pirates and immediately fell into chaos. The anti-human extremist Hody Jones took the opportunity to rise up within the Fishmen Island, and joined forces with the new Fishmen pirates to incite racial hatred, attempting to launch a bloody purge to expel or even massacre all humans and fishmen close to humans on the island. Hody Jones secretly contacts underground black market arms dealers, preparing to trigger a second undersea massacre, overthrow the Fishman Kingdom, and completely close off the Fishman Island. The sunset on the Fishman Island is always bloody. In the shadows among the coral reefs, Hody Jones stroked the newly arrived weapons box. The cold touch of the metal made his mouth curl into a ferocious arc. Weapons made by humans, used to kill humans, it's absolutely perfect. Dharma approached on his webbed paws, his gills flaring with excitement. "Boss, the last batch of bullets has been distributed. More than enough to send those inferior races to hell." Hody didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the bubble wrap above his head, where the distorted outline of Ryugu Castle was reflected. The memory of that rainy night 10 years ago flashed through his mind again. Princess Otohime lying in a pool of blood, the peace agreement tightly grasped in her hand soaked by the rain, the words blurred. "Notify all captains." His voice seemed to be squeezed out from the deep sea. "Tomorrow night, when the moon is full, I will dye the entire Coral Sea red with human blood." In the council hall of Dragon Palace, King Neptune's fingers almost crushed the golden armrests. "Your Majesty, 3 more bodies were found in the East Street district." The Right Minister's voice trembled. "They are all scholars who advocate peaceful coexistence with humanity." Outside the window, a group of members of the new Murloc pirates were burning human goods in the square, the flames reflecting on their fanatical faces. "Whitebeard is dead, and his banner can no longer protect us." Neptune's voice was as heavy as the pressure of the deep ocean. "Hody, the Lion Majesty, has finally bared his fangs." The left minister wiped his sweat and whispered, "Should we contact Marine? After all, there are still quite a few human residents on the island." Before he could finish his words, a violent explosion suddenly shattered the stained glass windows of the council hall. A huge fireball rose from the distant harbor. A human merchant ship was sinking, and black smoke billowed, reflecting the madness of the Fishmen Island that was gradually getting out of control. "Here we go." Neptune stood up suddenly. Evacuate the civilians immediately. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, ask for help from naval headquarters. Contact Marshal Akainu Sakazuki, or Suinlin Admiral Rog. Deep in the coral forest, Hodi's deputy Ikaros was leading a team of murlocs searching house to house. His trident was still dripping with blood, which had belonged to a human merchant. Search them all carefully. Ikaros kicked open the door of a shell house and roared with a sly grin, any traitor who harbors humans will be killed without mercy. Inside the house, an elderly fisherman couple were shivering as they protected two human children. The old woman covered the child's mouth tightly with her webbed hands, her cloudy eyes full of despair. Found it, a murloc soldier shouted excitedly. Ikaros raised his trident with a sly grin, old man, for the purity of the murlocs, you will. His voice stopped abruptly. 4,000 tiles punch. A ponytail flashed by, and Ikaros' body suddenly stiffened, then slowly fell to the ground. Aladdin retracted his fist covered in armament haki, anger burning in his eyes. Hurry, he whispered to the old couple. Go to the Heart Shell Tower and seek refuge with Princess Shirahoshi. In the distance, more explosions were heard one after another. The entire island was falling into madness, and the poisonous fog of hatred permeated every street. And in the deepest darkness, Hody Jones stroked the deadly drug that he bought from the black market, and smiled with satisfaction. Let the tide of hatred rise stronger. He murmured softly, as if reciting a bloody poem, this time, no one can stop us from cleansing this filthy world. Half an hour ago, New Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office in New Marine Ford, Akainu Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table, and the scalding magma burned the documents to ashes. The Fishmen Island riot. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. How dare that BD Hody Jones launch a genocide after Whitebeard's death? Vice Admiral Crane pushed his glasses up and said calmly, according to intelligence, the new Murloc pirates have occupied the outskirts of Ryugu City, slaughtered human caravans, and incited the Murlocs to revolt against the royal family. King Neptune just sent an urgent request for help. She spread out an image projected by the coded Den Den Mushi. In the image, the streets of the Fishmen Island were ablaze with flames, and thugs were hacking and killing people crazily with weapons. Sakazuki snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the tall figure standing in the shadows. Rog, what do you think? Rog slowly raised his head, his eyes as deep as the sea showing no emotion. The Fishman Island is the gateway to the New World. If it is controlled by extremists, the slave trade and rebellion will become rampant again. It must be suppressed. Sakazuki grinned. Very well, then you will lead the team yourself. He slammed the marshal's seal and said in a deep voice, move out immediately, anyone who resists with weapons will be killed without mercy. In the vast deep sea, more than 10 giant steel ships cut through the 10,000 meters of water pressure like sharp blades, and the coating flashed cold light in the undercurrent. On the bridge of the flagship Judgment, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes penetrating the dark sea, as if he had locked onto the core of the Fishmen Island. There are still 3 nautical miles to reach the outer boundary of the Fishmen Island. The adjutant reported in a deep voice. Red stood at the front of the deck, his muscles bulging, his wild aura faintly visible in the oppressive sea current. He grinned, revealing his sharp white fangs. Finally, I can stretch my muscles. Enel leaned lazily against the mast, tapping the deck with his golden scepter. Occasionally, lightning flashed around him, roaring like a thunder dragon in the dark sea. The Heart Network has covered the entire sea area. He closed his eyes and sneered, the Fishman Island is now as messy as a pot of rotten fish soup. Rog didn't respond, but slowly raised his hand. In an instant, the deep sea shook. The atmosphere collapsed in his palm, and invisible waves penetrated through layers of barriers and reached the core of the Fishmen Island. Woo-woo! The shrill alarm sounded throughout the underwater kingdom, and the soldiers of Ryugu Castle ran around in panic. The Suhan fleet has arrived. Marine Suinlin Admiral Rog is leading the troops personally. Hody Jones sat high on the makeshift blood-red throne, crushing the wine glass in his hand, and the glass shards mixed with scarlet wine dripped out. He licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. Is it finally here? He stood up suddenly and roared, "New Murloc pirates, move out! Whitebeard is dead. Jinbei is dead too. No one can stop us anymore. Today we will dye the sea red with human blood. We must completely purge these cowardly royals and traitors. Build a blood kingdom that truly belongs to the Murlocs." The thugs raised their weapons and roared wildly. At the back of the palace, a figure in snow white slowly walked out. The beautiful and sad Princess Shirahoji stood on the high platform, gazing at the approaching fleet. She looked at the shadow of the fleet approaching in the distance, and pearly tears silently slid down her face. "Brothers, father!" Tears welled up in her eyes, but she gritted her teeth stubbornly. "If Marine can bring peace, then I won't be afraid anymore." She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. The rectification fleet has penetrated the last line of defense, and the deep sea trembles under Rog's pressure. He gave a cold order, "Lida, suppress the port riot. Enel, eliminate the rebels in Ryugu City." Lighter laughed wildly, his body suddenly expanding, transforming into a 10-meter-tall titan ape. He clashed his fists, and the sound waves shattered the surrounding reefs. Laozi has waited too long for this moment. Enel's golden eyes flashed coldly as he took a step forward. Billions of volts of lightning exploded in the deep sea, illuminating the entire darkness. "You small fry, repent under divine punishment." Rog's eyes were calm, and he pressed his palm downwards. "Purge, begin." The deep sea is boiling at this moment. Chapter 114. The blood-red battle flag fluttered, the new Murloc pirates were lined up in neat formations, and thousands of Murloc soldiers surrounded the entire square, their fighting spirit high. Warhammers, spears, and poison blades flashed coldly in the dark sea water. "Kill all humans! Cleanse the Fishmen Island!" Toth swung his hammer, his voice ending in a manic tremor, "Crush their bones, doth." Geo puffed out his black and white striped chest and raised his chin proudly. "The nobles of Murloc will not back down from such a small incident." Dharmaka laughed wildly, "Bite their flesh into pieces and eat them kaka." Ikaro Smushy's 8 red sakura spears thrust out like a lion majesty. Hody Jones, wearing a black cloak, stood on a high platform with bloodshot eyes, looking at the approaching Suhan fleet with a sneer. "A mere marine, even if he's an admiral, what can he do? Laozi has 100,000 soldiers. After this battle, the Fishman Island will truly belong to the fishmen." Just as he raised his arms and shouted, the Suhan fleet in the distance slowly stopped. On the bow of the ship, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He looked down at this underwater paradise stained with blood mist, his brows slightly furrowed. "This foul aura, it's time to finally get rid of it." The next moment, Rog closed his eyes, and his aura suddenly surged. "Miscellaneous soldiers, retreat!" Accompanied by the dull sound of tearing air, an unprecedented conqueror's haki, like a raging sea wave, swept across the entire the Fishmen Island. Boom! The sky and the earth lost their color, and the ocean currents reversed. Conqueror's haki swept across the entire the Fishmen Island like a tsunami, and in an instant, the pufferfish of the Senbonzen unit all turned pale, their spikes drooping limply. The poisonous spear in the hands of the lionfish man of the poisonous unit fell to the ground with a clang, and he foamed at the mouth. The gunners of the sniper unit fainted in droves like wheat being cut, and sank to the bottom of the sea without firing a bullet. The fishman warriors in the sky only had time to feel a sense of oppression that made their souls tremble before their eyes rolled back and they fell down in groups. A whole army of 100,000 fishmen lost consciousness in just a moment and fell to the ground with a bang. The square was dead silent. Only a few strong men were barely standing, while the rest of the people had all fainted. Lighter and Enel were both stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Boss, you can't do this. Lei Te raised his giant ape fist high, his face full of resentment. My fist is not even warm yet. Enel was even more helpless. I just finished charging. I haven't even fired a single Thunder God judgment. Rog smiled slightly. It's just a small fry, no need to waste your time. Hody Jones stood in front of the bloody throne, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The bottle of ES, the deadly drug in his hand, fell to the ground with a clatter. Looking at the fallen army, his lips turned pale. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? Toss' hammer clanged against his feet, and the end of his voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Toss. My P-tank is empty, Toss. Gio's black and white tattooed body trembled slightly, but he maintained a noble demeanor. How could I be frightened by a human? Hey, you lightning BD, stop stealing my prey. Red laughed wildly and turned into a titan, punching Toss. Toss barely raised his hammer to block, but the wind from the fist instantly vaporized his weapon. Then Red's huge fist pierced through his abdomen and smashed him into the seabed rock. DOS. I'm going to die DOS. TOS spit out blood foam, and his P gauge completely returned to 0. On the other side, Enel pointed his golden scepter at Gio. Minor noble? Kneel. 200 million volts, heavenly punishment. Gio's body, tattooed with black and white stripes, twitched violently in the lightning, but he still held his chest high and did not fall down. Until he was finally turned into charcoal, he still maintained his noble posture. Daruma tried to escape, but Lei Te stepped on him and said, I heard you have a strong bite force? Try my hardness. The Titan ape pressed down with its feet, and Bodhidharma's helmet and head were crushed into molten iron. Crack! Became his last words. Ikaro's 8 red Sakura guns were blocked by Enel's lightning, but its moisture absorption ability actually made the lightning conduct faster. Muhei! He was sucked dry by his own gun while screaming, and turned into an electrified corpse. Red swept across the battlefield with the body of a Titan ape. His punches were like a landslide, and he almost crushed every cotter with one punch. Enel transformed into the god of thunder, with golden lightning flashing and darting. Every time the lightning struck, a cotter was turned into charcoal. In less than 5 minutes, all the so-called elite members of the new Murloc pirates were wiped out. Hody Jones was the only one left in the square, standing unsteadily. His legs went weak and he backed away desperately. No, impossible. Aren't you Marines supposed to follow the rules? Shouldn't we discuss the terms first? Shouldn't we? Rog walked over slowly and interrupted coldly, we are not here to play house with you. We are here to enforce justice. Hody slumped on his throne, watching the officers being crushed and slaughtered. Impossible. I'm the man who will become the Murloc king. Rog's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the deep sea was as silent as a tomb under the aftermath of Conqueror's power. Medicine jar. Rog grabbed Hody's throat with one hand and lifted him up. Your so-called hatred isn't even enough to make me seriously retaliate. Hody's murderous drug spilled from between his fingers. He kicked his legs in vain, and finally realized. Whitebeard is dead, but something even more terrifying comes from the deep. The residents of the Fishmen Island stood among the ruins, staring at the overwhelming force of the Suhan fleet, unable to recover for a long time. Is this Marine's true strength? Even Hody's army was instantly defeated. King Neptune stood before the ruins of Ryugu Castle, an unprecedented wavering expression on his aged face. He once believed that Whitebeard's flag could protect the Fishmen Island forever, but now, that era has ended. And now, standing before him was something more powerful and ruthless than the pirates, the Absolute Order. Perhaps Marine is the future of the Fishmen Island. He murmured softly, his inner stubbornness finally crushed by reality. Princess Shirahoji clasped her hands tightly against her chest. pearl-like tears falling silently. She looked at Rog's godlike figure, shocked by his power and terrified by his cruelty. "Mother, if it were you, what would you do?" Rog stood on the execution platform, with Hody Jones, who was stunned by Conqueror's blow, at his feet. His eyes swept over the people in Dragon Palace City, his voice calm but as heavy as the deep sea. 10 years ago, Princess Otohim's death was not caused by humans. The whole audience was in an uproar. The Right Minister looked up suddenly. "What did you say?" Rog raised his hand, and Enel sneered and snapped his fingers. Sizzling electricity intertwined in the air, forming a holographic image. In the scene, the young Hody Jones was handing a human-made flintlock rifle to a young fishman, and with a sly grin, he ordered, after firing, "Throw the gun away at the scene." The young man took the deadly drug his eyes turned crazy, and when Princess Otohim was giving a peace speech, he pulled the trigger. "No. Impossible." The left minister staggered back, tears streaming down his face. The eyes of the Dragon Palace guards turned red and their weapons fell to the ground with a clang. They had hated humans for years because of the princess's death, and even participated in the massacre of a human caravan. But now, the real murderer was Hody Jones. Hody Jones woke up from the roar and found that the hateful eyes of the whole audience were focused on him. You dare to believe what humans say?" He roared hysterically, and with trembling hands he reached frantically into his arms and stuffed all the remaining drug into his mouth. Gwa! His muscles swelled like balloons, veins popped out, and his skin was torn and bleeding due to the effects of the medicine, turning him into a 3-meter-tall monster. "Rog! You think you can destroy me like this?" He laughed wildly, brandishing his sharp claws, tearing through the air and lunging towards the execution platform. The hatred of the Murlocs will never fade away. Rog didn't even raise his eyelids. "Noisy." He raised his hand, clenched his 5 fingers. Boom! With Hody as the center, the atmosphere within a radius of 10 meters collapsed instantly. His body was crushed by the invisible pressure, his bones cracked like firecrackers, and his swollen muscles deflated like a deflated balloon. When Rog let go of his hand, Hody Jones collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, with only his bloodshot eyes still able to move. Why? He croaked, "Why would a monster like you help the Fishmen Island?" Rog looked down at him, his voice cold. "I'm not helping the Fishmen Island. I'm just taking out the trash." As the words fell, his fingertips lightly stroked. A line of blood appeared on Hody's neck and his head rolled off. Princess Shirahoji fell to her knees, her skirt soaked with tears. Chapter 115. The blood mist filled the air, and the new Fishman pirates group that once caused chaos on the Fishmen Island turned into dust, and the flag of the rectification fleet flew high. The square was dead silent. King Neptune and his entourage hurried over and stood on the high platform in the square, overlooking everything. Neptune's eyes were complicated as he watched Rog single-handedly quell the biggest rebellion on the Fishmen Island. The stubbornness and arrogance in his heart completely collapsed at this moment. He murmured to himself, perhaps, this new era should really be dominated by justice. Princess Shirahoji stood aside, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, her hands on her chest, her heart beating involuntarily faster. Looking at Rog's tall, mountain-like figure, she murmured softly, "So, is this the power of Marine?" There was a light in her eyes that she had never seen before. At that moment, she finally understood that what can truly bring peace is never compromise or concession, but absolute power that is enough to suppress all evil. The Fishmen and Mer people around the square seemed to be pulled back to reality at that moment. They looked at the human admiral standing on the high platform, and awe they had never felt before welled up in their hearts. King Neptune took a deep breath, walked towards Rog, and knelt on one knee. "Marine Admiral Rog. The Fishman Island requests to accept Marine's asylum." Princess Shirahoji's eyes filled with tears, and the fear in her heart was swept away. At this moment, Rog slowly turned around and looked down at this group of people who had long lived in fear and shadow. With his palms slightly open, ripples seemed to appear in the air, and the sound transmission covered the entire the Fishmen Island through the coated den mushi. The residents of the Fishmen Island. That calm voice, with its irresistible majesty, resounded throughout the underwater world like destiny. From today on, the Fishmen Island is officially included in the direct protection of Marine G5. All so-called pirates' asylum systems will be abolished, and a World Peace Special Zone will be established. As soon as Rog's voice fell, the whole audience was shocked. A marine convoy will be stationed along the New World coastline, patrolling around the clock to ensure that the Fishmen Island is no longer harassed by pirates. Fully open up equal exchanges and trade between the Murlocs and humans, and severely punish all those who incite racial discrimination and violence. Remember. Rog slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at the remains of Hody Jones, which had turned into a bloody mist not far away. Anyone who disrupts order, this is what happens to him. The whole place was dead silent. At this moment, all the residents of the Fishmen Island finally realized that true peace does not rely on the protection of pirates, nor on lingering on, but on the absolute order brought about by such an admiral who can make the final decision and quell the rebellion with force. King Neptune shuddered. As the king who had ruled the Fishmen Island for decades, he knew too well the weight of the 8 words Marine G5 direct protection in the world order. That is an iron-blooded force that even the 4 emperors are wary of, and now this sword has been unsheathed for the Fishmen Island. King Neptune's eyes trembled slightly, and he held the trident in front of him and said loudly, "The Fishman Kingdom will always follow marine justice." Princess Shirahoshi bit her lip, her eyes filled with tears, yet with an unprecedented determination. Rog looked at her, his eyes slightly fixed. "The ancient weapon Poseidon is right before our eyes." Rog turned calmly, his voice echoing in the Dragon Palace Square for a long time. "From today on, the Fishmen Island no longer needs to rely on any pirates. A new era of absolute justice begins here." He turned to look at King Neptune, his deep gaze not containing a trace of arrogance, but only a pure will for order. "We never seek conquest. What we want is real peace." The smoke from the port had not yet dissipated when the first batch of marine supply ships arrived at the shore. Medical teams carried stretchers among the wounded, and engineers began repairing the destroyed bubble elevator. Princess Shirahoshi looked at the orderly port, and her pearl-like tears finally turned into a smile. She saw a human doctor bandaging the wounds of a Murloc child and a marine soldier helping an old Murloc lift the collapsed beams. "Mother," she whispered softly, "the peace you longed for has finally arrived." In the sunlight 10,000 meters deep in the sea, Rog's cloak fluttered. Behind him is the reborn the Fishmen Island, a new era that no longer needs to rely on pirates. Dragon King Palace post-war meeting. Inside the magnificent palace, the underwater sunlight shines through the huge coral ceiling, dyeing the entire palace into a dreamy glow. However, this Dragon Palace, which should have been peaceful, has never been truly at peace due to the shadow of the past. Rog sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. His gaze was calm. The Marines will dispatch engineering troops to assist in the reconstruction of the trade port. We must restore economic exchanges as quickly as possible. King Neptune nodded solemnly. "I am deeply grateful." With Admiral Rog at the helm, the Fishman Island has finally found true peace. Also. Rog hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, bang! A loud bang broke the silence of the meeting, and a huge axe broke through the window, with the force of breaking the wind, and went straight to the center of Princess Shirahoshi's eyebrows. Shirahoshi, Shark Star and the other 3 princes were horrified. Princess Shirahoshi turned pale, instinctively closed her eyes, and her body trembled slightly. However, the giant axe was only half a foot away from her forehead when it seemed to hit an invisible wall of air. It fell to the ground with a clang, splashing dust. Rog sat still, not even raising his eyelids, and simply looked at King Neptune calmly. What's going on? King Neptune's face turned pale and he sighed heavily. It's Van Decken 9, that madman. The right minister gritted his teeth and said, he has been obsessed with Princess Shirahoshi for years. After his proposals were rejected year after year, he declared his love by throwing a giant axe every day, forcing the princess to not dare leave the hard shell tower for a full 10 years. Shirahoshi lowered his head with tears in his eyes, and his fingertips helplessly twisted the corners of his clothes. I don't want to go back to the hard shell tower. He lowered his head, twisted his fingers together nervously, and his eyes were full of grievance and fear. Rog raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Enel beside him. Go and take care of it. Enel's lips curled up in disdain, and he tapped the ground lightly with his golden scepter. Thor, obey my command. Swish! With a flash of lightning, the entire dragon palace was instantly shaken by thunder, and Enel's figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. 2 minutes later, Thor returns. The gate of the dragon palace was suddenly kicked open, and Enel walked in leisurely, dragging a charred, smoking object to the front of the palace. Bang! Deacon Nina's face was charred, his clothes were torn, and he smelled strongly of barbecue. He was burned by lightning and was twitching all over. He couldn't even scream, only hoarse groans. So fast! The left minister was stunned. Enel rolled his eyes and lazily scratched his ears. Just a small fry, not even warmed up yet. Rog stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Shirahoshi calmly. From today on, you don't have to hide in the hard shell tower anymore. Shirahoshi was stunned, tears falling between her lips and teeth. She asked in a dreamy voice, is it really possible? Her voice was trembling, but full of longing. It was the freedom she had longed for. King Neptune and the 3 princes also looked delighted. Shark Star knelt excitedly, Sir Rog, the Murloc royal family will never forget this kindness. Rog said nothing more, but walked out of the hall calmly. He turned his back to the crowd and said in a deep and powerful voice. Let's go, Shirahoshi. I'll show you the truly harmless Fishmen Island. Shirahoshi burst into laughter, her huge fish tail swaying gently, and for the first time she fearlessly stepped out of the dragon palace, heading towards her true freedom. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the bubble membrane of the Fishmen Island, sprinkles on the coral streets, and reflects a golden halo. Princess Shirahoshi followed Rog cautiously, her fish tail swaying gently, and every step was filled with novelty and nervousness. Rog the adult. She spoke softly, her voice as gentle as deep-sea pearls. Can I really walk freely like this? Rog didn't turn around, but just replied calmly, why not? Shirahoshi lowered his head and gently twisted his fingers together. Because, before, whenever I left the hard shell tower, it would be dangerous. Rog stopped and looked at her sideways. Danger? Shirahoshi nodded. Dakin's acts, Hodi's schemes. They always want to hurt me or use me. Rog looked into the distance, where the deep sea water was shimmering in the setting sun. Shirahoshi. He suddenly asked, why do you think they wanted to hurt you? Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment, then whispered, because they hate me? Or, they want to control me? Rog shook his head. No, it's because they're afraid. Fear. Fear your power, fear your identity, fear what you represent. Rog's voice was calm and profound. They are afraid of change, afraid of losing their position, so they use hatred and violence to cover up their cowardice. Shirahoshi stared at him blankly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. But Mother said that hatred will only bring more hatred. Rog nodded slightly. Princess Otohime is right, but she only tells half the story. Then, what is the other half? Rog looked at her, his eyes as unfathomable as the deep sea. Power itself is neither good nor evil, it depends on who wields it. Your tears can summon sea kings. This is your power. Hody wanted to use it to instill fear, while your mother used it to pray for peace. Well, what about you? Shirahoshi's breath hitched, his heart pounding. I. Rog didn't rush her, but just kept walking forward. Shirahoshi hurried to follow, his words echoing in his mind. Rog the adult. She mustered up her courage and asked, "What do you think, what should I do?" Rog said calmly, "It's not should, it's want. What kind of world do you want? Will you continue to hide in your heart-shelled tower and cry, or will you stand up and use your power to shape it?" Shirahoshi stopped and stared blankly at the deep sea in the distance. The light of the setting sun shone on her face, reflecting a pair of eyes that gradually became determined. "I don't want to run away anymore," she said softly, her voice soft but filled with a determination she had never felt before. "I want to make the Fishman Island a better place, just like my mother did." Rog raised his lips slightly. "Then remember what I said today. Power is not a curse, it is a responsibility." Shirahoshi nodded deeply, tears glistening in her eyes, but this time, her tears were not out of fear, but realization. "Master Rog, thank you." Rog didn't respond, but just kept walking forward. Shirahoshi matched his pace, and this time, instead of flinching, she straightened her back. The sun sets in the west, and the undercurrent of the deep sea is still surging, but at this moment, the princess of the Fishmen Island finally takes the first step towards the future. Chapter 116. Under the strong suppression of Rog and the Suhan fleet, the Fishmen Island completely got rid of the shadow of unrest in just a few days. The streets that were once shrouded in black fog and fear are now full of vitality. Murloc and human caravans frequently travel back and forth, cargo ships shuttle through the port, and the market is bustling. On the high platform, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his cloak fluttering in the ocean current. His gaze penetrated the entire kingdom, as calm as the abyss. "Report." A marine from the disciplined forces trotted over, stood at attention, and saluted, his voice resonant and powerful. "The New World's submarine waterways are completely under control. The pirate strongholds along the route have been completely eliminated, leaving no one behind." Rog nodded slightly, his voice calm. "Very good. Continue to strengthen the garrison and ensure that no pirates can sneak in." The soldier took the order solemnly and turned to leave. Princess Shirahoshi beside him gently pulled the corner of her cloak, looked up at Rog, and said with a hint of hope for the future. "Lord Rog, can the future of the Fishmen Island really change for the better?" Rog did not answer immediately, but just looked quietly at the sacred beam of light in the distance shining through the sea, like hope that penetrated the darkness. "If you believe it and do it, it will happen." He glanced sideways at Shirahoshi, his gaze as firm as a rock. Shirahoshi bit Sakura's lip, his mind recounting the teachings of his father, King Neptune, the last wish of his mother, the princess, and the life in the hard-shell tower that was once filled with fear and humiliation. She slowly clenched her fists, and for the first time her beautiful amber eyes revealed her determination to no longer rely on others. Poseidon's power is not for destruction. Instead, it is used to protect all those who yearn for peace in this world. Marie Joyce Holy Land Hall of Power. Inside the magnificent Hall of Power, the air was as heavy as if it had frozen. The 5 elders sat around a huge obsidian round table, their brows furrowed. The Fishman Island. The blonde 5 elders slammed the table angrily, his expression sullen. It was actually brought under the direct jurisdiction of the G5 by Rog. This is a blatant provocation to the authority of the world government. The bald 5 elders said coldly, the location of the Fishman Island has always been a strategic hub between New World and the Red Line. If he controls the Fishman Island, it will completely cut off our direct interference in the New World. The knife-wielding 5 elders' eyes were like knives, and he spoke slowly, also, don't forget, the Fishman Island also hides a heavy bomb. Just in case. The curly-haired 5 elders tapped his fingers slowly on the tabletop. His voice was deep and husky. Did he really control the power of Poseidon? After these words were spoken, the hall fell into deathly silence. That terrifying force that destroyed the ancient world was once an existence that even gods feared. If used by Rog, the true ruler of the new world will no longer be the world government, but the G5 rectification fleet. The 5 elders stared at each other for a moment, their eyes flickering with unspeakable fear and dread. The blonde 5 elders gritted his teeth and said, "Wait until His Highness Im wakes up and makes the judgment." The knife-wielding 5 elders slowly drew out the legendary first-generation Kaititsa from his waist, which reflected a cold and gloomy light. Hopefully, by then, it will still be too late. The red line above Marie-Joy seemed shrouded in dark clouds, and an eerie silence descended from the void seat in the distance. Unnamed Island. A blood moon rose quietly, and its cold light fell on the rocks of the island. The waves hit the rock walls, and the sound of the waves seemed to be tainted with a hint of solemnity. Rayleigh sat alone by the campfire, his eyes calm but with a hint of worry. He shook the wine flask in his hand and sighed, "Roger, the freedom you longed for has now become a shackle for these children." Not far away on the coast, Luffy stood on a rock, the sea breeze ruffling his tattered red clothes, and his straw hat had long been hung on his back. The pitch-black armament haki wrapped around his right fist, and a faint sense of oppressive heaviness permeated the air. "Rog," he murmured, his voice seeming to come from the abyss. Zoro on the side brandished the Wado Ikimonji, and the sword energy cut through the night, splashing sharp air currents. He could already briefly attach haki to the blade, but he was still one step away from fully mastering the technique. Tisk, still a little bit short. Zoro's brow furrowed, his eyes growing fiercer. "If I can't cut through that guy's air barrier with one sword, what qualifications do I have to call myself a swordsman?" Usopp was lying on a huge rock, his left mechanical arm bought from the black market reflecting silver light, his eyes fixed on the starry sky. The flow of the wind, the trajectory of the bullet, the enemy's heartbeat. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Rog, you owe me, I will definitely use this shot to get it back." At the foot of the distant cliff, Nami and Robin stood side by side. Nami tried hard to steady the weather stick in her hand, the electric light flickered faintly, but she was unable to control the violent thunder. "Damn it! Why can't I catch that hacky feeling?" Nami gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Robin sighed softly, crossed his hands, and carefully sensed the power that had not yet awakened in his body. "These things are not recorded in the official history texts," she whispered. Chopper was trying hard to strengthen his form. He could use his monster form briefly, but his armament color could not cover the entire hoof. "Am I so useless?" Chopper looked down at his hooves, his face filled with frustration. Rayleigh sat cross-legged by the campfire, shaking the wine jug in his hand, his eyes sweeping over the group of scarred young people in front of him. "A month," he said calmly, "you are progressing faster than I imagined." Luffy sat across from him, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his eyes, but those pupils that had once been filled with laughter now glowed with an ominous red. The darkened wool of Nika was subtly eroding him. "Not fast enough," he whispered, clenching his remaining right fist, the dark armament haki faintly visible on his skin. "Haki is just the basics," he said coldly, "to kill Rog, this alone is far from enough." Usopp sat aside, holding tightly in his right hand an ancient-looking sniper rifle. It was a relic of his father Usopp that he got from the Red Hair Pirates. "Observation haki. I can feel it." Rayleigh nodded slightly. "Your observation haki is quite good, but hatred can make you lose your composure." Usopp's eyes snapped open, rage burning in them. "Rog killed my father. How can I possibly remain calm?" Rayleigh looked at them and sighed. "Haki can't be mastered by brute force. It requires awakening. Enlightenment." Nami frowned. "Right." Rayleigh stood up and walked slowly to them, his voice like a loud bell striking everyone's heart. Do you know what a truly strong person is? The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Rayleigh's eyes were sharp as he slowly scanned the crowd. A truly strong person is never born out of hatred, but becomes stronger in order to protect what is important. Luffy slowly turned his head, the red light in his eyes flickering slightly in the moonlight. Guard. He chuckled softly, I can't even protect the most important person, so what else can I talk about protecting? Usopp snorted, stop talking nonsense. What's the point of guarding if we can't kill Rog? Zoro lowered his head in silence, but his fingers were still stroking the knife in his hand. For a moment he seemed to think of a certain yellow-haired man. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Hatred can be a driving force, but it can also be a shackle. The truly strong are not driven by hatred, but transcend it. Luffy didn't answer, but stood up and walked towards the distant shore. Zoro glanced at him, then continued sharpening his blade. Usopp gripped his sniper rifle tightly and whispered, beyond hatred? Haha. Wait until I kill Rog. Rayleigh sighed and tilted his head back to take the last sip of his drink. Hatred is a double-edged sword, children. You are standing on the edge of an abyss. Rayleigh looked at their backs, a hint of worry in his eyes. These children are being swallowed by darkness. On an unknown island, Luffy stood alone on the shore, looking at the dark sea. His fists slowly clenched, armament haki burning like flames. Rai. Just wait, we'll see you soon. The sea breeze howled, rolling up waves, as if responding to his oath. Chapter 117. Marine Headquarters, New Marine Ford. The morning sun shines on the white walls of New Marine Ford. Dozens of brand new warships are anchored in the harbor, each with a striking Justice logo printed on its sails. Marshal Sakazuki stood in the marshal's office at the highest point, overlooking the entire Marine headquarters through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His crimson coat fluttered slightly in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as steel. On the combat screen, a series of red dots marked cleared flashed, and parts of New World were shrouded in a blue halo controlled by the Marine. Report. The messenger walked in quickly and saluted. New World G3 branch has sent us victory news. Smoker Vice Admiral has successfully eliminated the water pirates' stronghold. After hearing this, Sakazuki's expression grew even more grim. Continue to advance the front line and spill the pirates' blood all over every inch of New World's waters. Yes. Rog slowly walked into the command room. Sakazuki looked at him, a rare smile of satisfaction on his face. Kid, this is what a marine should be like. Rog smiled faintly and glanced at the map on the big screen. My Lord Marshal, it's time to prepare to harvest the last of the turbulence. Inside the medical room, Trafalgar Law stood beside the bed with his hands in his pockets, looking at the old man in front of him calmly. Zephyr sat beside the bed, breathing steadily and with a bright gaze. His chest rose and fell vigorously, and his arms, which had been withered for many years, finally regained the strength they had in their youth. Is this what being healthy feels like? He clenched his fists in disbelief, and then his eyes became moist. Luo, little devil, I owe you my life. Luo shrugged, his lips curled up slightly, don't be so pretentious, old man. The door was flung open, and Ian and Binz rushed in. When Ian saw Zephyr sitting up, tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He burst into tears and threw himself into Zephyr's arms, his tears soaking the old man's hospital gown. Teacher, you finally don't have to suffer from illness anymore. Zephyr grinned, revealing his old scarred, hideous smile. Don't be such a whiner, little girl. Is this even like our Marine's Ein? Binz's eyes were filled with admiration. He stood aside and saluted, saying, from now on, I will follow you to the end. Zephyr laughed, stood up, and patted Luo on the shoulder, it seems that I can still fight for another 10 years. Luo chuckled and turned away. Don't push yourself, old man. I don't want to save you a second time. In a quiet courtyard far away from the hustle and bustle of the headquarters, Sengoku lay leisurely in a rocking chair, his white hair particularly dazzling, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and Rosinante beside him was feeding a few docile goats. "Grandpa, you seem to be in a good mood today." Rosinante smiled. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, looking at the marine flag in the distance, and sighed softly. If that BD Garp were still here, he would probably laugh at me for being so leisurely now. Rosinante was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Mr. Garp. I'm sure you'll enjoy your retirement, too." Sengoku shook his head, his eyes deep. "Enjoy yourself, but there are some things I must keep an eye on." He picked up the newspaper on the table. The headline read, "Marine cleans up New World, the era of absolute justice arrives. Sakazuki and Rog, their justice." Rosinante frowned, "Are you worried that they will get out of control?" Sengoku didn't answer directly, but simply said, "Once the scales of justice tilt too far, sooner or later they will collapse." The night deepens and the silver moon is in the sky. Outside the fence of the courtyard, the sea breeze blew, bringing bursts of salty and humid air, and the sound of waves hitting the rocks in the distance was like the sound of nature. Luo walked over on the rustling fallen leaves, and the moonlight cast a Madara-like shadow on his black windbreaker. Sengoku was placing 2 bottles of aged whiskey on the stone table, the amber liquid glowing alluringly in the moonlight. A plate of freshly grilled sori exudes a burnt aroma, and next to it are a few fruits picked from the orange tree transplanted from Garp's old house. "Little devil, you came just in time." Sengoku patted the rattan chair beside him. The marine emblem on the wooden back had been polished to a shine. "I got a nice bottle of wine today." Luo's slender fingers traced the bottle label, and he raised an eyebrow. "South Blue Special, 30 years old. It seems the old man's retirement life is more comfortable than being a marshal, isn't it?" Sengoku's hearty laughter startled the seagulls from under the eaves. "Ha ha ha ha, my biggest worry right now is how to finish all this stock." Luo raised his eyebrows, "Are you planning to get me drunk?" Sengoku laughed. "What? Even an OPOP fruit user is afraid of drinking." Luo skillfully unscrewed the cork, and the aroma of wine instantly filled the night breeze. He poured half a glass for Sengoku and filled it for himself, then raised the glass to the moonlight. The wine swayed gently in his hand, reflecting the blurry faces of the 2 people. "Luo," the old man suddenly asked, "how many people have you saved with these hands?" Trafalgar Law's fingers paused slightly. In the moonlight, the thin calluses left by years of holding a scalpel were clearly visible. "I can't remember." Luo took a sip of wine, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. "But everyone who couldn't be saved remembers it." There was a moment of silence. In the distance came the dull sound of waves crashing against the rocks, like some kind of silent sigh. Sengoku suddenly pulled out a yellowed photo from his pocket. It was a photo of himself, Garp, and Crane when they were young standing on the deck of a warship. "When we joined Marine, we didn't envision what we have now." His thumb gently rubbed the edge of the photo. "Garp always said that justice should be a reassuring presence." Luo's eyes swept across the smiling marine hero in the photo, and then looked at the orange tree in the corner of the yard that was obviously well cared for. He suddenly understood something. "Are you worried that Marshal Sakazuki is going too far?" "What I am worried about is..." Sengoku put the photo back in his arms and said in a low voice, "When justice becomes a cold machine, what is the difference between us and the celestial dragons?" The night wind suddenly became cold. Luo's black windbreaker rustled as he gazed at the lights of Marine headquarters in the distance, which burned throughout the night. He spoke slowly, "At least, machines won't betray their own programming." Sengoku was startled when he heard that, then smiled bitterly, "You little brat." Sengoku leaned back in the rocking chair and shook his wine glass. The wine swayed in the glass like the waves of time. "Luo, you're a famous doctor in the Marine Corps right now. When do you plan to start a family?" Luo was slightly stunned, then snorted softly, and a trace of barely perceptible loneliness flashed across his eyes. Home, that kind of thing disappeared 10 years ago. Sengoku was silent for a long time before he sighed. In this world, it's hard to even think about living a peaceful life. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, with a gleam in his eyes. However, precisely because of this, someone needs to stand up and maintain order. Luo responded softly, so, you still can't let go. Sengoku smiled bitterly, his tone carrying a rare sense of vicissitudes. As an old man, I have seen too many separations of life and death, and I thought I was cruel and ruthless enough. But these guys today have gone further and are even colder than we did back then. Is it cold? Luo looked up at the starry sky. I think they are just more real. Sengoku stared at him with a complicated look in his eyes. You live clearly, but you also live too clearly. Little ghost, sometimes, being a little confused can make life easier. Luo smiled and raised his glass to drink with Sengoku again. After a few drinks, Sengoku's expression gradually relaxed. He gazed at the starry sky and suddenly asked, Luo, do you think, is the marine now still the marine we once pursued? Luo swirled his glass and remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, the definition of justice is never fixed. Admiral Sakazuki's absolute justice may be extreme, but at least, the Marines will no longer be manipulated by the world government. Sengoku gave him a long look and suddenly smiled, you little brat, you're quite perceptive. Luo shrugged. I'm just a doctor. I don't care about politics. Sengoku raises his glass, cheers to not caring. The two smiled at each other and clinked their glasses. At this moment, the latest information was reaching Rog. Vegapunk's communication projection showed an excited smile. Admiral Rog, the new generation of Seraphs, the Garp and Kuzan types, have completed combat suitability testing and are ready for deployment. Rog narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lighter and Enel, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go, I'll take you to see a real miracle. Chapter 118. The Sea of New World was rough, and the dark warship cut through the waves, its bow slicing through the rolling waves like a sharp blade. Rog stood on the deck, gazing at the outline of an island gradually emerging in the distance, Future Island, Vegapunk's technological kingdom. The entire island was shrouded in a huge steel dome, like a mechanical fortress floating on the sea. We'll arrive in 10 minutes. The adjutant saluted and reported. Red leaned against the side of the boat, his arms folded across his chest. He grinned, revealing his sharp white fangs. What new invention has that old man Vegapunk made? Enel sat cross-legged on the top of the mast, with the golden scepter placed across his knees, his eyes closed. At BH@2, plus. The warship docked at the mechanical port of Future Island. The three stepped onto the metal ground, and a holographic projection of Vegapunk suddenly appeared in front of them. Welcome, Admiral Rog. The Seraph project has completed final debugging. Lighter kicked the mechanical wreckage at his feet, sparks flying. That's it. A toy. Vegapunk pushed his glasses up and said calmly, a toy? This is the ultimate weapon, crafted from the genetic material of the legendary Marine. With the roar of the hydraulic device, the two giant culture chambers in the center of the laboratory slowly rose up. The moment the doors opened, biting cold air gushed out. Red's pupils suddenly shrank and he unconsciously took a half step back. Electricity flowed uncontrollably on Enel's golden scepter. Are you kidding me? Red's voice rarely showed any fluctuation. Standing before them. It's Garp in his youth. He had short black hair, muscular build, and battle scars all over his body, but those eyes were so empty that it was chilling. The other person next to him was Kuzan. Even his iconic eye mask is perfectly reproduced, but his whole body exudes a mechanical and cold feeling. Enel licked his lips, electricity pulsing through his body. Hey, summoning the shadow of a dead person isn't good. Rog raised his hand, motioning for silence. You two, come and test the Seraph's strength. As Rog finished speaking, the entire mechanical dome suddenly lit up with red alarm lights, and the huge test field slowly unfolded. The steel wall separated to both sides, revealing a metal wasteland like a battlefield, and the air was filled with a cold breath. Vegapunk's voice came through the holographic projection, with a hint of pride and excitement. Seraph Garp, number STG-001, Seraph Kuzan, number STG-002, combat test mode activated. Goal: suppress Rog Admiral's direct forces, Rat and Enel, with all our strength. The huge mechanical culture chamber was fully opened, and two seraphim with legendary postures slowly stepped out. Garp Seraph grinned, and waved his iconic fist slightly in the air, stirring up circles of real air pressure ripples. Kuzan Seraph flicked his fingertips, and an extremely cold ice-blue sword energy swept out, instantly freezing and cracking the thick alloy ground in front of him. Red stared at Seraph Garp, feeling an unprecedented pressure, his chest heaving violently. Boss, are you sure, this thing isn't meant to be taken directly to the battlefield? Enel had already stood up, lightning swirling around him. His golden thunder god eyes stared directly at Kuzan Seraphim. How dare a mere empty shell act so recklessly in front of a god? Rog crossed his arms, his eyes cold. Stop talking nonsense, go ahead. Garp Seraph vs Ret. Without any warning, Garp Seraph disappeared instantly. Boom! Ret only had time to raise his arms before he was hit by a heavy punch and knocked into the alloy wall 30 meters away. The entire wall cracked radially. Ha 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 ha! Now that's what it looks like. Ret laughed wildly as he broke free from his restraints. His body suddenly swelled, his muscles became knotted, and his hair grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10-meter-tall Titan ape. Mythical beast species, Titan ape form. He roared to the sky, armament haki covering his entire body, his jet black hair standing up like steel needles. Two monsters collide in the most original way. Each of Garp Seraph's punches carries the impact of a warship's artillery fire, while Ret's giant fist falls like a meteorite, leaving charred marks on the opponent's body. The entire test field trembled during the confrontation between the two men, and the alloy ground continued to collapse. Ret roared, his fists wrapped in violent armament haki, and he charged towards Seraphim Garp. Tyrant Ape Tai Beng. He clenched his fists tightly, compressing pure armament haki to ultimate. Before his fists even reached the target, the air in front of him had been squeezed out into visible vacuum ripples. The ground of the entire test field cracked inch by inch under his feet, and gravel floated in the air, actually being shaken up by the pure pressure of his fist. Seraph Garp's mechanical pupils locked onto Ret, and he pulled back his right fist, his fist bones covered in obsidian-like armament color. Iron Fist Strike. Boom! Two forces of purest violence collided in the center of the testing ground. No fancy abilities, no elemental tricks, only hard-hitting fist-to-fist combat. The shock wave exploded in a circular shape, and the alloy ground within a radius of 100 meters shattered layer by layer like fragile glass. Ret's fist collided with Garp's iron fist, and armament haki tore wildly, bursting out a dazzling black and red electric light. Crack! The ground beneath Ret's feet collapsed with a loud bang, and his titanic body was forced back 3 steps by this punch, leaving footprints half a meter deep on the ground with each step. Damn, this strength is no less than that of old man Garp at his peak. But, this is just right. Ret shook his numb arms, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, his chest swelled like a bellows, and the muscles all over his body expanded again. Titan Kong Zhen. He pulled back his right fist, compressing all his strength to ultimate, and armament haki actually formed a spiral cyclone at the tip of his fist. This punch is the pinnacle of pure physical skills. Seraph Garp also took a counter-attacking stance, his fists coated in armament haki harder than diamond. Iron Fist Meteor. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, time seemed to stand still. Then, click, click, click. With the two of them as the center, the ground within a radius of 200 meters collapsed. The sheer shockwave created spider-web-like cracks in the protective shield of the testing ground. Red's fist bones burst and blood splattered, but the Seraph Garp's mechanical arm was also twisted and deformed, and sparks of overload came out of the joints. Come again. Red laughed wildly, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, and his left fist blasted out like a cannonball. Titan Star Collapse. The fist shadows poured down like a rainstorm, and each blow carried the terrifying power to sink an island. Seraph Garp also countered with fists, and their attacks were so fast that they left after images, and the deafening sound of metal clashing echoed in the testing ground. At the same time, high in the sky Enel was suspended on top of the thundercloud, with his golden scepter pointing straight to the sky. Thor is coming! Boom! Billions of volts of lightning erupted from his body, and golden lightning wrapped around his body like a mad dragon. His figure gradually hollowed in the dazzling lightning, and finally merged with the lightning, a completely elemental form of Thor. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and thick thunderclouds gathered like Uzumaki. The lightning dancing in the clouds made the entire future island flicker. Thunder God, judgment of 10,000 thunders. Enel waved his scepter, and pillars of lightning poured down from the sky like a rainstorm. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a battleship's main gun, carrying destructive heat and impact, smashing down towards Kuzan Seraphim. Wherever lightning passed, the air was ionized and emitted a pungent smell of ozone, and the ground was shaken by the aftermath, leaving spider-web-like scorch marks. However, Kuzan Seraph simply raised his head slightly, a blue light flashing in his mechanical pupils. Ice Age Zero Sword. Click, click, click. With him as the center, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer froze instantly. Countless ice crystal swords rose from the ground, each sword blade emitting a cold blue light. Wherever the sword pointed, even the air was frozen into tiny ice crystals. The lightning column and the ice sword collided in mid-air. Zzz bang! A sharp freezing sound exploded, and the lightning that should have destroyed everything was frozen at absolute zero the moment it touched the ice sword. The lightning transformed into a dazzling ice sculpture, frozen in mid-air, still in its falling form. Then, boom! The ice crystals burst, and the frozen lightning shattered into ice chips all over the sky like glass, reflecting a gorgeous rainbow light in the sunlight. Are you kidding me? Even lightning can be frozen. Enel's pupils suddenly shrank, and the lightning on the golden scepter ran wildly out of control. Kuzan Seraph's figure suddenly blurred. Swish! He took a step forward, and the ice surface beneath his feet stretched out like a mirror. He stepped on the frozen remnants of lightning and teleported in front of Enel. Ice blade, instant slash! A cold blue light flashed, and the absolute zero slash tore through space and went straight for Enel's throat. Tisk! Enel's elemental transformation dispersed at the critical moment, but... Click! The extremely icy sword energy passed through his body of the god of thunder, freezing part of the lightning. Thick frost instantly condensed on Enel's left arm, and the elemental transformation was forcibly interrupted. Thunder Guardian! He roared, and blocked with the golden scepter. Billions of volts of lightning condensed into a huge thunder shield in front of him. Boom! The ice blade slashed on the thunder shield, causing a dazzling energy turbulence to burst out. The bluish-white extreme ice and the golden lightning tore each other apart wildly, and the shock wave completely shattered the clouds within a radius of hundreds of meters. Enel was blown away by the huge force and fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! A huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters exploded on the ground. Inside the observation room, the data screen was frantically refreshing the combat values. Vegapunk's voice rang out from the speakers, "How is it?" Although it only has 70% of its original combat awareness, its physical functions have been fully replicated at its peak. Seraph's combat AI is still learning, but its performance has already exceeded expectations. Rog stared at the battlefield, his lips slightly raised. Garp's Kong, Kuzan's Absolute Zero, even their fighting styles are perfectly replicated. On the field, the fist-to-fist clash between Red and Garp's Seraph shook the entire testing ground, while Enel's Thunderstorm and Kuzan's Ice Blade split the sky into blue and white. Chapter 119. In the center of the testing ground, Red knelt on one knee. His beastly left arm was broken abruptly, and blood dripped down his molten hair. Garp's Seraph's fist stopped 3 inches in front of him, overloaded steam emanating from its joints, and its mechanical pupils flashed red. Tisk, almost. Lighter spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. This thing is powerful. On the other hand, Enel's situation is not much better. His golden scepter was covered in frost, and his right leg was frostbitten by Kuzan Seraph's Absolute Zero, so he walked with a limp. He glared at the now-defunct Kuzan Seraph with gritted teeth, muttering, "Damn you frozen BD! I'll definitely roast you into steam next time." Rog stood on the observation deck and pressed the communicator. His voice was calm and authoritative. Test terminated. Performance met standards. Enel's face was filled with resentment. "Boss, did you do this on purpose? You must have known about this kind of monster for a long time." Lei T's fists crackled, and he was full of heroic spirit. "Hehe, this is called sparring. But, are they really weapons? They are already ridiculously powerful." Rog glanced at the two of them and said, "This is truly pushing the limits. If you can't even handle this, how are you going to survive in the new world?" With that, he turned and left the testing ground. "Let's go, there are more important things over at Vegapunk." Led by Vegapunk, Rog and others came to an extremely confidential area. Boom! A huge silver arc was rising slowly, emitting a strong mechanical luster, and countless mechanical arms were busy working around it. The hull of the ship glowed like liquid metal, dozens of modified laser turrets were arranged on the deck, and dazzling electric light was dancing in the energy core. The entire battleship exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. A holographic image of Vegapunk appeared, his tone full of pride. The new Ark of Proverbs, built using Wapol alloy and Munch fruit technology, has an upgraded energy system that can be powered by thunder fruit. Enel was limping at first, but the moment he saw the battleship, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. This is... The next second. Swish! He turned into a flash of lightning and teleported to the front of the Ark, put his hands on the hull, and his eyes were bigger than golden apples. Ah! He suddenly let out a strange cry, and his entire body trembled wildly as if he had been electrocuted, even though he was the electricity. This feeling is amazing. His observation Haki clearly sensed that the entire battleship's energy system resonated perfectly with his lightning, as if it were an extension of his body. Ha 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 ha! Enel jumped around on the deck like a child with a new toy, even lying down and rolling around, saying, "This is the car a god should ride." Lighter came over, clutching his injured arm, a rare expression of appreciation on his face. "Finally, it looks like a futuristic weapon. Let me ask you, how many people can you bring to jump right in front of the enemy and start fighting?" Regular staffing is 3,000, and the maximum capacity is 5,000. Rog nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, this is the marine flagship of the new era." His fingertips gently brushed across the Ark's cold armor, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Our own unique battleship. The world government is confidential for now." Vegapunk's hologram flickered a few times. As a reminder, the Seraph's energy core can only sustain continuous combat for 48 hours. Rog turned and headed for the exit. "That's enough. But you won't be needed right now, stay and guard Future Island. Your safety is also important." Enel was still lying on the deck of the Ark, caressing the turret like a pervert, muttering, "Mine, all mine." Lighter flexed his regenerated arm, his gaze still fixed on the inoperative Garp Seraph, a wild grin spreading across his lips. "Next time, I'll definitely crush you." The war machine of the new era has quietly taken shape. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office, Sakazuki stood in front of the French window, his crimson coat of justice swaying slightly behind him. Outside the window, Marine soldiers are carrying out patrol and training tasks in an orderly manner. Rog pushed the door open and walked in, his black combat boots making a steady sound on the floor. "Uncle." Rog stood still, his expression calm yet sharp. The final model of the Ark of Proverbs is ready, and the Seraph test weapon has met the standards. But it's not enough. Rog walked over to him, also looking out the window. The Marines can suppress the pirates now, but they are still controlled by the world government. Sakazuki took a puff of his cigar, smoke curling upwards as his eyes burned like flames. The Headquarters Finance Committee has been completely liquidated, and the current budget is still insufficient to support G5's comprehensive cleanup of New World. Those celestial dragons will only strangle us with celestial gold. Rog sneered, "So, we must have our own golden bloodline." There was a knock on the office door, and the messenger respectfully reported, "Marshal, the new Admiral Fujitora Uxiao has arrived at headquarters." Sakazuki nodded, "Let him in." A moment later, Fujitora, wearing a purple coat, walked in slowly, his blind eyes slightly lowered, and a staff knife in his hand. His voice was calm and gentle, "Although I may be blind, my heart is committed to justice." Rog looked him over and said calmly, "I heard you advocate righteous justice." Fujitora smiled faintly. "Justice without humanity is the same as tyranny." Sakazuki snorted, but didn't argue. Rog suddenly spoke up, "You may retain your ideals, but the Marines' iron rule of absolute justice cannot be wavered." Fujitora was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I've seen too many Marines harm civilians in the name of justice, but now, you are truly protecting the weak." He raised his head. Though unable to see, he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "As long as no innocent people are harmed, I am willing to follow Marine's lead." Rog and Sakazuki exchanged glances, the former's lips curled slightly, "Very good." The office door was pushed open again, and a tall man with a wild face strode in, the new Vice Admiral Aramaki. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, "Marshal." "Admiral." Aramaki requests to join the Rog Admiral. Sakazuki raised an eyebrow. "Reason?" Aramaki didn't hesitate, "Because Rog Admiral's absolute justice is the true way of the Marine." His voice was powerful, "Pirates are pirates. Sympathy will only bring more tragedy. Only iron-blooded suppression can end this chaotic era." Rog raised his lips slightly, "Okay." After Fujitora and Aramaki left, the heavy wooden door of the office closed automatically, and the built-in soundproof C-stone device quietly started up, completely isolating the room from the outside world. Rog walked to the holographic projection table and lightly tapped his fingertips. A three-dimensional star map unfolded in the air, and several coordinates on it flashed with dazzling red light. "I've noticed this problem a long time ago." His voice was low and calm. "We can appropriate Sky Island's golden land, but those financial resources can't hold out for long." Sakazuki's cigar flickered in the dim room, and the lava lines on his neck were faintly visible. He suddenly crushed the cigar into the bronze ashtray, sparks flying everywhere. "Are you going to touch Gilder Tetzalo?" Rog sneered and tapped his fingers 3 times on the podium, each tap seeming to strike at the fragile barrier of wealth of the world government. He controls the world's largest black gold empire, Gran Tesoro. 20% of the world's berry is in his hands, a mobile city of gold. Through the underworld of money laundering, the slave trade, and arms smuggling, he's able to work both legal and criminal ends. He uses the power of money to freely manipulate celestial dragons, even mobilizing the power of the world government. What's even more deadly is... Rog suddenly zoomed in on a surveillance video clip showing a CP0 agent speaking with Tsuruomi. He's secretly managing the Celestial Dragon's money laundering operations for Sky Gold. Sakazuki's pupils suddenly contracted. Rog raised his head slowly. If we take control of Tsuruo, all the constraints on absolute justice, including its armaments, finances, and diplomacy, will be easily overcome. Sakazuki was silent for a long time, smoke swirling in the light and shadow. The world government may not allow Marine to take action. Rog stood up. I'll go there myself. Sakazuki laughed and slammed his fist on the table. You kid, you're even more ruthless than I was back then. Lava dripped from his fingers, burning the ground with scorch marks. Go, let that dirty gold. Reborn in the crucible of absolute justice. Chapter 120. A few days later, New World, Gran, Tetsalo Sea. The Sea of New World was surging, dark clouds were rolling in the sky, and golden beams of light were rising from the sea level, like the revelation of the kingdom of God descending to earth. The legendary Golden City, Gran Tsuruo, stood on the sea like a god's crown, its golden light illuminating all directions and blinding people. The huge Golden City is like a floating empire, and the golden dome covers the entire sea. The glittering city of wealth stands quietly in the sea breeze, like a silent giant beast, devouring all greed and despair. At the port, an ordinary and inconspicuous merchant ship quietly docked, and a figure as tall as a sword walked down the side of the ship. His black casual suit made him look straight, his short hair was neat, and his hawk-like eyes were like cold light drawn out of its sheath. His calm aura was enough to chill people's hearts without revealing any murderous intent. It was Marine Admiral Suinlin Rog. With his hands in his pockets and a leisurely pace, he looked like a wealthy businessman seeking pleasure. The gold powder floating in the air of the Golden City is as fine as smoke. The particles called gold dust have long penetrated every inch of space in the city. They are the eyes used by Tsuruo to control and monitor the entire city. However, when the gold powder tried to approach Rog, it shattered silently half a meter away, as if it had hit an invisible barrier, and eventually turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. Hey! This scene directly alarmed the monitoring room. Gold dust, can't get close. The officer in charge of monitoring sat up straight abruptly, his fingers moving rapidly on the console, only to discover that all monitoring data within a 3-meter radius around Rog was blank, as if that area had been completely erased. How is this possible? Rog strolled through the streets of the Golden City, each step falling on the ground paved with gold. Between his steps, one could seem to hear the groaning of wealth. Champagne fountains flowed with champagne mixed with amber liquor, and topless slaves were forced to dance and perform with deliberately raised fake smiles on their faces. Next to the champagne fountain, a drunken tycoon hugged a scantily clad dancer and splashed wine around. The casino hall was bustling with people, the chips on the gambling table were piled up like mountains, and the well-dressed nobles and wealthy people were betting frantically, their eyes filled with crazy greed. Buy it and leave it. The dealer announced loudly and the gamblers placed their bets frantically. A loud shout was heard, and the noble gambler suddenly lost and his face turned pale. Before he could react, 2 burly guards had roughly carried him away and thrown him directly into the debtor prison made of gold. If you don't pay me by tomorrow, I'll send it to the auction house. The guard's cold voice echoed in the hall shining with golden light. Rog's eyes lingered on the cage for a moment, then he ignored it. High up on the golden throne, Guild Tsuruo held an exquisite crystal glass in one hand. The scarlet wine swayed in the glass, reflecting his playful smile. What a rare guest! Tsuruo leaned lazily on the golden throne, flicked his fingertips, and gold powder surged like water, condensing into the figure of Rog floating in the air. Marine Admiral Rog. Tsuruo chuckled. You actually came to my territory alone. He raised his hand, and the gold dust condensed into a line of words, floating towards the cotters in the monitoring room. Invite him to the VIP room. As Rog stepped into the depths of the casino, a figure quietly emerged from the mural and stood in front of him silently like a ghost. Mr. Tanaka, Tezulo's most loyal guard. This gentleman. Tanaka bowed slightly, his smile respectful yet veiled. My master is very interested in you. I beg you to honor me with your presence. Rog's expression remained unchanged, he just glanced at him lightly. Lead the way. Tanaka's smile deepened. He made a pleased gesture, and with a flash of his figure, he led Rog towards the depths of the golden throne. Rog followed, the corner of his black suit rising slightly. In the monitoring room, the images on all the screens are focused on this moment. Master, he agreed. Tezulo smiled and lifted his wine glass, taking a sip. Interesting. Let me see how long this Admiral of Absolute Justice can last in my golden hell. The afterglow of the golden throne was as red as blood, and the storm that swept the entire city had quietly arrived. The gilded door of the VIP room slid open silently, and Rog walked in. His black leather shoes made a steady sound as they stepped on the pure gold floor tiles. In the center of the room, Tesoro sat high on the golden throne, the scarlet wine swaying in the glass, reflecting his half-smile. He was dressed in a white suit, a gold tie, and jeweled rings on his fingers, exuding a luxurious and dangerous aura. Welcome, Marine Admiral. Tezulo raised his hand, his voice deep and magnetic. It's an honor to have Suinlin Rog of Absolute Justice come to visit me personally. Rog looked indifferent as he swept his eyes across the room. The walls were inlaid with precious oil paintings, crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and two guards stood in the corner, namely Mr. Tanaka and Bakura. Tezuro. Rog said, his voice cold, you have a good intelligence network. Tezulo chuckled, his fingertips gently rubbing the rim of the cup. Nothing in this city can hide from my eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes gleaming. Especially someone like you, who even gold dust can't get close to. Tezulo raised his hand, and the waiter immediately brought an unopened bottle of red wine with the world government emblem on the label. Tezulo poured the wine himself, the golden liquid swirling in the glass. I borrowed this from Marie Joya's private cellar. Even celestial dragons might not be able to drink it. Tesoro used the power of the gold fruit to levitate the bottle and rotate it in front of Rog. Rog didn't take the cup, but just glanced at it lightly. I have no interest in alcohol. Tezulo raised his eyebrows and shook his head in mock regret. What a pity. He swirled his glass and took a sip. But that's true. How could someone like you indulge in such depraved pleasures? Rog's eyes turned slightly cold. You invited me here, didn't you just want to buy me a drink? Tezulo's smile widened, and he put his glass down, crossing his hands to his chin. Of course not. He said in a playful tone, I'm just curious. Why would a marine admiral come to my lawless land all by himself? Rog looked directly at Tezulo, his voice low and clear. Let me see how rotten this golden hell is. Tezulo narrowed his eyes, his smile still there, but the temperature in his eyes dropped suddenly. Rot. He chuckled. Admiral Rog, your words are truly hurtful. This is the world's most prosperous entertainment capital, a paradise that countless people dream of. Rog glanced coldly out the window, gamblers were betting wildly, slaves were forced to perform, and those who lost everything were dragged into debtor's prison. Using other people's suffering to build your own paradise. Rog said sarcastically, is this your paradise? Tezulo's smile finally faded, and a hint of gloom flashed in his golden eyes. Pain. He slowly stood up, the golden ground trembling slightly with his steps. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Money is power, and power is truth. They lose because they are weak. They become slaves because they are not strong enough. Rog was unmoved and said coldly. So, you think you're strong? Tezuro suddenly raised his hand, and the gold in the entire room twisted instantly. The walls, floor, and ceiling all turned into flowing golden liquid, surging like huge waves. Here, I am God. He grinned fiercely, and the gold condensed into a huge palm, grabbing Rog fiercely. Rog stood there, not even blinking. Bang! The giant golden palm shattered half a meter away from him, and gold powder splattered everywhere. Tizolo's pupil shrank. Rog slowly raised his head, and in his dark eyes, the Scarlet Conqueror's haki spread like a tide. Your so-called divine authority. You are nothing in front of me. Chapter 121. The moment the giant golden palm shattered, a twisted black shadow suddenly broke out from the mural. Piercing fruit, shadow seam stab. Mr. Tanaka turned into a snake, his arms twisted and stretched, and his fingertips wrapped with black haki were like sharp blades, going straight for the blind spot at the back of Rog's neck. The attack angle was so tricky and brutal that even the air was torn into black cracks. But too slow. Rog's voice was indifferent, as if he had seen through everything. In a flash, he turned his right hand like an eagle's claw and grabbed Tanaka's slender, whip-like wrist with incredible precision. Varied. Tanaka's pupils contracted violently, and before he could break free, Rog grabbed him with one arm and threw him to the ground like a rag bag. Boom! The golden floor sank into spider web-like cracks on the spot, and the jewels and gems inlaid on the wall fell to the ground like a meteor shower. The precious treasure was now as fragile as scrap metal. Tanaka was spitting blood and his face was deformed by the huge impact, while Rog stepped firmly on his back, as if he was going to crush a worthless insect to death. Space jump! Rog looked down and said, Kizaru is much faster than you. Before Tanaka could struggle, Bakura on the side had already taken action quietly. She pretended to be frightened and fell down, her delicate body sliding towards the tip of Rog's boots. Her 10 fingers were as slender as white jade, and her crimson nails emitted a strange light. Lucky fruit, misfortune transfer. The moment when my fingertips were about to touch the tip of Rog's boots. Buzz! Rog's eyes suddenly focused, and scarlet haki swept across the entire venue like a real storm. Crack! 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 Amidst a series of sharp, crisp sounds, Bakura was horrified to discover that her crystal nails, which she was most proud of, had actually shattered into pieces. A sharp pain came instantly, and she screamed and took several steps back. She suddenly lowered her head and saw a curse-like black mold Madara appearing on her slender palm, as if an ominous mark was eroding her life. No. Impossible. Bakura's face was filled with horror. I am the agent of the goddess of luck, how could this happen? Rog took a step forward calmly, and haki was like an invisible wall pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Lucky. He sneered and looked down. In my haki, probability has only one result. That's 100% suppression. As soon as the words fell, Bakura was suppressed and fell to his knees. He didn't even have the strength to struggle, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Tesoro sat high on the golden throne and witnessed the instant defeat of the 2 major Cottors. He finally couldn't suppress his inner rage, and the arrogance and composure on his face collapsed in an instant. His smile gradually twisted into a crazy grin, and his hands suddenly spread out. Justice! He laughed wildly, looking up to the sky. Your so-called justice is nothing more than a fig leaf used by celestial dragons to cover up their slave trade. Wealth, status, power, all built on a rotten foundation. Do you think the world will be clean if you clear out a few pirates? As he roared, the entire golden city shook violently, and the golden powder in the sky turned into rolling golden waves. The streets, buildings, and even half of the sky were swallowed up by the golden light. Your throne built of gold. Rog said coldly, can you save the me who knelt and cried before the celestial dragons? These words pierced the depths of the soul like a sharp sword. Tesoro's laughter stopped abruptly, his pupils trembled violently, and a dark tide of memories surged in him. The childhood humiliation, the painful wails, and the scenes of kneeling at the feet of celestial dragons begging for mercy, tore my heart apart. Shut up! Tezaro's eyes were bloodshot, and gold around him erupted like a volcano, and golden waves swept across the entire golden city. You think you can force me to surrender with just this little trick? With a sudden wave of his arms, the golden powder in the sky turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Rog. Gold explosion! The ground, walls, ceiling, all the gold was instantly shattered into billions of gold dust, forming an ultra-high-density explosion in the sealed VIP room. The shock wave, powerful enough to melt steel, carried sharp gold fragments and engulfed Rog like a tsunami. Boom! The entire building was blown to pieces, but clear footsteps could be heard in the thick smoke. Rog walked slowly out of the smoke and dust, surrounded by a distorted air barrier. All the gold powder was compressed into tiny metal balls before touching him, and rolled to the ground with a clanging sound. Is that all you can do? Tezalo's face was grim. Then try this. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it to the ground. Golden hot springs, a suffocating banquet. Liquid gold wrapped around Rog's legs like a living thing, instantly hardening into shackles. At the same time, the ceiling cracked, and golden liquid poured down like a waterfall, forming a huge golden cocoon with a diameter of 100 meters. This is a fluid cage that can even imprison Logia elementalization. Rog watched the golden liquid flow over his chest with cold eyes, and suddenly took a deep breath. Air shock collapse. The right fist was wrapped in black and red lightning and hit the ground directly, and the shock wave spread in a spherical shape. The gold liquid that was said to never solidify was actually shaken into regular cubic gold nuggets, scattering all over the ground like raindrops. Tezaro roared and raised his hand suddenly, his eyes bloodshot, and the power of the fruit was completely awakened. UPD me off! Golden fruit awaken! In an instant, the metal of the entire golden city began to wriggle wildly, transforming into giant golden vines that coiled up. All kinds of shouts and sounds of panicked escape were heard in the golden city. Above the sky, a golden giant hundreds of meters tall took shape, its giant eyes burning with golden flames overlooking the world. Golden divine fire! Tezaro sat cross-legged on the golden giant's head with his hands folded. Dazzling golden flames instantly gathered in the golden giant's eyes, and the scorching temperature made the space distorted. Dark red energy flowed through the golden tubes in the body and focused into a dazzling white light in the eyes. Boom! 2 laser beams with a diameter of 30 meters tore through the night sky, and the air was ionized into purple arcs wherever they passed. Rog changed direction rapidly with an air-burst step, and the 310,000-ton sightseeing cruise ships behind him were cut in half, and the metal at the cut was directly vaporized. Can you get away? Tezalo grinned. The giant's neck rotated 180 degrees, and the laser actually drew a right-angle trajectory in the air. Rog suddenly turned around and compressed the air in front of him with both hands. The air in his palms was rapidly compressed to ultimate, condensing into an invisible air column that rushed into the sky. Air compression destruction cannon. Rumble. Purple lasers and invisible air columns exploded in mid-air, creating a huge vacuum layer, and light and storms ravaged the entire golden city. Before the dust settled, the giant's fists suddenly became armored, and streams of molten gold and fire spurted out from between his fingers. Tezaro's voice was filled with madness, golden karma fire. The right fist smashed down with a high temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius, and the light radiation generated at the moment of the explosion made the whole city as bright as day. Rog's figure was engulfed in a 200-meter diameter lava fist. Click! The fire fist was suddenly cut vertically, and Rog rushed out with black and red lightning wrapped around his body. The armor color of his right arm hardened to dark purple, and the knife hand left a red track of melted gold. The temperature isn't even 1/10 of Uncle Akainu's. Rog crushed the molten gold under his feet and exploded upstream step by step. You think you can stop me with this little bit of temperature? Tezaro is completely crazy. The golden giant suddenly disintegrated, and countless golden pillars took off into the sky like missiles. Chizuru stood on top of the largest golden pillar, bleeding from all 7 orifices but laughing wildly. Golden God's judgment. All the golden pillars gathered in the air into a drill with a diameter of 100 meters, and the surface was wrapped with armament haki, which Chizuru had practiced throughout his life. Go to hell with your justice. This strike is even enough to destroy the entire Golden City. Facing a devastating attack, Rog adopted a formal fighting stance for the first time. He bent his legs slightly, held his right fist at his waist, and Conqueror's haki materialized into black and red lightning, dancing on the tip of his fist. When the golden drill approached within 100 meters, Rog finally threw a punch. Air collapse, final ring. Boom. With Rog as the center, the air within a radius of 1 kilometer shrank madly, and the atmosphere collapsed directly into an Uzumaki-shaped vacuum black hole. As soon as the golden drill struck, it was sucked into the collapsing Uzumaki by the terrifying vacuum gravity. Then, boom! The entire Golden City seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. The huge golden drill was crushed backwards in the air, like a golden god collapsing. Chizuru stood on the giant's head, his face pale, and his whole body was bleeding profusely due to the tremendous recoil force. No! Impossible! My golden kingdom! Rog stepped up step by step. You think wealth can buy everything, but you never understand. True power is never measured in money. Before he could finish his words, Rog threw a punch. Air pressure falling star. A heavy punch containing ultimate compressed air hit the golden giant's chest directly. The golden giant and Chizuru's figure were blasted through by this punch. In the golden torrent, Chizuru was like a broken golden eagle, blown away for thousands of meters, and finally fell heavily into the ruins. Gold dust scattered everywhere, and the glory of the Golden City completely collapsed at this moment. Rog landed slowly, his eyes cold. Chapter 122. The reverberations of the Golden Throne's collapse had not yet faded, and Chizuru lay on his back in the golden ruins, blood slowly flowing along his golden hair that he had once been proud of, dripping down his cheeks and seeping into the cold golden cracks. In the blurred vision, a familiar yet distant figure slowly emerged in the golden light and dust. Stella. The girl in the phantom stood in the light, still wearing the tattered slave linen clothes, standing barefoot in the light, and the explosive collar around her neck had long disappeared. She smiled at him, her lips slightly parted, as if she was saying something, but he couldn't hear clearly. No, don't go. Chizuru's hand trembled as he reached out to her, but his fingertips could only touch the cold air. Heavy footsteps approached. The black figure came down like a Shinigami, and Rog looked down at the so-called Golden Emperor lying in the ruins. Your hatred. Rog spoke coldly, his voice as deep as a bell of judgment. You only dare to vent your anger on the weak. Chizuru's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to roar, but due to the severe pain in his chest, he could only make hoarse gasps. The celestial dragons are still alive. Rog walked forward slowly, each step seeming to trample on his heart. And you, here, play the golden god, oppressing those who have been trampled upon like you. Shut up. Chizuru struggled violently, blood spurting from the corner of his lips. His arms trembled as he tried to stand up, but he fell heavily to his knees again. The broken memories completely drowned him like a torrent. On the auction table, he wore a heavy explosive collar and crawled on the cold golden floor like a dog. The whip of the celestial dragons mercilessly lashed Stella's fragile back, and her screams seemed to be right next to her ears. Marie Joya's fire burned through those dark years, and he was powerless even to hold her hand. They took her. They took everything. Chizuru let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the dignity and pain that had long been rotten completely collapsed at this moment. In silence, Rog spoke softly. I killed 3 celestial dragons pigs in the Sabayati archipelago. Chizuru suddenly looked up, his pupils trembling violently. You, what did you say? This news has probably been blocked by the 5 elders, maybe you don't know it yet. Rog sneered. But soon Marie Joya's walls will crumble in flames. Tizalo's breath hitched for a moment, and he stared at Rog in disbelief. These words struck Tesoro's heart like thunder. His pupils contracted violently, and his fingers unconsciously clenched the shattered gold fragments on the ground. Do you really dare to swing a knife at God? Tesoro's voice trembled, and his golden eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, there was an irrepressible desire. The so-called God. Rog stopped and glanced back, his eyes as cold as a knife. They are nothing but animals waiting to be slaughtered. Silence. At this moment, the high wall in Tesoro's heart that had suppressed him for half his life finally collapsed. He pressed his trembling hands on the golden wreckage on the ground, blood and tears dripping together. Stella's smile seemed to reappear in front of his eyes. If it were you. He suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with unprecedented madness and relief. My wealth, my power, everything I have, all for you. Tesoro gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. The broken golden throne completely collapsed behind him, and golden powder scattered in the afterglow like a falling meteor. But I want to see with my own eyes. His voice was low and hoarse, but firm. Marie Joy's, the day it burned. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere froze to ultimate. A long time. Rog slowly extended his hand, cold and firm. Make a deal. Tizalo held the hand tightly and used it to stand up, just like Stella had extended her hand that year. A sinister yet relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on the sky high in the distance. From today on, the Golden City is the inexhaustible bloodline and wealth behind absolute justice. The sea breeze suddenly blew, and the golden afterglow spread over the broken walls. Tizalo looked up at the sky that was gradually turning red, as if he could actually see the almighty city of God collapsing in a sea of fire. Rog looked at Tizalo, who had regained his imperial composure, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. His eyes swept around like a substance. However, there are more important things to deal with now. In an instant, the CP agents, Revolutionary Army intelligence officers, and black-clad middlemen in the underground world who were hiding everywhere all froze, with cold sweat running down their backs. Exposed. Even though Rog had already completely blocked the breath and sound waves of their conversation with the air domain, when those cold eyes swept over, they could clearly sense. Run. If you don't run, you will die here. Dozens of black shadows rose up from the casino dome, behind the Golden Eagle, and at the bottom of the fountain like exploding fireworks, and fled frantically in all directions. Tesoro raised his hand to block the falling golden dust, then stood up, his imperial aura fully revealed. He narrowed his golden eyes, looked at the fleeing shadows, and snorted contemptuously. Humph, he's just a rat struggling to survive in the gutter. Before he finished speaking, he elegantly raised his right hand forward. Gold dust, execution. The gold powder in the void suddenly burst into countless golden filaments, which drilled into the bodies of those lurkers like fine blood vessels. Puff. The secret agents who failed to escape from the hall all stood still, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The next moment, strange golden patterns appeared under their skin, like a curse of death. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out one after another, and the blood turned into golden pulp, gushing out from their 7 orifices. In an instant, their flesh was refined into lifelike golden statues. Bang! 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 The golden statues exploded one after another, turning into golden dust all over the sky and dissipating with the wind. Tizalo calmly withdrew his finger, his golden eyes revealing the ruthless emperor's intentions. The first day they board my ship, their lives no longer belong to them. The hall was completely silent. And all this is just the tip of the iceberg under Tizorokin's power. A few days later, everything seems calm. Tesoro is still the Grand Tesoro King recognized by the world government, and he smiled and welcomed the celestial dragon's guests in front of the media cameras. The morning light shines on the gilded dome of the Golden City, and the whole city is dazzling in the morning light. Wearing a white robe embroidered with gold and an elegant smile, Tizolo personally poured a glass of fine wine with the world government emblem printed on it for the celestial dragon's nobles. "How's business lately?" Celestial dragons swirled their wine glasses, their sea stone scepters gleaming faintly on their fingertips. Tizolo's smile remained unchanged. "Thanks to you, we just delivered 20 slaves who can play Grandmaster instruments to the Holy Land last week." The reporter's video Den Mushi flashed continuously, recording the loyalty of the Grand Tesoro King to the world government. Meanwhile, the real deal was going on quietly. Through Dewfield's underground money laundering network, the huge military expenditure was broken down into millions of small anonymous transactions, and eventually quietly transferred into the ghost account of the Marine G5 branch. The transportation channels under the name of the slave auction secretly carry rare metals and energy core materials to the future island for the upgrade of the Seraph and the expansion of the Proverbs Arc. When the CP0 chief, wearing a crying and laughing mask, kicked open the office door, Tizero was playing with a gold coin. "Where are my people?" A suppressed roar came from beneath the mask. "All 6 agents stationed in the casino have lost contact." Tesoro spread his hands innocently, his tone relaxed. "There was a powerful pirate attack that night, it might be the aftermath of the battle." He pressed the trigger, and a fake battle scene was projected onto the wall. A figure resembling a CP0 agent was accidentally injured. The golden giant's fist accidentally hit the monitoring room. "You know." He smiled, handing over the box filled with Baileys. "In battle, there are bound to be some accidental casualties." The CP0 officer was silent for a moment, then finally took the box and left. Behind the hypocritical illusion lies the bloody calculations of the Emperor. Marijoy Hall of Power. The 5 elders sat around the void throne, and light and shadow reflected the latest information about the Golden City. Tizero's power should not be underestimated. The old man holding the knife slowly stroked the handle of the first-generation Kaiditsu, his tone cold. The Golden City of Tesoro bears traces of the Conqueror's Haki collision. The old man holding the knife narrowed his eyes. "Do we need to eliminate him?" The curly-haired old man stroked the first-generation Kaiditsu. "Not yet." The blonde old man sneered, "He's 60% more efficient at laundering money than CP. We'll deal with him once we find a replacement." Chapter 123. Revolutionary Army Baldigo. In Baldigo's dim conference room, Durag's fingers tapped lightly on the world financial distribution map, and the Golden City's mark was circled in red. Tizero's Golden City is one of the economic lifelines of the world government. His voice was low and cold. "If we can cut off this funding chain, or make it work for us." Sabo stood up, the shadow under his hat obscuring his sharp eyes. "I'll go," he said briefly. "Tesoro hates celestial dragons. This hatred may be our breakthrough." Koala looked up worriedly. "But that man is a lunatic." Sabo's lips curled slightly. "Crazy people are often easier to use than smart people." 3 days later. Under the dome inlaid with diamonds and gold, Sabo, dressed in a sophisticated white suit and using the alias Montoya, walked leisurely in the bizarre golden casino. In the luxurious VIP room, Tesoro was leaning on the golden throne, his cold golden eyes reflected in the scarlet wine. Sabo just opened his mouth to state his purpose. "I am here to discuss cooperation with the Revolutionary Army." Revolutionary Army. Tizelo slowly stood up and looked down at Sabo condescendingly, his extremely handsome face now filled with strong disdain. "A beggar who can't even afford a decent gold chain is worthy of discussing cooperation with me." He walked down the golden stairs step by step, gold powder flowed like tides around his feet, and every step seemed to be stepping on the pinnacle of wealth in the world. "You Revolutionary Army keep mumbling about freedom and equality and overthrowing the world government." He sneered, flicked his finger casually, and a pure gold coin accurately hit the slave cage in the casino. But what have you truly changed? How many Baileys are your ideals worth? Can you afford the floor tiles for this VIP room? Sabo's expression darkened slightly, his fists clenched slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Mr. Tetzalo, we are not here to beg. He said slowly, we are here to cooperate. Tetzalo laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Cooperate? What do you Revolutionary Army have? Slogans? Ideals? Or those broken ships that are about to fall apart? He leaned over Sabo, his golden eyes filled with contempt. Listen, kid. There are only two forces in this world that are worthy of respect, money and the power to truly change everything. You have neither money nor enough fists. He sighed lightly, his tone full of utter contempt, a pathetic and ridiculous poor man's dream. Sabo's breathing hitched slightly, and at that moment, his fists were clenched white. What a pity! He said softly, I thought Mr. Tetzalo would be interested in overthrowing the celestial dragons. Tetzalo's pupils shrank slightly, but soon his smile became more ferocious. Get out! He said coldly, before I decide to hang your head at the city gate. Sabo said nothing more and turned towards the door. Just as he was about to step out of the VIP room, Tesoru's voice came again. Oh, right. He chuckled and hooked his finger. The monitoring den mushi in Sabo's suit pocket was suddenly covered with gold powder and suffocated to death. Next time, don't waste my time with these little toys. After Sabo left, Tetzalo leaned back on the throne, picked up the wine glass, and gently shook it. Rog, you are the dragon slayer who can change this world. He closed his eyes and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Those revolutionary beggars are not worthy of sitting on this throne. Just as Rog was heading for the Golden City, Huang Mu stood in front of the gate of the G5 base with his pupils slightly contracted. The surface of this steel fortress, constructed from superalloy, is riddled with bullet holes, and above the main gate is a sign that reads "Trespassers will die," written in the blood of New World pirates. The eyes of the marine soldiers standing guard were as sharp as knives, and each of them exuded the murderous aura unique to elite soldiers who had experienced many battles. This is Suinlin Admiral's G5. Huang Mu straightened his back unconsciously, and his vice-admiral cloak was rustling in the salty sea breeze. With the sound of gears turning, the 20-meter-thick alloy door slowly opened. The newcomer the boss was talking about is you. Red strode over wearing a cape with his achievements written all over it. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky. Enel, legs crossed, hovered in mid-air. I wonder if it can withstand this. The light of a cigar lit up from the shadows. Shiryu came from the direction of the training ground, blowing smoke rings, and the famous sword thunderstorm at her waist hummed in its sheath. Farther away, Anne was teaching the recruit how to swing a sword. Binza's plants were growing wildly at the edge of the training ground, and the white mist of smoker in Luo's room area appeared and disappeared. Should we prepare a G5 welcoming ceremony for him? Enel grinned. I agree. Red laughed. A confused Huang Mu was carried into the G5 training ground by two people, and everyone was watching. Seniors, do we really have to do this? Huang Mu shouted. Ha ha ha, all newcomers are like this. Lighter patted his shoulder and said, pick one. Aramaki's gaze swept over Enel, Lighter, Shiryu, Anne, Binz, Luo, and Smoker, and finally stopped on Shiryu. The former Impel Down Warden gave a sinister smile. A wise choice. I haven't even tasted the fruit yet. Huang Mu grinned, I can already sense your strong desire to fight. The blazing sun filled the square, and the air was filled with a strong scent of haki. The vast training ground had now become a true battlefield. All the G5 soldiers retreated in unison, their faces filled with barely concealed excitement and anticipation. A true showdown between top powerhouses is about to break out. Aramaki slowly untied his cloak, revealing his upper body as strong as steel. His skin had a metallic luster under the cover of armament haki. His arms were as strong as iron pillars, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. "Thank you for your guidance, Shiryu-senpai." Before he finished speaking, Shiryu's figure had disappeared from the spot, with only the cigar smoke still slowly dissipating. Swish! Huang Mu became alert instantly, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. His observation haki warned him frantically that the attack was within reach. Sensen wood armor. Aramaki crossed his arms, his skin instantly turned into wood, and the attached armament haki was as indestructible as black iron. Clang! Shiryu's thunderstorm longsword slashed fiercely on the black wooden armor, but was blocked. Oh! Shiryu spun in mid-air, and her figure vanished into nothingness. The shadow under Huang Mu's feet suddenly twisted, and Shiryu's figure suddenly flashed from the darkness. The thunderstorm blade was wrapped with dark red blood and pierced Huang Mu's throat. Sensen giant wood wall. With a loud bang, the ground exploded and dozens of giant trees broke out of the ground, instantly building a giant wooden shield around Huang Mu, which was indestructible. Puff! The thunder blade, with its blood-red haki that could tear through everything, pierced through the wooden wall, but Aramaki had already leaped into the air, forming seals with his hands, and shouted loudly. Sensen Tianchen Mu! The sky was as dark as dusk, and the entire training ground seemed to be covered by endless giant trees. Thousands of sharp wooden spears turned into a violent storm, falling from the sky, carrying devastating oppression, directly covering the entire battlefield. Shiryu stood still, slowly exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and suddenly his body expanded, transforming into a huge blood-red bat-like beast. With the spread of his huge wings, it covered the sky and the sun. Bat fruit mythical beast vampire form blood wings slash. The blood wings fluttered wildly, and a huge arc-shaped dark red sword energy swept across the sky like a blood moon. Boom! All the giant wooden spears were torn into pieces in an instant, and the aftermath of the blood-colored sword energy cut off half of the observation platform in the training ground. Aramaki rolled to the ground, the fighting spirit in his eyes becoming more and more fierce, as expected of Impel Down's range Shiryu. Shiryu regained his human form, and dark red liquid dripped from the blade of thunderstorm. It was the sap that oozed from the wooden spear he had cut off, which he actually absorbed at this moment to restore his strength. Your blood, no, your sap, tastes good. He licked the blade, baring his fangs. Huang Mu laughed, then give me some more. Sensen growing wildly. The ground of the entire training ground shook violently, and countless vines, giant trees and thorns broke out of the ground and wrapped around Shiryu like living things. Shiryu's eyes turned cold, and the thunderstorm blade wrapped around haki, and suddenly swung out. Blood moon slash! A dark red arc-shaped slash swept across the entire field, and all the plants withered instantly, as if their vitality had been drained. Aramaki's pupils shrank, a slash that absorbs vitality. Shiryu sneered without saying anything, and suddenly his figure flashed, and the thunderstorm sword light reappeared, heading straight for Huang Mu's throat. The forbidden hatred of Sensen, the tree man has arrived. Huang Mu suddenly knelt down and pressed the ground with his hands. Boom! The entire earth shook violently, and a giant tree man tens of meters tall rose from the ground. His body was like a giant vine tower made of steel, his arms were as thick as mountains, and his fists condensed into huge tree fist prints. Sensen, giant fist shocks the sky. The tree man smashed down with his right fist, bringing up a huge gust of wind, like a meteor falling to the ground, aiming directly at Shiryu. Shiryu snorted coldly, transformed into a vampire, spread his wings, and held the thunderstorm longsword across his chest, and blood-colored energy condensed crazily. A blood-red beam of light descended from the sky, like a divine punishment, and directly pierced through the giant tree fist mark. Boom! The upper body of the giant tree man exploded into countless scattered wood chips, and the entire training ground began to shake violently again. Huangmu crossed his hands and covered his body with black wooden armor again, forcibly blocking the aftermath, but his chest was already bloodline Madara. Shiryu's figure disappeared again, and the next moment he was standing in front of Aramaki, with the thunderstorm blade pointing directly at Aramaki's throat. The whole audience was silent. The air seemed to freeze. Huangmu grinned and slowly raised his hands. "I give up." Shiryu put away his knife coldly, lit a cigar with one hand, and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Newcomer, you are very good." Lighter and Enel walked forward, smiled at each other, and applauded at the same time. Lei Te laughed heartily. "Aramaki, not bad, you actually managed to survive so many attacks from Shiryu." Enel leaned against his scepter and said lazily, "Even though we lost in the end, this guy's defense is really annoying." "Welcome to the G5. Aramaki laughed, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and responded loudly. "I will follow the orders of Admiral Suinlin with absolute justice. I will cleanse the sea of all filth." Chapter 124. New Marine Ford Marshal's Office. The afterglow of the setting sun poured into the marshal's room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The crimson coat of justice seemed to be ignited by lava in the golden light, with flames billowing. Sakazuki stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, his whole body like a statue cast from magma, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Rog stood in front of the huge world chart in the center, tapping the coordinates of the Golden City with his slender fingers. His voice was cold and low. "All of Tzalo's gold has been injected into the G5 war preparedness system. The financial shackles have been broken, and the military expenditure problem has been completely resolved." Rog paused, his gaze sharp as a cold sword. "Military funding is no longer a problem. Now, it's time to make those pirates understand that the era of absolute justice has arrived." Sakazuki slowly turned around, folded his hands in front of his chest, and the magma texture flowing between his palms seemed to be able to swallow up the world at any time. "The remnants of the four emperors, the underground black market, the illegal arms trade, the remnants of the pirates." His voice was as deep as the roar of a volcano. "We must eradicate the roots." Rog nodded and was about to continue the deployment when suddenly, "Bulu bulu bulu!" The intelligence den mushi burst into a sharp chirping sound, with a hint of extreme anxiety and panic in the sound. Sakazuki pressed the answer button, and the den mushi quickly transformed into the face of an intelligence officer covered in cold sweat. "Report to the Marshal. Urgent information. Due to the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates, unusual activity has occurred on Beehive Island. Former Rock's pirate remnants, Silver Axe John and Akoku, have returned together and have taken full control of Beehive Island." Rog's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slid his fingers across the world chart, quickly locking onto the location of Honeycomb Island. "They intend to rebuild the remnants of their former power and are recruiting pirates and black market mercenaries on a large scale. They've reportedly begun integrating most of Whitebeard's legacy, attempting to establish themselves as the new four emperors." Rog frowned slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sakazuki snorted coldly, and the magma aura swept across the entire place. "Idiots, the last four emperors' corpses haven't even cooled yet, and you dare to claim the throne." The intelligence officer swallowed and continued to report in a trembling voice. "Also unusual movements have been detected in the South Blue Salbi Kingdom. A mysterious figure calling himself the legendary man founded Buggy Express, claiming that for a fee, he could hire any pirate to complete any mission. In a short period of time, he attracted a large number of small and medium-sized pirate groups to join, and they have begun to form an armed mercenary force." Sakazuki frowned. "Buggy Express? What is that?" When Rog heard this, his face suddenly darkened, and he thought to himself. East Blue's 1% of lucky conquerors who slipped through the net unexpectedly showed up at this time. After the report, Sakazuki slowly raised his head, his lava-like eyes staring directly at Rog. "What do you think?" Rog sneered, his tone indifferent. They still dare to show their faces at this time, want to be the 4 emperors. Then use them to measure the knife. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you need help from headquarters? It's just a dead fish and rotten shrimp, G5 is enough. Rog sneered, it's time for the wind direction of this ocean to completely change. He turned and strode towards the office door, the large words Absolute Justice on his cloak gleaming in the setting sun. He gently pushed the door open, and the words of battle intent slowly came back. These losers who call themselves the new 4 emperors are being used as a test for the rectification fleet. Sakazuki stood there, looking at the tall figure about to walk out of the door, his eyes bursting with enthusiasm and anticipation like flames. Rai! Crush them and this rotten world along with them. The night was dark, and the alarm tower of the G5 base hung high like a sword, its lights illuminating the cold outline of the steel fortress. Rog pushed open the door of the combat meeting room, and the steady footsteps seemed to knock on everyone's heartbeat. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, and all eyes were focused on him. Red leaned against the corner, arms crossed. Shiryu leaned lazily against the wall, holding a cigar in his mouth, and the thunderstorm blade was slightly unsheathed, reflecting a cold light. Huangmu looked eager to try, and his hands were rubbing together, as if he could use the sensen fruit to grow a jungle to destroy the enemy in the next second. What about Enel? He was sitting on the windowsill, swinging his legs with his legs crossed in an extremely elegant, and slightly exaggerated, posture, his golden stick spinning rapidly, with an expression of ready to perform meritorious service at any time. Luo, An, Bins, and Smoker lined up in order, and the core members of G5 gathered here. However, Rog lightly said one sentence, which completely ignited the atmosphere. Everyone, we have work to do. The holographic projection unfolded with a buzzing sound, and a 3-dimensional map of Honeycomb Island floated in mid-air. Above the island, 2 yellowed bounty warrants slowly rotated. Beehive Island is now occupied by 2 remnants of the old times. Silver Axe John reward, 2.48 billion berry. Akoko a bounty of 2.26 billion berry. Before he finished speaking, Lei Te had already punched the tactical sand table and grinned, finally, we can have a real tough battle. Shiryu blew out a smoke ring and laughed dangerously, will the blood of these old guys still burn your mouth? Aramaki smiled like an old man about to clean up his garden, the forbidden forest of sensen fruit is in need of a few strong skeletons. At this time, the smile on Enel's face began to crack. Boss, can you take me with you this time? Rog simply ignored it and said calmly, on this operation, we will only bring Lei Te, Shiryu, and Aramaki as high-level combat forces. Enel's pupils shook on the spot, and he fell directly from the windowsill, his face hitting the ground first, and his whole body was lying on the ground. The golden scepter slid to the side with a snap. He rolled over and hugged Rog's calf, tears and snot flying, boss. You can't do this to me. I've learned a lot of new skills, and I haven't shown you their power yet. Can someone tell me how to add pictures to this article? I want to use that shocking picture of Enel, but I can't. Ain covered his mouth and chuckled, aren't you a god? Do you need to beg for leadership? Bins shook his head and sighed, sure enough, when the electricity is overloaded, the mind is also prone to short-circuit. Enel tugged at Rog's trouser legs while muttering to the person beside him, what do you know? I couldn't even catch up with the battle against Whitebeard, and now you can't even give me a chance to deal with 2 expired pirates. Ain held back a smile and handed over a handkerchief, God, wipe your nose. Rog kicked Enel away, expressionless, stay at home in the base and guard the rear. When the time comes to truly destroy the Emperor, I will let you fight with all your might. Enel collapsed to the ground, looking up at the ceiling with tears in his eyes, oh no. This world is ultimately not worthy of my lightning. Rog smiled calmly, who told you to charge slowly? Enel was so angry that he almost collapsed and said, boss, you're biased. I'm going to report you to the HR department. Huang Mu on the side laughed out loud. Stop talking, I'm already looking forward to you performing the corpse-lying performance. Just as Enel lay down and pretended to be dead, Rog suddenly turned around. Wait, there seems to be another task. Enel instantly transformed into lightning and stood at attention, arcs of electricity crackling around him. Thor, stand by at all times. Lei Te clapped his hands and laughed. This guy changes his expression even faster than Lei Ying. Rog smiled slightly. There's a new buggy express in South Blue, and it's attracted quite a few small players. He tapped his fingers on the table. Go and take care of it. Enel's eyes gleamed, and a spark of lightning emanated from his salute. I'll make sure those pirates experience divine punishment. Enel transformed into a lightning bolt and dashed around the conference room. Wait and see the Thunder God perform. Lei Te, Shiryu, and Aramaki had already walked to Rog's side at the same time, ready to go. Rog stood at the door, his cloak flying. Set out at dawn, destination Hive Island. The first stroke of the sword in the process of rectification begins with the corpses of the past. Shiryu smiled coldly, Lei Te rubbed his hands together, and Huang Mu grinned at White Fang. Pull out the weeds. It's time to clear the entire ocean of weeds. Chapter 125. New World Honeycomb Island. The harbor of Beehive Island was filled with the wreckage of a half-sunken merchant ship, with several corpses gnawed by sea kings hanging on the deck. As the night shrouded Beehive Island, flames shot up into the sky, wine barrels rolled, and the pirates' laughter and women's screams mixed together. Ha ha ha! Whitebeard's territory is ours now. In the tavern, a drunk was pressing a flintlock against a dancer's temple. Dance faster for Laozi. The sound of gunfire coincided with the woman's screams, and brains splattered on the rum barrel on the bar. Ha ha ha! Whitebeard's wine collection is ours. The one-eyed pirates kicked open the cellar door, followed by dozens of thugs with green eyes. They pounced on the barrels labeled Edward Newgate exclusive like hyenas, and one thin man even lay down beside the barrel and caught the wine with his mouth. A drunken pirates, carrying a bottle of wine, kicked open the door of the warehouse, which was filled with treasures, weapons and fine wines that the Whitebeard pirates once treasured. Grab it! Take as much as you can! Pirates rushed in frantically, scrambling for the spoils. Some even drew their swords against each other for a box of gold. Blood splattered on the jewelry, reflecting a greedy red light. In the fortress in the center of the island, two men were sitting on a throne made of bones, watching all this with cold eyes. Whitebeard is dead, Kaido is being held hostage by Red Hair, and Big Mom is busy having a tea party. Silver Axe John wiped the blood-stained axe in his hand and sneered, "This ocean is finally ours." Akoko leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingertips lightly on the armrest, his eyes dark. But Marine won't sit idly by. Marine! Silver Axe scoffed. They're too busy cleaning up New World's mess right now to bother with us. And he stood up, his axe blade carving a deep groove in the ground. Even if they come, they'll have to ask Laozi's axe first. Through the castle's floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the pirates enjoying the fun in the square. There was a fishman chained up as a living target. The nurse from Whitebeard's Protectorate Island is being sold at the auction block. Drunk pirates urinated on a Whitebeard statue. Silver Axe suddenly swung his axe, smashing the entire window pane and yelling, "You bastards! Attack the last island tomorrow!" The thugs raised their bloody swords and cheered. No one noticed that on the dark horizon, a dark shadow was rushing across the sea. Akoko was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Don't be too confident. Sakazuki isn't someone you can easily mess with." Silver Axe snorted disdainfully. "Lava brat?" Back on Rock's ship, he was just a recruit. As the two of them were talking, boom! A terrifying and oppressive feeling, like a deep-sea monster awakening, suddenly enveloped the entire Honeycomb Island. The air seemed to be crushed by an invisible pressure, the songs of celebration, the lewd laughter, and the clashing of swords all came to an abrupt end at this moment. The originally reveling pirates seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand around their hearts. Their bodies were cold and even breathing became difficult. Wine glasses fell to the ground in piles, spilling out the reflection of fear in the wine. Silver Axe and Akainu suddenly stood up, fighting spirit and warning signs pounding wildly in their hearts, their eyes fixed on the coastline. I saw a black shadow breaking through the waves, dragging a water wall that was 100 meters long. Like a meteor falling from the sky, the violent air waves overturned the entire fortification. Wherever it passed, the pirates guarding the shore didn't even have time to scream, their bodies exploded into a bloody mist under the impact of the ultimate, and their body parts flew everywhere, dyeing the golden streets red. Swish! The black shadow rushed in front of the two men like a black meteor. The smoke and dust raised by the aftermath had not yet dissipated, and a suffocating smell of blood and fighting spirit had already crushed them. It was a burly figure as tall as an iron tower, with broad shoulders and back, and muscular like a mobile battle fortress. The blood-red eyes looked like two volcanoes about to erupt in the night. Douglas Bullet. Silver Axe's pupils contracted violently, and he clenched the axe handle tightly in his hand. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and even the heavy battle axe trembled slightly because of his grip. Akainu's face was ashen, and his voice was so low that it seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. This madman, why is he here? Bullet crossed his arms over his chest rising and falling slightly, and one could almost hear the roar of fighting spirit surging in his body. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an arrogant and contemptuous smile, and his voice was like an iron hoof crushing bones. A mere remnant of the rocks? You dare to call yourself emperor? Bullet. Akainu asked in a deep voice, what are you doing on Beehive Island? Bullet said indifferently, intuition. Intuition. Silver Axe laughed in anger, crushing the ground beneath his feet with his foot. Are you kidding me? Bullet ignored him and just slowly raised his head, his scarlet eyes piercing through the night, as if he had already seen the storm that was about to sweep in the distance. My intuition tells me a real war is about to begin here. And I will find an opponent worthy of fighting here. Before he finished speaking. Boom! A huge surge of conquerors' haki erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire island like a raging wave. That haki was ferocious, unruly, and extremely wild, roaring at the sky like an unrestrained ancient beast. The pirates of the entire Beehive Island were like straw in a wheat field, swept away in an instant, and fell down in large numbers. Countless pirates foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Even Silver Axe and Akainu, who always prided themselves on being rebellious, were shocked by the conqueror's power and took several steps back. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, and their chests felt as heavy as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They were actually forced into a half-kneeling position. This kind of conquerors. Silver Axe gritted his teeth, his legs trembling slightly, and he managed to keep from kneeling by holding the axe handle tightly. Akainu's body tensed up, a storm rising in his heart. This man is no ordinary conqueror's owner. He is simply a fighting monster in human skin. Bullet looked down at the two of them, his eyes filled with naked disappointment. Don't worry. His voice, full of feral disdain, rang out again, I have no interest in Whitebeard's tattered legacy. Because you are not even qualified to be my opponent. After he finished speaking, he ignored the two of them and turned straight towards the depths of the fortress. The golden door shattered under his kick, and he strode forward as if this Beehive Island had become his personal training ground. Silver Axe was shaking with anger and smashed the throne into pieces with one blow of his axe. What abd? Who does he think he is? Akainu reached out to stop him, a gleam in his eyes. Don't be impulsive. Didn't you understand? He said there's going to be a war here. Silver Axe's expression changed. Could it be? Marine is here. The two looked at each other, and a strong sense of unease rose in their hearts at the same time. At this moment, Bullet was already standing in the shadows at the highest point of the fortress, his scarlet eyes like two blazing torches piercing the darkness. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a passionate smile full of desire appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on, Rog! Let me see if the so-called Suinlin Admiral is worthy of my full-strength battle. The sea breeze roars and war drums can be heard faintly in the distance. The silence before the war was completely torn apart. Chapter 126. Beehive Island Noon. The scorching sun burned the rocks and ruins of Honeycomb Island, and the rolling heat waves seemed to burn even the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and the stench of alcohol, a heavy scent accumulated over many months. Silver Axe's fingers slowly stroked the Madara blade of the giant axe. The cold light reflected from the axe blade danced on his rugged face, like the reflection of a Shinigami's sickle. Akoko had a stern expression, leaning against the mast with his arms folded across his chest, his single eye coldly scanning the restless harbor. That guy last night? Bullet, could he have really sensed something in advance? Silver Axe murmured softly, a hint of uneasiness in his tone. His fingers had unconsciously clenched the axe handle, and his thick veins bulged. Akoko sneered, his eyes piercing the heat waves as he gazed into the distance. Humph, if Marine really dares to come, Beehive Island will show them what a ruthless person crawling out of hell looks like. Silver Axe frowned, gripping the axe handle tightly. It's better to be cautious. Take advantage of the opportunity to attack other islands and gather information. Just as the two finished speaking, a commotion suddenly broke out in front of the dock. Hey! Look over there on the sea! A pirate stumbled onto the platform and pointed at the junction of the sea and the sky. His face was pale and his voice was trembling. It's the Marine fleet. Black ships, flags with the word justice on them, they're coming. The pirates at the port were startled and turned their heads to look. On the distant horizon, 3 steel warships like black monsters were breaking through the waves. The huge word justice on the bow reflected a dazzling light under the scorching sun, announcing the coming of death like the judgment of God. Amidst the surging waves, the solemn and murderous aura emanating from the warship weighed down the pirates in the harbor, causing their hearts to stop and their breathing to quicken. For a moment, there was complete silence. Silver Axe slammed his axe hard and stood up, his forehead vein throbbing. Suinlin Rog, that madman actually came to kill us. Akoko's face was extremely grim, and he gritted his teeth. Marine actually dared to come directly to Beehive Island. Do you really think we are the remnants of Whitebeard? The pirates in the audience were in a panic, and some began to waver. The Marine Admiral is here. Can this war still be fought? I heard he even dared to kill celestial dragons. G5 base is full of crazy people. Fear spread in whispers, and chaos almost broke out before our eyes. Just then. Shut up! Silver Axe slammed his giant axe into the ground, and the axe blade split the thick rock with a deafening roar, which shocked the entire audience into a dead silence. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked around like a wild beast, roaring. What are you afraid of? If we win this battle, we'll be the new 4 emperors. Akoko stepped onto the platform, his cape rustling, his eyes sharp as a knife. Think carefully. If you retreat today, this island will belong to Marine. Your women, gold, silver, and treasures will all be gone. Either fight to the death, or become Marine's slave. These words made the pirates in the audience blush red, and their fear was swallowed up by anger and vain ambition. Yes. Kill Marine, and we will be the new king. Let them see that Beehive Island is no pushover. Kill them. Even if I die, I will drag them down with me. In just a few breaths, the chaotic scene of panic and collapse was instantly brainwashed into a boiling sea of blood. The pirates waved their weapons wildly, their eyes filled with bloody excitement and desire for power. Kill! Kill Marine! Sink these righteous dogs into the sea. In the darkness of the platform, Bullet slowly walked out and stood at the junction of shadow and sunlight. His scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he watched the scene. "Ha, just right, this chaotic battle can make my blood boil for once." Just as this bloody storm was about to begin, the black bow of the G5 First Fleet on the distant sea surface had already reached the firing range. At the same time, on the warship, at the bow, Rog wore an admiral cloak, his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the honeycomb island like a blade. "That's a disgusting pirate's smell." Lighter stood to Rog's left, his nose twitching in disgust. "The whole island reeks of decay." Shiryu held a cigar between his lips, his right hand resting on Thunderstorm, and sneered, "Perfect. I'll chop you down without mercy." Aramaki grinned, his eyes gleaming with a passionate fighting spirit. "Admiral, let me take the lead. I want to show these scum what absolute justice means." Rog did not answer, but raised his hand slightly, and the muzzles of the three warships adjusted their angles at the same time, with the black gun barrels pointing directly at the honeycomb island. "Destroy the entire island, leaving no one alive." Boom! Following Rog's order, fire! The three G5 battleships erupted in deafening roars at the same time. Dozens of heavy naval guns spewed out flames, and hot streams of light burst out from the muzzles. Boom boom boom! The artillery shells that covered the sky and the sun fell like meteors, instantly tearing the frontier defense of Honeycomb Island into ruins. The emplacements and bunkers at the port were reduced to a sea of fire in the chain of explosions. The flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half the sky red, and debris and broken limbs flew everywhere. Countless pirates were thrown into the sea with screams, without even a chance to stand up, and were directly blown dozens of meters away by the powerful air waves. Silver Axe watched helplessly as the defenses he had personally set up were instantly reduced to scorched earth. He roared and smashed the golden statue beside him. "Bastards! Go up and kill them for Lao Zi." Akoko's face darkened. "Damn it! Don't you exchange a few pleasantries before a battle? What do you mean by just firing straight away?" And at this time, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, the landing horn resounded throughout the venue. The hatches of the three battleships were lowered at the same time, and the elite G5 disciplined corps, clad in black armor, filed out like a torrent of steel. Lighter, grinning, leaped from the bow of the ship. His body expanded rapidly in mid-air, transforming into a 10-meter tall Titan ape. He crossed his fists and said, "Come on. Scum, are you ready to be roasted like meat patties?" The pirates at the port were beaten into meat patties by the huge ape's paw before they could react. Shiryu's figure flashed, and he appeared in the enemy camp like a ghost. The thunderstorm longsword cut through the air, and streaks of blood bloomed. More than a dozen pirates' heads flew up, and blood rained down. "Ha, you're such a weak piece of trash, you're not even qualified for a warm-up." Shiryu casually shook off the bloodline on the knife, and the knife light was cold to the bone. Huang Mu laughed crazily as he charged into the enemy camp. His arms transformed into tangled vines and giant snakes, sweeping through the enemy. "Ha ha ha! This is what we call a just judgment." He pressed his palms to the ground and shouted, "Sensenjamu!" The entire port ground exploded, and countless huge trees rose from the ground, turning into huge wooden fists that smashed down. The pirates didn't even have time to scream before they were beaten into a pulp. The rectification army advances. The vanguard troops armed with heavy spears strode forward, and the dense forest of guns quickly advanced to the front of the port ruins, with rifles and artillery exploding one after another. "Clear! Leave no one behind!" The warriors roared, brandished their icy swords, and engaged in a bloody battle with the pirates of Honeycomb Island. Fire, blood, and the roar of steel. Although the Honeycomb Island pirates were numerous, they were defeated by the charge of the G5 elite, and countless pirates were knocked more than 10 meters away. Rog walked slowly down the warship, each step causing the air to vibrate violently, and the ground collapsed slightly as if it could not bear his presence. He raised his head, his gaze as cold as the dead starry sky, passing through the smoke and flames of war, and locked onto Akainu and Silver Axe on the distant platform. Remnants of the rocks, the reckoning of the new era begins with you. His voice was calm, yet it echoed like a Shinigami's whisper in the smoke-filled battlefield. Chapter 127. With the G5 fleet's artillery fire, the coastline had already turned into a scorched earth, with flames shooting into the sky. The fiery aftermath of the explosion had not yet dissipated when the elite marines rushed into the island like a black torrent, leaving blood and flesh flying everywhere they passed, and broken limbs and arms were everywhere. Red transformed into a titan ape and swept across the front. Armament haki brought with it a violent wind. Every time a punch landed, the ground collapsed into a huge molten pit. Countless pirates were smashed into meat paste before they could even react. Shiryu was wearing a black coat, and a thunderstorm swept across like a Shinigami, and every time a knife slashed, blood splattered. The pirates' heads were thrown high up like flying wine cups, and when they fell down, they had become headless corpses. Huang Mu was wearing eerie wooden armor, and the vines on his arms turned into dragons. He charged straight into the enemy camp, like the deification of all creatures. The pirates had just raised their weapons when they were entangled by vines as thick as giant pythons. The sound of bones breaking and screams resounded throughout the battlefield. Silver Axe and Akainu stood on the high platform, watching the pirates under their command being rooted like sheep being torn apart by wolves, and finally they could no longer hold back. Silver Axe suddenly stood up, holding the huge axe horizontally, and roared like thunder. Suinlin's lackey! Come at Laozi if you dare! After saying that, he fully activated haki, stomped his legs on the ground, causing the ground to crack, and turned into a black gust of wind rushing towards the battlefield. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Laozi is also risking his life." He flashed, and while Huang Mu was enjoying the killing, he suddenly jumped out from the shadows on the side and attacked Huang Mu from behind. Silver Axe vs Shiryu. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and the smell of blood and smoke mixed with the hot sea breeze. Silver Axe roared and soared into the sky, swinging the giant axe violently with its muscular arms. The violent armament haki intertwined and condensed into a dark axe moon that swept across. Die! Marine dog! Shiryu curled up the corner of his mouth in a cold smile, and the thunderstorm long sword was unsheathed. With a flash of the sword, blood suddenly appeared. Clang! The giant axe collided head-on with the thunderstorm blade, sparks flew, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. Silver Axe's eyes flashed with madness, and his axe swung like a storm. Each axe was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The powerful haki burst into cracks, and the gravel under Shiryu's feet exploded. However, Shiryu's figure was ghostly. Every time he took an axe blow, his figure would dissipate like smoke. When he reappeared, he was already in Silver Axe's blind spot, and a thunderstorm cut through the air. The remnants of the rocks? They are nothing but stray dogs abandoned by the times. The blade of the thunderstorm blade pierced Silver Axe's shoulder armor, blood splattering, and Silver Axe roared, "Laozi will kill you!" Blood Axe, splitting the sea. The giant axe swept across the sky, and before the blow landed, the terrifying axe force had already torn a huge ravine 100 meters long. The waves were split in half, and a 100-meter-long water wall was rolled up, and even the coast collapsed. However, a blood-red afterimage emerged from the fierce wind slash, its figure as strange and elusive as a ghost. Shiryu spun the thunderstorm longsword in his hand lightly, and his body was instantly wrapped in a circle of blood-red storm. Bloodwing's swift shadow. A pair of huge blood-red bat wings instantly unfolded, and with a piercing scream that broke through the air, Shiryu turned into a beam of blood light and swept through Silver Axe's blind spot of defense. Silver Axe was shocked and suddenly swung his axe horizontally to defend. Clang! The axe blade collided with thunderstorm again, but this time, Silver Axe felt a suffocating coldness coming from the blade. That was not an ordinary slash, but a direct life absorption through haki. You can actually devour life force. The corners of Shiryu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a row of cold fangs, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Blood block spell. The long sword cut through the sky, bringing up twisted blood-red halos. Every time it slashed down, it forcibly drew away some of Silver Axe's vitality. Silver Axe felt weak all over, his muscles began to cramp, and even his breathing became heavy. A hole! Get out of here, Laozi! Silver Axe roared, and forced the haki in his body to shatter those strange blood-boundary halos with his domineering look, and swung the axe again while enduring the severe pain. Blood Axe shattered Starfall. He swung his giant axe, and haki turned into a huge blood-red meteorite falling from the sky. The air waves surged, plunging the entire battlefield into darkness. Facing this attack, Shiryu's expression finally became serious for a moment. He took a deep breath, and completely transformed into a vampire. All the blood and energy in his body gathered on the thunderstorm blade. Blood Moon, Extreme Slash. Shiryu leaped high into the air, his blood wings transformed into two giant blades and unfolded, drawing a huge blood-red crescent in the sky, heading straight for Silver Axe's blood-red meteorite axe light. It seemed as if only these two terrifying forces were colliding with each other between heaven and earth. Boom! The blood-colored moon blade and meteor axe light exploded violently in mid-air, causing huge waves of blood and violent air. The entire sky of the Honeycomb Island was dyed a strange crimson. When the smoke and dust cleared, Silver Axe was half kneeling on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and his life force was rapidly fading. Shiryu licked the corner of his mouth and showed a bloodthirsty smile. Times have changed. You, the remnants of the past, are not even qualified to clear the way for Suan Lin. Shiryu's feet suddenly leaped explosively, his body flashing out of the slashing trajectory like lightning, and a backhand slash aimed directly at Silver Axe's throat. Blood splattered, and a horrible bloody mark was cut on the side of Silver Axe's neck, which he barely avoided. However, he endured it and continued to swing the axe in anger. Akoko vs Aramaki. On the other side, Akoko was wearing heavy black armor covered with ancient patterns from the Rocks era. The long sword in his hand was wrapped with black armament haki, shining coldly in the sunlight. Taking advantage of the chaos, he suddenly rushed forward, with the tip of his sword pointing directly at the back of Huang Mu. Die! Marine! The sword tore through the air, black light burst out, this sword was enough to split the warship in half. However... Oh! Huang Mu didn't even look back. The skin on his back suddenly turned into wood, and a layer of black wood armor as black as iron instantly covered his whole body. Clang! Akoko's sword struck the armor, creating a roar like metal colliding and sparks flying everywhere. What? Akoko's pupils suddenly shrank, the blade trembled violently from the recoil, the knuckles cracked, and blood dripped down his wrist. Huang Mu slowly turned around. A ferocious grin spread across his lips, his scarlet eyes locked onto his prey like a wild beast. A sneak attack? This pirate trick won't work against Laozi. Sensenwood dragon strangling. Aramaki's arms suddenly expanded and turned into dozens of thick vines, dancing like mad snakes, instantly blocking all of Akoko's escape routes. Akoko roared, swung the sword in his hand, and Haki's entangled blade cut through several vines. But the next second... Boom! The ground shook violently, and countless sharp giant wooden spears broke out of the ground and stabbed towards Akoko like a hellish forest. Sen Luo gun! Akoko dodged in panic, and the heavy armor made a harsh friction sound under the piercing of the wooden spear, but several huge trees still rubbed against the gaps in the armor, and blood oozed from the joints. Ugh! He gritted his teeth and swung his sword to cut off the wooden thorns on his body, and a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. Akoko retreated suddenly, holding the sword with both hands, and all the haki in his body was madly concentrated on the sword edge, and the muscles under the armor were knotted and bulged. Hegemon's sword, breaking the army. A pitch-black sword energy tore through the earth and slashed straight at Huang Mu. Huang Mu sneered, clasped his hands together suddenly, and the ground suddenly rose up. Sensen giant wood wall. A black wooden wall tens of meters thick rose from the ground, blocking Akoko's full-strength slash. Bang! The sword energy exploded and wood chips flew everywhere, but Huang Mu was unharmed. My turn. He suddenly raised his hand, and countless vines came from all directions, trying to lock Akoko tightly. Akoko gritted his teeth and broke off the wooden thorns on his body, fear finally appearing in his eyes. Damn Logia BD! Chapter 128. Following Rog's command, the battle situation had already been completely controlled by G5, but suddenly, the sky behind Honeycomb Island seemed to have been torn open by a dark crack. Boom! The violent conqueror's haki, reaching its ultimate level, swept over like a materialized black raging wave, descending from the sky and sweeping across the entire island. The pirates and even some weak-willed elite marine soldiers along the way instantly had their eyes rolled back and foamed at the mouth, as if they were crushed by an invisible giant hand and fell down in groups. This wave of haki was heading straight for Rog, like an ancient beast tearing through the sky and splitting the sea, intending to devour the heaven and earth together. But Rog remained unmoved. He just raised his head slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Buzz! The air twisted and rolled like a raging flame, and a haki that was even more powerful than the raging black waves rose into the sky, like an invisible divine palm going upstream. The next moment, crack! The sky collapsed and the dark clouds dispersed. The two conquerors' haki fought like mad dragons in the sea of clouds. Wherever they went, a deep trench hundreds of meters wide was split on the sea surface, and waves rolled back from both sides to a height of hundreds of feet. The sky of the entire Honeycomb Island seemed to be torn into two halves. However, even in such an earth-shattering collision, Rog's aura still firmly overwhelmed the opponent. How is that possible? The pirates looked at the sky in despair. The conquerors of Bullet, the Devil's Heir who was supposed to be invincible, was actually suppressed. In the smoke and dust, a burly figure stepped out from the earth, and every step he took left a huge crack on the ground. Douglas Bullet, a real monster. His muscles were as strong as steel, his blood seemed to be burning with magma, his scarlet eyes were fixed on Rog, and his fighting spirit was like a huge wave sweeping across the whole place. Suinlin Rog, you truly are worthy of my full effort. Before he finished speaking, Bullet stepped on the ground and it exploded. His figure was like a black thunder that rushed towards Rog, and his fist hit his face with the power of a landslide and tsunami. Wherever it passed, both pirates and marines were blown away. The air exploded into a vacuum under this punch, as if the heaven and earth were pierced by this punch. Boom! Bullet's fist blasted Rog in the face, but Rog didn't even raise his eyelids. Your opponent is me. With a loud bang, a giant fist that covered the sky slammed to intercept Bullet. Ret, in the form of a titan ape, roared and strode out. His body, which was more than 10 meters tall, blocked out the sky. His giant fist made of black iron collided with Bullet's fist. Bang! The shock wave exploded, and the huge waves it created directly swallowed up the pier on the edge of Honeycomb Island. Light opened his mouth wide and laughed wildly, the armament haki in his arms flowing and boiling like lava. Finally, I've found a decent opponent. I'd be doing a disservice to my body if I didn't beat you to a pulp today. Bullet's eyes lit up, his scarlet eyes ignited with a fiery fighting spirit, his muscles exploded like rocks, and he directly activated the devil mode. By integrating his own haki, his speed and strength are greatly increased, making him like a devil from hell. Ha ha ha. Alright. Let me see how many punches you, a giant ape, can take. The fists of the two monstrous-level warriors turned into meteors and fell down in a fierce clash. Each blow was accompanied by violent haki and a storm of destruction. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the entire Beehive Island seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any time. On one side is Douglas Bullet, a fighting maniac whose physical limits surpass those of humans. On one side is the New World's strongest physical warrior, Rhett, who possesses the mythical beast Titan giant ape form. This battle between monsters has just begun. Bang! A loud noise tore through the sky, as if the roar of ancient war drums echoed between heaven and earth. Bullet's devil form muscles bulged to the limit, as if each muscle contained the weight of a mountain. The ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand this violent force and broke apart inch by inch. Bullet's devil form and Rhett's titan ape fought fiercely, the shock wave exploded, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters collapsed instantly. The two are like two giant demons that have descended to the human world, ferocious, violent, and arrogant. Bullet's fists were wrapped in pitch-black armament color, and every blow was like a meteorite falling to the ground. The wind from his fists tore through the air, making a piercing scream. Rhett's giant ape body was muscular, his armor flowing like lava, and every punch he threw was accompanied by a scorching wave of magma. Ha ha ha! Come again! Rhett laughed wildly, and his fists fell like a rainstorm, with the shadows of his fists covering the sky and the sun. Bullet sneered, and his body suddenly accelerated. He used the power of the fusion fruit to absorb the surrounding gravel and metal into his fist, forming a giant hammer, and smashed it towards Rhett's face. Fusion Tyrant Fist Hammer. Boom! Lighter was knocked back dozens of meters by the hammer, his feet plowing two deep grooves in the ground, but the corners of his mouth widened. That's more like it. Bullet suddenly leaped up with his arms outstretched. The metal and rocks from the surrounding ruins gathered together frantically, instantly forming a gigantic combined statue that smashed down with a punch like a demon descending to the earth. Fusion, Demon Colossus Fist. Rhett didn't dodge or evade, the Titan ape's body expanded again, armament haki erupted like a volcano, and his fists collided. Titan Mountain Collapse. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the shock wave shattered half of the buildings on Honeycomb Island into pieces. Bullet's Colossus crumbled, but the next second, he clasped his hands together, and the broken metal reassembled itself, transforming into countless spiked spears that shot towards Rhett like a rainstorm. Combination, 10,000 equipments pierce and kill. Rhett roared, crossed his arms, and hardened his armament color to the limit. He took the blow head-on, but several bloody marks still appeared on his body. That's powerful. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger. Rhett pounded his chest suddenly, the lava on his body suddenly boiled, and his fists turned into huge red hammers, smashing towards Bullet. Titan Hell Collapse. Bullet blocked with his arms, but was still sent flying by the punch, crashing through several buildings before barely stopping. As soon as he stood up, Rhett fell from the sky like a meteorite and stepped on him. Titan Earthquake. Bullet sneered, and his body suddenly split into dozens of metal fragments. After dodging the attack, he reunited and swept Rhett's waist with a whip kick. Combination and split heavy attack. Bang! Rhett was knocked back by the kick, but he returned with an elbow strike, knocking Bullet to the ground. Bullet climbed out of the pit, covered in blood, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned to ultimate. He suddenly clasped his arms together, roaring as the air screamed like an explosion. Black armament haki coiled around him like a tangible flame, forcibly drawing in all the surrounding debris, metal, wreckage of pirate ships, and even the pirate ships on the sea, condensing into a large bullet form comparable to a mountain. He tried to absorb the warship but couldn't, as he was suppressed by the rock air. The fist in the large bullet form was as big as a mountain. It rose high like a doomsday comet and smashed towards Rhett with the momentum of destroying everything. Ha ha ha! Got it, gigantic ape! Fusion, Demon's Final Fist! Rhett laughed wildly, and the Titan ape's body expanded again, transforming into the Titan ape's extreme form. Armament Haki was as dark as the abyss, and the nearly 100-meter-tall steel body stood upright in the sky. Just in time. Titan Tyrant collapse. Boom. The two fists collided violently between heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth lost their color. At that moment, the entire Beehive Island seemed to be pierced through by a punch, and a 100-meter-wide abyss appeared on the sea surface. Huge waves rolled back 1,000 meters into the sky, and strong winds swept across 100 miles. The clouds in the sky were instantly torn into pieces, lightning flashed wildly, and the heaven and earth were silent. In the center of the huge pit, the hard rocks shattered layer by layer, as if the whole world was shaking under this punch. Lightning, magma, and Haki intertwined into a destructive storm that violently swept over the battlefield, and the sky and the earth changed color. As the smoke gradually cleared, Bullet knelt on one knee, his body covered in blood, his iron muscles were covered with cracks, and his fists were shaking. He gritted his teeth and panted, his eyes still burning with the fire of fighting spirit and unwillingness. A draw. Lei Te grinned. No. It's Lao Zi's victory. He took a step forward and the ground collapsed. Because Lao Zi can still fight. Draw? Are you kidding me? As long as Lao Zi can still raise his hands. It's not over yet. Titan Earth Shatter. In the giant ape form, Red Titan raised his fists high and suddenly struck down. The earth directly collapsed into huge plate cracks, and the core of the entire Honeycomb Island collapsed instantly. Bullet suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms became weak from the blow and he fell heavily into a deep pit in the ground. In the smoke and dust, he lay in a deep pit, staring at Lei Te's towering figure. After a while, he smiled bitterly, this monster of this era, really didn't disappoint me. Red gasped, looked up to the sky and roared, beating his chest, his fighting spirit surging, come on! Can you still stand up? Chapter 129. The wind was howling, blood and fire were intertwined, and the entire Honeycomb Island seemed to have turned into a purgatory Shura field. Rog stood in the center of the battlefield, his cloak billowing like a wave of blood. Pirate corpses piled up like a mountain under his feet, and blood gathered into a stream along the slope. His eyes were as cold as stars, reflecting the cruelty of the battle, but without the slightest fluctuation. Suddenly, he raised one hand and gently spread out his 5 fingers. Air barrier transfer. An invisible air wave swept across instantly, like a gentle caress from the hand of God. The marine soldiers who were stunned by the bullet conquerors were lifted up by gentle wings, slowly rising into the air and landing steadily in the safe area behind. On the other side, the pirates who were also unconscious were ruthlessly crushed by the world's most brutal battlefield. Some were directly smashed into bloody mud by the broken walls. Some had their chests crushed by their fleeing companions, and breathed their last in despair. Some were torn into bloody mist by the aftermath of the chaotic battle, with no remains left. Rog tilted his head slightly, looking indifferent and watching all this with a cold attitude. The port of Beehive Island has become a sea of blood, and the fight between marine soldiers and pirates has reached a fever pitch. For justice! A young marine roared and thrust out his spear, piercing the chest of the pirates in front of him. But before he could draw back his weapon, a burly man with an axe suddenly came from the side and chopped off his head with the axe blade. Oh no! The marine's pupils suddenly shrank and he had no time to dodge. Just as the axe blade was about to fall. Buzz! An invisible air barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal blow. The axe blade hit the barrier with a dull thud, but it couldn't move forward at all. The marine was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Rog stood on a high place, with his right hand slightly raised, and invisible air currents wrapped around his fingertips. That's Suinlin Admiral. The marine's heart was beating violently, and an unprecedented surge of blood rushed into his heart. Even the Admiral is protecting us. He clenched his spear tightly, and fighting spirit surged in his eyes. For absolute justice, kill. The same scene was played out across the battlefield. A lieutenant colonel was besieged by several pirates and was about to be exhausted when an air barrier suddenly blocked all attacks. When the medical soldier was carrying the wounded, the stray bullet was bounced away by the invisible air wall. The charging soldier was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion, but landed lightly on the ground without a scratch. It's the Admiral's ability. He's protecting us. This kind of justice is what we should follow. The soldiers' morale instantly soared to the peak, and their roars resounded throughout the Beehive Island. Follow Admiral Rog. Kill all the pirates. Rog glanced coldly at the battlefield, and with a slight movement of his fingertips, another air barrier blocked the arrows shot at the soldiers. The lives of soldiers are the most precious cornerstone of justice. He muttered to himself quietly, but his eyes never left the marine soldiers fighting on the battlefield. On the east side of the battlefield, blood is splattered. Shiryu's longsword Thunderstorm was already stained with warm blood, and the dripping blood slowly slid down the engravings on the blade, like a bright red track leading to death. Silver Axe was covered in blood and flesh, with only half of the cracked axe handle left, and the broken axe head was stuck in the broken wall next to it. He knelt on one knee, his eyes bloodshot, still staring at Shiryu in front of him. The glory of rocks will never be defeated by a bunch of marine lackeys like you. Shiryu blew out a puff of smoke, his eyes full of sarcasm. Glory! He chuckled and put out the cigar on Silver Axe's forehead, a flash of cold light passing by. Thunderstorm, condemnation! Silver Axe's head flew high into the air, blood gushed out like a fountain, and his broken body lost its support and fell to the ground. Shiryu swung the bloody long knife and kicked the headless corpse into the ruins. After dying like this, you still talk about glory. West side, Huangmu battlefield. Huangmu roared to the sky, and his entire body turned into a giant tree as majestic as a mountain. Forbidden hateful forest Fujiki giant. The giant arms of lush green vines danced in the air like living things, each one as thick as a century-old vine, roaring with wind and thunder, and tightly wrapped around Akoku. Sensen hellbind. The vines wrapped around Akoku tighter and tighter, and Akoku's bones made sharp, crisp sounds. Akoku's eyes were bloodshot and he struggled desperately, but with the last muffled sound of broken bones, his spine was completely broken and he collapsed like mud. Aramaki laughed wildly and threw his hand, and Akoku's body was thrown into the ruins like a piece of rag. You are not even as good as scum, yet you dare to claim the throne. The setting sun was blood red, illuminating the devastated Honeycomb Island. The air was filled with hot smoke, boiling blood, and the smell of burnt earth. It seemed that only death and destruction remained between heaven and earth. With the fall of Silver Axe and Akoku, the once invincible pirates of Beehive Island completely fled like livestock being driven into a slaughterhouse. Lord Silver Axe is dead. Akoku-sama was also killed. Don't worry about them, run away. Wails of terror echoed one after another, and thousands of pirates were terrified. They trampled and crashed into each other, turning their companions into bloody mud along the way. Some jumped into the sea frantically, trying to escape with the help of the current, but were blocked by artillery fire from warships on the shore and were blown to pieces before they could even make a splash. Some people also tried to hide in the ruins of the island, but what they were greeted with were the desperate wails of being ruthlessly crushed by the collapsed stone pillars. The Beehive Island is like hell, with corpses of pirates scattered all over the place. At this time, G5 Marine's morale is high. Eliminate the pirates. Leave no one behind. For absolute justice. The guns of the three battleships were still roaring, turning the remaining escape route into a sea of fire. The G5 elite swept across the entire arena like a raging sea. In a flash of cold light, countless pirates were beheaded. On top of the ruins, Admiral Rog stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, his tall figure like an immortal god of war standing under the blood-red sky. He slowly raised his hand, and the space around him trembled slightly. The invisible airflow was like the hand of God, lifting the wounded and dying marine soldier and sending him steadily to the rear medical area. As for the pirates who were also on the verge of death, they didn't even feel a trace of air wave, and were crushed into dust by the rolling wheels of the battlefield. Rog looked down at this blood-stained purgatory with a cold gaze. Dirty pirates' garbage. He slowly brought his fingers together and grasped the air. The last batch of pirate ships trying to escape in the distance suddenly had their hulls twisted and collapsed into a pile of scrap metal under the invisible pressure of the air. Crack, crack. Accompanied by heart-pounding sounds of bones breaking, flesh and wood chips flew everywhere, and the wreckage slowly sank into the abyss with the waves. Not even worthy of being a speck of dust. On the other side of the battlefield, Red has completely released his violent instincts. His body transformed into a titan ape over 10 meters tall, and with one punch, he knocked half of Bullet's body into the ground. Ha ha ha! Are you good at fighting? Bullet's body was covered in blood and shattered like scrap metal, but his scarlet eyes still burned with unyielding madness. Of course. I can. He forced himself to stand up, suddenly opened his arms, and wanted to activate the power of the fusion fruit for the last time. But at this critical moment, a dark figure appeared silently in front of Bullet like a ghost. It's Rog. He put one hand behind his back, slowly raised the other hand, and threw a straight punch. It looked ordinary, but it caused the air to explode like thunder. Bullet's pupils suddenly contracted, and he only had time to see Rog's eyes, as cold as a Shinigami. Dash, it's over. Air pressure collapse fist. An ultra-high-density air-compressed punch came down with a bang. Boom! It was as if the whole world collapsed at this moment. Bullet's body was directly blown into an afterimage, crossing the entire island like a cannonball, crashing through several mountains along the way, and finally embedding itself into the rock wall. The earth trembled, the waves surged back, and even the foundations of the islands cried out in grief. Bullet, completely passed out. Beehive Island is completely silent. Blood soaked the earth, and the flames illuminated the red sky. Rog stood at the highest point of the ruins, overlooking the end of this former pirate's paradise, his black cloak fluttering in the wind like the flag of a black Shinigami. He spoke indifferently, his voice resounding across the battlefield like thunder. Cleansing completed. The entire army is ready to return after resting. On this day, Beehive Island was completely wiped off the map of New World. News of the World headline. Marine Admiral Suinlin Rog leads the G5 rectification fleet to completely wipe out Beehive Island. The remnants of the rocks were completely destroyed, and the legendary Douglas Bullet was defeated. Chapter 130. The morning sun bathed the entire sea, making the waves sparkle, and the sea breeze with a hint of saltiness blew across the deck. Enel stood at the bow, looking so bored that he was about to grow mushrooms, with his arms crossed. The boundless ocean was reflected in his golden pupils, and he was as excited as a god about to be released. Finally, I can get some fresh air. He grinned, and tiny flashes of lightning jumped on his fingertips, crackling, as if beating the rhythm of the boring days. I've been at G5 base for so long that my bones are almost rusting and turning green. Luo leaned lazily against the side of the boat, tapping the scabbard of Ghost Cry with his fingertips. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, but he said in a cold tone. Don't get too excited. This is just routine business. I'm not taking you on vacation around South Blue. Smoker stood in the middle of the deck with a cigar between his legs, and the smoke curled up like a mobile chimney. He squinted his eyes and looked at the distant horizon. A voice came from behind the smoke. Although Buggy Express operates under the guise of a dispatch company, recent intelligence reports indicate they've been involved in a number of shady activities. Enel waved his hand impatiently, and the lightning threw out a string of sparks, scaring the lookout on the deck so much that he almost jumped into the sea. Who cares? Pirates who dare to resist will be chopped down, and the disobedient ones will be chopped down into obedient ones. Luo and Smoker looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Luo shook his head and raised his hand to press down the brim of his hat. Okay, you can chop it up as you please, but remember not to shut down the power for the whole street. Smoker blew out a puff of smoke. Also, intelligence, remember to leave them alive, don't let them end up like a bunch of roasted scraps again. Enel rolled his eyes. Tisk, you're nagging like an old lady. Seoul Bay Kingdom Port. The warship slowly approached the shore, and the three people walked down the gangway one by one. Enel took a deep breath of fresh air and did an exaggerated stretch. Ah, finally, it's not the sweat and smoke of the military camp. The air here is even sweet. Luo lowered his head and pulled the brim of his cloak, his face calm, and he said, keep a low profile. We are operating undercover this time, not here for a stroll. Smoker had already walked steadily up the street ahead, and without looking back, he said, stop talking nonsense, keep up, and don't fall behind. Enel followed with a pout, muttering quietly, each one is more boring than the last. There's no sense of adventure at all. However, after walking a few steps, his eyes suddenly lit up and he pointed at a street food stall and shouted, hey, hey, hey! Look at that roasted lightning fruit! This weird snack actually exists. Luo mercilessly grabbed the back of his cloak and dragged him away. If you run around again, I'll send you back to the base to raise mosquitoes. Enel looked hopeless, alas. Is it so difficult to be a god these days? Buggy Express headquarters building. The three of them stood on the street corner, staring at the building in the distance that was the pinnacle of local tycoon aesthetics. There is a huge sign in the shape of a clown's head hanging at the door, with an exaggerated slogan making money is justice written on its face. The sculptures on both sides of the gate are even two mechanical buggy statues waving large golden sticks, swinging back and forth in funny movements. Smoker frowned and looked at it for a long moment before uttering, looks more serious than I thought. Luo sneered, it's just a glitz on the surface. Who knows, the next batch of customers might be buried in the wine cellar downstairs. Enel couldn't hold back any longer. He rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming. What are we waiting for? Just go in and give them a Thunder God's strike. Luo pressed his shoulder, hold steady, the priority of this mission is... Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded directly in front of his eyes, and Enel had already turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the street. The next second, a series of screams and sounds of shattering glass erupted from inside the building. Luo covered his forehead and took a deep breath, this idiot, can you please have some brains? Smoker held a cigarette in his mouth and blew out a smoke ring with a normal look on his face. Let's go and clean up the mess that Lord Thunder God made. Luo held his forehead with his left hand, after so many years, how come you are still like a child? He activated the ability of the OPOP fruit, and the room space enveloped the two of them and disappeared. A moment ago, in the kingdom of Salbi, the headquarters of Buggy Express. This headquarters building, known as South Blue's #1 symbol of wealth, has a lobby with interior walls covered in glittering plastic gold-plated panels and two giant buggy statues at the entrance to the conference room. In one hand, he waved a banner that read Express Delivery, Extra Charge, and with the other, he made a scissor sign for a photo, a mechanical loop of the words, Choose Buggy Express, buy today, arrange tomorrow, and run the day after tomorrow. In the large conference room, Buggy was sitting with his legs crossed, wearing a leopard print cape that was so exaggerated that it covered half of the ceiling, and was talking proudly. Hey hey hey! Machi, Kabeji! He sipped red wine from a tall glass while pounding the table. If this trend continues, it won't be long before Buggy Express sweeps South Blue. Then Lao Zi will be the king of South Blue Dispatch. Machi excitedly waved his whip, that's right. Then we can lie down and count our money. Kabeji sat aside, elegantly polishing the long sword that had chopped countless telephone lines with it, and nodded politely, finally, I don't have to rely on running around to make a living. As expected, business is the way to go. Li Ji lay in the corner, rolled his eyes, yawned, and flicked his tail. However, in this relaxed and happy atmosphere, Pata, Pata. Buggy's eyebrows suddenly twitched wildly, his expression gradually stiffening. The wine glass in his hand shattered into pieces with a snap. Wow, not good, not good, not good. He clutched his chest, his entire body shaking as if struck by lightning. My intuition tells me I'm doomed. Machi almost fell off his chair. Captain, again. Your lousy intuition said you were doomed last time, but in the end you just didn't get a chicken leg for dinner. Kabeji calmly adjusted his hat and said, what a fuss. We're a legitimate dispatch company. We're just sending pirates to help kill people. Who would be so bored as to bother with us? Li Ji rolled his eyes even bigger than the previous one, saying, I don't want to bother with you idiots. Buggy slammed his fist and stood up, flipping half of the table over. Shut up, you idiots. My intuition has never been wrong except last time, and the time before that. But this time it's absolutely true. As soon as the words fell, bang! The intelligence officer rushed open the door in panic, his face pale. Captain Buggy. This is bad. Honeycomb Island has been destroyed by Marine Suinlin Admiral. What? Everyone screamed in unison, their jaws dropping to the ground. Beehive Island. Didn't you say you were going to become the new 4 emperors? That's Silver Axe and Akoku's territory. Buggy's face turned pale instantly, and he jumped up, quick. Pack your things. Run now. Machi was frantic, but Captain. We finally managed to stabilize ourselves. Kabeji was also anxious, yet. After escaping from East Blue to South Blue, I finally had a career. How can I just give up like that? Buggy shook his head frantically, what do you know? My intuition tells me, if I don't run now, it's over. Boom. The door was blown away by a violent momentum. The wind blew violently, lightning flashed, and a golden figure appeared before everyone like a god descending from heaven. A figure slowly walked out of the lightning, hands on hips, his mouth grinning into a standard divine confidence arc. Hello, where do you want to go? Room. With a low whisper, Luo's figure instantly appeared on Enel's left, with the brim of his hat lowered and ghost cry slightly unsheathed. A puff of white smoke floated in and took shape. Smoker stood on the right side with a cigar in his mouth, his aura full. As the 3 of them appeared, the atmosphere instantly solidified into pure despair. All the buggy pirates, including Licky, opened their eyes wide and dropped their jaws to the floor. What? Machi's whip fell to the ground, Kabeji's sword also fell, and even Li Ji dived into Machi's back to hide. Buggy slumped back into his chair, his mouth open wider than his head.